Lord of the Mysteries, Chapter 801 Plea. After a brief moment of stupefaction, Emlyn couldn't help but look around. He suspected that the world was lurking around him, as though he was one of the nearby believers. After all, he had never mentioned the mental terror candle at the Tarot Club. Bishop Utravsky seldom had conflicts with others, so he almost never used any mystical items. If it wasn't because Emlyn had been planted with a psychological cue to frequently head to the Harvest Church and receive the heads-up from Sherlock Moriarty, he wouldn't have asked the bishop and learned of the existence of the mental terror candle. At that instant, everyone looked like the world to Emlyn. Be it the plump middle-aged man, the granny with a gray headscarf, or the fashionable beauty, you felt that all of them looked like they had something similar to the world. No, I must figure it out. He's actually so aware of my surroundings. I haven't mentioned certain things even while in front of Mr. Fool. Emlyn was left in utter shock as he stood up and walked to the clergyman's break room at the back. In a quiet and empty environment, he replied, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish to directly communicate with the world." In less than 10 seconds, Emlyn saw a dark red glow surge forward like a tidal wave and devour him. Then he found himself back above the gray fog. He was inside the majestic palace and was seated at his seat. And at the other end of the modeled table was the blurry figure of the world who was waiting for him. Compared to before, Emlyn had changed tremendously. He wasn't in a rush to speak to the world, and he instead bowed to Mr. Fool, who was leisurely watching at the other end of the table, before looking at his target. "How did you know that I can get the mental terror candle?" "Under Klein's control," the world said with a hoarse laugh. "We might have met before." He didn't speak further and only mentioned the key point. As for whether Emlyn could figure out the situation, that wasn't his problem. Of course, Klein believed that Emlyn lacked the ability to connect the world to Sherlock Moriarty since he lacked the necessary clues. Emlyn frowned bit by bit as he had a few targets of suspicion, but he wasn't able to determine who was the world. "Believe me, I have no ill intentions towards the members of the Tarot Club," the world added when he saw Emlyn in a state of prolonged silence. "There will be a day when I'll find you." Emlyn silently muttered to himself as he asked, "What are you going to do with a mental terror candle?" "I need to have a substantial reason to borrow such a mystical item." Klein controlled his urge to rub his temples as he made the world turn solemn and say, "To treat my psychological problems." Treat psychological problems. Emlyn couldn't help but shrink his body back before straightening it again. Looking back at the world, his eyes clearly indicated that the world really was a dangerous lunatic. "The mental terror candle does have such effects," Emlyn thought for a moment and said, "I can only borrow it for half a day. There wouldn't be any problems, right?" Klein held back the horror and pleas that were running through his mind as he controlled the world to answer, "No problem." If the mental terror candle was effective, Klein could finish the problem in 15 minutes. If it wasn't of any use, it would be the same even if he possessed it for days or months. Therefore, the rental duration wasn't critical. He didn't mind such restrictions at all. Emlyn did a count and said, "The rental fee will cost £300, as well as 5 pages of Beyond Her Powers and Lamino's travels." He decided to outsource half of the debt he had. 5 pages. How many pages did this fellow use? As Klein lampooned, he made the world reply, "That wouldn't be an issue." After closing the deal, Emlyn immediately returned to the real world and walked into the Harvest Church's break room for the clergyman. Casting his gaze to the side of the altar and waiting for Bishop Utravsky to finish talking to the believers, Emlyn suddenly fell into a dilemma. Although he sounded confident in front of the world, he had never tried borrowing similar items from the bishop. He had no idea what kind of attitude the bishop would have. As his gaze darted around, Emlyn subconsciously surveyed the tiny prayer hall. "I've helped Father rescue many commoners who were infected by the plague, and have been teaching those who wish to learn about herbs. I've made the faith of Earth Mother spread quite significantly in this borough. What's wrong with borrowing the mental terror candle for half a day?" Emlyn raised his chin and walked to Bishop Utravsky, who he needed to look up at, and cleared his throat. "I have a friend that has a psychological problem. I wish to borrow the mental terror candle." He didn't directly mention his contributions because his pride didn't permit him to do so. Utravsky looked down at the priest-robed Emlyn and smiled warmly. "Okay. That's it." Emlyn was stunned, finding it unbelievable that the bishop would agree so easily. He didn't immediately accept it as he couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid that I'll lose the candle?" Utravsky replied with a smile, Everyone and every item has its end. They will all return to the earth, buried deep within the soil and sprout, grow, and bloom one incarnation after another. That is the fate of all entities. If the mental terror candle is lost, it just means that my connection with it has come to an end. I will need to patiently await the arrangements that fate and mother have for me. Whether the mental terror candle is lost depends on fate, but whether I end up being killed by you is also fate. Emlyn lampooned without asking further. He received the strange candle from the half-giant bishop. Following that, he used the excuse of needing to treat his friend to leave the Harvest Church. He randomly found an inn and set up the sacrificial ritual. Above the gray fog, Klein once again received the mental terror candle. More than half of the mystical item was burnt, and its surface was covered with what looked like human skin. There were a few warts that protruded out. The candle's wick was very short and was entirely black in color. It was covered in thin, densely packed scale-like patterns. Klein didn't delay, for he didn't wish to give his alternate personality a chance to grow. He wanted to resolve the problem completely while it was still weak. Otherwise, what awaited him was the irreversible fate of losing control. Furthermore, the mysterious space above the gray fog would completely screen the negative effects of the combat between the two personalities. Phew. Klein slowly exhaled as he extended his hand to summon the sea god's scepter. At that moment, he didn't do any divination because he couldn't be sure who me referred to. The outcome would naturally be meaningless. Bah. Klein snapped his fingers and lit the mental terror candle. Above the pitch-black wick, a flame with light blue spirituality silently glowed, illuminating the palace that looked like a giant's residence. Unknowingly, the environment changed as a cupboard, desk, bunk bed, and gas meter appeared in Klein's eyes. The crimson moonlight shone in from outside the windows, covering every item with a crimson veil layer. This was the apartment where the Morettis had lived in. This was the place where Klein Moretti had shot himself to death. At that moment, a figure was sitting at the bottom bunk, looking at the sea god scepter-wielding Klein with a warped expression. He had traits like black hair, brown eyes, thin built, average-looking features, a rather deep outline, and a scholarly air to him. He was another Klein. This Klein revealed a furious expression as he said, "You occupied my body, and now you wish for my soul to be obliterated? I should be Klein Moretti. You despicable, shameless transmigrator. You parasite." He appeared to have just grown in strength, and he wasn't able to use the objects in the external world. Klein didn't reply as he walked over with a heavy expression. The expression of Klein slowly changed as fear occupied his eyes. His body scrunched up as he pleaded with a slight tremble. "Let me go. Let me go. You snatched my brother, my sister, and my life from me. Isn't that enough? I'll remain quietly in your body, helping you analyze problems and giving you suggestions. I'll definitely not wrestle control with you over the body. Let me go. Let me go." Klein remained silent as he raised his sea god's scepter-wielding right hand. The Klein was already awash with tears as he yelled angrily and fearfully, "I only wanted to remind you. If I wasn't trying to remind you, why would I have exposed myself? Let me go. Let me go. I have no ill intentions." Klein silently looked at him and made the blue gems on the tip of the sea god scepter light up one after another. Lightning bolts instantly appeared as they twisted and entangled Klein, like a storm. Amidst shrill cries, the figure rapidly dissipated as a bolt of lightning wiped all traces of it. As expected of myself, to know the soft spots in my heart and which are the most effective ways to play. However, I've already come to know who I am. I'm Zhou Mingrue, who is fused with Klein's memories and emotions. If I were to let you go, it would be equivalent to splitting the two up, admitting that they are opposing parties. That way, I'll immediately lose control once I return to the real world. Klein lowered the scepter and closed his eyes as he sighed silently. Then, he ultimately maintained his lucidity as he left the mind world. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 802, Follow-Up Solutions. When Klein opened his eyes again, the threats and pleas in his mind had vanished. The light blue flame before his eyes continued burning on that pitch-black wick. He seriously inspected the state of his spirit body and confirmed that the signs of chaos were gone. His aura's colors had turned pure and were no longer spotted. It's finally resolved. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and lowered the sea god's scepter. With a snap of his fingers, he extinguished the mental terror candle. He didn't immediately return to the real world. He sat quietly above the gray fog as he used the silent palace to calm the remnant negative emotions that his inner heart couldn't vent. After this matter, Klein gained a deeper understanding that the path of a Beyonder was a path that constantly fought with madness. All Beyonders would be pushed to the brink of losing control, or they would have psychological problems if they weren't careful due to internal reasons or external stimuli. And once the symptoms appeared, not resolving them in time might leave them in a situation that would be abnormally difficult to resolve. The split personality that was created was a result of internal and external factors. The cause is a result of me being a transmigrator. Yet, I fused with Klein Moretti's memory fragments and received parts of his emotions. I was naturally inclined to having a dissociation. Together with me trying to steal the Antigonus family's notebook recently, it's akin to me walking along the boundary of an abyss to act as Dwayne Dantes. The stress is immense, so after being agitated and mentally corrupted by the Keeper's near loss of control, the problem erupted. As Klein raised his hand to rub his temples, he vanished from above the gray fog. Just as he returned to his body, Klein felt his mind and spirit were a lot more relaxed. It felt like a dusty window had been carefully wiped clean, and the additional faceless potion he had consumed was fully digested. The alternate personality that appeared is really a result of all the past psychological problems. I was able to resolve the problem with a mental terror candle, which is equivalent to receiving a complete and effective psychoanalysis. I wouldn't have any latent risks in this aspect in the short term. However, I need to be constantly taking notes and frequently regulating myself. I mustn't be careless. Klein walked out of the washroom, came to the balcony, and looked at the distant mountains and nearby vegetation. He was in quite good condition. He could clearly sense that his self-recognition and self-acknowledgement had deepened. The constant sense of disidentification had greatly weakened as a result. I never expected my victory over my split personality would bring such benefits. If it wasn't because the generation of another split personality would result in one that's stronger and harder to deal with, I would have wished to split a few personalities, killing myself several times. Klein shook his head with a scoff as he gave a self-deprecating laugh. To be frank, just one instance of a split personality was rather dangerous and unresolvable for anyone else. Since he was aware of where to acquire the mental terror candle, the essence of the problem, and his experience in resolving it in the past, he was able to eliminate the latent risks and not allow his split personality to strengthen itself. Otherwise, the best outcome would be the state in which Bishop Utravsky was in, and the worst outcome would be a gradual loss of control until it became an inevitability. Furthermore, I still have a psychiatrist as backup. Klein chuckled as he strolled back to his room and sat in a reclining chair. He recalled what he had encountered during the day, and from there, he obtained the points that he needed to take note of in the future. If a mid-sequence Beyonder of the sleepless pathway loses control, they will be able to directly cause mental corruption by pulling others into a dream. I need to be wary of that in the future. Before becoming a high-sequence Beyonder, the rampagers of most pathways aren't capable of doing this. Often, they will mutate into monsters and use the corresponding Beyonder powers to control or attack their targets. It's difficult for them to transmit their corruption. Apart from the mid-sequence Beyonders from the sleepless pathway, the spectator pathway should be capable of doing so as well. When faced with similar enemies, not rushing to wipe them out would really result in a situation where you have no way of defending yourself. Also, although I'm aware of the Keeper's conditions and have figured out their relationship with a core seal, the corresponding problems have arisen. If I were to disguise myself and infiltrate inside, how should I create the performance of being eroded by the core seal and not have my disguise be seen through? Klein carefully contemplated for a moment and was completely out of ideas. All he could do was stand up, walk to his desk, and draw a picture comprising of symbols that implied concealment and mystery prying. He was summoning erodes. The full-body mirror in the master bedroom suddenly undulated with invisible waves as silver light appeared, forming Loanese text. Exalted Great Master, your loyal and humble servant, Erodes, is constantly at your service. My actions from before had caused a certain damage to your image. I'm very appalled and ashamed. Will you accept my apology? You actually know to admit your faults. Klein scoffed and said, don't make the same mistake again in the future. All right. The full-body mirror presented new words. How may I be of service? There's something. Klein deliberated and said, The keepers of the Church of Evernight are contaminated by the core seal's power behind Cheney's gate. They are in different conditions from the typical Beyonder. Is there any way to perfect a disguise? The silver words changed and outlined new text. Great Master, there's only one method to sacrifice your marionette and allow it to receive the contamination of the core seal. It will gradually change and become identical to the keepers. Then you can hold it in your body to fool the core seal. That actually works. It's an idea. However, a marionette that's made from a Sequence 5 wraith can't be bought with money. I really need to pay an extremely high price to obtain the high-sequence potion formulas and ingredients. Klein thought and said, then how do I get the marionette to receive the core seal's contamination? Typically speaking, a wraith marionette might be detected by the seal before being forcefully purified and dispelled just as it approached Cheney's gate, or even just appear in the prayer hall. The full-body mirror's waves stirred again as it accentuated a figure. The figure wore an old-fashioned veiled hat. She was tall with long chestnut hair. She was none other than Queen Mystic Bernadette. Great Master, you can seek her help, Rhodes explained with a sentence made from silver words. Her? Queen Mystic isn't from the Evernight pathway. How can she provide any help? Or does she have a sealed artifact that corresponds to the high sequences of the Evernight pathway, making it similar to the core seal behind Cheney's gate? Thankfully, Admiral of Stars needs a drop of blood from a mythical creature. When the time comes, apart from providing an item that can satisfy Willa Septon, there's still a middleman fee for me. This will be the middleman fee. Klein thought as he nodded and said, very good, you may return. Yes, exalted Great Master. Your humble servant, Rhodes, awaits your next summoning. As a silver line of text appeared, Rhodes outlined a palm with a handkerchief in hand as it shook it. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he looked at it, momentarily unsure how to respond. Westboro, within the Odora family's villa. Emlyn White wore a faint smile as he randomly found a single-seater to sit in the activity room. Diagonally across him, another sanguine baron, Russ Bathory, was holding a wine cup filled with blood. He was observing him with narrowed eyes, without concealing his disgust and hatred. Russ Bathory had not only been injured during the hunt for the first primordial moon believer, but he also had Emlyn steal away his spoils of war. Such an act from you will only please me. Emlyn chuckled inwardly as he turned his head to look at Cosme Odora, who had just entered. He waited for the Baron to declare the results and reward him. Cosme forced himself to ignore Emlyn's gaze as he walked to the fireplace and said to all the sanguine present, I'm gathering all of you today because the final victor has emerged for the hunting competition. Who is it? The sanguines looked around as they exchanged looks, guessing at who could have clinched victory. Most of their gazes landed on Russ Bathory, with no one believing that it could be Emlyn White. Only Russ Bathory had a hunch as he looked in surprise at the darned fellow. Cosme secretly sighed and said, Emlyn White has already hunted 3 targets, automatically clinching victory. What? A young sanguine blurted out in disbelief. The sanguine was a race with fewer members than humans. In Backlund, they were all part of a smaller community. Therefore, they weren't unfamiliar with each other. Everyone knew what kind of sanguine Emlyn was. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 803, Name Rectification. Amongst all the sanguine present, even if Emlyn wasn't the oddest, he was definitely among the top 10. As a member of a race born with a long lifespan, having one or more hobbies to kill time was common. Emlyn wasn't the only one who liked dolls, but that wasn't the problem. Aside from purchasing new dolls and matching them with new clothes, or obtaining blood from hospitals to drink, he almost never left his home. Nor did he enjoy interacting with his fellow kinsmen. Unless he desired relatively fresh blood, needed to obtain some historical knowledge, or exchange for certain ingredients, he never participated in any of the corresponding gatherings. Such a lifestyle was nearly identical to the aging, high-ranking sanguine who had no choice but to lie in specially made coffins to barely maintain their existence. It looked nothing like that of a fellow who had recently matured. As a result, Emlyn became a topic of idle conversation at many sanguine gatherings. In the years before, people only mentioned it in passing, jeering at him in private, just like the normal gossip about different freaks in Backlund. When they heard that Emlyn walked into the Harvest Church because he got lost and ended up being captured and locked up underground by the Earth Mother's bishop, his reputation slid into the irreversible state of being the brunt of the jokes, as well as being a disgrace to the sanguine. Yet, This disgraceful fellow had hunted 3 consecutive primordial moon believers. Those were artificial vampires. Could it be that he had employed the help of the Church of Earth Mother's clergymen? Or did he hire some especially powerful bounty hunters? Thoughts flashed through the minds of the Sanguine as they speculated over how Emlyn had clinched victory. At this moment, Cosme coughed lightly and said, Emlyn has already found the corresponding characteristic legacy and become a Baron. Baron. When the members of the Sanguine looked at Emlyn again, there weren't any looks of doubt and puzzlement. Instead, their eyes were filled with shock, astonishment, and surprise. For the first time in his life, Emlyn was being stared at by his kinsman in such a manner. He suddenly felt ethereal as his mind was filled with joy. This made him wish to proudly tip his chin and say, All of you should be addressing me as Lord. This satisfaction is identical to me buying a doll I've been saving up and craving for. Emlyn sighed silently as he held back his tongue. He wore a faint smile as he slowly surveyed the area. Then, while buttoning his coat, he got up and walked to Cosme Odora's side. After the other Sanguines snapped back to their senses as they looked at the 2 barons with mixed looks, Cosme finally said, The champion of the hunting competition will enter the final list of Viscount candidates and obtain free help for the ritual. In addition, he will also receive a ring created by the ancestor. As he spoke, Cosme took out a silver jewelry box engraved with complicated patterns. Snapping it open, he showed it to all the Sanguine present. It was a translucent ring that seemed to be made of light red amber. It had a blood-red gem embedded in it. It was the size of a fingernail, and it emitted a faint glow. It's called Lilith's Ring. It allows the wearer to be even more charming and always be in the optimal state of being under the full moon. Cosme gave a rough introduction. It can also make the surroundings be under the effect of a full moon. Hence, the corresponding beyonder powers will be greatly enhanced. At the same time, it can also project a door that leads deep into the spirit world. Cosme paused and added, This door is the door of summoning. It can let creatures deep in the spirit world use it to arrive in the real world. However, it can only be used once in a fixed amount of time. When spirit world creatures pass through their door, it's equivalent to signing a corresponding contract with the wearer. They will serve the wearer for a specific amount of time, possibly around 5 minutes. If the service period needs to be maintained for even longer, the wearer needs to personally communicate with a spirit world creature to re-sign a contract that's of a longer duration. Under normal circumstances, the strength of the summoned spirit world creature will be equivalent or slightly stronger than the wearer, but there's the possibility of them being much weaker or much stronger. There was once a Viscount who relied on this ring to summon a demigod-level spirit world creature. The stronger a spirit world creature's strength, the more they can resist the agreement in the door of summoning contract itself and harm the wearer. If you encounter such a situation, you must decisively dispel the projection and end the summoning. Its negative effects is bloodthirsting disease. You will need to drink at least 1 blood vial of human blood every hour to relieve it. Otherwise, your blood will boil and evaporate. In less than 15 minutes, it can cause the death of a baron. I'm not against that. I do yearn to drink blood more frequently, but the problem is that I'm unable to obtain that much blood. Emlyn held back his joy and agitation as he considered how he could resolve the negative effects. At this moment, Cosme turned a glance at him. The additional blood will be provided by the race. Then the problem turns into the modification of a bottle so as to carry around that much blood. Emlyn scanned the other Sanguine, who wore looks of envy and jealousy as he asked, If I don't wear it, will I get the bloodthirsting disease? No. Cosme firmly shook his head. Emlyn stared at Lilith's ring and asked again, If I were to wear it for 59 minutes and take it off, will I get the bloodthirsting disease? Cosme's facial muscles twitched as he said, When you wear the ring, you will be inflicted with the bloodthirsting disease. You have to drink 1 vial of human blood to have it subside for an hour. During this process, if you were to take it off and put it on again, the bloodthirsting disease will be activated again. Regardless of whether it's been an hour or not, you'll have to drink blood again. Do you understand what I'm saying? Of course, this isn't a complicated problem, Emlyn said with a TSK. Cosme retracted his gaze and looked at the other Sanguine. I'll be giving this ring to the champion of this hunting competition, Emlyn White. Congratulations, Emlyn. He turned and extended his right hand towards Emlyn to shake his hand. Then he handed over the blood-colored Lilith's ring to Emlyn. Thank you. Emlyn smiled in a reserved manner. Cosme stopped looking at him as he said to the other sanguine, "There are 2 targets left. They are your prey, and there will still be a reward for them." At 10 p.m., above the gray fog, Klein received Lamino's travels which Imlin had sacrificed, and he learned of the usage of the so-called Lilith's ring. The other aspects aren't noteworthy, but the thing to pay attention to is the door of summoning which leads deep into the spirit world. Perhaps there will come a day when the one passing through that door is an ancient goddess, Lilith? Of course, many conditions need to be met. As Klein made a bold hypothesis, he flipped open Lamino's travels and checked the beyonder powers which Imlin had used and replenished. He used up all the lightning strikes. Traveling is gone as well. This fellow really doesn't feel the pinch when using the powers of others. He added a Wings of Darkness. It can help the user receive an enhancement in speed and the ability of brief flight, as well as it transforming into a colony of illusory blood-sucking bats to attack the enemy. One is full moon. It can make a certain region appear to be in the state of a full moon. One's spirituality would be rejuvenated, and the aspect of death would grow stronger. This is recorded from Lilith's ring. One is Claw of Corrosion. It can cause one's fingernails to grow another segment with mysterious symbols and patterns. They will be sharp enough to slice through steel. It would also come with potent corrosive abilities, making it the nemesis of defensive methods like scales and skin. One is Animal Sense. It can communicate with animals and control them while also sharing their senses. If used well, this has wondrous effects. I've never seen Imlin use it before. What a waste. One is Abyss Shackles. It's a spell belonging to the darkness domain. It can make the darkness or shadows condense into a chain that controls or restrains the enemy. There's no door of summoning. That's right. It should be very difficult to record. With Imlin's personality, he would have given up after a few failures. As Klein flipped through Lamino's travels, he used divination and his mysticism knowledge to interpret the new beyonder powers. Retracting his gaze, he summoned the sea god's scepter over, added a few pages of lightning strike. This was in line with his fear of lacking firepower. Then Klein used the sun brooch to record holy light summoning and holy water creation, allowing Lamino's travels as beyonder powers to become more varied. After doing all of this, he closed the notebook and picked up the mental terror candle. After settling the split personality in the afternoon, he didn't immediately return the mystical item. Instead, he had the idea that since it belonged to the spectator domain, it was possible that it could help him explore the sea of collective subconscious inside Rozelle's travels. Therefore, he planned on delaying it for half a day before returning it to Imlin. To his surprise, he found from his research that the mental terror candle didn't have any effects of placating the mind or eliminating negative emotions. All it could do was let one enter the depths of a target's mind, and from there, one could plan a cue or resolve a problem. Phew. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. Through the bestowment ritual, he returned the mental terror candle and Lamino's travels to Imlin and Furs respectively. Returning to the real world, he had a comfortable bath, and he read some papers and magazines before heading to bed. Amidst his reverie, Klein suddenly woke up, aware that someone had entered his dream. He saw the scene before him change as the sky was dark and deep. They were adorned with resplendent diamonds that left him awed and serene. A distance away, a singing voice sounded. The ethereal and common voice reached straight into his heart. Meanwhile, the clouds moved as the crimson moon half revealed itself, scattering down its mild glow. All of this made Klein feel as though he had arrived in the Evernight goddess's divine kingdom. In the dream, he felt relaxed and comfortable. Klein suddenly realized the situation he was in. This was the arrival of a beyonder from the Church of the Evernight. This beyonder was using the dream to placate the tycoon, Dwayne Dantes, so as to heal the mental scars he suffered in the afternoon. What you are doing only disturbs my sleep. Klein silently sighed helplessly. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 804, Archaeological Team. As he sighed, Klein indulged himself by relaxing like an ordinary person enjoying a rare instance of serenity and comfort in his dream. After about 15 minutes, he finally waited to the point when the church's beyonder that was sent to placate him had left. Finally, I can sleep in peace. Klein planned on opening his eyes out of habit before falling asleep again, but he realized that once he wasn't on high alert and on guard, the remnant sense of tranquility in his dream would allow him to directly fall into a deep slumber. That night, the quality of his sleep was extremely good, and he only managed to wake up at daybreak. Outside, the sun had just peeked out over the horizon, while the moon remained shining in the sky, and there was a slight howl from the winds. Klein lazily dazed in bed for nearly 10 minutes before picking up the golden pocket watch by his bedside table and snapping it open. It's not even 6:30. Should I roll over and continue sleeping, or should I wake up? Klein observed his physical condition and found his mind clear and brimming with energy. He didn't have any hint of feeling lethargic, so he decided to get out of bed to wash up before walking to his balcony to take a look at the orange vista. In this season, due to the wind, Backlund didn't have thick smog. Together with the environmental measures put into place over the past few months, the skies were often blue and the air fresh. The gardeners were already busy in the garden, and the parlor maid and handymen were heading to the market. Other than them, the surroundings were calm and peaceful. This invigorated Klein as he temporarily forgot all his troubles. He felt that the world belonged to him at that moment. With a faint smile, he silently enjoyed the scenery. In the next 15 minutes, servants would walk out from the surrounding houses in pairs or threes. They were either holding baskets or leading horses. The entire borough seemed to come to life as the sunlight grew brighter. This is what life should be like. Klein silently sighed as he had the sudden urge to take a stroll. He turned around and left the balcony and walked to the door. Outside the master bedroom, Richardson was already waiting outside. It was impossible to guess what time he had woken up. This was the most difficult thing about a valet. He needed to sleep later than his employer, but also wake up earlier than him. There's another hour before breakfast. Sir, if you wish for it to be brought forward, the kitchen will be ready within 15 minutes. Richardson didn't ask Dwayne Dantes why he had suddenly woken up so early. Klein chortled and said, "There's no need to bring it forward. I plan on taking a stroll first." "Very well, sir." Richardson entered the bedroom, and based on his employer's suggestion, he chose a coat and helped him wear it. Finally, Klein wore a silk top hat and held a golden-laid cane before walking down to the first floor. Leaving the residence, he strolled down the street that was lined with Intis parasol trees and black street lamps until he reached the other end. Along the way, each residence's garden emanated a faint fragrance as the green leaves of the trees created a sense of tranquility from high above. Pedestrians were in pairs or threes in what seemed like a sparse street. The occasional carriage that drove by would break the silence before quickly leaving. Klein enjoyed the morning, taking in the pleasantness of waking up early. He felt that the negative emotions from yesterday were evaporating bit by bit and vanishing. Beyonders need to learn how to create conditions for themselves to regulate their moods. By taking this stroll, the bishops at St. Samuel Cathedral will likely know that Dwayne Dantes has completely recovered. They won't disturb my sleep in the middle of the night. As Klein's thoughts wandered, his gaze swept past 39 Buckland Street. It was Member of Parliament Mock's residence. Its external perimeter was in the form of sharp iron rods, allowing passers-by to appreciate the beauty of the garden within through the gaps. While moving his gaze away, Klein saw a familiar figure. It was Hazel with her long black-green hair and dark brown eyes. This beautiful and proud lady was strolling through the garden's trails with her maid, looking around from time to time. She woke up early as well. Her quality of sleep is excellent because she doesn't need to head down the sewers in the middle of the night. Klein lampooned and retracted his gaze as he continued proceeding forward. Glancing at Richardson, who was silently following behind him, Klein suddenly thought of the news reports, magazine articles, and novels he had recently read about the southern continent. He consciously kept up with the content of that region because that would flesh out his persona as Dwayne Dantes. After all, a lot of what he knew about the southern continent stemmed from the pirates, adventurers, and the Fog Sea's strongest hunter, Anderson. He had no idea if they were exaggerated or fabricated. The information I've read recently and in the past were about people who struck it rich in the southern continent before returning or had just decided to stay there. This makes Backlund residents believe that there's gold everywhere in the southern continent and that there are opportunities to strike it rich. Even common wood and sap can be used for many things, allowing one to exchange for plenty of pounds. That's why the kingdom frequently goes to war with countries like Fasak and Intis to vie for the colonial lands. If not for the commoners' inability to save up for the ferry tickets or dare to smuggle themselves there, I'm sure a large number of people would swarm it. As Klein's thoughts whirred, he casually asked his valet, "What's your impression of the southern continent?" He remembered that Richardson was born in a manor over there. He had only been brought to Backlund when he was an adult. Richardson paused for a few seconds and said, "Sir, I actually do not know much about the southern continent because I was spending most of my time in the manor. I had few opportunities to head out. Just tell me of your impressions, your true impressions. You don't have to hold back. I just want to have a general understanding. As you know, they all believe me to be an expert of the southern continent, but in fact, my experiences are only limited to a few places and merchants," Klein said with a chuckle. Richardson nodded and bowed his head as he looked at his toes that were walking forward. "My impression of the southern continent is hunger, exhaustion, pain, as well as pining for the world after death. Hunger, exhaustion, pain." Klein repeated those 3 words as he walked into Backlund Street without making any further inquiry. Eastchester County, in a building beside Stone University. Audrey was looking at the collections obtained by the Relic Search and Preservation Foundation. She had originally planned on coming on Tuesday afternoon, but Associate Professor Michelle Duth had participated in an academic conference in Backlund, therefore only returning today. As a result, she had no choice but to change her plans. This pair of boots was discovered by a farmer in a mountainous ruins in stone. Its shape and traits matched the societal trends of the Fourth Epoch. Michelle introduced the item inside the glass cabinet to the beautiful aristocrat. Audrey looked over with interest and discovered that the ends of the boots were curled like a clown's. The heights of the curled parts weren't uniform. One was 3 centimeters and the other was 5 centimeters. They didn't look like a pair. The Fourth Epoch's asymmetrical style. I wonder what level it is for 3 on the left and 5 on the right. Audrey retracted her gaze and followed Associate Professor Michelle to the next exhibit. At the end of the tour, Michelle pointed at the glass case diagonally ahead of them and said, "This coat of arms was delivered a few days ago. It involves the very ancient worship of dragons." Dragons? Audrey strode forward in a reserved manner and saw a grayish-white dragon with its wings spread out engraved on the coat of arms. "Where does it come from?" Audrey asked just as she did before. Michelle answered, "It's from a village named Heartlark. This Loanese word doesn't have an archetype in ancient Fasak. Apparently, it was written like how it's read, Heartlark. That's the village which I previously visited that had the folk tradition of worshipping dragons. In the sea of collective subconscious of the people there, there's a mind dragon in it." The 20-Year War notebook, which I previously obtained from Associate Professor Michelle, was from a local knight named Lindalira. He was suspected to have something to do with that mind dragon. Audrey nodded in thought as she deliberated over her words, wishing to ask about the person who had found the coat of arms. At that moment, Associate Professor Michelle's expression turned abnormally heavy. Accompanying the discovery of this coat of arms was a tragedy. A tragedy? Audrey didn't hide her surprise. Associate Professor Michelle sighed and said, "An archaeological team entered the village to study the folk tradition of worshipping dragons, but that night, one of the members went mad. And this mental illness was apparently contagious. The entire archaeological team later went mad, killing themselves or each other. In the end, none of them survived. This coat of arms was found among their remains. It was first taken away by the police, and after confirming that it's without problems, only then did they donate it to us. An archaeological team entered the village, and the members went mad one after another." Audrey's eyes dilated as she inwardly repeated Associate Professor Michelle's words. Suddenly, an idea came to mind. Psychology alchemists. The members of the archaeological team were members of the psychology alchemists. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 805, Meeting Up. Inside the building of the Relic Search and Preservation Foundation, Audrey, whose thoughts were undergoing an upheaval, blinked. She took note of her body language and expressions as she drew a crimson moon on her chest in a half-genuine manner. She said with a sigh, "What a tragedy. I hope that their spirits can rest in peace." The reason she had guessed that the archaeological team had comprised of members of the psychology alchemists was that she had previously received a mission to help the organization obtain a notebook related to the 20-Year War from Associate Professor Michelle. And this notebook belonged to the knight from Heartlark Village, Lindalira. Back then, Audrey had made a request to Mr. Fool and relied on magic mirror divination to determine the origins of the notebook. She discovered that it was deeply connected to the village that worshipped dragons. As she knew ahead of time that there was a mind dragon hiding within the sea of collective subconscious, She ultimately chose to hand over the notebook to the psychology alchemist in consideration of her lacking sequence and strength. That also meant that the psychology alchemist had quite a significant chance of locking onto Heartlark Village through the notebook before heading over to find their target. Another factor that Audrey used in her judgment was the strange mental illness that the archaeological team suffered. It had spread like a plague, causing the people to go mad in batches. In the real world, there was a probability that mental illnesses were hereditary, but it was almost impossible to be contagious. But in the mysterious world, in the world of the mind and consciousness, chaos and madness could be spread to others through spirit channeling, dreams, and the subconscious. And hidden in Heartlark Village was a mind dragon that had lived for years. The psychology alchemist had found Heartlark Village through the notebook, and the threatened mind dragon used this ingenious method to spread mental corruption. He might have achieved this through the sea of collective subconscious. The Beyonder world sure is dangerous. This small team must have been formed by a selection of Beyonders, but they ended their lives in such a simple and ridiculous manner. As Audrey thought about it, she was glad that she had made a sufficiently rational decision. She hadn't willfully used the Knight's notebook to explore Heartlark Village. Otherwise, there would probably have been an addition name to the list of members who went mad. Thanks to Mr. Fool. Thanks to the other members of the Tarot Club. Thanks to Kalangos who previously infiltrated in disguise. They allowed me to still recognize the hidden dangers despite my lack of actual experience in the domain of mysticism. It made me sufficiently cautious. Audrey silently thought in gratitude. At that moment, her recalling her performance when she first joined the Tarot Club had made her wish to bury her head in her pillows to roar at herself. Audrey, you were that naive and immature back then. Thankfully, you met Mr. Fool. If it were any other secret existence, you would have long gone mad or turned into a monster. Mr. Fool is such a nice man. No, such a nice Orthodox god. By the side, Associate Professor Michel noticed that Audrey had been silent. He said with a heavy nod, "Yes, it truly is a tragedy that strikes one with fear. I only wish that the government has already handled the matter and prevented the contagious mental illness from becoming a plague. Don't worry, unless that mind dragon loses control and plans to challenge the three churches, there won't be any more victims of that mental illness." Audrey replied silently. From her point of view, the official Beyonders had already taken on the case. After all, a contagious mental illness was definitely going to be under the purview of the official Beyonders. Therefore, the dragon coat of arms in the glass case must have been determined to be fine before being donated to the Foundation. The police department didn't have such authority. While Audrey felt pity for the archaeological team who were suspected to be psychology alchemist members, as though she had experienced the tragedy for herself, she was curious if the mind dragon remained in the vicinity of Heartlark Village. To hide in the sea of collective subconscious with one's actual body would probably make it difficult to be discovered. However, the three churches have a long history. In the Fourth Epoch, or even earlier, they must have had bouts with mind dragons, so perhaps they have the corresponding records about it. Besides, the psychology alchemist is in control of the spectator pathway and has the existence of high-sequence Beyonders. Their comprehension of the sea of collective subconscious can't be much weaker than the mind dragons. After suffering a terrible failure due to the lack of information, they will definitely send a very powerful team. Although that mind dragon was stronger than what the psychology alchemists expected, it probably wouldn't stay there to be discovered. It should have left. Audrey made an inference based on what she knew. She didn't have any thoughts of visiting Heartlark Village to figure out the truth, because she long knew that the present her lacked the strength to deal with the mind dragon. Her only intentions were to mention the matter at the next Tarot Club and see if the other members could provide any feedback or any valuable knowledge. For example, it might be that the mind dragon had entered the sea of collective subconscious because of the local worship of dragons, or it could be that the mind dragon's inhabitation of the sea of collective subconscious caused the villagers to dream of it, thus being subconsciously influenced and having the tradition of worshipping the dragon. On Friday afternoon, Klein received the invitation list for the ball tomorrow. He began to seriously memorize the topics he needed to discuss with different guests. When meeting Member of Parliament mocked, I need to make remarks about the recent Gadir in Backlund and make a few jokes about the Lone Kingdom Imperial Science Institute. As Klein memorized each line, he suddenly heard stacked illusory pleas. A man. Based on how long it's been, it's most likely Mr. Hanged Man. In thought, Klein put down the piece of paper in his hand and gulped down a mouthful of black tea before leaving the half-open room with a big balcony to head for the master bedroom's bathroom. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog, and he discovered that it was indeed the hangman. This man had requested the Honorable Fool to inform the world that he had arrived at the capital of the Rorsted Archipelago, city of Generosity Biome. He could head for the primitive island in 2 days after he replenished his supplies. He wanted the world to begin preparations so that they could meet in time. He also indicated that if he lacked the means to head for the primitive, he could arrange for the world to secretly board the Blue Avenger. Board the Blue Avenger and bring a bunch of sailors from the Church of Storms to the vicinity of the primitive island? How long can the Sanguine's anesthetic gas you bought from Imlin last? Will there be enough time to explore? Klein thought for a moment and conjured the world Gehrman Sparrow, making him pray devoutly. There's no need to go through that much trouble. You should have freedom of movement in Biome. Meet at the cemetery outside the city at midnight today. Before that, replenish your stores. Biome, in. Alger frowned slightly after hearing the world Gehrman Sparrow's words. He did have freedom of movement in the city of Generosity. This was because the sailors were eager to head to places like the Red Theater. They were definitely not returning tonight, and after waking up in the day, it was almost certain that they would head to a casino to gamble to let themselves loose. It was to vent the repression and misery that resulted from drifting out at sea for extended periods of time. That also meant that even if Alger disappeared for a night and a day, no one would discover it. Is the world implying that we use this interval? That is indeed better than using the Sanguine's anesthetic gas. I've already used it twice, so who knows if someone is already suspicious about it and is waiting for his theory to be validated. But without a ship, how do we head for the primitive island? Oh, Lamino's travels. Miss Magician did mention that it has the beyonder power of teleportation. However, there's only 1 page, making it impossible for a return trip. Alger relied on his strong ability to connect matters to vaguely guess at Gehrman Sparrow's intent, but he believed that the necessary conditions were lacking. With these doubts in mind, he found his contact with the Resistance and replenished his storm charms that were made with tin. When it was 11 at night, Alger secretly left his inn and headed out of the city under the shadows. He wasn't worried that the sailors would discover his disappearance because he too had physical needs. It was possible that he was sleeping in a lady's bed in the Red Theater and was unwilling to return. And there were many such brothels in Biome, with many prostitutes in existence. It was impossible to say that there was something wrong with him because he wasn't at the Red Theater. Once he left Biome, Alger walked on a narrow road where horse carriages couldn't pass as he headed for the mountainside of the mountain range beside the sea. Suddenly, his gaze froze as he noticed something. Under the crimson moonlight's illumination, the mountain that originally existed had vanished. And the area underneath, such as the piled stones, vegetation, and terrain, changed almost completely. Alger had come from the Resistance's private harbor earlier. He hadn't managed to pay close attention to the mountain, hence he only noticed the abnormality at that moment. The mountain collapsed. It actually collapsed. Right, it was previously mentioned in the papers that Biome encountered a shallow earthquake, with its might being focused in the mountain range outside the city. Also, the church's deacon said that Gehrman Sparrow nearly destroyed Biome, and that matter had demigods involved. Both of them occurred during the same period. Could it be caused by Gehrman Sparrow? He instigated a demigod-level battle, and he managed to successfully escape while killing Admiral of Blood? Alger's pupils dilated as his footsteps slowed down to a halt. He suddenly understood why the Church of Storms had placed great importance on Gehrman Sparrow, and why he had a bounty worth as much as 50,000 pounds. In the undamaged cemetery up ahead, a cold wind blew across it and towards Alger in the silent night. It made him tremble involuntarily. At that moment, Alger's heart stirred as he turned his head to look right. Underneath a giant tree, a figure quickly outlined itself in the shade. This figure had his hand on his top hat while he slowly looked up, revealing a thin face and cut features. The emotionless dark brown eyes were none other than Gehrman Sparrow's. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 806. Entering the island in the middle of the night. He did teleport over. How extravagant. Alger tensed up before relaxing. However, he did not let his guard down at all. Upon meeting Gehrman Sparrow again, he discovered that there wasn't much of a change to him. However, his every action had the indescribable air of a powerhouse, and the profundity he exuded left him apprehensive. As expected of the crazy adventurer who can instigate a battle of demigod proportions while escaping unscathed, the slight bit of smugness of having become a Sequence 5 vanished from Alger. He slowly walked over with lantern in hand. When he saw Gehrman Sparrow, he deliberately probed. The traces you left behind might not vanish for the next few centuries or even millennia. He was trying to confirm if the mountain's collapse had anything to do with Gehrman Sparrow. Klein shot a glance at the modified terrain as he released his grip on his top hat and smiled in a gentlemanly manner. The one who contributed the most in causing this damage was Sea King. Man, he actually triggered a demigod battle that could have destroyed Biome, causing Sea King to directly attack. Yet, despite such circumstances, he survived and left with Admiral of Blood. It's completely unimaginable and unbelievable. Alger began to suspect if Gehrman Sparrow had a Grade 1 sealed artifact on him, an item at the demigod level. He didn't express his shock and surprise, nor did he dare to probe further. Instead, he asked, "Do you plan on heading to that primitive island now?" "Of course," Klein answered calmly. It was late at night, a period when Dwayne Dantes was asleep. No one would disturb him, but he had to show himself once it was daytime. Of course, to prevent any unexpected circumstances, Klein had summoned a Rhodes to monitor the mirror illusion and provide a response. It's thanks to the Church of Evernight for having ended its dream treatment of Mr. Tycoon. Otherwise, I would definitely have to delay the operation. Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Alger observed himself and discovered that he wasn't able to obtain any mystical item in such a short span of time. He then took out an iron-black ring that protruded out like a thorn and wore it on his left thumb. Bearing with the excruciating headache, he nodded slightly. "I hope for a pleasant partnership." Then he saw Gehrman Sparrow walk over with a stoic expression, reach out his hand, and grab his shoulder. At that instant, Alger's first reaction was that Gehrman Sparrow was attacking him. He instinctively wanted to turn to the side to dodge his attack, only to recall his previous guess. Amidst his racing thoughts, he withheld his subconscious reaction and allowed the crazy adventurer to place his palm on his left shoulder. Right on the heels of that, he noticed Gehrman Sparrow's left hand turn transparent, as though it was bearing the shadows of the spirit world. Then the blacks before his eyes grew darker, and the crimson moon turned brighter. All kinds of colors seemed to layer upon one another. Countless nearly formless figures receded backwards, as Alger tore through the spirit world with Gehrman Sparrow's help. Creeping hunger. Teleport. So that's how it is. Just as he had such a thought surface in his mind, he saw his body plummet as the saturated colors around him receded. Everything had returned to normal. Beach reef trees. This is a deserted island. Alger surveyed the area and was just about to speak when the colors around him saturated as the layered phenomenon happened once again. This time, when he left the spirit world, he was in midair with undulating waves beneath him. Although Alger had never worked with Gehrman Sparrow in actual combat before, the experienced him immediately created a spiraling wind and allowed them to float. It was a tacit display of teamwork. Hence, the teleportation triggered successfully once again as Alger's and Gehrman Sparrow's figures rapidly phased away. When the surroundings were restored again, the two had arrived at the periphery of a gigantic island. There was a heavy mist in midair that the crimson moonlight was unable to fully penetrate. This not only failed to disperse the darkness in the forest and mountain, but it also added an eerie charm to it. "We're here," Alger said as he looked around. Klein wore an indifferent expression, but in fact, he was cautiously observing his surroundings. He found a place extremely quiet. There weren't any birds tweeting, wolves howling, or bugs chirping. It exuded a deathly silence. As though guessing his feelings, Alger raised the lantern and illuminated the shrubs ahead, where there was a natural trail made up of beast-type footprints. He said, "If you come in a day, it will be quite a lively sight. You will even see birds that only exist in myths fly in the forest. But at night, the power that rules this place will change. Many Beyonder creatures will hide as they await daybreak. Mr. Hangman has come here more than once. At the very least, he has the experience of a day and night here." Klein silently nodded without speaking further. Alger thought for 2 seconds and pointed ahead. "If we follow this trail and enter the dark forest all the way to the end, we will arrive at that ancient ruins of unknown age. On the way, we can hunt the Beyonder creatures that we encounter and are able to deal with. If it's killed independently, the corresponding ingredients will belong to the killer. Those we jointly killed will be held in your custody. When we leave this place, we can take turns to choose. We will determine the owner based on our contribution to decide who has the priority to choose, as well as the number of priority choices. Instead of being in a rush to take action, he first made clear the route and the plan to split the loot. It was to prevent any conflict that would result from the exploration. To let me have custody of the loot we receive from a joint kill. Mr. Hangman is being very sincere. Klein raised his right hand and pressed down his half-top hat and chuckled. No problem. Alger heaved a sigh of relief and continued. Our main goal is to explore that ancient ruins. The spoils we obtain along the way are supplementary. Once we finish the exploration, it's best we leave immediately without heading to the other zones or taking other paths. As for anything in the future, it's up to you to decide when and where you would like to explore. Alger emphasized this matter because he was afraid of Gehrman Sparrow's greed. After all, Beyonders were not perpetual machines. There was bound to be a point when they were exhausted. After a round of explorations, they were bound to be close to their limits. If they were to force themselves to hunt Beyonder creatures in other zones, perhaps the identities of hunter and prey would switch. Even if the crazy adventurer was very powerful and unafraid of such danger, to be in a state of drained spirituality would trigger signs of losing control. Do you think I'm not sharing the same thoughts as you? I'm the one worried that you'd be the one who's overly greedy, rashly proceeding deeper just to obtain more. Klein smiled and said, I'm a polite person. Polite? Alger was a little puzzled by Gehrman Sparrow's choice of words. The corners of Klein's mouth curled as his expression turned darker in the darkness. When visiting someone's place for the first time, overstaying would be impolite. This fellow's train of thought and logical behavior is completely different from that of a normal person's. As expected of a crazy adventurer. Alger was first taken aback before he raised the lantern and took a step forward in the dim red shadows. Let's set off. Klein allowed his hands to naturally droop down as he walked beside Alger, like he was on a hike. The two quickly entered the dark forest that had nearly zero moonlight shining in. They saw that the trees were thick and tall with luxuriant leaves. Even the smallest trees were thicker than the span of a person's arm. And the trait they all had in common was that the bark appeared scaly. They were densely packed together as though they would come to life or squirm at any moment. It's like a mutated Drago tree. The snake-scaled tree. Klein retracted his gaze and noticed the weeds at his feet that didn't seem problematic. None of them spoke as they maintained a state of abnormal silence. They didn't wish to say anything to eliminate the awkwardness just because it was too quiet. As they walked, the duo saw the distribution of trees ahead turn sparser thanks to the lantern's light. Hum, hum, hum. A dull knocking sound echoed through the area. As Alger and Gehrman approached, it became clearer and more obvious. When the duo entered the sparse area, the lantern's light finally revealed hunched or prostrate figures. Amongst these figures were humans, baboons, goats, and tigers. They were either holding rocks or using their claws and teeth to constantly burnish the stacked trees and rocks as though they were building a palace. Without the obstruction from the luxuriant leaves, the crimson moonlight that penetrated the heavy mist cloaked these figures, dyeing them with a faint blood-red layer. There are humans. Klein's eyes focused as he immediately spread his left fingers. Alger slowed down, preparing his vocal cords to be activated at any moment. Suddenly, the figures seemed to sense something as they stopped their actions in unison before uniformly turning around to look at the two outsiders. They either had pale faces, withered skin, or festering bodies. None of them looked alive. Corpses. A Beyonder creature is driving these corpses to build a palace for it. Klein cast his gaze past them and saw a dark cave that led deep into the ground. The surroundings were covered in weeds as white feathers stained with yellow oil scattered among them. Feathers. Corpses. These instantly reminded Klein of the products of the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death project, as well as the infectious aura that made him grow feathers. This own sovereign won't be weak. He calmly made a judgment. At that moment, Alger, who had carefully observed for a while, hesitated for 2 seconds before suggesting, I've never seen such a situation before. I'm not sure of the level of the Beyonder creature. Why don't we circle around it and choose a target which we have more confidence in? His instincts told him that something extremely dangerous was hiding in the dark underground cave. I was waiting for you to say that. Maintaining his persona as Gehrman Sparrow, Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he chuckled. Will this be impolite? Just as he said that, the land quaked as though a creature beneath them was rolling over in its bed. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 807, Mediocre Luck. Sensing the land quake, Alger's heart tightened as he glanced at Gehrman Sparrow, using his actions to replace his words. The sound of wind howled beside him, allowing him to run more easily and quickly to the side. The reason why Alger had done so was because he was worried that Gehrman Sparrow would suddenly go mad and decide to hunt the terrifying creature inside the dark underground cave. If that were to happen, even if they ultimately clinched a victory, it would have been extremely disadvantageous for the subsequent explorations. As an experienced sailor, he knew that decisive action spurred companions who remained indecisive into subconsciously following his actions. Upon seeing this, Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he gave up the discussion about politeness. He widened his stride and ran behind the hangman. Following that, he sensed a strong wind blow at his feet, thrusting him forward. This significantly reduced his need to overcome gravity, allowing him to obtain additional mobility that instantly doubled his speed. Amidst the rustling sounds, Klein and Alger ran out of the sparse woods and circled around the flank of the eerie darkness. At this moment, their heartbeats suddenly slowed. It was as though they hadn't been engaging in intense exercise, and were instead in a state of reverie that resulted from the tanning of the afternoon sun. Klein immediately felt his body turn cold as an inexplicable and baffling sense of gloom arose as they tried invading his body. Meanwhile, he saw the light from Alger's lantern be swallowed inch by a gigantic black shadow. A corresponding scene naturally surfaced in his mind. In the depths of the dark underground cave, a thick, humongous serpent snaked out. It had dark green scales with exaggerated eyes that seemed to burn with fire. In between its scales were white feather covered in yellow, oily stains. Along its back was a pair of thick wings that could be spread. While slithering and flying, this giant serpent raised its body high, coiling itself around a thick tree and extending its pitch-black tongue. It stared intently at the two figures that had barged into the surrounding area. Around it, the trees were rapidly withering along with the weeds. Countless corpses burrowed out of the soil as invisible shadows surged to its side. Feathered serpent. It was a feathered serpent. In the southern continent, it was a symbol of holiness. It was the emblem of the descendants of death, the Eggers family. Klein and Alger didn't pause as they held back the coldness of their bodies and their slowing heartbeats. Under the intense winds, they charged into the depths of the dark forest, pulling a distance away from the sparse trees. Ba-dum. Ba-dum, ba-dum. The duo's heartbeats gradually returned to normal as the coldness of their bodies were dispersed by the heat generated from the intense exercise. Klein's spiritual intuition told him that the danger had passed. Hence, he slowed down his pace and turned a glance back. He said calmly while facing the depth of the darkness, "The demigod-level feathered serpent." Demigod level? Alger similarly slowed down as the blood vessel in his forehead pulsed. He paused for 2 seconds and exhaled lightly. Don't worry about it. The Beyonder creatures here are very territorial. Unless they wish to hunt, they will not enter other zones, especially when it's near the mountain. That feathered serpent wouldn't chase after us. Klein nodded and said, the Beyonder creatures here are very strong. Alger retracted his gaze and replied with a shake of his head. No, there are also many weak ones. I've been here at night before, but I've only discovered the traces left behind by Beyonder creatures at the demigod level without encountering them. I actually encountered one this time. Such matters are mainly about luck. The chances of this happening again isn't too high. As a seafarer, being able to calculate was a necessary ability. Are you looking down on me, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck? Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh as he said with a deadpan expression, absolute judgments often result in the opposite results. When translated into Earth speak, it was, don't raise death flags. In fact, if it wasn't a feathered serpent at the demigod level, and instead was something at sequence 5, Klein would be happy to bully it. After all, with Azek's copper whistle in hand, the Beyonder creatures in the death domain would lose at least half their combat strength. As for encountering a Beyonder creature at the demigod level, he wasn't too alarmed. This was because the Hanged Man had previously mentioned it, and he had made the corresponding preparations. He had the Fate Siphon Charm, 3 pages of demigod-level Beyonder powers in Lamino's travels, and the ability to travel. Although it wasn't necessarily the case that he could resist a demigod, it was enough to help him create opportunities to escape. As long as I do not encounter angels. Klein silently added inwardly. After hearing Gehrman's sparrow, Alger was somewhat puzzled. This was because the crazy adventurer was clearly informing him to be more careful and cautious. A cold and crazy fellow? That's right. If he's just crazy, he wouldn't have lived to this day. Alger looked up at the sky as he tried hard to look past the mist and distinguish the blurry stars. After 2 minutes, he retracted his gaze and pointed in a direction. We'll head in that direction. Klein had long drawn his iron-black death knell. He allowed the muzzle to naturally point downward as he silently followed alongside Alger. He wore a cold and composed expression that had no signs of anxiety. After traversing the extremely dim forest for some time, Alger suddenly stopped. As he looked to his left, he said in a deep voice, "If we head forward more, there will be an illusory chime tree. I hope to handle it by myself. The second Beyonder creature we encounter will be handled by you. I won't involve myself in the hunt. Unless you can't handle it alone." Alger swallowed the second half of his sentence. He wasn't like the hunters who were often seen at sea, people who often couldn't hold their tongues as they habitually said things that infuriated others. The main Beyonder ingredient which Miss Justice needs. Mr. Hanged Man has quite a bit of adventuring experience under his belt. He knows that being frank at times is more useful than concealing matters, and that negotiating is more effective than scheming. Klein maintained Gehrman Sparrow's persona as he nodded with a hint of gentlemanliness amidst his coldness. Okay. If you can't deal with it, it's best you shout for help. Otherwise, I'll treat it as your persistence. The style of a crazy adventurer appears to be different from hunters, but in certain aspects, they are surprisingly similar. Alger silently drew a breath as he continued forward with his lantern. As they walked, they heard weak chiming sounds, and they immediately felt as though they were home, their bodies and mind at ease. Klein acutely sensed that his wariness was melting away in an irreversible manner. No matter how much he emphasized it to himself, he was unable to tense up. At that instant, he even had the urge to head for the source of the chimes, believing that there was something extremely dear and familiar to him located over there. As they were quite a distance away, the chiming was sporadic. Klein was barely able to hold himself back as he turned to look at Mr. Hangman. Alger no longer looked as staid as before. The eyes of his rugged face were slightly red. It was unknown if he had recalled something that caused him to plunge into some emotional state. I wonder what Mr. Hangman looks like when he's crying. It must be quite terrifying. Klein couldn't help but muse. At this moment, Alger said softly with a hoarse voice, "Leave it to me." Just as he said that, he put down the lantern and slightly turned the sinister ring on his left thumb. He made the protruded thorn that looked like it was stained with old bloodstains turn brighter. This was his mystical item, Whip of Mind. Its side effects was to place the wearer in a state of a constant headache, one so bad that the wearer would yearn to slam their head into a wall. However, at that moment, the excruciating headache made Alger maintain his basic lucidity amidst the chimes without being truly hypnotized. At times, a side effect might actually provide benefits to the wearer. As Alger remained poignant, he took out a wooden box from his pocket and snapped it open. Inside it was a gray rat. Mr. Hanged Man wishes to use the rat as bait so as to attract the illusory chime tree's attention before taking the opportunity to attack it? Not bad. He made adequate preparations. He already had a detailed plan ahead of time. As an experienced adventurer, Klein instantly guessed the Hanged Man's thought processes. Alger held up the rat and shook it when his expression suddenly turned odd. The gray rat was no longer moving. It wasn't breathing and was cold. It wasn't able to take on the responsibility of being bait. Back when they encountered the demigod-level feathered serpent, although Alger was in the periphery of the entity's focus and had escaped quickly without being overly affected, the gray rat he carried with him was only an ordinary animal. It didn't have a strong constitution and vitality, so it perished from the effects of the feathered serpent. It's dead. It's dead. Mr. Hangman now understand the principle. Plans often can't keep up with change. His luck is mediocre. Upon seeing this scene, Klein couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He wanted to laugh, but he didn't make a sound, afraid that it would destroy his persona. Such situations were rare to the experienced and meticulous hangman. Alger quickly reined in his emotions as he proceeded forward with the dead gray rat. Klein bent down and reached out for the lantern as he unhurriedly followed behind him. The chimes grew clearer as it made them more and more silent. with the urge to run towards it becoming greater. After taking another few steps forward, Klein finally saw that strange tree. Above its brownish-green trunk were thin cracks. Deep inside each crack was a darkness that looked as though different eyes were growing inside them. The branches that extended outwards had chime-like metal-gray objects hanging from them. They were swaying automatically, letting out melodious sounds. And on the branch closest to the trunk, there was a fist-sized, colorless, translucent fruit. Alger stared in that direction as he pressed at his throat before saying to Gehrman Sparrow with a heavy voice, "It's best you cover your ears and converge your spirituality." Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 808. Awful Singing. Upon hearing the hanged man, Klein's heart skipped a beat. He had an ominous premonition as he ignored his persona, put down the lantern, and took out 2 slips of paper. He then crumpled them into a ball and stuffed them into his ears. Seeing Gehrman Sparrow do it without any questions, Alger heaved a sigh of relief. He reflected on how nice it was to work with an experienced fellow. Even though he was an adventurer known to be crazy, he was someone who followed reasonable instructions. He knew what and what not to do. Just as he was about to throw the dead rat, which still retained some of its warmth, at the illusory chime tree to divert its attention, he suddenly saw the shrub shake as a yellow-skinned, black-striped tiger appeared. Amidst the melodic chimes, the tiger walked towards the strange tree normally, but its eyes were glazed over. It felt indescribably creepy. When Alger saw this, he lowered his arm and abandoned his attempt of throwing the dead rat. Resisting the headache, he calmly watched as the tiger walked closer to the tree due to the growing influence of the melody. It crouched down, raised its right claw, and bared its claws, slicing itself at the neck. Despite the oozing blood, the tiger seemed to have lost all sense of pain. It continued digging in deeper, engorging the wound before it began to skin itself, revealing a naked body covered in mangled flesh and blood. The chimes gradually weakened as the branch suddenly came alive. It extended downwards, stabbing into the tiger's sorry, unprotected body. Alger, who was already prepared, immediately drew his dagger, opened his mouth, and sang hoarsely, "Break, break, break. On thy cold gray stones, O sea. Break, break, break. At the foot of thy crags, O sea one." His voice had bold overtones, but it was completely out of tune. It was at complete odds with the comprehension of both humans and creatures. It was a jarring boom that had a metallic sound to it. It was filled with a power that left one frustrated and disgusted. Meanwhile, the illusory chime tree's branches trembled as they retracted like they were huddling together. Following that, a melodious chime lessened the terrifying noise to a small extent. At Alger's side, although Klein had used paper balls to stuff his ears and had converged his spirituality, he immediately felt his forehead's blood vessels throb. He instantly had the urge to kill the singer and destroy everything before him. Furthermore, his mind had the feeling of being ripped apart. His muscles and vessels were squirming as a result. Others charge people money to sing, but Mr. Hanged Man's singing charges you with death. Klein lampooned as he resisted the irascibility in his heart. Break, break, break. Every word Alger said burst out like waves striking reefs. Bolts of silver lightning descended in turns, as though in euphoric praise. As silver flashes lit up one after another, they smote down at the illusory chime tree's surface, causing it to tremble incessantly. Its branches shook in a numb and random manner, making it difficult for it to produce the melodic, hypnotic music. Alger took this opportunity as he threw the dead rat and thrust the dagger in his hand forward. With a howling wind, invisible blades swooshed over, slicing at the branch at the top and nearest to the illusory chime tree's trunk. Concha. The colorless, palm-sized, translucent fruit fell as it was swept up by a gust of wind and flew into Alger's palm. The tree bark, which was covered with eye-like cracks, froze as the remaining branches drooped down, having lost their ability to move. Indeed, as long as you gather the correct intel ahead of time, beyonder vegetation at the same level is a lot easier to deal with than animals due to its lack of intelligence. Alger took out a golden container he had prepared, and he put away the illusory chime tree's fruit. Then, he turned around to look at Gehrman Sparrow. "Let's continue." He suddenly stopped speaking as the word "forward" vanished from his vocal cords. At that instant, he saw Gehrman Sparrow's cold expression looking somewhat warped. The whites around his brown irises were slightly red, as though he would unleash an attack upon him at any moment. Alger felt tense as he slowly drew a gasp and completed his sentence. "Let's continue forward." "Let's go," Gehrman Sparrow replied softly. He first circled around the withered illusory chime tree and walked deep into the dark forest. He didn't get any bark, branches, or materials that were rich in spirituality, because they were bound to encounter many Beyonder creatures later. Furthermore, he didn't have any so-called storage artifacts. Naturally, he left whatever space he had for worthwhile spoils. Besides, having too many things on him would only weigh him down and prevent him from fully displaying the agility of a clown. Unfortunately, those are materials without any vitality or blood, making it impossible to enter Grozel's travels. I can let my marionette bring them in, but that will be very troublesome and detrimental to the subsequent exploration. As Klein sighed, he calmed his mind, extricating himself from the remnant effects of the hangman's singing. This was the most jarring and terrible singing that he had heard in both his lives. If the hangman continued for another 1 or 2 minutes, he couldn't guarantee that he could stop himself from beating him up. Using just paper balls to stuff my ears and converging my spirituality can only weaken the effects. There's no way to really block it out. Even a deaf person can hear it. This includes an exchange at the spirituality level. This is probably the most indefensible attack from an ocean songster. Furthermore, there's no way of dodging it once it happens. There's only lightning strike, which can be dodged ahead of time. This is a rather powerful sequence 5 as well. However, why does Mr. Hangman's singing feel completely different from Elven songster Ciatas's? As Klein summarized and analyzed his experience, he was somewhat puzzled. At this moment, the lantern-holding Alger, who was walking beside him, couldn't help but consider a question. Even Gehrman's sparrow can't stand my singing. How should I act as an ocean songster? In that silent environment, the two quickly proceeded forward amidst thick trees that appeared to be covered in snakeskin as they approached the ancient ruins. With a seafarer beside him, Klein saved himself the trouble of using dowsing rod seeking. He focused on watching out for any sudden attacks. The dark and silent environment resembled a horror story. As the two proceeded forward for an unknown amount of time, they discovered that the trees were beginning to systematically become sparse. This was completely different from the situation back when they met the demigod-level feathered serpent. The trees there had abruptly become sparse, while what they were encountering now was a progressive change. It made them have the misconception that they were about to leave the dark forest. After passing through this zone, we will arrive at the periphery of the ancient ruins. Alger broke the silence. He paused and then added seemingly casually, based on my experience, it becomes more dangerous as we approach it. The signs of a demigod creature I found last time were around here. However, oddly, the periphery of the ancient ruins doesn't have any signs of Beyonder creatures. However, I have no idea what lurks deep inside. This is probably because there's an even more terrifying existence inside the ancient ruins. That zone is its territory, so other creatures do not dare to approach. Klein mumbled inwardly. He had a sense for the danger level of this expedition. He had previously performed the corresponding divination above the gray fog, and the revelation he received was that it had its ups and downs, as well as its problems. However, leaving safely wasn't much of a problem. After the hangman said that, Klein chuckled. You likely know what my guess is. He didn't say anything further as he entered the zone with sparse vegetation. Alger silently walked beside him, increasingly convinced about his judgment of Gehrman's sparrow. He was calm and crazy. After proceeding dozens of meters forward, they suddenly saw a pair of ghostly blue eyes situated at where the lantern's glow could reach. It was a black baboon crouched on a branch. Its fur was naturally curled, and its head grew black crystals. These crystals grew upwards in a random manner, forming a strange crown. Upon seeing the black baboon, Klein and Alger simultaneously had the urge to bow their heads to not look directly at it. They felt as though it was the ruler of the nearby region, their sovereign. Sovereign. Alger relied on the excruciating headache which the whip of mind brought him in order to escape its influence as he hurriedly took a step to the left in an attempt to avoid any direct clashes. He left the unknown Beyonder creature to Gehrman's sparrow. They had agreed to it prior. However, despite walking to the left, he ended up walking forward. His legs also hobbled as though he suddenly needed crutches. Subconsciously, Alger drew his dagger, causing sharp wind blades to swish towards the curly-haired baboon. At that moment, the baboon grinned. The wind blades suddenly changed direction in midair, moving in every direction at random to perfectly avoid hitting the target. Upon seeing this scene, Klein gave up his plans on approaching through ordinary methods. His left glove instantly turned transparent as he turned invisible. Alger stopped his actions that resulted from his stress when he saw Gehrman's sparrow in his top hat appear behind the black curly-haired baboon. The distance between them was less than 5 meters. Right on the heels of that, the black curly-haired baboon's body abruptly stiffened as though it lost control of most of its body. It even tried hard to raise its palm, trying hard to dig at its eyes in an attempt to distort something. At this moment, Gehrman's sparrow had already made use of this delay to raise the iron-black revolver in his right hand, aiming the dark barrel at its head. Then, without any emotion, the crazy adventurer pulled the trigger. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 809, The Danger Amidst the Darkness. Bang! The loud gunshot reverberated in the sparse and open region as they extended outwards. If it was an ordinary island with an ordinary forest at night, it would have alarmed the birds and beasts, sending them scattering away. But here, everything remained quiet, so quiet that it didn't seem like any living creatures existed. As for that black curly-haired baboon, its head had burst open, splattering blood and brain matter everywhere like it was raining. The black crystal at its head shattered as well, with not a single piece remaining intact. Klein bent his arm and slowly retracted Death Knell, which was still spewing out smoke. He watched as the mutated curly-haired baboon's stocky body, one more that was muscular than a human's, collapsed to the group. By approaching with traveling, forcefully controlling with Wraith, and seizing the opportunity to deal a lethal strike with Death Knell, it was an instant kill. Klein wasn't doing this to flaunt his strength, but via his observations, he believed that the mutated curly-haired baboon had unique powers. If he didn't quickly finish it off while it didn't understand anything about him, there was a very high chance that the situation would be reversed, making the battle rather tricky. Besides, on such a dangerous primitive island, it was imperative he avoided situations from escalating, for no one knew what things could be lured by an intense battle. Therefore, after Klein possessed the mutated curly-haired baboon with a Wraith, he gave up on a more reliable and more unnoticeable method of controlling spirit body threads, because it took longer. Instead, he chose to cock the gun and use Death Knell to finish it off while it was stiff and slow as a result of the Wraith's influence. The effects were identical to his expectations. The possible accidents that could happen midway were as he imagined. With the help of distortion and disorder, the mutated curly-haired baboon did possess the ability to extricate itself from the unfavorable situation of the Wraith's possession, and it would allow the bullet's trajectory to violate the laws of physics and avoid its body. Unfortunately, its efforts had come to an abrupt stop before it could change any effects. Klein had seized that brief moment of sluggishness to decisively deliver the lethal strike. If he had switched to controlling spirit body threads, the outcome might have been very different. It's worth it to suffer a weakness for this. Furthermore, there's a higher chance of me being needed to use Death Knell later. Compared to realizing what I'm afraid of in a more dangerous environment, it's better to know the problem ahead of time and avoid similar situations. That's the better option. Klein allowed his revolver to point downward as he walked to the side of the mutated curly-haired baboon. At this moment, under the Wraith's control, the Beyonder characteristic of the Beyonder creature rapidly appeared. Alger held up the lantern as he watched this scene from a distance away. It took him nearly a minute to snap back to his senses. Frozen in his mind was ultimately the scene of the flare from Gehrman Sparrow's muzzle and the bursting head of the curly-haired baboon. The disorder they encountered in the beginning had made him understand that the Beyonder creature they had encountered was at a sequence higher than that of the illusory chime tree. It was a relatively difficult creature to deal with, one that required sufficient caution during combat. Furthermore, there wasn't any guarantee of victory. Yet, Gehrman's Sparrow had finished the battle in 3 seconds. The speed at which it happened was as though he was engaging in target practice. Being a Sequence 5 Beyonder as well, the difference was unbelievable. Combining a short-distance teleportation ability and a strange power that can control an enemy for a certain amount of time, along with that astoundingly potent revolver, the effects are unimaginable, terrifying. If I were to encounter it for the first time, I would definitely be killed instantly. And even if I'm prepared, it wouldn't be easy to resist it. The best solution is to use my singing to affect my surroundings indiscriminately. It will prevent Gehrman's Sparrow from successfully completing a teleport, as expected of a crazy adventurer with a bounty of 50,000 pounds. Even without Mr. Fool's help, just him alone isn't weaker than Admiral Hell. It's possible that he's even stronger. While sighing poignantly, Alger reined in his thoughts as he considered how he could deal with the situation if he were in the curly-haired baboon's shoes. Compared to the descriptions from others and his own guesses, witnessing it himself was more convincing and shocking. Inside the corpse of the curly-haired baboon where the shattered black crystal was, a faint blob of light quickly appeared and converged together, turning into a translucent pitch-black fist that was tightly clenched. Indifferently to their thoughts, the fist produced a feeling of strength and sinisterness. The palm's lines, luster, and fingernails seemed to follow ordinary principles, but they were filled with an abnormal charm. It seemed to hide large amounts of madness and disorder. Sequence 5 Mentor of Disorder from the Black Emperor Pathway? I wonder what weakness I received. I hope it's not too odd. I can use Death Knell as much as I want in the next 6 hours. As Klein muttered, he bent down to pick up the Beyonder characteristic and stored it in a prepared metal container. In fact, he could attempt to graze the curly-haired baboon and see if he could obtain the corresponding Beyonder powers of a Mentor of Disorder, so as to swap away his gloves barren of corruption. But ultimately, he gave up on that idea since he wasn't sure what the Beyonder creature had done that made it deserve such torture. His encounter had been an encounter on a battlefield. Ensuring his enemy's death was nothing out of the ordinary, but grazing was an extremely excruciating pain that left a soul yearning for liberation. Klein had his own principles and stubbornness. He didn't easily violate them, and he often cautiously chose his targets. Of course, to him, creatures of lower intelligence were not the same as humans. Even if he attempted to graze it, it wasn't crossing the line. However, many of his past experiences told him that persisting to keep to his principles and not relax the requirements for himself was not only a moral question, but was something to prevent himself from losing himself. He couldn't keep pushing the envelope just because he thought it was nothing. As the trivialities accumulated, it would eventually result in a terrible mistake. In this crazy and chaotic, mysterious world, actions aren't for others to see, but for myself. A person can fool humans and even deities, but they can't fool themselves. I wonder if high-sequence Beyonders from the Spectator Pathway can fool themselves. As Klein's thoughts raced, he took out Grizel's travels that he hid near his chest, intending to smear the curly-haired baboon's blood over its cover. At that moment, his heart tensed up as the hair along his neck stood up. This was an intense premonition of danger. And in this premonition, no scene had surfaced in Klein's mind. Not good. Klein instantly found his heart wrapped in layers of shadows as everything before his eyes seemed to be covered in a layer of dark glass. Without the luxury of time to consider what was happening, the glove on his left palm turned transparent once again. His figure turned invisible before he appeared beside Alger, reaching out to grab his shoulder. At that instant, Alger also sensed the abnormality. His heart contracted and expanded like the source of a storm as his blood surged through his veins and arteries like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, he saw Gehrman Sparrow's right hand, which was grabbing his shoulder. From the fingernails, it was turning gray and turning dull, bit by bit, just like any stone that could be found anywhere in the dark forest. And his feet, knees, and muscles were turning stiff as though they no longer belonged to him. The two figures quickly turned transparent as they vanished from their location and entered a saturated and clearly overlapped spirit world as they quickly traversed it in the direction of the ancient ruins. Suddenly, the red, green, black, and other stacked colors before Klein's eyes uniformly darkened as they produced fine patterns that resembled raven black hair. Raven black hair. A chill rose up from their souls as Klein didn't hesitate to leave the spirit world with the hangman and return to the real world, where they landed in an area mixed with rubble and weed. Not far away was a mostly collapsed building. Through the corner of his eye, the hangman had already turned grayish-white from the waist down, as though he had turned into a stone sculpture. Bah. Klein snapped his fingers, igniting the grass tens of meters away in preparation to leap over. At that moment, he suddenly felt his heart palpitate as his body began to tremble involuntarily. The appearance of the soaring flames was terrifying to him. The weakness Death Knell gave him this time, fear of fire. Seeing the dark glass thicken before his eyes, Klein felt a howling wind sweep him up from below before he could overcome the fear, causing him and Alger to fly up, passing through the invisible border and entering the vicinity of the ancient ruins. Bang! The duo fell to the ground simultaneously, producing the sound of crashing rocks. The thick shadow over their hearts vanished as the danger that hid in the darkness receded like the tide. Phew! Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he saw the grayish-white color that had spread to his elbow turn faint and recede. He felt his physical condition was rapidly recovering after he left that zone. His back was covered in perspiration that soaked his shirt. And what left him most horrified was that he didn't know what monster had attacked him or what powers were used. Did Death Knell's gunshot alarm some monster in the vicinity, or is it the existence that rules over this forest at night? Thankfully, it doesn't dare to enter the vicinity of the ancient ruins. This isn't necessarily good. This means that deep in the ancient ruins is something that makes it fearful. I should be prepared to retreat at any moment. Klein stretched his hands and slowly stood up. At this moment, Alger escaped from that grayish-white layer as he turned his head to glance over. That zone was petrifying us. That zone. Petrification. Klein nodded in thought as he walked towards the mostly collapsed building that was strewn with weeds and covered in vines. He then replied in a deep tone, "The problem now lies ahead." Alger didn't speak further as he sped up his pace, steadily walking by his side. After approaching, Klein looked at the building. His gaze swept the spires and stone columns, as well as the damaged walls that remained standing. He stopped and asked seemingly casually, "What kind of building do you think this ruin was in the past?" Alger remained silent for a few seconds before saying, "Cathedral." "A cathedral. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 8:10. Whose cathedral?" "A cathedral." "We came to the same judgment." Klein looked at the ruin ahead of him as he silently muttered to himself. At that moment, the tiny amount of crimson moonlight that penetrated the mist had scattered onto the collapsed building. Compared to before, it was a lot richer in color, almost approaching the color of blood. Klein maintained Gehrman Sparrow's trademark cold attitude as he said in an unperturbed manner, "Where did you previously explore?" As he spoke, Klein glanced at the lantern in the hangman's hand, which remained unshattered despite all the ordeals. He subconsciously tensed up his muscles and skin when he saw the glow from the flame. Although the flame was ultimately contained by thick glass and metal frame, it still left him a little afraid. Alger didn't notice the minute changes in Gehrman Sparrow as he raised his dagger-wielding right hand and pointed at the grandest building amidst the ruin. There. All that was left of the building was its main structure. It was impossible to know what it originally looked like. The only things that could only be determined were that it had thick walls with narrow windows, and the building's scale and its magnificence. Furthermore, it once had a spire and clock tower. It had a Spartan facade and an ancient architecture. This is an architectural style from the early 4th epoch. There are records of these in the Church of Storm's canon. It's said that in that period, the various churches used such styles to build their cathedrals in a widespread fashion. Alger had a deep impression on the ruin. Over the years, he had flipped through many books and had acquired quite a bit of the background. Its greatest trait is the temple found above and the catacombs found below. Life and death were both unified here. However, I cannot confirm that the ancient cathedral's interior is as I described, as I've never ventured deep into it. This might be an architectural style left behind from the 3rd epoch. Klein made a guess as he walked straight to the opening of the ancient cathedral ruin's abnormally huge door. By keeping the lantern behind him, enjoying only the light emitted from it, he didn't need to suffer from his fear of fire. The duo quickly moved up the grayish-white stairs that were ridiculously high, and they arrived at the door's opening. Inside, they saw remnants of stone columns and arches that extended upwards towards the center. Klein wasn't in a rush to enter. He reached his left hand into his pocket and took out a gold coin as he allowed it to weave between his finger while seemingly muttering something. Suddenly, he flipped the gold coin and opened his palm to await its descent while saying to the hangman, "How did you determine that deep in this cathedral is something of value that is not less than that of the cards of blasphemy?" After he said that, he looked at the gold coin that had fallen into his palm before putting it away. Alger pointed inside and said, "I've said before that my strength was inferior to Kalango's, and I didn't go as deep as he did. I had no idea what he saw, other than the judgment that there was something extremely precious and important inside from his remarks. Furthermore, it was something that only a true Sequence 5 could obtain. However, the murals near the entrance and the marks on the ground might be able to explain something." Klein nodded and walked through the dark door's opening that the crimson moonlight was unable to illuminate. The black trench coat he wore fluttered gently behind him as Alger held up a lantern and clenched his dagger while following behind. Passing through the opening, Klein used the crimson moonlight that shone in from the opening at the dome to see the hall of considerable depth up ahead. A few of the ancient stone columns supporting it had already snapped. At the end wasn't an altar, nor were there any staircases that led upwards. It was completely dark and difficult to tell the details. It appeared as though it led underground. It isn't a temple above and a catacomb beneath. The temple is underground in the catacombs. It's impossible to determine that. We'll know only by venturing down. Klein subconsciously glanced around and discovered side doors along the two sides, but the regions they led to had already completely collapsed with no usable path. The murals near the entrance and the marks on the ground. He recalled what the hanged man had just said, and he took 2 diagonal steps before releasing the invisible Wraith Seigneur. With his night vision, he began observing the remaining murals. The mural's background was of a towering and magnificent mountain. At its peak was a gigantic cross that was covered in a lustrous glow. In front of the cross were grand and abnormal figures that were clustered around. They were angels with 2 wings, 4 wings, or 6 wings. Klein did a cursory glance and felt a strong sense of familiarity. He had seen a similar mural before, back in Blasphemer Amon's mausoleum. When he focused again, Klein quickly noticed the difference. There weren't the 2 infants that represented Amon and Adam, nor were there any 12-winged angels. The grand figure in front of the cross held its arms to its chest as it held an ancient, Spartan slate. The slate was drawn in an extremely indistinct manner, yet it felt both ancient and young, holy and sinister. It was an extreme contradiction. Slate. Klein's pupils dilated slightly as a specific term flashed in his mind. Blasphemy slate. This is likely that ancient sun god, the Lord that created everything which the city of Silver worships. Indeed, the blasphemy slate is closely related to him. I wonder if this is the first blasphemy slate or the second. Klein roughly guessed at the cathedral's worshipped entity, and he also began to believe that the depths of the ruin hid items that were very valuable and important. He withdrew Seigneur's gaze and allowed the marionette to turn to face the ground. Apart from the slates being covered in cracks and some odd marks remaining, they were dark red in color, smaller than a human's forehead. They overlapped with one another at times as they extended all the way to the ends of the hall. At that instant, the scene naturally appeared in Klein's mind. Devout believers were prostrated on the ground as they proceeded forward, slamming their foreheads heavily onto the ground after covering a certain distance, leaving blood oozing out. Noticing Gehrman's sparrow look around without any scrutiny, Alger probed, "The ancient sun god?" At that moment, he felt the baffling sensation of a cold wind blowing from Gehrman's sparrow's side. He suspected that hidden around them were shadows or wraiths. Recalling the strange restraints the mutated curly-haired baboon was under, Alger made a vague theory that he didn't voice out. Upon hearing the hangman's question, Klein had wanted to chuckle and reply, "You can also call him the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God," but he felt that such a tone and choice of words was closer to that of the fool and not Gehrman's sparrow. Hence, he held himself back and nodded slightly. "It's not hard to tell." Alger silently heaved a sigh of relief as he held a sense of anticipation for the item buried deep underneath the cathedral. The two simultaneously decided to walk towards the end of the hall. When they approached it, Klein finally saw the staircase that led downwards. "An underground area?" he asked succinctly. Alger shook his head. "I can't be sure. I've never gone down." Although Kalangos had attempted to venture in, he returned in less than 10 minutes with his aura becoming relatively weak. Klein nodded thoughtfully and said in passing, "You seem to be very familiar with him." If it were said by anyone else, Alger would have pretended to have not heard it or answered directly. But deep in his heart, the world Gehrman's sparrow was Mr. Fool's blessed. His question could possibly represent the intentions of that existence, so he needed to view them seriously. After deliberating for a few seconds, Alger said in a deep voice, "We were fellow townsmen, and we were servants at the same cathedral." The priest, there was an easily irritated person who enjoyed punishing the servants. Kalangos couldn't bear it and escaped secretly to become a pirate. So there was such a past. Mr. Hangman is also a man with a story. Klein didn't probe deeper as he headed down the staircase in the extremely silent cathedral ruins. Although his footsteps were extremely light, they still sounded obvious in such an environment as they echoed. Soon, the two of them came to the end of the staircase and saw the opening of an arched door. On both sides of the opening were 2 shadows that stood there silently in an immutable fashion. Klein and Alger halted at the same time as they looked at the 2 shadows, only to discover that they were 2 stone statues. They were both men with their surface being grayish-white. One of them wore full-body armor that resembled a barrel, and the other wore a jacket that looked more contemporary. Their expressions were writhing in pain as their eyes protruded as though they were glaring at something. Upon seeing this scene, Klein realized something as he recalled the encounter outside. He and Alger had also shown signs of petrification, and it was thankful that they extricated themselves of the effects, or they might have really become statues. Don't tell me they're humans who met with the same situation. If we had been petrified, would we be moved down here, standing guard at this door opening for centuries or even millennia? The source of that petrifying power isn't afraid of these ruins. Klein felt explicable horror as his scalp tingled. He controlled his emotions and turned his head to look at the hangman. He discovered that the pupils of the boorish man at sea had similarly dilated and was clutching the dagger tightly. Mr. Hangman has come to the same conclusion without me needing to speak further. Klein pointed at the door opening and said, "There might be even more stone statues inside." Alger nodded as he said worriedly and jokingly, "Let's hope we don't see ourselves. If we're convinced that we have escaped the effects of petrification, only to see our statues in this underground area, that would be quite the horror story." Klein thought for 2 seconds and said to the hangman, "Do you have night vision?" His true meaning was that the light of the lantern was especially eye-catching in the dark catacombs, and that it might easily cause unwanted developments. Therefore, it was best to extinguish the flame if he had night vision. And he believed that Mr. Hangman was able to read in between the lines. Alger replied frankly, "Yes. As a beyonder of the sailor pathway, who could dive, it was a given that he had night vision." Klein glanced at him without a word, but his meaning was obvious. "Then why are you still using a lantern?" Alger seriously replied, "Firstly, it's to misdirect the enemy into instinctively believing that I don't have night vision because of my use of a lantern. When they destroy my lantern and try hard to create a dark environment, I'll give them a pleasant surprise." How sinister. Klein was momentarily at a loss for words. Alger continued, "Secondly, it's to avoid situations similar to the City of Silver. There might be extreme danger lurking within complete darkness." Makes sense. Klein didn't insist that Alger extinguish the lantern as he first stepped past the 2 stone statues. Under their pain-frozen gazes, he stepped into the entrance that led underground. As he didn't know what the petrified statues represented, nor did he know if they were completely dead, Klein didn't attempt to shatter them to obtain their beyonder characteristics and mystical items. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 811, The Picture in the Catacombs. After passing through the door opening and going underground, there wasn't a sliver of natural light in front of Klein and Alger. The ceiling was intact, preventing any crimson moonlight from seeping in after penetrating the mist. Alger raised the lantern in his hand, lighting up the area up ahead with a limited dim yellow glow. Klein took a glance and discovered at least 6 stone statues of both sexes. They were entirely grayish-white in color, and even their clothes looked like they were engraved. These stone statues included elves, giants, and humans that had an ancient dress sense. Apart from their frozen expressions of pain and despair, there wasn't anything similar. Klein felt a chill down his back when he saw their eyeballs watching him without moving, having made the connection that they were once alive. He felt that darkness ruled the depths of this passageway, as though a terrifying monster had widened its mouth as it lay in wait for the 2 to walk into its belly. Reining in their stirring emotions, Klein and Alger remained silent as they passed through the grayish-white statues with warped expression, and they proceeded forward. After walking for more than 10 seconds, Klein didn't need to use Signor's night vision to see the damaged and dark murals thanks to the lantern. There were a few murals that were relatively intact, allowing them to recognize what was being depicted. They were no doubt focused on the cross that glowed and the grand figure that stood before it. This blurry and solemn figure either faced cities that had been flooded, stepped upon fractured lands, or looked up at the cosmos where it locked eyes with the pairs of evil and maniacal eyes. When the apocalypse happens, the ancient sun god will rescue the world. This is somewhat similar to the murals that little son and the others found in the true creator's temple. Or perhaps it's just plagiarism from both sides, with no one giving up on working towards this goal. After all, it's to emphasize that they were once the Messiah and a deity worthy of one's faith. Klein quickly swept his gaze across the wall as he slowly entered the depths of the passageway. Alger was also observing the damaged murals when he suddenly suppressed his voice and said, "I suspect that the true fallen creator's description of himself has references to some of the content here. Indeed, Everyone has the same views. Klein lowered death knell and chuckled. I won't be surprised if we see matters related to the true creator up ahead. That might be a particular connection between him and the creator that the City of Silver believes in. Alger agreed with Garamond Sparrow's judgment. The duo continued ahead as they tried hard to soften their steps. However, there were still some echoes that reverberated in that extremely silent environment. At this moment, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered. He immediately took 2 steps forward and put himself in front of Alger, blocking out most of the lantern's light. Less than 2 seconds later, he heard a dull sound emitting from afar. Hum, hum, hum. The ground shook gently as the sounds became clearer. Then Klein saw a figure nearly 4 meters tall walk out. It was also grayish-white in color, with armor plating patterns engraved on its body. Its head had goat horns and a mouth that resembled a hound's. Its half-open mouth revealing snarling fangs. And what attracted attention the most were its pair of eyes which burned red and the 6 pairs of white membrane wings. Hum, hum, hum. The monster held an 8-meter-long stone trident as it slowly entered a passageway. It shook the land with every step as its great weight was spread out. Although Klein hadn't seen it before, he instantly recognized what it was. It was a 6-winged gargoyle. Its core crystal was one of the main ingredients of a marionettist, and the beyonder powers it possessed were extremely special and indefensible. Based on its external build and from what it's made of, it definitely has extremely potent combat strength while not being afraid of most damage. All it needs to cause terrifying damage is to storm over and perform a downward smash with its stone trident. Klein relaxed his left hand and wasn't in a rush to react. He and Alger remained on the spot, one using his body and the other using his clothes to conceal the lantern's light. Hum, hum, hum. The 6-winged gargoyle didn't look towards the duo and instead passed through the passageway, its footsteps slowly distancing themselves from them. Indeed, it's not very perceptive. It's no wonder Kalangos was able to venture deep down and return safely. Klein proceeded forward again when the footsteps were undetectable as he went past the crossroads. In fact, with his current strength and gear, and his understanding of his target, killing a 6-winged gargoyle wasn't something too dangerous. Furthermore, the hanged man could provide him with help. The reason why he gave up attacking it was because he had no idea how many 6-winged gargoyles there were in the catacombs. Once a battle ensued, any large commotion could result in them swarming over. When that happened, they could only escape using traveling. In addition, if they were to stir the existence in the ruins that even nearby beyonder creatures were afraid of, the problem would only worsen. Curbing one's greed was a premise for a risky exploration. Alger was also rather pleased at the crazy adventurer's calm and rational actions. His suspicion was that Garamond Sparrow was under the orders of Mr. Fool, thus resisting his urge to attack the 6-winged gargoyle. The calmer he appears, the crazier he will be when he encounters his true target. As this thought flashed in Alger's mind, he followed Garamond Sparrow straight down the crossroads. The murals on both sides remained damaged, and they were still describing the greatness and holiness of the ancient sun god. Finally, Klein and Alger arrived at the ends of the passageway. Here, there was an 8-meter-tall stone double door. It depicted various symbols of death, sleep, end, new birth, and beginnings. A tomb. Klein turned to say to Alger. Alger nodded and said, it might also be a temple. Clearly, he was also wondering if it was both a temple and tomb. The grayish-white stone door before the duo wasn't shut completely. It was cracked open with a tiny gap that allowed a child passage. Alger glanced at the floor and walked over. Putting the lantern down and securing his dagger, he pressed his hands onto one side of the door. He slowly drew a breath as he bent his knees, his arm muscles swelling suddenly. Silently, the gap widened significantly. Klein pricked up his brows when he saw this scene, feeling somewhat astonished because the hanged man's pushing of the door didn't produce any sound at all. He didn't doubt an ocean songster's strength, but he didn't believe that it could prevent the stone door from making contact with the ground. As he moved his gaze down, Klein saw a pool of slightly sticky liquid gathered under the door. He quietly produced a lubricant effect. Mr. Hanged Man is very meticulous. Is this the power of a seafarer or an ocean songster? He probably also used the powers of a windblast to control an air cushion, thus resulting in this door silently opening. Klein roughly figured out the reason. Although he approached the stone door, he wasn't eager to enter it. Through the widened gap, he observed the scene inside. Reflected in the eyes of the wraith was the corner of the room where there was a row of grayish-white stone coffins. It is indeed a catacomb. As for whether it's also a temple, it's an unknown for now. As Klein thought, he took out Lamino's travels with his left hand. On it were beyonder powers that were suitable to handle matters related to the death domain. Meanwhile, he used a silver dagger to quickly create a wall of spirituality and seal the iron cigar case to prevent Azek's copper whistle from causing the dead to rise from their graves. Alger also drew his dagger again and placed his left palm over it before sliding his palm outwards. Amidst light crackling sounds, the dagger swirled with silver bolts of lightning that snaked outwards. Having made their preparations, Klein, who was acting as the crazy adventurer Gehrman Sparrow, was first to pass through the door and into the tomb. Of course, Wraith Seigneur had already acted as a scout by circling the tomb before he entered. To a marionettist, there was no need to take risks on many matters once they had a marionette. The tomb ceiling was soaked with water droplets, a clear indication of the humidity. The room was divided into two regions that each had 12 grayish-white stone coffins. In the middle was a circular region where there appeared to be a beautiful and complicated picture placed on the ground. Klein didn't approach it as he stopped Alger. Then he controlled Seigneur to appear as it quickly floated to a spot above the circular region. Emerald of blood. Alger's facial muscles twitched. Although he had already guessed so, he couldn't stop his subconscious reactions when he saw it with his own eyes. At this moment, Seigneur descended and was able to fully take in the scene in the central region. The picture had dark, dull colors with the background being filled with blurry figures. In the foreground was a long table. On the table was a figure with a resplendent cross glowing from it, and surrounding the figure were three people shrouded in shadows. One was handsome and youthful, another solemn and bold, and the last looking wise with his white beard. The three pairs of eyes exuded an indescribable sense of evil, just like the actions of their owners. One of them had ripped off the figure's arm, stuffing it into their mouths and gnawing at it as blood was filling his mouth. Another held up a brain and sucked at its juices, while the last had dug out a beating heart, chewing at it in a ravenous manner. In contrast to them, in the figure's chest was a long and wide crack. Sitting cross-legged in there was a dark and sinister infant who was masticating on the intestines that had fresh blood gushing down. These four entities seemed to sense someone prying into their act as they looked up in unison, as though they were staring at any being that placed their eyes on the picture. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 812, Myth from Another Perspective. Upon clearly seeing the picture through Seigneur's vision, Klein's heart raced so loudly that even he could hear it. As a seer who was good at interpreting revelations and symbolism, he felt his blood gush to his head, leaving his head swelling. It seemed to prevent him from engaging and thinking deeper into it. Even so, there was an ethereal voice belonging to him that resounded in his mind. It was filled with alarm. That figure that's dismembered and eaten likely represents the ancient sun god, the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God which the city of Silver believes in. I seen the three evil figures surrounding him before. In the underground ruin in Backlund, the place that sealed that terrifying evil spirit. They existed in the form of a statue, but didn't look as evil as the picture depicts them to be. They each respectively represent the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom. Suddenly, Klein recalled the name he had once received, one that he had directly received when looking straight at the eternal blazing sun. White Angel. No way. Could it be that the eternal blazing sun was once an angel by the ancient sun god's side? Little Sun once mentioned that they heard an ecclesiastic's penitence and prophesy of a matter in Afternoon Town. One of the sentences was, "The kings often came to the palace belonging to the dusk to conspire." The eternal blazing sun was originally named White Angel, which is also a king of angels, one that betrayed that creator. And he, and the Lord of storms, the God of knowledge and wisdom, and the dark infant who I have no idea what it represents had benefited the most out of consuming the city of Silver's creator. The Bibles of the various churches mention that the three most ancient deities were born from the original creator's spirit. In a sense, it's actually hinting at this dark history. If my theories are correct, then the Lord of storms and the God of knowledge and wisdom are likely the kings of angels that serve the creator, the ancient sun god, who the city of Silver worships. Perhaps they should be addressed as Wind Angel and Wisdom Angel. This way, all 8 kings of angels are accounted for Dark Angel, white angel, wind angel, wisdom angel, angel of imagination, angel of time, angel of fate, and red angel. From what little Sun heard, and from the subsequent developments of these kings of angels, it seems that apart from the two sons of God, Ammon and Adam, the other kings of angels had betrayed the Creator. No way this ancient sun god ended way too traggy. However, this picture might not be real. It might be sacrilege. It's still suspect. I wonder who the dark infant sitting in the ancient sun god's abdomen represents. It feels like the true Creator is the greatest suspect. Klein instantly thought of many matters as he felt the urge to leave and pretend that he hadn't seen the picture the deeper he pondered over the matter. At that instant, he felt an irrepressible sense of fear, to the point of feeling that the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom were casting their gaze down from the astral world in his imagination. Who left this picture behind? Who could have known so many secrets and clearly be on the ancient sun god's side? One of the other angels or saints that have been constantly following the city of Silver Creator with enduring faith. Klein's back oozed with sweat as his body trembled slightly. Although Alger's observational abilities were inferior to Miss Justice, he was an experienced beyond her. In this environment that needed a high sense of vigilance and awareness, it wasn't difficult for him to notice that something odd had happened to Gehrman Sparrow. What happened? He asked with a suppressed tone. Klein suddenly snapped to his senses as he made Senor move his gaze away as he pointed at the circular region in the middle. You'll know just by looking at it. A picture that can make Gehrman tremble? Will it make me lose control immediately? It's probably not a problem since he's not stopping me, but suggesting that I take a look. However, I cannot eliminate the possibility that he has already lost his reasoning and is just acting normal. Many thoughts flashed through Alger's mind, but ultimately, he steadily walked towards the central region with his lantern in hand. After about 8 steps, he saw the gloomy picture. In just 3 seconds, Alger's hands trembled with the dagger and lantern in his grip. It was as though he was suffering from some kind of mental illness. Thanks to the world Gehrman, he had once seen the 6 Orthodox deities' anthropomorphic statues in the Tarot Club. He naturally recognized that the arm-eating, heart-ripping, and brain-guzzling figures were respectively the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom. In the past, he had committed a disloyal act to the church whilst under Kalangos' coercion. He joined the Tarot Club and distanced himself from the Chasm of Storm, believed in Mr. Fool and wished to gain more strength and power, and he leaked the church's intel and was unmotivated in certain matters. Even so, he ultimately believed himself to be a believer of the Lord of Storms, albeit someone who wasn't devout and passionate enough. But at that moment, he felt deep down in his heart that he had committed a grave sin of sacrilege. He nearly dug out his eyes in horror. To not kill myself directly, it means that I really have become a false believer. Alger didn't dare take another look as he turned around and looked at Gehrman Sparrow. With a trembling voice, he asked, "Those 3 are kings of angels? I can't give you confirmation. All I can say is that the eternal blazing sun is intimately connected to the white angel," Klein vaguely answered. As expected, Alger immediately felt that the possibility that the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom were once kings of angels. As for Gehrman Sparrow not being able to confirm the situation, he wasn't too surprised. It wasn't odd since he was only a blessed and not Mr. Fool. Alger was just about to say something when he heard a sharp screech. It was as though someone was using their fingernails to scratch the lid of a stone coffin. No, it wasn't an analogy, and it was exactly what was happening. Schwing, rip, sizzle. Sharp, jarring sounds of scratching sounded from 3 stone coffins on both sides. Then the heavy lids were either flung open or blasted open as 3 warped figures stood up. One of them wore an ancient white robe that had nearly turned gray. Its face was riddled with pockmarks, and across its neck, forehead, and the back of its hands were deep eyes. Beside it was a figure with huge palms and thick fingers that looked as though they were made of wood. Slathered around its body was a layer of yellow-green pus, as a mist of the same color emanated out of it, seemingly capable of eroding away the stone coffin. Opposite the two was a figure in a tattered brown jacket with a triangular hat with a skull on it. Many parts of its skin had rotted away, revealing the bone beneath. Under its clothes and pants, thick and slimy tentacles that had fish scales embedded inside had burrowed out as it released a domineering, savage, tyrannous, and terrifying aura. This even made Klein feel as though he was facing a high sequence beyond her from the storm pathway. However, its body didn't appear to reach that level. The three deceased bodies that crawled out of the coffin cast their eyes in the direction of Gairman Sparrow and Alger. One produced silver bolts of lightning that crackled. Another reflected the duo's figures and the countless eyes it had. The last one spread its yellow-green mist and created brown vines. At the same time, they stormed over with loud and hurried footsteps as a six-winged gargoyle was rushing over. Upon seeing this, Klein didn't panic. His Lamenose Travels-wielding left hand reached into his pocket, tore open the wall of spirituality, and used 2 fingers to pick out Azek's copper whistle. Right on the heels of that, he flicked his wrist and threw the copper whistle to the other side of the room. Without any surprises, he saw the 3 deceased bodies with terrifying auras turn around and rush towards it like trained hounds. Upon seeing this scene, Alger's gaze froze before he made a decision. He threw his lantern and rushed for the door. His experience told him that while Gairman Sparrow could deal with the 3 terrifying deceased, he needed to hold back the 6-winged gargoyle to prevent it from interfering with a crazy adventurer's battle. Bang! Just as Alger arrived at the door, he saw the double door crack. A 6-winged gargoyle was charging in with an 8-meter-long trident. He immediately drew a gasp as his eyes burned with rage. His muscles swelled, and under the aid of the wind, he charged forward and brandished the dagger that swirled with silver lightning. Bang! He dodged the stone trident that smashed downwards, and he cleaved at the gargoyle's abdomen with a dagger. Instantly, sparks flew as rubble sprayed everywhere. Alger flew backwards as the gargoyle's charge was disrupted. Bang! Alger heavily slammed into the ground. As he had created an air cushion in time, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. And at this moment, the 3 deceased bodies had gathered together to vie for Azek's copper whistle. Klein looked at them and calmly flipped Lamenose Travels to a charred yellow page with complicated patterns and symbols. This was a demigod-level power that he recently recorded, Lightning Storm. Then, Klein slid one finger across the notebook page with his death knell-wielding hand. At the same time, he looked at the 3 mutated deceased bodies who were vying for Azek's copper whistle. With a deep voice, he greeted them. Bye-bye. Amidst sizzling sounds, bolts of lightning burst forth, meshing together to form a hurricane, enveloping the region where Azek's copper whistle was, as well as the 3 deceased bodies. The entire tomb was instantly lit up like it was daytime. Even Alger nearly failed to open his eyes. His body instinctively trembled as a result of the terrifying aura. With the aid of the wind, he leaped up with a hurricane taking form in his eyes. He once again charged at the 6-winged gargoyle that attempted to attack Gairman Sparrow. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 813, Tyrant. Aside from the Sailor Pathway's raging blow, Alger knew that he didn't have any powers that were adequate against the 6-winged gargoyle's strong body due to its immunity to lightning strikes. Of course, directly creating a resonance with its hearing organs and body of heart and mind through the use of his singing was the most effective method. If this encounter had been anywhere else, Alger definitely would have exploited the gargoyle's great weight and lack of agility to circle around it. Then, as he sang to effect it, he would attack the same spot with sharp wind blades, slowly grinding away at his enemy through the cumulative damage over time. But now he was in a catacomb, and due to the environment's limitations, any acts of directly avoiding it would only cause the gargoyle to turn its gaze to Gairman Sparrow. It would then attack the crazy adventurer with its 8-meter-long trident, preventing him from seizing the opportunity to finish off the 3 deceased bodies. And most important of all, Alger suspected that his singing will have more adverse effects on Gairman Sparrow than what the gargoyle was capable of. Bang! The stone trident crashed heavily into the ground, blasting open an exaggerated crater. It left the catacomb shaking as if an earthquake had happened. As for Alger, he didn't attempt to parry it. With the help of strong winds, he dodged to the right and soared up, agilely dodging the gargoyle's attack as he dashed for the monster's head. At that moment, he saw the grayish-white eyes which burned with flames. Alger's mind turned sluggish as his body instantly stiffened. He had the feeling of being petrified again, but his skin didn't show signs of spreading grayish-white colors. Thanks to the inertia, he continued soaring upwards, but he wasn't able to brandish his dagger. He slammed straight into the gargoyle's head before loudly being repelled backward, his body aching in pain. The heavy grayish-white trident reflected in his eyes again as his thoughts were sluggish, making it impossible for him to put up any effective resistance. Suddenly, a hand grabbed him by the shoulder and pulled him to the side. Bang! Rubble flew as sparks were produced. The gargoyle's heavy trident had blasted open a huge crater again. Alger's body trembled as his vision regained its clarity, while his thoughts were rapidly restored back to normal. He was like someone who woke up from an irresistible nightmare which he was helpless against as he regained control over his body. Only then did he realize that Gehrman Sparrow had appeared by his side. There were still remnant flashes of lighting and sizzling sounds in the corner where the 3 deceased bodies were. Do not lock gazes with it. Attack its chest. As Klein pulled Alger away quickly in a bid to dodge the stone trident, he succinctly advised his companion. Alger had personally experienced and witnessed many battles, so without further explanation from Gehrman Sparrow, he knew what the latter meant. He stopped receiving aid as he nimbly circled to the gargoyle's flank. Tap, tap, tap. He ran towards the gargoyle and waited for the stone trident to sweep over him, before soaring high up with the help of the strong gales to dodge the attack. Whoosh! Another hurricane pushed Alger towards the gargoyle's chest. During this process, he closed his eyes, pulled back his right arm, and bulged his muscles. Then, with his ability to judge distances as a seafarer, he threw out his dagger-wielding right fist. Howling wind blades and sizzling lightning were emitted along with his fist. Bang! Alger's right fist heavily struck the gargoyle's chest, producing an explosive effect. It caused the gargoyle's stone to be covered in fine cracks as silver lightning snaked around. Following that, the cracks widened and depressed into a pit. With a cracking sound, his dagger exploded, turning into countless fragments that scattered everywhere. The strong recoil sent Alger flying back. In midair, he saw through the corner of his eye that the hatted Gehrman Sparrow had at some point in time circled to the front and cocked his revolver. Right on the heels of that, the cold adventurer suddenly raised his hand and aimed the black barrel right at the gargoyle. Bang! Amidst a loud echo, a bullet tore through the pit in the gargoyle's chest and pierced it. Following the explosive boom, the grayish-white stone monster convulsed a few times before the flames in its eyes were extinguished. After a brief pause, it collapsed like a mountain, producing an exaggerated sound and earthquake-like shaking. Death Knell had delivered a lethal blow. And at this moment, Alger had just maintained his balance and found his footing thanks to the wind. Klein didn't speak to him or search for the spoils of war. He immediately turned around and headed for the charred area where Azek's copper whistle sat silently. Slippery tentacles covered in fish scales moved as the deceased body, with nearly half its body gone, had stood up. Bolts of lightning continued snaking around its body. It was the domineering, savage, tyrannous deceased body that wore a tattered brown jacket with a triangular captain's hat. It was missing its left arm and right leg, as well as having half its head. Its body was covered in traces of charred and melted flesh. But even so, it didn't sleep in peace. It was still attempting to fuse with the surrounding flesh and blood in order to obtain a stronger state. One had to know that Klein had used Lightning Storm, which he had recorded from the Sea God Scepter. Even if the act of recording had reduced its might, it was definitely the beyonder power at the demigod level. Just the fact that the other 2 deceased went silent without letting out a grunt was a testament of its might. This awakened deceased body is problematic. Klein's heart stirred as he made Senor leap onto the smooth surface of Azek's copper whistle before attempting to reflect onto the deceased fish scale on its slippery tentacle. At that moment, through the marionette, Klein sensed a tyrannical and high-level repulsive force. The wraith was unable to possess it. Senor was even repelled as it couldn't help but lose its invisibility. Upon seeing this, Alger didn't question the situation. He raised his hands and created a spiraling wind around the deceased body, hoping to restrain its actions. However, the wind didn't sweep inwardly, as though it was afraid of something. It was forcefully dissipated as it rapidly vanished. The only thing to be happy about was that the deceased body didn't immediately attack the duo. Instead, it jumped to the left, bent its back, and attempted to pick up Azek's copper whistle. Klein immediately flicked his wrist and precisely flipped Lamino's travels to the page with Abyss Shackles. This was a beyonder power which Emlyn had recorded, one belonging to a Sequence 7 vampire. As Klein swiped his death knell-wielding right hand onto the notebook, the shadows around the deceased body suddenly came to life and manifested chains that shackled it firmly to the ground. Taking advantage of his opponent's brief pause, Klein raised his revolver in a deadpan manner. Different colors, red, green, and white, immediately appeared in his vision. Aiming at the white, Klein pulled the trigger. Bang! A pale golden beam shot into the head of the deceased body, causing it to rupture immediately into a spray of blood. At the same time, the purifying bullet also emitted a sun-like radiance that illuminated the target's body. The deceased body melted like wax as it bent its waist and lost its balance, collapsing right beside Isaac's copper whistle. Monsters without any intelligence that only move on instinct are much easier to deal with than beyonders of the same level. However, am I letting the copper whistle down? Ever since it was given to me, it has suffered explosions, the catharsis of lightning, and the purification of sunlight. Life sure isn't easy for it. Klein repented for a second before controlling Senor to pick up the ancient and exquisite copper whistle and stuffing it inside his body. He didn't directly head over, afraid that a deceased body would awaken. Hence, he continued letting Senor to investigate the fellow, who could resist the possession effect. Klein suspected that the deceased had an item of a rather high level. Soon, Senor in his non-wraith form touched something and pulled it out. It was a card. On the face of the card was a man wearing a papal tiara with both hands held up. Before him were prostrated believers, and behind him was lightning, dark clouds, gales, and waves. Klein was very familiar with the man because he had a portrait of this person in another set of attire. It was Emperor Roselle. And to the top left of the pontiff dressed Roselle, there was a line of text formed from resplendent starlight, Sequence 0, Tyrant. The card of blasphemy from the storm pathway? The Tyrant card. Klein instantly recalled how the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom addressed the Lord of Storms, Tyrant. Alger also saw the card of blasphemy, as his gaze froze instantly. Flames of greed flared up in his eyes. He took a deep breath and moved his gaze away as he looked to the side and said, "The battle was intense. Perhaps other entities deep inside this cathedral have been awoken by us. So let's store away the things as quickly as possible and prepare to leave." "Mr. Hangman, do you think I'm not aware of that? There's no need for you to nag. What happened to our tacit teamwork from before?" "Indeed, the Tyrant card has affected you. You can hardly calm down, and you have become talkative." As Klein got Wraith Senor to pick up the card of blasphemy and enter one of the deceased bodies to accelerate the production of the Beyonder characteristic, he coldly said, "You've already wasted 5 seconds. Alger was taken aback. Without saying another word, he walked to the remains of the 6-winged gargoyle and dug out the eyeball that glowed red. Then he patiently waited for a moment and reached into its shattered back to extract a gargoyle translucent crystal. Elsewhere, with the Wraith's help, the deceased body that was covered with yellow-green pus produced a blob of brown soil. It had roots to it with hidden blood vessels. It appeared rather strange. Without wasting time to guess at the sequence or pathway it belonged to, Klein got Senor to store it away before heading for the deceased body whose slippery tentacles were still twitching slightly to accelerate the production of the Beyonder characteristic. Seeing what looked like a jellyfish with azure blue seawater in it take form, Klein and Alger suddenly heard a dragged-out sound. Sigh. This sighing came from deep within the cathedral, bringing along with it an indescribable sense of ancientness. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 814 disappeared. The long sigh that sounded from deep within the cathedral had left the back muscles of Klein and Alger tense as they were pumped with adrenaline. Without any hesitation, Klein's left glove turned transparent as he vanished, appearing beside the hanged man. As he reached out to grab his shoulder, Senor also picked up the jellyfish-like Beyonder characteristic and, with the help of Mirror Leap, returned back to the gold coin inside the iron cigar case. Right on the heels of that, Klein's and Alger's bodies turned incorporeal and invisible, leaving the catacombs silent again. The two of them were directly teleported into midair a distance away. Their figures came into existence amidst the shadows of the clouds and the crimson moonlight. Subconsciously, Klein and Alger turned their heads in unison to look at the primitive island, wishing to know if any changes would happen to it. When they heard that sigh, they had relied on their instincts and experience to immediately escape despite not sensing any actual danger. Now they couldn't help but feel curious and puzzled. In their vision, the thick mist that cloaked the primitive island had quickly dispersed. The moonlight shone straight down without anything obstructing it. Amidst howling winds, Klein and Alger floated in midair as they saw the primitive island's present state through the sparse mist. It had vanished. This primitive island that had a demigod feathered serpent and all kinds of Beyonder creatures had vanished. The region it was in had dark blue seawater, which was almost black, was ebbing slightly. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary. Alger couldn't help but reach his hand into his pocket where he touched the six-winged gargoyle's core crystal that had left his mind sluggish. If not for his battle spoils still being in existence, he would have suspected if it was all a dream. He wondered if he and Gehrman Sparrow had somewhat gotten lost, that they hadn't found a real primitive island and ended up completing the exploration in their dreams. Klein had similar thoughts as well. He even felt as though he was hallucinating. After all, a giant island with so many powerful creatures that hid secrets from mythical times couldn't just vanish without a word. Even the seawater didn't show any corresponding signs of its existence. Thankfully, I didn't hesitate at all and chose to immediately escape. Otherwise, Mr. Hangman and I might really vanish, never to be found again. Klein suddenly felt a deep sense of joy. He didn't dare stay any longer as he activated traveling once again and vanished with Alger as they traversed the spirit world. And the final scene of this body of water that froze in their eyes was of mist spreading once again with increasing density. After another teleportation, Klein and Alger returned to the deserted island. They stood on a reef and watched the waves strike the shore loudly. Alger looked around and heaved a silent sigh of relief. He took out the core crystal of the six-winged gargoyle and said, "This is a shared spoil of war. You get to choose first." After weighing the matter, he considered the six-winged gargoyle to be a monster that the duo had killed together. As for the three deceased bodies, they were solely Gehrman Sparrow's. Klein didn't directly respond. He made Seigneur float beside him as he took out the Tyrant card, the brown soil Beyonder characteristic, and the jellyfish-like Beyonder characteristic. The latter was suspected to be that of an ocean songster's. After doing all of this, he said, "One battle. I'll choose first." Thrice. He meant that in the battle the duo faced, they had fought three deceased bodies and a six-winged gargoyle. He had contributed greatly in the entire battle, so the spoils of war received in the tomb belonged to the pool. Of course, based on the contributions, Gehrman Sparrow had the right to choose first and choose 3 consecutive times. Alger was taken aback as he gained a new understanding of the crazy adventurer. He then nodded. Okay. Klein immediately reached his hand towards his marionette and calmly took the Tyrant card with Rozelle's face on it. This counts as twice. With a card of blasphemy, along with the Sea God Scepter, he could barely be considered a fake demigod when taking action in his spirit body state. This was also very useful when acting as Sea God. Of course, the greatest value the Tyrant card provided was the high-sequence potion formulas of the Storm Pathway, as well as the subtle ability to sense the ingredients needed after reaching Sequence 4. And it was precisely because of this that Klein didn't wait till they returned to the City of Generosity, Biome, to split the spoils of war. He was afraid that the Tyrant card would directly attract Sea King John Cotman. It's up to you to say how many times it counts. Alger didn't retort, nor did he plan on objecting to Gehrman Sparrow's claim. He watched as Gehrman reached for the jellyfish-like Beyonder characteristic, which likely corresponded to Ocean Songster. To Klein, it could be used to create a mystical item in the Storm domain, thus replacing the Murloc cufflink that had been taken away by Admiral Hell. It could also be bestowed to the Rorstad Archipelago's resistance in the future to raise their survivability at sea. Of course, the condition was that they had greatly pleased Sea God. Putting away the Tyrant card and the jellyfish-like Beyonder characteristic, Klein glanced at the Hangman, indicating that it was his turn to choose. Alger deliberated and said, "Can I choose the Sequence 4 potion formula from that card of blasphemy?" "No problem." Klein nodded, without much of an expression. "I'll give it to you in the future." Although the Tyrant card had been activated, using it was bound to cause quite a stir. Therefore, to be safe, Klein planned on heading above the gray fog to study it after he returned to Backlund. All right. Even with Alger's stateliness, he couldn't help but smile. After this adventure, once his digestion of the Ocean Songster was almost done, he could showcase his strength and take the path of being advanced by the church. When the time came, drinking an additional potion wasn't a big problem. Even if he didn't give birth to a child, just time alone could allow him to resolve the matter completely. The key obstacle was that going from Sequence 5 to Sequence 4 was a qualitative transformation. It was a sublimation of life's natural order. Countless ocean songsters in the Church of Storms had worked hard for decades, but they had failed to obtain an opportunity. Alger didn't believe that he, as a mixed blood, one who had promoted himself from a servant, would receive any special treatment. He felt that not being ostracized was already something to be happy about, a result of his ability to build social ties. Furthermore, in the church, the potion was directly given for the advancement to sequence 4. There was no advanced understanding of the formula or its preparation. For Alger to gain an advantage in this intense competition, he had to have other ideas apart from being ranked within the top 3 in terms of contributions. His present line of thought was to kill a famous pirate. From him, he could obtain the cataclysmic interr's potion formula. Then, he could let the clues point towards the mutated deceased body in the primitive island. It was likely a powerful pirate who had once been active at sea before suddenly vanishing. This way, the upper echelons of the Church of Storms would definitely suspect that this powerful missing pirate had obtained a card of blasphemy, and this undeniable reality could be verified via many different means. Alger could use the advantage of already knowing the cataclysmic interr's potion formula to obtain a chance to become a sequence 4. Of course, that's working on the premise that the Church doesn't have a sealed artifact that can directly wipe out any corresponding memories. If this method doesn't work, and there's no real way to advance, I can only secretly gather the corresponding ingredients and prepare the required ritual for advancement. Once I become a sequence 4, I'll immediately leave the church and become a pirate king. Alger reined in his thoughts and watched as Gehrman Sparrow took away the brown soil-like Beyonder characteristic. Glancing at the remaining items, he put away the grayish-white translucent crystal and handed the 6-winged gargoyle's eyeball to Gehrman Sparrow. With him not lacking any powerful offensive means, and him being well-rounded when it came to the sea and land, it was rather useful for him if the Beyonder ingredient could be made into a mystical item. Back in the tomb, if it wasn't because he was uncertain if psychic piercing could affect the gargoyle, and the battle situation didn't allow for any mistakes, he would have chosen to first use the Whip of Mind. After splitting the spoils of war, putting them in different boxes, and sealing them with walls of spirituality, Klein stored away Senor. Reaching out his hand to grab the hanged man, their figures turned faint as they entered the spirit world. After the traveling was completed, the two appeared on a mountain beside the sea in the Byam City outskirts. It was still close to the cemetery, and it was as though they had never left. Alger didn't harp on the topic as he nodded at Gehrman Sparrow. If you need any mystical items created, I shall bear the corresponding costs. It's a pleasure working with you. Wearing the transparent glove, Klein tersely answered before vanishing. He left the hanged man behind, and he directly teleported himself to a secluded corner in Byam City. Next, I need to select a lucky pirate. Klein surveyed his area as he muttered silently and stretched his fingers before walking out into the street. Of course, he didn't forget to change his appearance. He also smeared blood over Lamino's travels. After all, there were bounty notices everywhere for Gehrman Sparrow, and Sea King John Cotman remained in the city. If he were recognized or got lost, things would be nasty. On the mountainside outside the city, Alger looked up at the dark night where there were the crimson moon and the countless stars. He slowly inhaled and exhaled, allowing the refreshing and saltiness of the seaside to cleanse his body. The exploration he had just completed was the most dangerous adventure he had ever had. If not for the teleportation from Gehrman Sparrow's creeping hunger, he doubted that they could escape alive. However, as Mr. Fool's blessed, the world should have other trump cards. For example, those demigod-level Beyonder powers in Lamino's travels. But in that case, we might not have successfully reached the tomb, with us encountering more trouble along the way. Yes, that card of blasphemy of the storm pathway is the target that made him restrain his madness. Was an instruction from Mr. Fool? He had already foreseen it. Perhaps he even knows the existence that produced that sigh from deep within the cathedral. Back then, Kalangos might have seen the tyrant card but had lacked the ability to obtain it. That must be why he said that. Alger's mind churned as he slowly walked to the foot of the mountain. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 815 After Action Review. Backlund, 160 Backlund Street. Gehrman Sparrow's figure suddenly appeared inside his bedroom as his black trench coat fluttered while his half-top hat remained straight. The Dwayne Dantes lying in bed immediately turned incorporeal, receding into a palm-sized mirror. Probably no one came tonight. Rhodes didn't cause any trouble. Upon seeing the peace and quiet, Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief as his body grew a lot taller and his sideburns turned gray. His blue eyes deepened as he transformed into Dwayne Dantes. Meanwhile, watery waves stirred in the mirror as silver light gathered to outline words. Great Master, I didn't do anything today. No, I seriously acted as the sleeping Dwayne Dantes. In addition, I encountered something. Do you wish to know what it was? Ignoring Rhodes's desire to be praised in its first sentence, Klein felt his heart skip a beat. As he took off his hat and threw it on a reclining chair beside him, he said in a deep voice, "Tell me." The words on the mirror disintegrated and squirmed into new text. A lady peeped into this house when she was walking past this street. How does that matter? There are plenty of people who admire the surroundings when passing by every day. Klein was just about to say something when the aqueous light stirred on the mirror's surface, outlining a figure. The person was dressed quite oddly in the eyes of normal people. She wore a spirit medium's black robe. Her eyeshadow and blush were blue. She looked beautiful, but she also had an uncanny appearance. She was none other than Daly Simone. This lady had turned her head to look out as she passed by Unit 160 while on a carriage moving down Baclun Street. She had stared out for more than 3 seconds. Man, she not only had an impression of Dwayne Dantes because of his eyes, but she has also grasped something about the situation. Klein frowned slightly and asked, "Anything else?" "No." As Rhodes presented the word, it sketched what symbolized a sworn oath. Klein nodded and ignored the mirror's passion. He then sent it away. After doing all of this, Klein took out a candle and set up a ritual. He summoned and responded to himself, bringing all the spoils of war and his clothes above the gray fog. He planned on separating Guillermin Sparrow's and Dwayne Dantes' clothes. He didn't wish to miss out on any details in the future. Pa. He snapped a finger and made the candlewick burn with a scarlet flame. 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 Klein's gaze froze as he quickly closed his eyes and turned around, his back facing the candle. Then he controlled Senor to approach the desk. During this process, Senor's body trembled violently, but he ultimately reached out his right hand to extinguish the fire. "I'll sleep for the night and think about it tomorrow." "No, I have the Tyrant card on me, and it has already been activated. Although there's the wall of spirituality to seal it, it might not be able to fully screen out the attraction force from those of the same pathway. It might only weaken its influence and take more time. Back when I was in Biome, I came and went quickly, without daring to stay too long." Just as Klein calmed down, he thought of certain problems. A few seconds later, he slowly took a deep breath, raised his hand, and snapped his fingers to light the candle. Following that, he held back the horror in him as he controlled Senor to take another 2 candles to set up the sacrificial ritual. This way, it skipped the step of him responding to the summoning for the entrance to the real world via the flame. After everything was done, Klein turned around with great difficulty as he piously lowered his head. Without looking into the candlelight, he seriously chanted the honorific name of the fool. Via sheer willpower, to the point of him bursting out in tears, he finally completed the ritual and sacrificed all the items, sending them above the gray fog. Phew. Klein exhaled, taking 4 steps counterclockwise. He arrived at the silent, mysterious space. Sitting in the fool's seat, he first picked up the Tyrant card, and he triggered the content hidden within. The card of blasphemy immediately became 3-dimensional, like a palm-sized book. As he flipped through the pages, each page had a Roselle Gustave. He was either playing the role of a sailor, or he was wearing a captain's hat and holding a sextant. Otherwise, he was singing loudly with the sea as his background. Klein was rendered speechless by this sight. He felt increasingly convinced that his fellow Earthling was way too narcissistic. "I'll be really impressed if the Demonist card also uses his image." As Klein lampooned, he read through the corresponding contents, analyzing the sequence names, ingredients, and rituals of the storm pathway. Sequence 9, Sailor. Sequence 8, Folk of Rage. Sequence 7, Seafarer. Sequence 6, Windblessed. Sequence 5, Ocean Songster. Sequence 4, Cataclysmic Interrer. Sequence 3, Sea King. Sequence 2, Calamity. Sequence 1, Thunder God. Sequence 0, Tyrant. The ritual to become Tyrant, or in other words, the Lord of Storms, is very different from that of the Black Emperor. Firstly, it needs hundreds of thousands of followers to submit and believe in said person out of fear. Secondly, it is to challenge a true deity, in other words, another Sequence 0, and survive. Finally, in this atmosphere of fear and submission, consume the potion to complete the advancement. This sucks. A sequence 1 who hasn't experienced a qualitative change is to challenge a sequence 0 true deity. Doesn't that spell almost certain death? Besides, what if there's no sequence 0 during that era? Then wouldn't one need to think of a way to nurture one, or to switch to a neighboring pathway? Of course, the ritual might not be necessary. With enough luck, there's still a chance of succeeding by directly drinking the potion. Sea god Calvetua was such an example. It didn't even consume a potion, but instead an unconcocted beyonder characteristic. The core of this ritual is the courage to challenge a deity with massive feelings of fear and submission. Tyrant doesn't seem to come equipped with the Black Emperor's uniqueness of distorting rules, preventing him from resurrecting from the dead and returning from the void. However, it seems to be able to transform into lightning or light for a short period of time, perhaps capable of creating a planet-level disaster. Emperor Rosel's focus is on the formula and ritual. His description of the beyonder powers and deity authorities are very vague. Klein casually summoned a piece of paper that wasn't conjured. Using a fountain pen, he recorded the cataclysmic interror's potion formula and wrote a note in the World Gehrman Sparrow style of speech. Avoid recalling the contents of that picture, usually. This was a warning for the hanged man. In the mysterious domain, matters that involved sequence 0 required caution and carefulness. Care needed to be taken even if it violated common sense. It didn't mean that seeing and discussing that picture on the primitive island meant that they were safe in the outside world. If they often recalled matter, there might be a day when they were lucky enough to have lightning smite down at them suffering from an unresolvable conundrum that killed them with an aneurysm, or them dying from heat stroke from the sun's radiance. The ritual of the cataclysmic interror is extremely dangerous. It will trigger earthquakes and tsunamis, and the advancer needs to consume the potion in such an environment, holding out until it ends. Klein folded the piece of paper and placed it to the side while putting away the tyrant card. After using divination to confirm that the 3 beyonder characteristics he obtained were separately the Black Emperor Pathways Sequence 5 Mentor of Disorder, Storm Pathways Sequence 5 Ocean Songster, and Planter Pathways Sequence 5 Druid, Klein finally had the time to recall what had happened during his exploration as he considered the information it hid. Eternal Blazing Sun is clearly of the Sun Pathway, and that city of Silver Creator is also known as the Ancient Sun God. This can be determined from some of the 4th epic history and the murals of the elves. According to the law of sequence beyonder characteristics conservation of having no sequence 1 when there's a sequence 0, the White Angel back then likely wasn't a king of angels. But if he wasn't a king of angels, he had no right to partake in the feast of the city of Silver Creator. This not only has external elements in play, but it also includes the problem of jumping directly from sequence 2 to sequence 0, which has a high chance of losing control. Either Eternal Blazing Sun had switched pathways to become a god, or the city of Silver Creator's main authority wasn't the sun. After he defeated the ancient gods, he had already allocated parts of his authority to the angels beside him, making them become kings of angels. Therefore, the elves' murals and the name that eventually spread had only indicated that he once wielded authority over the sun, and that it wasn't an authority he held the entire time. There's also another possibility. The Creator, who took over the ancient gods' authorities, had the ability to allow a sequence 2 of the same pathway to advance to sequence 1. Klein's train of thought quickly turned to who had built the cathedral and left behind the mural. Due to the messiness of the various situations, he conjured a piece of goat skin, and he summarized all the points by writing them down to seek out the connection. That primitive island was discovered by Kalangos and Mr. Hanged Man. Kalangos received a mission from the Twilight Hermit Order. To obtain a priceless item, he headed to Backlund to assassinate Duke Negan, and he ended up dying at Mr. Azek's hands. Kalangos told Mr. Hanged Man that deep inside the ruin was a precious item that was in no way worse than Rosel's tarot card, but was something that could only be obtained at Sequence 5. He later obtained Creeping Hunger and became a pirate admiral, with a strength already equivalent to a Sequence 5. That tyrant card remains deep inside the cathedral's catacombs. Kalangos didn't make any subsequent attempts? Or did his attempts fail? That cathedral was built by an existence who worships the ancient sun god. The mural depicts the dark history of the true deities before the cataclysm and is clearly on the ancient sun god's side. The Twilight Hermit Order is suspected to be established by the son of God Adam, with the goal of resurrecting the ancient sun god, the city of Silver Creator. That primitive island suddenly disappeared as though it never existed. Adam is an angel of imagination. Amongst the Twilight Hermit Order's core members, there's at least one angel of the spectator pathway, Hermes. The Twilight Hermit Order tends to select members of the Sailor, Reader, or Sun pathways. It has a high chance of possessing high-sequence ingredients and items from the Storm domain. There might be angels from the Storm domain in it. Klein lowered his pen and looked at the content listed out as he slowly made a guess. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 8:16, Completing the Transaction. After listing down all the important points, Klein rapped the edge of the long mottled table and silently muttered, "The one who sighed in the depths of the cathedral is a member of the Twilight Hermit Order?" Kalangos had caught the eye of the Twilight Hermit Order after he managed to venture deep inside. Later, he obtained an advancement and received creeping hunger, allowing him to become a pirate admiral. If that's the case, it can be understood why he didn't go to the primitive island again to take away the tyrant card after possessing the strength of a sequence 5. It's yours only if it's given. You can't touch it if it's not given. Of course, Kalangos might have established contact with that member of the Twilight Hermit Order during his second visit of the cathedral after possessing enough combat strength. Regardless, that primitive island must have quite a connection with the Twilight Hermit Order. The reason why we arrived at the tomb rather smoothly in the other zones and saw the picture of the Kings of Angels feasting on the Creator was because that Twilight Hermit Order member had the intention of letting us do so. They are happy to let that lost piece of history spread given the chance. However, their depiction of something from their own standpoints might not be the truth as well. Later, that Twilight Hermit Order member probably sighed because he or she didn't expect us to quickly finish off the awakened deceased bodies and the six-winged gargoyle to obtain the tyrant card. With how things normally go, we should have been in danger, and he quells everything, talking to us from a distance, making us outer circle members of the Twilight Hermit Order. Klein carefully used he to refer to the existence in the depths of the abandoned cathedral. He even suspected that the person might be the former king of angels, son of God Adam. Of course, he wasn't certain if the primitive island belonged to the Twilight Hermit Order. He believed that even divination wouldn't give him a certain answer, as there were too many possibilities. It also involved other hidden existences, and any information related to the spirit world would definitely be wiped away or hidden. If it's really as I guess, does that mean that I missed the chance of joining the Twilight Hermit Order? If I pass their test, then I might be able to take a glance at the second blasphemy slate and obtain the high-sequence potion formulas of the Seer pathway. What a pity! However, Gehrman Sparrow has a mysterious origin with a secret existence backing him. This is known by the various factions at sea, and as the most ancient and secret organization, the Twilight Hermit Order will definitely be aware of the corresponding situation. The outcome for Gehrman Sparrow would probably be immediate execution, and then having answers obtained via spirit channeling. Klein first found it a pity before feeling afraid. As his thoughts whirred, he even thought of sending the Hanged Man to the primitive island again and seek out an opportunity to make him an outer circle member of the Twilight Hermit Order so that he could slowly reach its core. But the problem is that the primitive island has vanished. Otherwise, Mr. Hanged Man really has a chance of being a triple, no, a quadruple spy. Klein snapped his fingers and made the paper in front of him disappear, throwing the night's exploration to the back of his mind. However, he warned himself that he needed to pay attention to the appearances of any abnormalities in his daily life. He was afraid that it wasn't that the hidden existence deep in the cathedral wasn't able to stop himself and the Hanged Man from escaping, but that he had a deeper motive. If not for the gray fog and him having been sterilized, Klein even suspected if there were any hidden marks left on him. Glancing at the items on the table, Klein first flipped the Tyrant card over and placed it beside the Black Emperor card. Following that, he began considering how he would deal with the remaining spoils of war. He already had plans for the Sequence 5 Druid Beyonder characteristic of the Planter pathway, sell it to Frank Lee via the Hermit Catlia. But the problem is whether I want to accelerate the destruction of this world. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh as he fell into a dilemma. Allowing a dangerous fellow like Frank Lee to advance to Sequence 5 meant that cows, fish, the sea, and rose bishops would be fearful. No one knew what this fellow, who was no better than a lunatic, would achieve in his experiments after obtaining greater powers. It was an unknown what sort of strange species he could create. What if he plants himself and obtains a bunch of Franks? The world would truly be in danger if that happens. Klein silently exhaled and planned on letting Admiral of Stars vex over this problem. After all, I'll just be selling the Druid Beyonder characteristic normally. Whether Ma'am Hermit wishes to buy it is up to her. Besides, it's only a sequence 5. I believe Queen Mystic and the Moses Ascetic Order will support her and be able to ensure nothing goes wrong. Besides, the Church of Earth Mother has a bunch of saints, angels, and grade 0 sealed artifacts, as well as a true deity. There's nothing they can't handle. As Klein consoled himself, he placed his attention onto the Minter of Disorder and Ocean Songster beyond her characteristics. His initial plan for the latter was to create a mystical item, but he wasn't sure if the artisan that the hangman knew had the ability to do so. As for the former, he planned on selling it. Although it could also be made into an item, it overlapped with the Baron of Corruption inside the glove. Besides, Klein also began to realize that having too many mystical items wasn't necessarily a good thing. Particular negative effects were a pain when stacked. With creeping hunger and the rentable Lamino's travels, he believed that it was best if he traveled light most of the time. Under normal circumstances, creeping hunger matched with death knell, along with a few purifying bullets, it was enough to deal with most matters. When in a sea or air battle, he could have an additional mystical item made from an ocean songster. In complicated situations, he could rent Lamino's travels when given the opportunity. If there wasn't an opportunity, he could use Grozel's travels for defense and throw out the Fate Siphon charm. And this wasn't considering his own beyond her powers, Wraith Marionette, or the hard-to-use Sea God Scepter. In terms of fixed assets, I'm considered a true tycoon. Klein sighed as he made the beyond her characteristics fly to the junk pile. As for the eyeball of the six-winged gargoyle, this was a material rich in spirituality and had some hint of strangeness. It could be used in a ritual to create charms. Klein temporarily had no better use or requirements for it, so he had already thrown it into the junk pile. After doing all of this, he disappeared from above the gray fog, and he returned to the real world. On Saturday morning, Furs had originally planned on waking up naturally, but she ended up being awoken by the world's transmission via Mr. Fool. He was returning Lamino's travels to her. Furs rubbed her eyes and planned on directly preparing the ritual, but when she saw her messy hair and puffy eyes, she decided to wash up first to make herself look human. She had finally sold the 2 properties yesterday, selling them at a higher price than she had expected. Even after deducting the corresponding taxes, she had received £6,550. To her chagrin, gold coins which were used in daily life may appear common, but when she attempted to collect them en masse, she failed to obtain much. After plenty of work, all she got was 600 gold coins. Phew, I can finally repay the debt and complete the transaction. Furs combed her hair and began setting up the ritual. Last night, to celebrate her first time accumulating such immense wealth, she secretly drank half a bottle of Landy and a barrel of Southville beer. This resulted in her waking up in a terrible state. During the ritual, and after some communication, Furs paid £5,200 and 600 gold coins, closing the assassination commission and receiving an interrogator beyond her characteristic. This way, she still had £2,530 in cash. As for the royalties from her 2 books, although they weren't much, they were relatively stable. After a brief wait, Furs saw the door of sacrifice and bestowment light up as 2 items flew out. One of them was Lamino's travels, and the other was a light blue, translucent hexagonal prism. In it were streaking bolts of lightning. Mr. World sure has many beyond her characteristics on hand. Furs sighed silently and first thanked Mr. Fool before ending the ritual to accept the interrogator's beyond her characteristic. Finally, she picked up Lamino's travels and flipped through it to see what additional beyond her powers there were. As the pages flipped over, her gaze suddenly froze. This was because 2 of the charred yellow pages weren't empty. They were filled with mysterious and strange patterns and symbols. These represented beyond her powers at the demigod level. A total of 2 pages. How extravagant! Furs couldn't help herself as she muttered. This was the first time she was seeing a demigod beyond her power which she could freely use. As a best-selling author who mainly wrote romance, her first reaction was that the World Gehrman Sparrow was chasing after her. But thinking back to how they hadn't met before, and how the gentleman was a cold and powerful assassin, she quickly rejected such a guess. She believed that the World Gehrman Sparrow was probably able to receive help from a demigod at any time, so he didn't mind such matters. Phew, I should try not to use it. I'll let Mr. World use it when he rents it again. Furs exhaled with some fear, completely lacking the guts to take advantage of the terrifying assassin. After composing herself, she used her crystal ball and identified all the new beyond her powers. She felt that they were all relatively useful apart from full moon. If I wish to commit suicide, this is quite a useful one, she muttered and closed Lamino's travels. She planned on giving Zio the interrogators beyond her characteristic when she returned in the evening. At 7 in the evening, Klein wore starched clothes as he waited at the foyer with butler Walter and valet Richardson to welcome the guests at his ball. Soon, he saw a familiar face walk over. Aaron Series. This famous surgeon walked to the main door while helping his pregnant wife. Pregnant lady. Klein's heart stirred as he walked over with a beaming smile. Lord of the Mysteries. As a polite gentleman, Klein obviously wouldn't stare at Aaron's wife. He looked at the famous surgeon and said, "Good evening, Aaron. How may I address your lovely companion?" Aaron's cold demeanor hadn't changed, but it didn't stop him from handing over an intricately packed bottle of red wine and say with a polite smile, "My wife, Wilma Gladys, a middle school teacher. It appears you are about to become a father again. When's it due?" Klein received the present and asked. The topic he had planned to cover when talking to Dr. Aaron had been about a few new surgery techniques in the papers, but he never expected him to bring his pregnant wife. This was a pleasant surprise for him. This was because Ma'am Wilma Gladys was expecting the unborn snake of Mercury, Willoceptin. Aaron subconsciously glanced at his wife's tummy and said with a smile, "Early July. If you don't mind, I wish to invite you to his birth party." Just as he said that, the gentle and beautiful black-haired lady, Wilma, suddenly held her tummy and exclaimed in pain. "What happened?" Aaron asked in concern. "He kicked me, but he's calmed down," Wilma said with an eased expression. She then looked at Dwayne Dantes and smiled. "Because of my pregnancy, I've been home all the time and haven't been to such balls in a while. Feeling pinned up at home, I got Aaron to bring me along. Although I can't dance, I'll be able to chat with the other ladies, and I'll even find some time to play some cards." "Your presence honors me," Klein sincerely replied. "I will come for his birth party in early July." He wasn't affected by the tiny accident, as he still remembered Dr. Aaron's invitation. After exchanging a few words of pleasantries, Klein handed over the gift to his valet Richardson and got him to lead his 3 guests into the hall. Without needing to wait too long, he received his second guest. It was Bishop Electra, who was still wearing his black clergyman robe, and his female partner. His partner was a lady in her early 20s who still had a little bit of baby fat to her cheeks. She looked at everything with a sense of wonder, and she was filled with energy. However, she had an additional hint of maturity to her due to her already having a child. "Good evening, Your Excellency. My sleep has recently been excellent," Klein said, feigning ignorance of the Church of Evernight's secret efforts. Electra immediately tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. "This is a blessing of the goddess." He then introduced his female partner. "She's my wife, Shona Johnson." As he often visited Dwayne Dantes and had been to his residence several times, he didn't need to prepare any gifts for the ball. It would appear overly polite and too distant. "Nice to meet you. You are a lot younger than I imagined." Klein greeted Shona half politely and half jokingly with a nod. Meanwhile, he silently did the math. It said that the bishop got married 2 years ago. That means that his wife was only 18 or 19. This age difference is quite huge. In a few years, I might have to introduce a particular chubby apothecary to him. Upon hearing Dwayne Dantes' joke and recalling the conversation back when he visited him while the former was sick, Electra immediately felt uneasy. He coughed gently and replied, "She's someone who likes a bustle. If she's free, she has no wish to miss any ball." Klein didn't speak further because he saw Ma'am Mary alight from her carriage and was walking over. After letting Bishop Electra and his wife enter the hall, Klein smiled at Mary and said, "Ma'am, perhaps we will be fellow workers next week." The lawyer and accounting team he hired had completed their investigations and had cleared the coin company's audit and said that it was very suitable for investing into. Furthermore, he had already reached a preliminary agreement with the gentleman who was selling the shares. Final confirmation of the sale of 3% shares for £12,800 was to be made next week. When Mary heard that, she chuckled and said, "I already treat you as a partner. This seems to have a deeper meaning to it. Don't tell me that Dwayne Dantes has caught your fancy." Klein's heart stirred as he feigned ignorance and reached his hand out. "I hope for a pleasant partnership." After a shake of hands, he got butler Walter to lead the lady in. At this moment, more and more guests were arriving. Klein recalled the corresponding topics and warmly and humorously received them, receiving plenty of gifts as a result. If not for my instinctive ability as a faceless to remember a person's looks and characteristics, I wouldn't be able to tell who is who, much less find the correct topic to raise. It's no wonder that a butler's help is often needed at such times. As Klein was stirring in poignancy, he saw a member of Parliament mocked and his family arrive. He smiled again and took a step forward. Good evening. Today's starry sky is especially beautiful. Member of Parliament mocked smiled as he handed a bottle of Black Rand from some unknown vineyard to him and said, I've been in Backlund for nearly 20 years, but the number of starry skies I've seen combined cannot even compare to the number I've seen this year. I hope there will be more with time. Klein then said to Ma'am Rihanna, I heard that the both of you have gotten a boarding school for Miss Hazel. Rihanna looked at her daughter, who wore a cold expression despite maintaining a polite smile. Boarding school education is becoming increasingly popular. It's the same for females. And most importantly, perhaps Hazel will get to know more friends. Unfortunately, she doesn't seem too happy about this arrangement, as she can't bear to leave us. In Backlund, boarding schools that targeted females of high society had already grown in popularity. The education they provided might not be better than home tutors, but it created a social circle. The school fees for such a boarding school like that was about £500 a year. She probably can't bear to part with the sewers here. Klein lampooned. After a short chat, he let Member of Parliament mocked and family into the hall. When it was almost time, he didn't wait by the door and instead walked to the second floor. Standing behind the railing that faced the main door, he gestured for the musicians to pause the music. Holding a cup of champagne, Klein surveyed the surroundings. With all the guests looking at him, he loudly said, I'm very happy that all of you can grace this ball with your presence. First, I'd like to thank the goddess as well as you. I've prepared for everyone local music and food from Desi, and I hope you will like it. After a simple speech, Klein walked down the stairs to the first floor in preparation to invite a lady to dance the opening dance. Typically, a married host would definitely invite his own partner for the opening dance, while unmarried men or women would dance with a relative of the opposite sex, or invite someone they had their eye on in an alternate form of a blind date. But Dwayne Dantes didn't have any family or any suitable target, so this matter appeared somewhat embarrassing. However, he had an experienced butler. His butler had hired a socialite of high society, and although dancing the opening dance would result in some rumors, it wouldn't make others believe that they were dating. Therefore, Klein looked at the lady named Aurea without any guilt as he walked towards her. This lady was a widow who had good relationships with several people in Backlund's high society. She enjoyed quite a status in this circle, but of course, she wasn't well liked by the ladies. Anyone with a bit of standing looked down on her. Regardless, Aurea's female charms and her bearing was excellent. It was especially so with her figure that had alluring curves. If it wasn't because her looks were only above average, Klein would have suspected that she was a demoness. Ma'am, may I have the pleasure of dancing with you? Klein followed the teachings of his etiquette teacher, Wyanna, and posed flawlessly. Aurea with her blonde hair bun smiled and reached out her hand. You are a gentleman that cannot be rejected. That sounds ambiguous. Her identity and the role she plays in social settings ensures that she can't act as demure as most ladies and madams. Klein held her hand, entered the dance floor, and began dancing under the tune of a village folk song. The aristocrats all had land, manors, and castles in the villages, and they spent several months a year there. Therefore, folk songs were one of the mainstream songs in high society social events. You dance really well. If Wyanna hadn't mentioned it before, I wouldn't believe that you weren't able to dance before. Aurea deliberately leaned in close. As they moved in step, her breathing could be heard. As she was a stranger, Klein was a little uneasy by the close distance, but he couldn't push her away while under everyone's gaze, so all he could do was smile. I just didn't know how to dance such dances. In fact, I'm good at the kind of dances from Desi Bay and the southern continent where there's greater freedom. I also like those kinds of dances. They are full of strength and passion. It's dance for yourself and not for others. Aurea found a topic as she gyrated her body, appearing extremely intimate with Dwayne Dantes. Towards the end of the opening dance, she said with a suppressed chuckle, If it wasn't for the rumors, I would even suspect that you don't fancy women because you're a little stiff. However, I no longer have any doubts. As she spoke, she glanced down. Klein was actually rather embarrassed. She was really good at using her body and words to create a suggestive atmosphere. However, Dwayne Dantes was an experienced man and couldn't admit defeat. He smiled with a natural expression. Stiffness is a result of not being used to backlund social scene. I can teach you, Aurea said with a chuckle. At that moment, the tune came to an end as she took a step back and winked with a smile. You're really passionate. The words were a double entendre that left Klein nearly blushing. He even began to suspect if she was related to demonesses. He continued wearing a stoic expression as he bent his back into a bow, and he sent Aurea back to her spot. Through the corner of his eye, he caught Wilma Gladys, who was pregnant with the snake of Mercury, walking towards the long table to the side. Her target was apparently the first batch of ice cream. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 818 Warning. Klein's gaze moved away from Wilma Gladys and looked to the pastries like carrot cake and cream puffs to the side, as well as the roasted poussin, stewed lamb, seared ribeye, desi roasted fish, and the other food nearby. He gulped his saliva slightly and forced himself to retract his gaze as he prepared to invite Ma'am Mary for the second dance. As the host, he couldn't skip any of the first 3 dances. Therefore, all he could do was temporarily forget his hunger and the delicacies. And at this moment, Wilma Gladys, whose pregnant state showed, walked to the spot where there was ice cream. She reached out her hand before retracting it. You want some? Dr. Aaron hadn't joined the first dance as he stayed by his pregnant wife's side. Wilma Gladys sternly shook her head. No, I don't. I'm pregnant. It's not good to have ice cream. However, the little fella in my tummy seems to want a little, just a little. Dr. Aaron nodded indiscernibly and said, Then have some. Leave the rest to me. Wilma immediately revealed an irresistible smile. You spoil him too much. She didn't object to it as she watched her husband pick up a scoop of ice cream that had been circled with ice. After taking 2 bites, Wilma closed her eyes and suddenly shifted her gaze. She looked at a few ladies who hadn't participated in the first dance. They were chatting about something in hushed tones. They had smiles across their suggestive faces, often covering their mouths and laughing covertly. What interesting matters are they talking about? Wilma's curiosity was instantly piqued, and after informing her husband, Aaron, she walked over. However, the few ladies quickly dispersed as though they were awaiting the second dance. Wilma was disappointed as she asked the young beautiful lady who remained standing there, Do you know what they were discussing about? I'm not interested in their topics, Hazel said as she glanced at the pregnant lady beside her. She didn't fault her for being a little impolite because pregnant ladies often had some privileges. Only then did Wilma notice that Hazel, with her long black-green hair, was holding a cup of champagne. She looked like she had no wish to be invited to a dance. She has a sense of pride that stems from the bottom of her heart. Even when looking at Baronet Madams, she will only maintain the most basic courtesy. This is a delightful character, but the problem is that she's like that to everyone. She's overly cold and aloof. Perhaps she's in the rebellious stage that Emperor Roselle had mentioned before. As a middle school teacher, Wilma couldn't help but make comment inwardly. Then, knowing better, she opened up a distance from Hazel and began looking for the ladies she was familiar with. After completing 3 dances, Klein finally had a brief reprieve to stuff himself with more food and drink some thirst-quenching sweet iced tea. This was a D's specialty that he specially got the kitchen to prepare. Due to the influence of Death Knell, he had drunk a little too much. After having a short conversation with Bishop Electra, he had to apologize and take his leave to the washroom. In fact, he could hold back for another 3 more dances. However, he felt that Snake of Fate while Septon might have wanted to communicate with him, judging from his sudden appearance. Therefore, he found a suitable place without anyone around. Although he is an unborn fetus and came here passively, if he doesn't wish to meet me, he has 100 ways to stop his mother from heading out. In short, it's worth giving it a try. Klein mumbled as he entered the washroom and locked the door. Just as he was in a dilemma to deal with his burgeoning bladder or patiently wait another 2 minutes, his spiritual perception triggered as he looked at the mirror. At some point in time, the mirror had produced a black pram that was covered in shadows that prevented him from seeing any details. The only thing he could discern was that there was a child wrapped in silver silk inside. The child used a clear voice and said, Your fate deviated a little. What happened? Klein tensed up immediately. Well, Septon in his infant form scoffed and said, You should ask yourself. All I know is that you likely met an angel. Klein immediately recalled his experiences on a primitive island and had a guess. After contemplating for a few seconds, he asked with a frown, "Can angels see my uniqueness? I've met Orange Light, and he said that only a few high-level creatures of the spirit world, as well as deities with certain unique authorities or beyonder who represent fate, can discover this point to a certain extent. Of course, close contact has to be made." In the pram, Will Septon sucked at his thumb and laughed. "Probably not, because you aren't dangerous. Besides, apart from you being unique, some items on you or your companion might have a similar uniqueness that can garner the interest of that person." Items on me? My companions? Klein's mind raced as he discovered that he might have been psychologically cued in the past, and along with the fact that he hadn't thought of it, he had missed out something. When exploring the primitive island, he had brought Grozel's travels along. This was a book created by an ancient god, the Dragon of Imagination, Inkwelt. If that primitive island is related to the Twilight Hermit Order, be it the Angel of the Spectator pathway deep inside the cathedral with a high-sequence ingredient of the Storm pathway, or the opposite, he will likely be interested in the notebook. After all, the leader of the organization is the Angel of Imagination, the Son of God Adam. And it's because of this notebook that I was allowed to take away the Tyrant card while also preventing me and Mr. Hangman from continuing the exploration. Klein had a hunch as he asked, "How should I resolve this?" "There's no need. In the long term, this should be something good, but there might be some trouble midway," Will Septon replied with a clear voice. "Furthermore, you are already burdened with so many matters. An additional matter wouldn't matter. I warned you so that you can take notes so as to not be struck by trouble." "Makes sense. One stops worrying when there are too many debts. Perhaps it might create opportunities and let my debtors end up fighting." On careful thought, Klein echoed inwardly. He asked instead, "My friend who wishes to obtain a drop of a mythical creature's blood wishes to know exactly what you need." "What do I need?" Will Septon scoffed once again. "There's plenty I need. For example, the means to accommodate the die of probability, or how to finish off Ouroboros. If it's possible, you can take as many vials of blood as you want. But can it be done? If it's possible, why take the risk to finish off Ouroboros? Wouldn't it be easier to just deal with a weak snake of fate like you?" As Klein lampooned, he shook his head without a doubt. "No. Then think of something else. I'm not in a rush." Will Septon paused and said, "There's a very arrogant lady at the ball tonight. There's something wrong with her. If you have the chance to chat with her, you can lead the topic of conversation towards dreams." "Hazel. Dreams?" Klein nodded in thought. "Okay." Seeing that Will Septon had the intention to leave, he hurriedly said, "That paper crane is about to tear. How should I contact you in the future when I encounter an emergency?" Will Septon fell silent for a moment before saying, "Are you hoping that I can fold a paper crane for you in my mother's tummy? Even if I can, you won't be able to get it. If I have any desire to find you, and as long as you live here, I can do so at any time during dreams. If you have any emergency matters, just visit my father directly. After all, don't you have to wait when using the paper crane? All right, as a fetus who hasn't been born, I need to have more sleep. Let's leave anything else to the future." All Klein could do was nod and say, "If there's nothing else from you." Just as Will Septon was about to dissipate his body, he suddenly paused for 2 seconds and said, "Another thing." "What is it?" Klein tensed up once again. Will Septon dragged out his tone and said, "The ice cream your cook made is too sweet." "Ah." Klein temporarily didn't react to what he was saying until the black pram vanished from the mirror. He then snapped out of his daze and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his lips. After settling the problem with his burgeoning bladder, he washed his hands and came out. He found Richardson and instructed, "Go to the kitchen and get them to lower the sweetness of the ice cream that is subsequently being made." Richardson didn't ask why, and he immediately did as he was told. Only when he was about to enter the kitchen did he recall the problem. Mr. Dwayne Dantes hasn't touched the ice cream yet, so how did he know that it's a little too sweet? Towards this problem, Richardson quickly had an answer. He believed that a guest had informed his employer after sampling the ice cream. Although it was a little impolite, it wasn't something rare, especially among familiar friends. They would proactively and kindly inform him so as to prevent the host of the ball from suffering unpleasant critique. At this moment, as the previous dance was still happening, Klein wasn't in a hurry to consider a dance partner. He walked to the long table by the side and seized the opportunity to have some of the delicacies. Just as he selected a piece of Desi roasted fish without many bones, he suddenly saw Wilma Gladys lean over and pick up a cup of sweet iced tea. The lady nodded at the host and smiled. This beverage is nice. I've never had it before. It's sweet iced tea from the South, Klein explained with a smile as he casually glanced at her tummy. He seems to be very obedient. Oh, perhaps it's a she. Wilma smiled. Most of the time, but there might be some stirrings in the middle of the night at times. Middle of the night? At times. Don't tell me it's when he's replying to my questions. Klein suddenly broke out into a sweat as he feigned ignorance and cast his attention back onto his plate. As Wilma drank a sip of sweet iced tea, she headed back to her previous conversation. When the new dance began, Klein handed his plate and cup to an attendant beside him and glanced at Hazel. He slowly walked over and bowed with a smile. Lady, may I have the pleasure of dancing with you? Hazel fell silent for a few seconds and placed the cup of champagne onto an attendant's tray and replied politely, It will be my pleasure. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 819 Gift. Amidst a soothing melody, Klein and Hazel began dancing with their backs straight. One was tall and slim, and apart from the clear difference in age, their movements, demeanor, and looks were highly compatible. It was a beautiful sight to behold, one that could almost be used as a prime example for dancing. Klein took the initiative to break the silence. As they twirled, he casually said, I often had nightmares some time ago, but thankfully I had the goddess's blessings. I prayed a few times at the cathedral and drank a few cups of holy water, and after that, I stopped jolting awake. Hazel silently looked up and after 2 seconds asked, What kind of nightmare? To think you will be interested in such a topic. Well, Septon was right after all. Klein replied with a smile. I was being pursued by all kinds of monsters inside an abandoned, dilapidated cathedral. But you probably know, it's almost impossible to remember the details in a dream. I find it difficult to describe those monsters. Hazel didn't say a word, but her bright brown eyes were colored with dissent. That also meant that she believed that dreams weren't necessarily impossible to recall. Klein took a step diagonally with her in his arms as he said with a smile, Indeed, I've had a very clear dream in the past. Back then, I was still in the southern continent. I dreamed of an inverted mausoleum. It was constructed from pitch-black stone columns that extended underground. There were zombies covered in white feathers that appeared from them in a bid to pull me in. I had such dreams for several days, and it's really quite embarrassing. I was very afraid back then, so I frantically went to a nearby city and found a divination club. I got them to interpret my dream, and I received the conclusion that during one of my purchases of local goods, I had offended the faith of a tribe that believed in death. Strangely, when I went to the tribe to apologize, gave them gifts, and participated in their celebrations, I never had that dream again. He had fabricated the story from his experience as a seer. His goal was to pique Hazel's interest to see if she would unknowingly reveal something. At the same time, this was a suggestion with a deeper meaning, one that wouldn't garner suspicion. The deeper meaning was that Hazel could find a divination club member or a cathedral's priest to interpret her dream if she was troubled by it. It was best not to make rash choices while blindly believing the contents of the dream. When Will Septon mentioned that there was something wrong with Hazel and suggested chatting about dreams, Klein suspected that her dilemma stemmed from a dream that kept happening. Otherwise, it was hard to explain how, despite being at least a sequence 8, she has severe lack of knowledge toward the mysterious world with her blind arrogance. Furthermore, she was a lady from high society who had been educated at home. Thus, it made it difficult for her to make contact with unaffiliated beyonders or those without clear intentions. After all, her father was a member of parliament who was definitely protected. She likely had no lack of beyonders around her. Therefore, Klein believed that Hazel might have made contact with something or had caught the fancy of some powerful beyonder due to her personality. Through dreams, she was slowly guided to become a beyonder without giving her the necessary knowledge. At the same time, the entity enticed her to dig in the sewers to search for something. There were 2 reasons that solidified his theory. Firstly, it was because of Will Septon's words. Secondly, sequence 5 of the Marauder pathway was Dream Stealer. It was impossible that it only had the one beyonder power of stealing the intent behind an action. Hazel quietly listened to Dwayne Dantes' description as her mouth subconsciously gaped before closing again. After nearly 10 seconds, she asked, Why didn't you head to the goddess's cathedral? As expected, she's reacting to topics about dreams. However, she's quite careful and doesn't divulge anything. Klein smiled wryly and said there weren't any cathedrals of the goddess around. It was a region that held faith in the god of steam and machinery. Hazel didn't continue the topic as she focused her attention back onto the dance, as though she was fully immersed in the music. Klein also quieted down as he swirled around in the beautiful melody with the girl. After the dance, he sent Hazel back to where she was standing, and then he headed for the long table due to his thirst, hoping to get a cup of sweet iced tea. At this moment, he saw Bishop Electra enjoying some red wine over there. Unlike the Church of Storms and the Church of the God of Combat, clergymen of the Evernight Goddess were prohibited from excessive drinking. They needed to reject distilled spirits, and they could only drink champagne, beer, and red and white grape wine in moderation. How is it? This should be your first time holding such a grand ball, right? Electra smiled as he raised his cup. Klein smiled and replied, very troublesome, and it's also. The biggest problem is that having so many dances in a row is exhausting. I kept sweating and wanted to drink more water. Bishop Electra chuckled and said, when you're here in Backlund, don't slack on any physical exercise. At times, the social scene is more tiring than you can imagine. With that said, he said with a jibing smile, Ma'am Oria has endorsed you, believing that your character matches your appearance. I'd like to thank her for her endorsement. Klein was momentarily unable to find the words to reply with as he replied in a jokingly manner. A person's character cannot be identified from a single dance. Without waiting for Electra to reveal a smile that all men understood, he switched to saying, Your Excellency, I've recently involved myself in some business, and I'm afraid that I might offend a gentleman in power. I'm a little worried. He was referring to the coin company and Baron Sindris. Electra took a sip of red wine and said, Don't worry. Backlund follows the rule of law. Besides, the goddess will bless you. That's relieving. Praise the lady. Klein seriously drew the crimson moon on his chest. After Electra headed for the dance floor, his gaze darkened as he sighed silently. He wasn't feeling fearful or hatred. He just felt a slight guilty conscience. Up to this point in time, the Church of Evernight had been good to him. Although money was the reason, they had provided him plenty of help to the point of providing him some protection. Yet, he was planning to deal with the keepers, as well as contemplating how to steal something from the core seal behind Cheney's gate. Sigh, if this plan takes too long to complete, I'd really need periodic psychological treatment. Otherwise, I'll have some mental problems. Klein monitored his emotions as he shook his head indiscernibly. In an apartment in Sherwood Borough, Zio came home with feta potter pies and Desi Bay sweet iced tea. As she put it on the dining table, she said to Furs, Don't eat too much of such food. It's unhealthy. Why do you say that? Furs picked up a pie stuffed with fruits and ham before taking a bite. I read about it in a magazine. As a bounty hunter, maintaining one's figure is a necessity. Zio hesitated for a moment before pulling a pie to her mouth. Furs scoffed. You're a beyonder geared for combat. An extraordinary bounty hunter. There's no need to bother about maintaining your figure. Perhaps you might have missed out on your final opportunity to grow taller as a result. All right, I heard that the warrior pathway has an effective way of raising a person's height. It's obvious just from looking at those barbarians from Faceac. Zio was taken aback as she suddenly sighed. But I was born as a half-arbiter. I have no way of becoming a warrior. Clearly, she had seriously considered it in the past. Realizing that she had triggered her friend's memories, she acted as though she hadn't said a word as she focused on having her late dinner. After they were done eating and clearing up, Furs pulled Zio into her bedroom and cleared her throat. You've helped me tremendously, so I plan on giving you a present. What troublesome matter do you need help with this time? Zio touched her short, blonde hair warily. Furs blinked as she suddenly reflected on her recent behavior. She chuckled dryly and said, This is for the past, the past. Without waiting for Zio to reply, she took out a metal box under Zio's doubtful gaze, one that was used to store cigars. I don't smoke, Zio said with a shake of her head. Furs tersely answered as she opened the box, revealing a translucent hexagonal pillar that was light blue in color. Zio's gaze froze as she looked at the luster that streaked inside the crystal-like lightning as she instinctively asked, Interrogator. Yes, a participant at a Beyonder gathering was selling it cheaply. I was afraid of missing the opportunity and hurriedly bought it, Furs said the complete truth. As you know, I've recently been rewarded by my teacher because of something just a while ago. I'm not lacking in cash. Zio knew that her friend had been out recently, claiming that she was doing something for her teacher. However, she found it unbelievable that she could so easily buy her an interrogator beyond her characteristic as a gift. This was completely unlike her original lifestyle. Is she still gambling, having earned large sums of money after becoming an astrologer? Or did she finally cast her sights onto a bank vault and used her door-opening powers to rob the cash inside? Many guesses flashed through Zio's mind, but she wasn't able to find the corresponding proof. About 2 to 3 seconds later, she made a decision. She was to randomly pretend to head out 2 days a week, and she would secretly observe what Furs was doing. If it wasn't for her trust in her friend's character and bottom line, she would have suspected that she had become the mistress of a powerful beyonder or tycoon. It's too valuable. Zio waved her hand in an attempt to reject the gift. Furs had already thought of the excuse as she said with a smile, I'll have matters to trouble you with in the future. Just treat it as an advance payment. We are good friends. There's no need to talk about payment. Zio hesitated for a second as she said with a shake of her head, I was waiting for you to say that. Furs immediately smiled and said, then treat it as an early birthday present. Don't you reject it. But my birthday is more than half a year away. As Zio muttered, she eventually reached out and took the interrogator beyond her characteristic. Sunday afternoon, Zio repressed her excitement and anticipation as she headed out as per normal. She planned on heading to a specific spot to leave a corresponding mark to schedule a meeting with a masked man from MI9 at some secluded alley. After obtaining the interrogators beyond her characteristic and having digested her sheriff potion, all she needed was the correct formula to advance to Sequence 7. It would be a crucial step for her investigation of the truth and restoring her family's honor. Therefore, she was eager to receive a few more missions from the military to accumulate the amount of contributions she needed. After doing all of this, she planned on circling Eastborough, first to see if there was any important news. Then she planned on returning home to Tail Furs so that she could figure out what her good friend was up to, or if she was in any danger. However, the moment she entered Eastborough, she had a hunch that someone was staring at her. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 822 Dazed Instances. Who is it? As a sheriff, Zio had a sharp intuition for monitoring others and for being monitored by others. Her heart tensed up as her mind raced to consider what had just happened. In the past 2 to 3 weeks, she hadn't encountered anything particularly noteworthy. The few criminals she apprehended weren't beyonders, and they were, at best, related to certain gangs. No one would offend a famous bounty hunter in Eastborough for them. Therefore, she quickly narrowed down the list of suspects, and she vaguely guessed at the spy's faction. A member from the Aurora Order. I didn't attend Mr. X's gathering, and an accident happened. Apparently, it was quite a stunning scene. The person from MI9 said that Mr. X was assassinated on the spot and had his corpse taken away. Furthermore, the assassin had used powers at the demigod level. Is the Aurora Order investigating the possible culprits? Every invitee is in their sights. Although Zio was careless and short-tempered at times, her thought process was relatively direct. But in similar fields, she had a strong intuition that allowed her to figure out the crux of the matter. And on the matter regarding Mr. X's assassination, she had once been thankful that Furs had stopped her from attending, thus avoiding the accident. On the other hand, she felt that there wasn't anything wrong about her, allowing her to stand up to the scrutiny of any investigation. Therefore, when she met the masked man from MI9 last week, she had been frank and confident, and she had accepted the mission to investigate the truth behind the matter. Unfortunately, she wasn't sure which other Beyonders had participated back then, and she had no clues to kick her off. That man from MI9 said that the members of Aurora Order are either lunatics or potential lunatics. You can't use common sense to guess at their actions. Even if they believe that there's nothing wrong with me, they can kill me in passing to vent their anger as a warning to the real murderer. The stressed Zio walked forward as she revised her path in Eastborough. This new route allowed her to obtain the help of friends at any time. If she suffered an ambush, there was a considerable chance that she could escape or kill the assailant. As she walked, Zio's mind suddenly went into a daze, as she realized that she had unknowingly arrived back at her residence in Sherwoodborough at some point in time. Zio entered blankly and drank a cup of water when she was patted on the shoulder by Furs. Accompany me to Eastborough. Zio was taken aback as she found herself saying something very familiar. You want to head out to gather material? Furs immediately said that it wasn't the case, indicating that she had previously accepted a mission to find the dust left behind after a ghost faded away. As the deceased had been given a send-off by the priests at the cemetery to their respective deities' kingdom, there wasn't any ghosts. Thus, they could only head over to East Borough to find targets. Zio hesitated and said, "Can you push it back a day? I'm planning to participate in Mr. X's gathering." Furs immediately wore a bitter look and said that she had delayed it by too much, and the mission's deadline was looming. Zio sighed and agreed to accompany her friend to East Borough to find a deceased person that had just died or one that hadn't been discovered after a period of time since their death. Just as the two were about to exit, Zio felt the wind strike her in the face as she trembled and snapped awake. She saw a wandering poet sitting in a corner, playing a 7-string guitar as he sang a folk song that was famous in the southern villages. Zio frowned slightly as she rubbed her temples. She had a nagging feeling that her mind had gone adrift, but she couldn't remember what she was thinking about. She continued maintaining her vigilance as she followed her originally set route, entering a bar that sold lunch. On the way, she met an East Borough resident who would occasionally provide her with intelligence. He was a man who was either 23 or 24 years old. He had thinned his brows, and his brown hair reached his shoulders. His facial features were rather soft, and he had put on cheap makeup. He gave off quite an odd vibe. "Sherman, did anything happen in the past few days?" Zio greeted. According to what she knew, this young man named Sherman had always thought of himself as a woman. However, fate had played a terrible joke on him, making him a man. This made him suffer serious levels of ostracization for many years. Sherman grinned and said, "It's been peaceful. No man offered to buy me any drinks. Drinking is bad." Zio advised him seriously, walked past him, and walked to the bar counter. Sherman spat as he walked to the entrance, swaying his hips until he arrived at the condominium he rented. He paused at the door for nearly a minute before walking 2 steps to the side and knocking on the door next door. The wooden door creaked open as a low, female voice sounded with an undeniable sweetness to it. "Have you made your decision?" Sherman walked in and closed the door behind him. Looking towards the bed, he said to the black-dressed lady, "I'm still doubtful. I don't believe that there's something as magical as that." To him, the lady had a round face and a gentle and refined temperament. Not only was she sweet-looking, but she also had a different air to her. She was extremely charming and alluring. Of course, to Sherman, he was more envious instead of smitten. The black-dressed lady replied with a deadpan expression, "Haven't you seen the picture of my former appearance?" Her gaze moved as she couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. "But that might have been your twin brother. I find it difficult to believe that there really is a substance to change me into a woman," Sherman said in a wavering tone. The black-dressed lady chuckled without any humor in it. "Then you can pretend that it's fake. You may leave." Sherman's hands tightened as he fell silent for a long while. "I'm willing to give it a try. Although I know that you might be bluffing me, I still wish to give it a try." "Then, what should be the price I need to pay?" "Listen to my instructions and help me do certain tasks. Don't worry. They will definitely be things you are capable of," the black-dressed lady said. "To truly change your sex, you need to drink 3 potions and complete certain rituals. I'll guide you." Upon saying this, she said in a self-deprecating manner, "You can consider your female name." At night, in the Backlund Bridge area, in a small alley at Iron Gate Street, Zio stood under a street lamp that had been shattered by someone. She was recounting what had happened in the morning. After confirming that she wasn't being tailed, she returned to Sherwood Borough and secretly observed Furs. She discovered that her friend didn't head out at all, staying at home like she usually did. She spent most of her time reading novels, newspapers, and magazines. She also drew the curtains in her room for nearly an hour, as though she was familiarizing herself with her beyond her powers. Until she had nothing to do, she got a piece of paper and spent 15 minutes writing the opening to her new book. Finally, she tore it apart, crumbled it into a ball, and threw it into the trash can. She smokes and drinks excessively. Zio silently clenched her teeth when she saw a figure in a black suit walking out of the shadows from the other end of the alley. The man was tall and wore a golden mask that revealed his eyes, nostrils, mouth, and cheeks. He was none other than the MI9 member who was in contact with Zio. "Is there anything urgent?" he asked directly. Although Zio was short, she said in a similarly domineering manner, "I was tailed in East Borough. I suspect that it's someone from the Aurora Order. They seem to be investigating what happened during the gathering. The topic Zio had prepared to talk about was about someone she was asked to look for. She planned on using a clue that couldn't be confirmed to make a request for the emergency meeting to appear normal. However, she now had a more suitable excuse thanks to the Aurora Order. The lunatics from the Aurora Order are like that. Although they know that we're also investigating the matter and are finding them, they don't shrink back. If it's not because of that, they wouldn't always be suffering setbacks, the Golden Masked Man said with a laugh. To be frank, I'm very surprised that they didn't directly surround you and bring you to a secluded place to interrogate and channel your spirit. Zio was about to answer him that the Aurora Order member didn't tail her for long when she suddenly recalled the dazed feeling she found inexplicable. Hence, she deliberated and mentioned, I'm not sure what I encountered. For a very brief period of time, I seem to be in a daze and can't remember what I recalled. The Golden Masked Man fell silent. After nearly 20 seconds, he said, the investigation pertaining to you should have ended. The importance the Aurora Order has placed on this matter has exceeded my imagination. I will report this matter. You mentioned that many Beyonders received the invitation but didn't attend. Zio nodded and said, the participants of each gathering doesn't exceed a third of the number of people invited. This is mostly normal for a gathering. It's not an exception for Mr. X's gathering either. The Golden Masked Man considered for a moment before asking, are there any clues about the person I got you to search for? The person whose original name was Trissy? Zio shook her head after seeing him nod. Not yet. She's likely experienced. The Golden Masked Man immediately chuckled. The number of people she has killed is more than the number of bounty missions you have completed. If you have any clues, make sure not to approach her. She's highly dangerous. Zio tersely answered and focused on the main topic at hand. Is there a new commission? Why have you suddenly become so proactive? The Golden Masked Man asked in surprise. Zio frankly replied, I'm almost about to save up enough points to exchange for the interrogator potion formula. I wish to obtain it early. Actually, there's no need for that. You can directly exchange it for the potion, as it will save quite a bit of points, the Golden Masked Man suggested in Zio's behalf. I already have the Beyonder characteristic. Zio shook her head and said, that would still take a very long time. I might be able to buy the ingredients at other Beyonder gatherings. The Golden Masked Man didn't insist as he said with a laughing sigh, I wish you luck. This time, it's a rather complicated commission. If you can't complete it, you should have enough points. Zio held back her delight and asked, what's the mission? The Masked Man said with a slightly odd tone, take note of the people Viscount Stratford interacts with, and list them down in a report before submitting it to me. There's no need for you to frequently monitor him. Whenever you are free or walk past, take note of it in passing. Trust me, you aren't the only one working on this mission. As long as you hand over a report of certain value a week, it'll be considered as you contributing a certain amount. This can be repeated every week. Viscount Stratford. Zio suddenly fell into a daze again, but this time she knew why. This Viscount was the captain of the Royal Guards. He was once her father's deputy. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 821, Soul Imprint. Zio was dazed for about 10 seconds before remembering the need to reply. She looked at the Golden Masked Man and nodded. All right, I'll take note of the people Viscount Stratford interacts with. The Golden Masked Man seemed to sense her dazed state as he said, there's another mission. The Church of Evernight's Red Gloves are investigating something related to the numinous episcopate. If you have any relevant information on that, immediately inform me. Zio tersely responded, unable to extricate herself from her emotions. The Golden Masked Man fell silent for a few seconds and asked after some deliberation, are you interested in directly joining MI9? You can continue maintaining your present identity, being active in Eastborough. Zio was taken aback for 2 seconds as her mouth turned agape. She was momentarily unable to make a decision. The Golden Masked Man didn't require an immediate answer as he said with a smile, there's no rush. Tell me your answer after you become an interrogator. After saying that, he walked back step after step, slinking away into the shadows at the other end of the alley. That same evening, Klein snapped awake from a dream. The soul imprint he had set up in Baclund Street sewers had been touched. Who is it that isn't sleeping in the middle of the night? Is Hazel not afraid of being possessed by a wraith? Klein sighed helplessly as he took out the iron cigar case, which was wrapped in a wall of spirituality from under his pillow. He then walked to the balcony, where the curtains were tightly drawn. Wraith Senior rapidly leaped onto the surface of a street lamp before passing a manhole and sinking deep into the sewers. After advancing a short distance, with the eyes of his marionette, Klein saw Hazel in commoner clothes. This lady was warily walking forward as she raised her left hand without realizing it to touch the necklace with 7 emeralds. In her right hand was a charm made from gold. Although the charm hadn't been activated, it exuded the feeling of sunlight and warmth, as well as the refreshing sense of morning dew. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly recalled his encounter when strolling in the morning. Hazel had woken up early to stroll in her garden. She was gathering materials to create the sun domain charm? Morning dew? Klein guessed with uncertainty as he felt a little puzzled. This was because Hazel wasn't only half illiterate in the mysterious domain, but she also lacked quite a bit of knowledge. Furthermore, she was a believer of the Evernight goddess. Such a Beyonder wouldn't receive any response if she prayed to the eternal blazing Sunday. Even if something special happened, the smallest probability event would be that of receiving punishment. As she hasn't been digging and searching in the sewers for too long, that Beyonder that has been guiding her with a dream has turned anxious. That's why she was taught how to make sun domain charms via a dream? From the Marauder pathway, the corresponding high sequence representative, Amon, is also known as a blasphemer. Does this mean that at a certain sequence of this pathway, they have the ability to pretend to be believers of other deities and circle around any defenses to obtain a response and create various kind of charms? This does match their modus operandi. With Senor's vision, Klein watched Hazel walk deep into the sewers. Based on his spiritual intuition, although the sun domain charm was targeted at a wraith, it was far from sufficient to truly threaten a sequence 5, with it dealing a certain amount of damage at best. After all, Hazel had no way of obtaining high-level materials. However, Klein didn't let his wraith possess her again, afraid that it would alarm that Beyonder who was influencing Hazel. After tomorrow's tarot gathering, he believed he would obtain a low-level item from the Marauder pathway, allowing him to make the corresponding investigations. Before that, maintaining the status quo was the best choice. Of course, the premise was that he was certain that Hazel wasn't able to dig up anything within a day or two. He had plenty of time to prepare. As a seer, he had many ways to make a confirmation. The simplest way was to head above the gray fog. After retracting his marionette, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived inside the ancient palace which had stone columns propping it up. He conjured a pen and paper, and he wrote down the corresponding divination statement. Something major will happen in Baclun Street over the next 3 days. With the topaz pendulum, Klein obtained a negative revelation. This also meant that in 3 days, no major incident would happen in Baclun Street. As for the possibility of what Hazel would really dig out, it would only affect him while being trivial to Baclun Street. He wasn't faced. This was because something trivial wouldn't affect his subsequent plans. He didn't have any strong intentions of stopping her. He had previously given a hint to her at the ball. If Hazel didn't understand or didn't take it to heart, it was her problem. Klein didn't have any psychological burden on such matters. After returning to the real world, he waited for 45 minutes before Hazel came out. After confirming that no significant changes happened underground, Klein laid back in bed, and with cogitation, he quickly fell asleep. Monday afternoon at 3. Dark red beams of light that soared up from both sides of the long bronze table appeared before the Fool Klein's, the Sun Derek's, and the World Gehrman Sparrow's eyes. Justice Audrey remained in a good mood as she bowed at the figure shrouded in gray fog. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Klein nodded with a smile as a response to this lady who often delighted him. Meanwhile, Audrey swept her gaze and discovered an additional card beside Mr. Fool's hand. A new card of blasphemy? I wonder which pathway it's from. I really wish that it's from the spectator pathway. Audrey's heart stirred as she turned to greet the other members. Once everything was done, she looked to the end of the modeled table ahead of the hermit Catlia and said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I found 3 new pages of Rozelle's diary. This was actually obtained from the Lone Relic Search and Preservation Foundation, but as its founder and main sponsor, she easily received the opportunity to make a copy." Audrey was rather proud in regards to this. She was increasingly convinced that establishing such a foundation was a wise decision of hers. Unfortunately, to not expose her identity, She didn't share this matter with the other members of the Tarot Club. Very good. Klein smiled with a nod, indicating that Miss Justice could conjure the diary. And at this moment, the hermit Catlia didn't interject, as though she hadn't obtained any new Roselle diary pages. There's temporarily no response from Queen Mystic? Or has she focused her attention on something else? Klein looked at the 3 diary pages which Miss Justice had conjured as he allowed them to jump into his palm. When he scanned them, the corners of Klein's lips nearly twitched. This was because he had encountered a familiar page of one of Roselle's sexual escapades. Compared to the pages specially chosen by Queen Mystic Bernadette that had plenty of information, the other members often obtained parts that weren't too important. The content tended to be about Roselle's daily life. The 3 pages that Miss Justice had provided was such an example. Klein casually flipped through them and discovered a diary entry that was worth a detailed read. As for the rest, it was either about him having a rendezvous with some lady or madam, or him belittling people who survived due to their status instead of intellect. He even expressed his desire for a demoness from all the rumors he heard. Soon, Klein placed his attention on the most valuable diary entry. Based on the information obtained from the church, there really are monsters in existence that are stitched at the soul level. After high-sequence Beyonders die, the Beyonder characteristics they produce will have remnants of the imprint of their soul. It can be very powerful and resilient. It might not even fully dissipate after centuries or even a millennium. But when Beyonder characteristics form a mystical item with their surrounding objects, there's a need to have a sufficiently similar soul in order to use them. Otherwise, the negative effects will be extraordinary. And when such Beyonder characteristics are preserved and made into the main ingredient of a potion, the consumer similarly must have a powerful soul body to withstand it. Otherwise, there's a high chance of failure. In mysticism, an advancement's failure will often lead to a loss of control or death. Only very few lucky ones can be calmed down and maintain an intricate balance. However, it's rumored that certain special sealed artifacts can draw out unfused Beyonder characteristics and recondense them. It would be akin to not having consumed the potion, so the failures will only suffer a storm-like assault on their soul. But according to my conjectures, there's likely some level of mutation at the gene level. This is because, based on the information provided, those who failed their advancement and survived by this method had mostly died from terminal illnesses within 5 years. Therefore, consuming a potion similar to one's soul body can effectively decrease the difficulty of advancements, but it will leave behind remnant soul imprints. Unknowingly, one will suffer an identity dissociation, and they would slowly transform into a monster stitched at the soul level. It's just like that high-sequence Beyonder who resurrected on his body. Resurrected? On careful thought, it's really quite terrifying. However, the church told me that there are roughly 3 methods to rid the high-sequence Beyonder soul imprints in a Beyonder characteristic. As for what they are, they didn't tell me. They don't seem simple. It's no wonder the Sauron family enjoys calling descendants who look similar to their ancestors as having talent. Had talent. I have to say that I do pity Florin quite a bit. Monsters stitched at the soul level. High-sequence Beyonder soul imprints. Sounds a little alarming. So, high-sequence Beyonder potions have such a problem. The churches probably have a way to resolve them. They have no lack of angels and grade 0 sealed artifacts. They can shatter a Beyonder characteristic and recondense them, thus obtaining a purified one. Those ancient families probably aren't that lucky. They might not have any more angels protecting them. They might only have 1 or 2 grade 0 sealed artifacts, but they aren't that easily used. Furthermore, different grade 0 sealed artifacts have different uses. They might not be adequate for such matters. Klein's mind raced as he made the diary pages in his hand vanish. Then, he looked at Miss Justice and asked with a chuckle, "What do you wish to exchange them for?" Audrey was waiting for her potion ingredients, and she temporarily had nothing she lacked. Therefore, without any hesitation, she chose to satisfy her curiosity. "Honorable Mr. Fool, is that an additional card by your hand, a card of blasphemy? Which one is it?" "Lord of the Mysteries." Chapter 822, Another. I knew it. Miss Justice would not ask when she sees an additional card. I got through another question so easily. Klein secretly smiled as he casually flipped over the new card of blasphemy, showing it to Justice. "Tyrant." As expected, Gehrman Sparrow has handed it over. That was Mr. Fool's goal. Alger eagerly glanced at Emperor Roselle in a papal tiara as he thought poignantly. He had already obtained the cataclysmic Interror potion formula, and he knew what ritual was needed. He was in a great mood and felt that, although there were obstacles ahead of him, he was filled with radiance and hope. Audrey quickly took in the details of the card of blasphemy. Tyrant card. It looks like it's the sailor pathway. How I envy Mr. Hangman. And Mr. Hangman doesn't seem alarmed or surprised. From a psychological point of view, his reaction should have been greater than mine. He was already aware that it was the sailor pathway's card of blasphemy? Eliminating all other impossibilities, this is the only explanation. But how did Mr. Hangman know of it ahead of time? Sequence 0. Tyrant. The potion name corresponding to the Lord of Storms is Tyrant. This Tyrant card was likely in the form of the Hierophant. However, the actual meaning has certain discrepancies with some similarities. Some of it is inversed, and some are just an extension. In short, the interpretation of the card is that of a conservative view, an emphasis on submission at the level of the soul. By relying on dominance and strength, fear is created to bring about faith. Audrey, who had liked mysticism from a young age, interpreted it as she felt a strong sense of satisfaction. She felt that the payment of 3 Roselle diary pages was especially worth it. Card of blasphemy. Being equally good at interpretation and being knowledgeable, Katlia also quickly figured out the pathway in which the card represented. She also managed to add sequence 0, Tyrant, to the gaps in her knowledge. Apart from these facts, she also made a connection. The world Gehrman Sparrow plotted the death of sea god Calvetua, thus allowing Mr. Fool to obtain that scepter representing sea god's authority and begin answering believers in the name of sea god. This time, he obtained the Tyrant card of the storm pathway. It's definitely no coincidence. As she thought about the matter, Katlia was suddenly alarmed, suspecting that Mr. Fool was secretly attempting to erode away the Lord of Storm's authority. A battle between gods. It's a massive plan that has a far-reaching influence. This is one of the true goals of Mr. Fool. As thoughts flashed through Katlia's mind, she retracted her gaze and stopped looking at the Tyrant card. Furs and Emlyn didn't understand much about Sequence 0. They had only heard Mr. Fool mention it once at a previous tarot gathering. Therefore, they were only surprised that it was a card of blasphemy. They also began to link the name Tyrant and the Sequence 0's potion name to the Lord of Storms. The former began trembling a little, feeling as though she was being sacrilegious. As for the latter, he began imagining and guessing what was the name of the artificial vampire pathway Sequence 0. It must be Moon, or Crimson Moon. Emlyn's mind raced as he came to an answer. As for whether it was correct, he didn't mind it at all. He just felt that it was definitely close to the truth. Having grown up in the City of Silver, Derek had received quite a solid education in mysticism. He wasn't unfamiliar with the concept of Sequence 0, and he had even aimed his sights to becoming one at that level. Only by doing so could he bring the City of Silver out into the light and warmth, so as to bring hope and a future. This likely represents Elf King Saniathrim, so it's called Tyrant. However, his authority seems to be a little more than what the card represents. Derek thought as he participated in the ongoings of the tarot gathering in a rare instance. After showing it for 2 seconds, the Fool Klein covered the Tyrant card again before casually glancing at Ma'am Hermit. Katlia hurriedly said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, there aren't any new Roselle diary pages this time." As expected. Klein nodded gently and said with a smile, "That's all for me." Just as he said that, the world Gehrman Sparrow looked at the Hangman. "After this gathering, I'll send you that Ocean Songster's Beyonder characteristic. Can you find an artisan to create an easily portable mystical item? Another Ocean Songster Beyonder characteristic." The same thought surfaced in the minds of Audrey, Emlyn, and company. Powerful Sequence 5 Beyonders weren't carrots that you could easily buy on the street. And Mr. World had killed several in the past 2 months. Which quasi-high-ranking member of the Church of Storms meant harm this time? Katlia started off with her conjecture that Mr. Fool was attempting to erode away the Lord of Storms' authority as she came to such a thought. Furs became increasingly fearful of Gehrman Sparrow as she kept warning herself not to use the 2 pages with demigod-level Beyonder powers. Derek couldn't help but think back to how City of Silver teams would clear a region of monsters. In that dark environment of despair, The number of Sequence 5 main ingredients and Beyonder characteristics were few and far between. There were even instances where there weren't any at times. All right, Alger, who had already made the promise, calmly replied without mentioning the artisan's fees. This made people like Audrey and Katlia notice something. They suspected that Mr. World and Mr. Hangman had secretly cooperated and negotiated on certain matters. This coincided with Audrey's belief that the Hangman had the knowledge that the card of blasphemy was the Tyrant card, making her guess that the Tyrant card might have been one of the spoils of war that they had obtained in a private partnership. Without waiting for them to ask about anything they needed, the World Gehrman Sparrow surveyed the area whilst under Klein's control. I have here another Beyonder characteristic of a Sequence 5 Mentor of Disorder from the Black Emperor sequence pathway. It can be made into a mystical item, and it should possess the power to use the loopholes found in order so as to distort the words, will, and actions of a target. It can also raise one's physical state and create a certain degree of chaos and confusion to the surroundings. He described it in such detail because his target clients were Miss Justice and Ma'am Hermit. It was impossible for the two of them to switch to the Black Emperor pathway, so their requirements for Beyonder characteristics were naturally for a mystical item. Of course, the latter had subordinates, so it was possible to purchase Beyonder characteristics for her organization's members. Another one. And at Sequence 5, what major event did Mr. World do last week? Audrey instantly forgot to generate interest in the Beyonder characteristic. Katlia, Emlyn, and company exchanged looks, puzzled as to which Sequence 5 Beyonder met harm again. What Alger cared about was that this belonged to the Black Emperor pathway, a Sequence 5 Mentor of Disorder. The latter was something he wasn't previously aware of. After nearly 20 seconds of silence, Audrey began to ruminate over Mr. World's words. Use loopholes found in order. Create chaos and confusion, raise one's physical state, and distort a target's speech, will, and actions. It seems to be very compatible with my dear Earl Hall. Besides, I also want to have such powers. I still have too many shortcomings just by relying on myself and lie. I should figure out the price first and find a chance to ask Father. Let's see if he's interested in buying such a mystical item for himself or his adorable daughter. Audrey thought for a few seconds before raising her hand slightly. Mr. World, what do you plan on exchanging it for? Or how much do you plan on selling it for? A reasonable price for a ready-made mystical item like Death Knell costs 10,000 to 12,000 pounds. Just the Beyonder characteristic alone will be cheaper. It will be about 7,000 to 8,000 pounds. Klein had already done the math. Now, after some thought, he made the World Gehrman Sparrow reply, 8,000 pounds. He knew that if Miss Justice was really interested, she wouldn't haggle. Okay. Audrey nodded and turned to look across the table. Mr. Hangman, roughly how much would it cost to pay the artisan to turn such a Beyonder characteristic into a mystical item? Alger quickly did the math and said, 1,500 pounds at the very least. It might be higher. All right. Audrey shifted her gaze and said to the World Gehrman Sparrow, I'll consider it for a few days and give you an answer by the end of the week. You can continue asking if anyone else wants it. The World nodded in silence as he looked at the other members. He noticed that Ma'am Hermit hesitated for 2 seconds but ultimately kept silent. As for the rest, they were only watching with interest. Just as Audrey was about to ask about the fruit of the illusory chime tree, all the members heard the World Gehrman Sparrow hoarsely say, There's another Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic from the planter pathway, Druid. Suddenly, the palace that looked like a giant's residence turned extremely quiet. Apart from Mr. Fool, who continued observing everyone in a leisurely manner, the hanged man Alger didn't show any additional thoughts. Another. When did Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristics become so common? What did he do? Katlia suddenly felt baffled. She felt that the risk and hard work she had put in over the years was, in essence, no different to the commercial goods the World Gehrman Sparrow was selling. It's terrifying. Furs had already begun imagining a series of stories. Impressive. Derek idolized Mr. World even more. Audrey and Emlyn remained silent for a long time, momentarily finding themselves suffering from a lack of vocabulary. After nearly 10 seconds, Katlia realized the hidden meaning behind the World Gehrman Sparrow's words. He didn't mention the effects of what the Druid Beyonder characteristic can have after being made into a mystical item. He's asking me if I'll buy it for Frank? At that instant, Katlia felt an unprecedented dilemma. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 823. The Maturing Tarot Club. As the captain of the future, Calia knew of the latent dangers that Frank Lee had better than anyone else. She knew that this first-made strange ideas would at times be about truly terrifying and crazy developments. If it wasn't because those creations had yet to be proliferated and lacked the necessary elements, Calia believed that the world would be different. Of course, if there came such a day, she would finish off Frank Lee ahead of everyone else by feeding him to the fishes. With him lacking godhood, many things will be limited in scope, even if they're considered a success. It's impossible to distribute out and bring about a greater disaster. Just advancing to Sequence 5 wouldn't result in any qualitative changes, and Frank has been holding back greatly in recent times. He's been focused on researching plants that can survive and grow through the absorption of monster corpses in the darkness. As her thoughts swirled and changed in her mind, Calia finally made a decision. How much do you wish to get for it? She had a vague feeling that the World Gehrman Sparrow was recently in need of money. 8,000 pounds. If you can replace it with large sums of gold coins, you'll receive a discount. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he answered using the world. At the thought of how Frank Lee could be able to afford this sum, and how he wouldn't reject a druid's beyond her characteristic, Calia pondered for 2 seconds and said, "Deal. Give me a week to gather the amount." "No problem." Klein got the World Gehrman Sparrow to retract his gaze. After the trip to the primitive island, if not for having garnered the attention of the existence hidden in the depths of the cathedral, he would have given himself a perfect score. In less than half a night, he had obtained an invaluable card of blasphemy, a mystical item worth not less than 10,000 pounds, as well as a possible total of 16,000 pounds. Furthermore, no taxes needed to be paid. It was faster than robbing a bank. Unfortunately, that primitive island has vanished. Otherwise, I can always pay a visit when I'm lacking money. Klein's thoughts wandered as he watched Miss Justice look at Mr. Hangman and ask with a tone of anticipation, "Do you have the fruits of the illusory chime tree?" Audrey actually had some inkling to the answer. This was because Mr. World had obtained so many Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristics recently, and Mr. Hangman was suspected to have had a private partnership with him in the past week. It was unlikely that he had obtained nothing. I can figure out certain clues from Mr. Hangman's satisfied and confident state. Audrey felt increasingly confident in her ability to observe others. Alger chuckled and said, "I was just about to tell you that I've already obtained the fruit." "Excellent." Audrey held back and didn't act overly agitated. This meant that she had gathered all the ingredients for Hypnotist. All she needed to do was wait for her psychiatrist potion to completely digest before she attempted the advancement. And it wouldn't take too long. Having already become an Aunt Agony in the aristocrat circles in Eastchester County, Audrey thought with great certainty. To be frank, if she hadn't deliberately guided the topic of conversation, Audrey wouldn't have imagined that the aristocrats that all looked beaming with decent demeanors suffered immense stress. They had pains that others would find impossible to imagine. The changes of the times and the trends of society made them worried about the futures of their families and self. Of course, this was also related to them not being powerful aristocrats, as well as the limited resources they held on hand. These matters made Audrey truly understand the concept of a facade. She understood that faced with different targets, everyone wore a different facade. After concluding such situations, she had instantly digested a significant amount of her psychiatrist potion as her progress clearly sped up. Perhaps in 2 weeks, more or less. In short, before I return to Backlund, I should be able to become a hypnotist. Audrey looked at Alger with bright eyes and asked, "What do you want in exchange?" Having advanced to Sequence 5 recently, and having obtained the key to the door of demigods, as well as being about to possess a potent mystical item, Alger was lacking in money the most at the moment. Therefore, he said without any hesitation, 2,000 pounds. "Deal." Audrey agreed with relatively great ease. This amount of money didn't need a reimbursement for; she could easily afford it herself. After completing the transaction, Audrey couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. She finally didn't feel like she was falling behind in the Tarot Club. During this period of time, she had watched Furs become a Sequence 7 and watched Mr. Hangman approach the level of a high Sequence Beyonder. She also saw Mr. World finish off one Sequence 5 Beyonder after another, producing their corresponding Beyonder characteristics again and again. Yet she remained as a psychiatrist, a Sequence 7 Beyonder. She couldn't help but feel stressed as she became a little anxious. She relied solely on placating herself and Susie's counseling to prevent any emotional problems from happening. Now, she had finally taken a step forward towards becoming Sequence 6. As the delighted Audrey increasingly enjoyed the gathering, she heard Ma'am Hermit say to Mr. World, "I can provide an answer to that drop of blood from the mythical creature. Do you wish for a private communication?" The fool Klein controlled the World Gehrman Sparrow with piqued interest as he asked, "If it's solely an exchange of information, I'll make a killing out of nothing." He thought with anticipation. Catlia looked around, and after a few seconds of thought, she shook her head and said, "There's no need. I can only provide two forms of payment. One, a single glance at the Wheel of Fortune card. I believe you know what this card of blasphemy that was created by Emperor Roselle means. Two, it's to provide the means to regain a certain amount of strength during one's weak stages. Please pass this message to that angel and ask if he is satisfied with such a payment. Provide the means to regain a certain amount of strength during one's weak stages. Queen Mystic has guessed that it's related to the Snake of Fate. That doesn't make sense. An angel includes a Sequence 2 soothsayer. Can't the fool have an angel from the Fate pathway serving him? I've no idea if Septon knows the way to become the corresponding pathway Sequence 0. If he is unaware, then taking one look at the Wheel of Fortune card would be an irresistible temptation. However, it's unlikely. He has lived for so long, and he's a Sequence 1 at that. It wouldn't be so terrible to the point of only now grasping the ritual to becoming a god. Haha, I wonder what Roselle looks like on the Wheel of Fortune card. It has a snake with the Emperor's face and other animals? Klein casually thought as he deliberated and made the fake person, the world, say, "Okay. If a transaction is ultimately made, you will need to pay an additional amount. What do you want?" Catlia asked cautiously. The World Gehrman Sparrow said with a hoarse laugh, "I want to meet Queen Mystic." "Don't worry. The matter is very simple. There's just something that requires her help." After a moment of silence, Catlia said, "I can only try my best to facilitate it, but I can't give any guarantees." Upon hearing their conversation, Audrey suddenly found it surreal. Has the Tarot Club already matured to such a level? Aside from Mr. Fool, from us only being able to exchange basic knowledge in mysticism and Sequence 9 potion formulas, it has developed into transactions involving cards of blasphemy and the blood of mythical creatures. It hadn't even been a year. It's like a dream. I've also matured significantly. As Audrey sighed, the hermit Catlia continued looking at the World Gehrman Sparrow and said, "There's some news regarding the Marauder Pathway mystical item you want." As she spoke, she requested Mr. Fool's help to conjure an item that resembled a tweezer. This tweezer was grayish-white in color, as though they were formed from two finger bones. Apart from that, it was relatively ordinary. Catlia introduced, "It's called Broken Finger. It can enhance the stability and agility of your wrist and fingers. It allows you to easily steal items in the pockets of your target without being discovered. The negative effect is kleptomania when worn. It costs £500. It corresponds to Sequence 9 Marauder. There's a slight premium involved." Klein considered for a moment and said, "All right, let's close the transaction as soon as possible." This way, he could investigate the region dug up by Hazel in the sewers, so as to eliminate any hidden risks. After the conversation between the duo ended, Furs asked with the intention to express interest in a purchase so that she could use it when the need arose. "I need a cursed item from an ancient wraith, as well as its remnant spirituality. Please help me take note." After she obtained a positive reply from the members, the Moon Emlyn sized up his surroundings and leaned back into his chair, and he said to the son Derek, "Does your City of Silver have the Beyonder characteristic that corresponds to Sequence 5 of the artificial vampires?" He didn't wish to call the fellows covered in puss as described by the son as sanguine. Therefore, he changed the way he phrased his question. From his point of view, since there were often mutated vampires appearing around the City of Silver, obtaining one or two Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristics wasn't too difficult. Furthermore, they clearly lacked the potion formula of this pathway, as well as an artisan. Their attention of these Beyonder characteristics depends only on luck. Time needs to pass to determine if they would corrupt the items surrounding them, transforming into sealed artifacts. Emlyn convinced himself that he was helping the City of Silver instead of asking for the son's help. Derek was stunned as he answered in complete honesty, "Yes. But Mr. Moon, do you wish to be covered in pus?" "Oh." Emlyn's expression froze as he was momentarily unsure if the son was mocking him or momentarily unsure if the son was mocking him or warning him. Upon seeing this, Derek hurriedly added, "Many of them have serious levels of mental corruption, and without the potion formula, our city of silver wouldn't waste the effort to cleanse such problems." Is that so? This will be troublesome. Emlyn nodded slightly and said, "Got it." He didn't involve himself in possible transactions, preparing to seek advice from the upper echelons of the Sanguine to figure out the matter regarding the mental corruption of Beyonder characteristics. With the transaction segment coming to an end, the Tarot Club's members began their free exchange segment. Audrey looked straight at Gehrman Sparrow and said with some hesitation, "I would like to know where the Mentor of Disorder characteristic came from. If it involves certain secrets, you can choose not to answer." She was making the preparations to convince her father, Earl Hall. It was also to avoid any unnecessary troubles. After all, Beyonders from the Black Emperor pathway might have certain connections with the military and royal family. Klein secretly laughed as he made the world answer. It comes from a curly-haired baboon. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 824, Conflict. It comes from a curly-haired baboon. Audrey was momentarily unsure if Mr. World was referring to a real curly-haired baboon or someone who couldn't be considered human. In the Lone Kingdom, curly-haired baboons were a common term used to mock others, often used as a joke for low intelligence. From the looks of it, Mr. World doesn't wish to provide any further explanation. All right then, I'll just treat its origins as that of a real curly-haired baboon. Audrey didn't ask further as she said, "Didn't I visit a place that had the tradition of worshipping dragons while seeking out the traces of a mind dragon? But didn't you discover that the mind dragon lived in the sea of collective subconscious in the local residents? And to ensure your safety, you chose to leave." Catlia replied, "You went back?" Furs asked with a guess. Audrey shook her head. "No, I've long left the area. I've only heard of a rumor recently. An archaeological team entered one of the villages in that area. A member suddenly went mad at night, and the mental illness seemed contagious. The other members went mad in turn as they killed each other or themselves. Eventually, not a single member survived." Alger was just about to say something when Catlia said, "This matches the traits of a mind dragon." "I have no doubts about that. I'm just curious if the mind dragon will remain in that region." Audrey expressed her thoughts. "No," Alger and Catlia replied in unison. Sitting at the long modeled table, the Fool Klein made a connection to something else. The anchor of the deities. He suspected that the region's tradition of dragon worship was an anchor to stabilize the mind dragon state. Before such tradition ceased its practice, that mind dragon likely doesn't need to worry about the problem of an anchor. Therefore, after it leaves, it can hide in a new region's sea of collective subconscious. It doesn't need to take risks to enter the different dreams to create faith. This way, the three churches will lack clues to finding it. After all, they aren't experts in this domain. Even with the corresponding sealed artifacts, they will, at best, only be capable of entering the sea of collective subconscious or force the mind dragon out. Instead, the psychology alchemists might be able to figure something out. As Klein thought casually, he made the world say, "The tradition of dragon worship is very beneficial in stabilizing the mind dragon's condition. You can get people to take note of such matters. If large-scale changes occur, then it means that the mind dragon is creating similar traditions in other places." He originally wanted to mention that he suspected the mind dragon to be an angel, one at sequence 2, but on careful thought, he found it impossible to determine that. Indeed, when humans reach sequence 2 and reach the level of an angel, they will need the anchor of faith to secure themselves to prevent themselves from going mad. But that is a dragon in the true sense of the word, an ancient Beyonder creature. It has the madness inherited from its ancestors, and even if it's cleansed and weakened every generation, it's definitely easier for it to lose itself compared to humans. Therefore, it might be a sequence 3, or even a sequence for that needs an anchor to resist its inclination of losing control. That folk tradition is beneficial in stabilizing the dragon's condition? Audrey asked in doubt and puzzlement. Yes. The world didn't give an explanation aside from providing an affirmative response. Audrey subconsciously turned her head to look at the other end of the long bronze table. She began considering if she needed to consult Mr. Fool and pay the corresponding price. Upon seeing this, the Fool Klein surveyed the area and said with a chuckle, "Why do you think the various deities want to spread their faith? Isn't it because God loves the world so much?" This standard and orthodox answer surfaced in Audrey's mind. Following that, she, Alger, Catlia, and the other members thought of the second answer. Stabilization of one's condition. No way. At that moment, Furs found her brain lacking. No matter how good she was at coming up with stories, there was no way she could come up with something like that. To think that's the case. No, I can't eliminate the possibility that Mr. Fool is only mentioning one of the possible reasons. He is secretly eroding away the Lord of Storm's authority. This is related to godhood? I should consult Her Majesty about this in the future. Catlia nudged the heavy glasses on her nose bridge as she made a guess. Alger had previously seen the picture, and when he heard such matters, he no longer had that trembling sense of paralyzing fear. Instead, he began seriously considering why faith could stabilize the conditions of a demigod creature. The other members, including Derek, felt a little horrified. They felt that what they had heard was sacrilegious. They didn't dare think too deeply about it or say a word. This wasn't something that only involved the evil gods like the true creator. It had an intimate connection to the 7 orthodox deities and the existence of the city of Silver creator. The Fool Klein didn't say anything further as he allowed them to maintain their silence while he appeared extremely relaxed. After about 10 seconds, Audrey forced a smile and said, "That's all I've encountered recently." What she meant was that was all from her, and it was the others' turn. Furs and Emlyn had nothing they encountered that was worth informing to the others. They shook their heads, indicating that they had nothing to say. Of course, the latter actually wished to flaunt his victory of the hunting competition that won him the ring made by the ancestor. Alger thought for a moment and looked at Gehrman's sparrow. Can that picture be shared with everyone? He believed that the picture was directly connected with certain matters that happened in Afternoon Town and the Giant King's Court. It gave the Sun some prior knowledge of what would be discovered or encountered if the City of Silver were to continue exploring. From that, he would be prepared ahead of time, allowing him to avoid danger. And it was because of this that sharing was a better choice than keeping it to himself. I don't mind. Klein had similar considerations as he made the world reply. What picture? It seems to be very important. This is a picture Mr. Hanged Man and Mr. World saw during their partnership in finding the Tyrant card. Audrey waited in curiosity. Gazes were cast over as Alger obtained Mr. Fool's approval as he conjured the picture of the City of Silver creator being eaten by the Kings of Angels. The bloody, sinister, terrifying, and dark picture instantly left the Tarot Club members stunned. Even the knowledgeable Catlia momentarily lost her ability to think. Who are they? What are they doing? This is way too brutal a meal, right? Us Sanguine no longer do such things ever since the 4th epoch. We respect life and only drink blood. Emlyn was quite stunned by what he saw. As he had never seen the 6 statues in the Tudor ruin, he was unable to recognize the 3 figures. Back when the world shared the images of the 6 statues, he had yet to join the Tarot Club. However, he recognized the victim from the resplendent cross. He was likely, perhaps, probably the creator of the City of Silver, the legendary ancient sun god. In a previous free exchange segment, the sun had shared with them the corresponding symbols and sacred emblem of the Lord that created everything. Isn't this the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of Storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom whom Mr. World once presented? Why are they eating a human? No, they are feasting on the ancient sun god, the creator of the City of Silver. Audrey was dumbstruck as she instinctively suspected if someone had distorted or blasphemed the images of the orthodox deities. As Furs trembled in fear, she found the picture that was filled with darkness and evilness to have a form of aesthetics and was of high artistic value. In her mind, she had already come up with a title for the picture, The Last Supper. Catlia had never seen the 6 deity statues before, and she only knew the ancient sun god. She subconsciously frowned and blurted out, "Kings of Angels?" Yes, at least the 3 present were, Alger said without any doubts. However, he wasn't sure who the dark infant inside the City of Silver creator was. As he spoke, Alger glanced at Derek and noticed that the youth's eyes were glazed over, his thoughts a mystery. At this moment, Derek's mind was filled with misery and despair. He believed that the one being eaten was the creator, which the City of Silver believed in. He had also recognized the surrounding 3 to be the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of Storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom. This made him suspect the term forsaken land of God. In the various tomes in the City of Silver, They emphasized that God had forsaken the land due to certain reasons. It made them turn into the people of the dark. Therefore, as long as everyone repented from the bottom of their hearts and pleaded for forgiveness, the day would come when God would truly return to illuminate the entire world with sunlight. That's not right. No amount of repentance or seeking forgiveness can redeem the city of silver. Derek muttered inwardly. That's because God is dead, eaten, and never to return. This meant that the city of silver's miserable pursuits and hope were only a mirage, one that would never be fulfilled. After a long silence, Audrey said, trying to convince herself, this is a distortion of the legend of how those three gods were born from the soul of the Creator. 3 gods? Catlia's and Emlyn's eyes constricted at the same time, having figured out the general meaning of the picture. They knew what alarming matter it represented. Perhaps, but there's no way to explain that infant, Alger replied. He silently glanced at Mr. Fool, and he realized that this impressive existence had no intention of speaking. All he did was watch silently. With Audrey silent, the remaining members of the Tarot Club didn't say a word either. This silence continued until Alger dispersed the picture and turned to ask Derek, have you investigated the matter regarding your former chief's mausoleum? Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 825, Reservation. Upon hearing Mr. Hangman's question, Derek replied in shame, no. I've been constantly assigned to patrol missions recently, and I didn't have the time to investigate. Alger wasn't too surprised, but he was puzzled over one thing. Why don't you get the help of a few friends? You don't have to tell them your true motives. Split the task into very minor missions that wouldn't garner much attention. Let them search for information in different areas. This way, even if anything gets exposed, it wouldn't implicate them in a fatal way. Derek fell silent for a few seconds before saying, I do not have friends. Before his parents died, he had a certain number of friends from general education classes and those at the combat training field. After all, there weren't many people that are roughly the same age in the city of Silver. They often got to meet each other, and they would even become teammates. However, after his parents' death, Derek had become introverted for a very long period of time. Burdened by the secret of the Tarot Club, he unknowingly distanced himself from his friends and stopped interacting with them. The last time someone visited him at home was Dark Regents who had been corrupted by the true Creator. Alger choked on the son's reply. After taking a breath, he reorganized his words. That's not a good thing. You won't be able to rescue the City of Silver just by relying on yourself. You have to unite a group of people, friends who can provide you with help during critical moments. But this will make them be suspected, the son said hesitantly. Alger immediately said sternly, being suspected is better than being dead. The City of Silver is now at a dangerous crossroad. You have to carefully consider what needs to be done. It's impossible for there to be no sacrifices in such matters. There will even be a large number of sacrifices. Do you wish for their sacrifices to be worthless or to be of value? He didn't provide any further persuading words as he allowed Derek to inwardly struggle over what he had just said. Mr. Hangman is always able to find a reason to convince someone. Klein sighed and made the world Gehrman Sparrow turn his head to look at Justice Audrey. Are you currently able to treat relatively serious mental illnesses? His only understanding of a psychiatrist was frenzy and dragonmite. He knew little about the rest, having only heard Miss Justice occasionally mention placate and psychological cue. Therefore, he wasn't sure how capable she was at treating mental illnesses. Audrey's attention was caught as she eagerly replied, Yes, I can. There's no problem. Mr. World, do you have a friend that requires treatment? I happen to lack patience. She thought in excitement. At this moment, Emlyn raised his right hand and held it to his mouth and nose, as though he already knew the answer. Klein silently sighed and made the world said with a low chuckle, No, I'm the one who needs treatment. The entire magnificent palace suddenly turned extremely silent. Alger, Catlia, and Furs all knew that Mr. World was a crazy adventurer, but they never expected him to have a relatively serious mental illness that brought him to the brink of complete insanity. This is the price for strength? Furs trembled as she felt increasingly afraid of Gehrman Sparrow. Communication and reasoning were still possible with a crazy adventurer, but it was impossible with a lunatic. The mental terror candle wasn't able to fully treat his mental illness. It has already reached such a severe state. Emlyn, who had expected this, felt that the world could go mad at any moment. Derek didn't think too much about it, solely feeling concerned for Mr. World. He had wanted to say that the City of Silver had a psychoanalyst that could provide treatment, but realized that it would expose too many problems. All he could do was shut his mouth as he looked at Miss Justice with an expectant look. Audrey was alarmed, lost, and puzzled. She said with some deliberation, "Mr. World, based on my observation, you shouldn't have any relatively serious mental illnesses. If it's just anxiety and immense pressure, you can condition yourself and properly relax yourself to recover. There's no need for direct treatment." The World Gehrman Sparrow chuckled and said, "The reason you didn't discover it is because the mental illness from before has been treated. I'm only making a reservation. If similar signs appear again in the future, I wish to receive timely treatment." "I see." Audrey nodded in enlightenment. She suddenly felt a little pity for Mr. World. She felt that this cold reaper who had killed several sequence 5s a week was a cold and profound blessed of Mr. Fool. He was a powerful and fear-inducing beyonder, but he was also someone whose inner feelings resembled an ordinary person. He was currently suffering from immense stress and was being eaten away by various kinds of negative emotions, slowly walking into an abyss of pain. After a few seconds of consideration, Audrey sincerely said, "If you are within my reach, it wouldn't be a problem." After a coming-of-age ceremony, she had obtained a certain level of autonomy. She could spend her holidays at her parents' family castle, or stay in Eastchester County's Stone City on her own. However, this freedom was still limited. She couldn't head anywhere she wanted. Even in Stone City, there were many areas she couldn't visit. This could only be circumvented if she joined certain charitable organizations of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. All right. Having grazed a traveler, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He made the World reply, "You can confirm the location when the time comes and prepare the means to not expose your identity." Audrey tersely answered as a scene naturally surfaced in her mind. She and Mr. World would be in 2 separate compartments somewhere, with a wall or wooden board in between them as she conversed with him and administered treatment. In such a situation, Mr. World wouldn't be able to determine that it's me. To him, it doesn't matter as long as he's treated. This also means that if I can't make myself available, I can get Susie to do it. Mr. World definitely wouldn't believe that the one treating him is a dog. Oh, Susie doesn't know the existence of the Tarot Club. Unless it's necessary, I shouldn't get her to help Mr. World. As Audrey thought, she suddenly felt the joy from thinking up a prank as she went through a great deal of effort in order to stop the corners of her lips from curling up. After confirming this matter, Klein thought of another problem and got the World to look at Katlia. "Can you provide a crate of explosives?" He believed that as a pirate admiral, she definitely didn't lack the resources in obtaining them. "Yes." "When do you need it?" Katlia didn't ask why. With Gehrman Sparrow killing so many sequence 5s, a crate of explosives was nothing. "Send it together with Broken Finger." Klein controlled the World to say, "How much will it cost?" Katlia replied without minding it, "Just treat it as a freebie for purchasing Broken Finger." A crate of explosives wasn't expensive at sea. They were even rather cheap. "I like that." The fool Klein secretly said as he made the World nod and then remind everyone. "That picture from before, try your best not to recall it or even try to draw it when out in the real world." Audrey and the other members subconsciously glanced at the other end of the long bronze table and realized that Mr. Fool didn't say anything against it. They immediately turned serious and didn't dare to be careless. This also made Katlia's thoughts of writing to Queen Mystic Bernadette about this matter be placed on hold. She had to consider a suitable method that could avoid influencing factors. Following that, the free exchange segment slowly came to an end as the area above the gray fog fell silent. Returning back to the future, Katlia stood behind the window of the captain's cabin. She was clearly in a dilemma. Finally, she took a deep breath and exhaled. As she nudged her glasses, she left the captain's cabin and walked to Frank Lee's room. This first mate had been chased to the bottom cabin after the crew's unanimous vote. It was to prevent his experimental products from suddenly spreading. Frank Lee was rather pleased with this because his new residence was much more spacious. Furthermore, it also suited the condition of a dark environment. Knock, knock, knock. Katlia came to the bottom cabin and rapped at the door. "Wait a moment." Frank Lee shouted a reply. It was unknown what he was busy on. After a minute, he opened the wooden door with his sleeves rolled up. He asked in puzzlement, "Captain, is there something?" Kalia didn't directly answer him as she used her night vision to peep into the pitch-black interior. She saw blue fish laid on the table with their eyes wide open. From the gap between the scales, green sprouts grew out. Some were already mature with an ear of wheat. "You succeeded." Kalia held back her instinct to take a step back as she asked. Frank nodded in glee before shaking his head. "Not yet, but I've already made significant progress. I've crossbred wheat, mushrooms, and a bit of a rose bishop cells, and I achieved a first-stage product. Placing them in the stomachs of fish, they will be able to absorb the flesh and blood to grow to maturity even without any light. But the current issue is that the target is supposed to be monster corpses. There's a need to prevent the poison and madness accumulated inside to not spread to the food after their flesh and blood is absorbed. Also, producing them is a problem. There's definitely not that many rose bishops who are willing to be material. Therefore, there's a need for them to have the ability to split and absorb flesh and blood themselves." After hearing Frank Lee's description, Kalia silently nudged her glasses. Will such food begin to absorb flesh and blood and multiply while inside a human stomach after consumption? Frank Lee fell into deep thought. After a few seconds, he said, "In theory, no. Because no one will eat them raw. I will have to test its activity under high temperatures. No, they still lack the ability to split themselves. It doesn't matter if they have any activity." Seeing Frank Lee in his confused state, Kalia fell into a dilemma again. After a while, she slowly asked, "I have a channel that allows me to obtain a druid's beyonder characteristic. Do you need it?" "Oh, of course." Frank became thrilled. "Many a time, my abilities are what limit my ideas. I kind of regret it." Kalia suddenly had such a thought. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 826. The Thought of Being Forgotten. Monday evening. 160 Baclon Street. Klein set up a ritual and summoned himself. He planned on investigating the secret hidden in the sewers. While responding above the gray fog, he was in a dilemma about the card to use, the Black Emperor or the Tyrant card. It was like the selection of clothes before heading out. In consideration of how Backlund was a place where the Church of Storms was a very powerful faction, and being afraid that he would end up attracting high-sequence irascible bros, Klein ultimately chose to use the Black Emperor card. He wore a crown and black armor with a cape behind him. Aside from this card of blasphemy, he also brought Creeping Hunger, Azek's Copper Whistle, Signor's Gold Coin, and Broken Finger, the Marauder Pathway's mystical item which Katlia had given him 3 hours ago, as well as some ordinary explosives. Of course, Klein didn't bring the entire crate of explosives. For a spirit body, it was just too heavy. He only took out 5 sticks and left Signor to hold them in his body. As for Death Knell, he had left it in his room. This was to prevent himself from having the urge to participate in a battle. He had very clear goals, so once he discovered any problems to avoid danger, he would immediately leave and not stay behind. On the contrary, a powerful weapon would end up making him act bold, making him wish to probe deeper and resolve the matter by himself. This is Backlund. It's best that I don't create too great a commotion. As for what's hidden in the sewers, I have no way of being clairvoyant about it. I can only divine whether it will be dangerous. Klein looked at the wall clock in his room, and he confirmed that there was another hour and a half before Hazel took action like she usually did. His figure suddenly vanished as he passed through the balcony's glass and flew into the streets before entering the sewers. In the dirty and humid environment, Klein took out a lone gold coin and made Wraith Signor appear in front of him with his dark red coat and old triangular hat. Following that, he handed over the tweezers that resembled 2 ground bone fingers to his marionette. Just holding it on him for a short period of time had nearly made him steal the sewer's manhole cover. Signor held Broken Finger and walked ahead. Dressed as the Black Emperor, Klein turned invisible and walked behind, allowing his marionette to open up a gap of at least 50 meters from him. With this distance between them, he was no longer affected by kleptomania, and as a dead person, Signor also lacked the thoughts of stealing. He didn't even have any thoughts. Turning in at the corresponding fork and passing through the hidden door, Wraith Signor held the grayish-white tweezer and appeared inside the half-natural, half-artificial cave. Unlike before, the oilskin-wrapped tools like shovels had changed positions. The hidden passage on the right had deepened a little. That was clearly Hazel's main focus. Right on the heels of that, Klein, who didn't enter the fork, stayed close to the wall of the sewers without touching it, his back facing the target region. He controlled his marionette as he walked deeper into the right passage. Soon, Senor came to the end. At this moment, Klein suddenly felt the grayish-white tweezer in his marionette's hand tremble subtly, as though it had been attracted by some unknown object not far away. The unknown item was deep and profound like a calm ocean. It made it difficult to pry into its exact state. A characteristic that's alive, much closer to that of a spirit. Klein was only able to determine this as he immediately let Senor Yu's mirror leap to return to the half-natural, half-artificial cave onto a shovel that hadn't rusted. He didn't attempt to head deeper underground via the passage. Then Senor appeared again, took out the 5 ordinary sticks of explosives from inside its body, and placed them in different spots. Every wraith was a demolition expert. After doing all of this, Senor's figure phased away, appearing on the surface of the gold coin in Klein's hand. As he stuffed the gold coin into his body, Klein raised his right hand, in preparation to snap his fingers and trigger the 5 sticks of explosives. His idea was very simple. It was to deliver an explosion of a suitable scale in order to destroy Hazel's hard work and traces. It would attract the Nighthawks and resolve everything. This way, regardless of what was hidden deep in the passage, it wouldn't bring him danger. In Backlund, knowing how to ingeniously sound the alarm was more effective and safer than rashly attacking by himself. This was especially so when Klein wasn't capable of determining that the matter involved a demigod. "I'm such a good citizen." As Klein gave a self-deprecating remark, he prepared to snap his fingers to ignite the explosives. Suddenly, his head swayed a little as he lowered his arm, as though nothing had happened. The cautious Klein immediately ended the summoning and returned above the gray fog. Then, he returned to the real world and entered his physical body. Just as he was about to busy himself to bring back Creeping Hunger, Senor's gold coin, and the other items from mysterious space above the gray fog, he frowned slightly. He seriously recalled the entire process of his late-night exploration when he was alarmed to realize that he had apparently lost a small portion of his memories. He didn't remember if he had triggered the 5 sticks of ordinary explosives. As he turned his head to sense his surroundings and confirmed that the entire street was very silent, Klein began to believe that he hadn't snapped his fingers. This is a beyonder power of a dream stealer? It seems to be much stronger than Mobit. If not for the gray fog and my habit of doing an after-action review, I might not have discovered that my thoughts of triggering the explosives were stolen away. The other party might have also snapped his fingers, but without the flame-controlling powers to work in concert, nothing happened. Klein's expression turned grave as he thought, prepared to make another attempt. Similarly, to prevent himself from being tracked, he still summoned himself and responded to himself. With a Black Emperor card, Klein left 160 Backlund Street from another side, deliberately circling 2 streets away before arriving at the sewer's manhole. This time, he didn't approach the fork. Staying not far from the manhole, he used his enhanced flame controlling to sense the explosive and lifted his right hand. He raised it and lowered it as Klein rapidly ended the summoning and returned above the gray fog to prevent himself from being attacked by an unknown existence. Not in a hurry to return to the real world, he sat at the chair of the world, doing a debrief of the entire process. I forgot to trigger the explosive again. If I didn't force myself to recall this, I wouldn't have even considered such a problem. Truly quite impressive. The one that steered Hazel to the sewers to dig is probably a demigod. Why didn't he directly parasitize Hazel? Could it be due to particular reasons that he's sealed somewhere in the sewers and can only release some of his powers to drive Hazel to help him via a dream? The one that caused Broken Fingers to react abnormally via the law of beyonder characteristic convergence is also him? He is unable to control the signs in regards to this? Klein thought as he wrapped the corner of the long model table. After having a rough guess, he discovered that there was apparently no way of truly carrying out his original plans. This was because his thoughts would be stolen once he entered the distance in which he could use flame controlling to ignite the explosives. Even if he recalled it later, there was no way to make up for it. Considering how Hazel would be affected by her dream, Klein suspected that the limits to the person's powers didn't stop at the manhole. If he discovered that hero bandit Black Emperor was related to Dwayne Dante's, then he would lose his corresponding thoughts and memories even while sleeping in his bedroom. However, he has no way of locking onto me by passing over the gray fog. Does he think it's so easy to stop me from sounding the alarm? Klein thought as he cautiously summoned a paper figurine and used a tiny amount of the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. With the ritual that had yet been terminated, he conjured an angel and forcefully created an interference effect. After doing this, he carried the Black Emperor card and entered his bedroom with his door of summoning. Klein's new plan was to head to another street, find a random house, and borrow some pen and paper to write. At the end of the sixth left fork in the Baclun Street sewers, there's a secret passage that's suspected to hide a demigod from the Marauder pathway or something similar. Then, with the image of Baclun Street, he would plaster the piece of paper on St. Samuel Cathedral's entrance as a public notice. Of course, he would politely knock on the door to let the bishops inside sense it to prevent ordinary people from first seeing it. At times, the most primitive methods are the most effective ones. Just as Klein was about to leave 160 Baclun Street from another area, he suddenly felt a tremor as a deep rumble sounded from afar. It was ignited? The explosives were ignited? Who did it? Klein paused in surprise. It was definitely not done by him, as it couldn't have been delayed for so long. And previously, there wasn't anyone in the sewers. Even if there was someone, the thought of igniting the explosives would be stolen away. Unless a demigod happened to come. But how could it be this coincidental? There's another possibility. It was done by the demigod from the Marauder pathway. He had repeatedly stolen my thoughts before, preventing me from using flame controlling. It was to buy time to leave. Now that it's finally done, he triggered the explosives to destroy all the evidence. That adheres to logic, as he should know very well that a powerful being whose origins can't be traced cannot be stopped if he insists on sounding the alarm. The best solution is to drop its tail in order to survive, just like a gecko. However, if he can leave, why did he steer Hazel into digging the secret passage? Doing so will deal tremendous harm to him? Klein thought of certain possibilities, but he was unable to verify any of them. Furthermore, he was certain that the underground explosion was bound to have already attracted attention. Hence, he immediately left creeping hunger and other items behind, terminated the summoning, and returned above the gray fog. After returning to the real world, he stopped the ritual, cleared the altar, and cleaned all traces before getting into bed. 39 Baclun Street, Member of Parliament Mock's house. Hazel, who didn't sleep at all, was alarmed by the tremors and deep humming sound. She walked to the balcony and drew the curtains to look towards the sewer manhole. However, she didn't notice any anomalies. After observing for a while, the uncertain her had decided to cancel her operation for the night and sleep in peace. At this moment, she suddenly heard squeaking as she turned to look at the corner of her balcony. At some point in time, there was a gray rat sitting there covered in sewage water. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 827. Plenty of people coming and going. Despite getting in bed, Klein didn't manage to sleep until daybreak. This was because he believed that, with most people stirred awake from the commotion underground, him sleeping too soundly without noticing anything would make him suspicious. Indeed, just as he got out of bed, walked to the balcony, and drew the curtains to pretend to search for the source of the commotion, Walter came knocking at his door. 2 servants with double-barrel hunting rifles were assigned to protect their employer to prevent any accidents from happening. Before long, the police arrived. Based on the descriptions of the residents in the area, they identified the sewers as the target. As for what they discovered or whether they sought backup from the Nighthawks, the ordinary citizen, Mr. Dwayne Dantes, had no idea. After confirming that there wouldn't be any more accidents, he sent his butler and servants away and quickly got some sleep. By the time he woke up again, Baclun Street had been restored to normal. Pedestrians were on the streets, and the carriages were coming and going. The intis parasol trees that lined the side of the street continued making the area seem tranquil. Are the results of the investigation out? Klein looked at himself in the mirror as he asked Richardson, who was helping him smooth his clothes. Richardson had already inquired about the matter and was waiting for his employer to ask. He immediately replied, apparently some gang members were trading firearms in the nearby sewers and accidentally triggered an explosion. What a reasonable explanation. Klein didn't probe deeper, nor did he consider where the demigod of the Marauder pathway, who stole away his thoughts, went to or if the Nighthawks found him. Firstly, this was because he believed that the demigod's action of igniting the explosives would definitely implicate him in a serious manner. If the demigod had the ability or suitable environment to do so, he would have long parasitized Hazel without going through the convoluted and troublesome hassle. This also meant that in the next 2 to 3 weeks, or even 2 to 3 months, Klein didn't need to worry about the demigod. Secondly, if he continued pursuing the matter and pushed the demigod into a corner, Klein had no doubts that he would be harmed as a result. Once the demigod lost all inhibitions and began affecting the surroundings on a large scale, then even if he didn't expose himself, he would suffer the demigod's attack, as well as implicate the innocent residents along the street. Apart from the first two reasons, Klein was apprehensive over the matter. If anomalies kept happening in the originally normal Baclund Street, it was bound to attract a deeper level of suspicion from the official Beyonders. And all this happened after Dwayne Dantes moved in. Even if Klein's body was covered in mouths, there was no way he could explain himself. When the time came, he would have to give up on his plans and reconsider new ones. I shouldn't head into the sewers for the time being. There's probably a trap laid by the official Beyonders. There's one thing to do. Take note of Hazel without leaving any clues. I'll observe to see if there are any abnormalities about her, and once I discover any dangerous signs, I'll immediately turn into Hero Bandit and put up advertisements at St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein went downstairs to have breakfast with a composed look. After doing so, he returned to his master bedroom and got Richardson to wait by the door. As for himself, he took out the almost torn paper crane from his wallet. He planned on using it one last time and informed Snake of Fate while accepting of the choices that Admiral of Stars was offering him and if he was agreeable or not. Typically, he could complete such matters by visiting his parents. However, without Dr. Aaron's invitation and him lacking a sufficient reason to pay a visit, that wasn't the best choice, as it easily made others question his motives. He obviously couldn't tell Dr. Aaron that he wasn't there for him, but for the fetus in his wife's womb. After carefully unfolding the paper crane, Klein glanced at the pencil marks left on it. His intuition told him that, as long as he used an eraser, the paper would definitely tear. However, this didn't stump him. He got a black fountain pen and directly wrote on it. The other party has made their offer. The black ink was a lot more obvious than the pencil marks. Therefore, although the text overlapped, it didn't affect anyone from recognizing the words written on it. There are always more solutions than problems. Klein nodded in satisfaction as he folded the unfolded piece of paper according to its crease marks. This time, he suspected that unfolding it again would result in it tearing. In the Berg household in the city of Silver. Ever since the tarot gathering ended, Derek was like a petrified statue who sat by his bed, motionless. After an unknown period of time, he was awakened by the noise on the streets outside. However, the feeling that he was still in a nightmare continued enveloping him. It made his footsteps towards the window appear especially heavy. God might already be dead. God might not return again. Such thoughts kept resounding inside Derek's mind as he felt an irresistible sense of despair and pain. Back when he had to kill his parents with his own hands, he had already suspected if God would return or show his blessings to his forsaken people of the dark. He later thought of relying on Mr. Fool, allowing himself to become the true son and help the people of the City of Silver to escape their cursed fates. However, having been educated from a young age and the environment constantly affecting him, he still looked forward to the return of the Creator. He held expectations that sacrifices and the repentance of the City of Silver would earn them a response. And now, all his hopes had been dashed. The tiny sliver of hope that was left had now been engulfed by the darkness. The City of Silver will continue in this state until it disappears into the darkness. There will be no one remembering that we once existed and struggled. Derek cast his gaze out the window and saw many of his neighbors gathered together. They were praying and seeking forgiveness from the Lord that created everything. This wasn't a ritual organized by the 6-member council, but a tradition that took form in the City of Silver after 2,000 to 3,000 years. They would pray for almost anything: good developments, unstable emotions, injury in the family, and the birth of new life. Lightning streaked across the sky and illuminated the streets. Derek stood motionless in the darkness of his room, staring outside in a daze. Unknowingly, he clenched his fists. By the time his neighbors dispersed, he finally retracted his gaze, his expression somewhat warped. He reached out to touch Thunder God's roar as his gaze gradually focused. He planned on following Mr. Hanged Man's advice to befriend others to help him. Soon, he felt a little stumped because he had no idea how to make friends. Nor did he know how to warmly greet others or find a topic of conversation. This was in violation of his own character. After some thought, Derek decided to head to the training field and use combat to re-establish ties with people he was familiar with in the past. That was a gathering ground for the residents of the city of Silver, where he often met people he found familiar. It was late at night once again. Klein once again saw the pitch-black steeple and desolate plains in his dream as he had desired. Passing through one obstacle after another, he arrived at the region with the scattered tarot cards. A black pram was already waiting there. Willa Septon, who was wrapped in silver silk, asked with a bright voice, "What are the choices? You are being very proactive this time. What happened to your reservation as a sequence one?" However, kids are like that. It's good that you maintain such a state of mind. Klein silently chuckled as he said, 2 choices. Choose either one. 1, it's to take one look at the Wheel of Fortune card. 2, it's the method to regain a certain amount of strength during your weak stages. Willa Septon fell silent for a second and chuckled. So it's Bernadette on the other side. My intuition was right after all. I'll be able to obtain something good this time. Following that, he asked, "Which choice do you think I'll choose?" Klein's subconscious idea was, I have a chance of posing a question once. Then he said with a self-deprecating laugh, 2. Willa Septon sked and said, "Do I look like a mythical creature that doesn't have such methods? I've already restarted so many times. I definitely have the right state of mind to make preparations." Reasonable. Klein nodded and said, "You wish to take a look at the Wheel of Fortune card? Or do you want him to switch the choices?" Willa Septon sucked at his thumb and said, "I choose 2. Klein's expression froze. Willa Septon smiled and said, "Knowing one more method means one more trump card. Isn't that the right thing to do?" "Yes, whatever you say is right." Klein replied in exasperation, "All right. When can you complete the transaction?" Willa Septon waved his short arms and said, "Of course, it's when I'm born and have the placenta blood. This will probably be in early July, but it might be brought forward." Having said that, he relaxed his limbs as he chuckled. "I wouldn't mind it either if they wish to hand me the method ahead of time." "They?" Klein subconsciously asked, unsure how the Snake of Mercury knew that it was they and not her, Queen Mystic Bernadette. Willa Septon sucked at his thumb and said indiscernibly, "Bernadette has already passed that stage. The stage that needs a drop of mythical creature blood is likely being prepared for her subordinate." "Is that the case?" "Ma'am, Hermit needs it." Klein asked thoughtfully, "What is that drop of mythical creature blood for?" "The main ingredient of some potion." He connected it to the fact that a drop of divine blood from the eternal blazing sun could be used for the unshadowed potion's main ingredient. "No, isn't it suicidal for other pathways to consume the blood of a fate pathway mythical creature?" Willa Septon said with a scoff. "I heard that to advance from sequence 5 to sequence 4 for the mystery prior pathway, there's a need to completely analyze a drop of a mythical creature's blood and, from there, obtain complicated and massive amounts of knowledge. This is part of the ritual. As the mythical creature blood used is different, what they will be proficient at during the mysticologist stage will also differ. To think that's possible. The rituals of the different pathways and different sequences all have their unique traits." Klein bowed in enlightenment and said, "Thank you for your answer." Willa Septon waved his hand and said, "Stop disturbing me. Letting me be born in peace is the greatest form of gratitude." Without waiting for Klein to answer, he added, "Giving me that method doesn't count." With that said, the black pram retreated and entered the shadows before vanishing. Klein watched the surrounding walls collapse as he silently heaved a sigh of relief. He planned on escaping to sleep again. At this moment, he froze because he discovered a new power infiltrating his dream. Another one is coming just after one left. This is more lively than in the day. As Klein changed the dream according to his wishes, he pretended to look around in a daze. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 828, Movement of the Night. Klein had set the dream to be that of 160 Baclon Street. He produced many beauties that circled around Dwayne Dantes. He did this to perfectly create the image of a knowledgeable and experienced tycoon who could only let go in his dreams while holding back in the real world to uphold his reputation. Sitting on a sofa and receiving a cup of red wine from a young lady, Klein found his surroundings suddenly change before he could even taste it. It turned from his brightly lit villa filled with elegant beauties to a dark, humid, and dirty sewer. Following that, he saw 5 familiar explosives in his hands. "Aren't these the ones I placed earlier?" Klein was first taken aback as he pretended to jump in fright, throwing away the explosives as he looked around warily. Noticing that there weren't any other abnormalities, he retreated one step at a time until he felt his way to an upright metallic ladder. He decisively climbed up, moved the manhole cover away, and left the sewer. As he returned to Baclund Street, his dream shattered as he woke up. Klein opened his eyes and found himself in a dark room. As he looked at the ceiling adorned in gold, he recalled his encounter. This was done by that Marauder Pathways demigod? He escaped the pursuit of the Nighthawks and is still hiding nearby. As he's afraid that the Black Emperor who exposed his whereabouts would appear again, he began steering dreams to seek out his target? Very possible. If it wasn't because I can maintain my reason and lucidity when others infiltrate my dreams, I might have been driven by my subconscious to place the explosives again. After all, this is something I've done before, and the memory is still fresh in my mind. Thankfully, I concluded the principle that a marionettist should try to hide behind the scenes. Be it my exploration of the sewers or meeting with Trissy, I had relied on my marionette. Even if it's because of the distance, I didn't choose to do it personally and had instead used my spirit body with the gray fog as a proxy while carrying items that can interfere with the prying of secrets and divination, making it impossible to determine who is the true mastermind. I would have long been discovered and targeted. Even if I didn't die, I would have to flee Baclund in a pathetic manner. Upon thinking of this, Klein felt relieved. In the beginning, he wasn't certain of the secret hidden in the sewers. He had never expected it to be a demigod, but he had abided by the marionettist principles and followed his strict requirements. Hence, he avoided the tragic outcome of having his act exposed. Baclund really is a dangerous place. Any mistake can result in trouble. As Klein reflected over the matter, he felt that his marionettist potion had unknowingly digested a little. After he composed himself, he chuckled inwardly. It appears that demigod is still in Baclund Street. He's probably hiding in Hazel, or maybe even by her side. Heh, if that demigod had infiltrated my dream a minute or two earlier, he would have met Snake of Fate Septon. Although this sequence 1 angel is still in a weak phase, that's only relative to other angels like Ouroboros. Faced with a sneaky demigod who can't even parasitize Hazel, there likely won't be any trouble. Ignoring the other powers, just revealing a full mythical creature state would be enough to deal tremendous damage to a demigod who's equally weak. I dare to bet that Septon must have sensed it ahead of time to choose that time window to come out, thus successfully avoiding an encounter with any other demigods. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make that Marauder demigod understand how dangerous it is to randomly infiltrate dreams in Baclund. Leonard definitely knows this very well. Klein reined in his thoughts and pretended as though nothing had happened. With cogitation, he fell asleep again. It was only when the sun rose high in the sky that he woke up naturally. He sat up, transformed into Gairman Sparrow, and prayed, "Please inform Ma'am Hermit that the angel has accepted the method to regain a certain amount of strength during one's weak stages. He has agreed to complete the transaction in late June or early July. You can also ask Bernadette about when I can meet her." After completing the prayer, Klein transformed back into Dwayne Dantes, got out of bed, and entered the bathroom to wash up. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, thus becoming abnormally alert, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and headed above the gray fog. He then threw the scene of the prayer into the crimson star, representing the hermit. On the docked future, Catlia watched Frank Lee step on the dock while filled with anticipation. He planned on finding some place to sell his items and save up £8,000 to purchase the Druid Beyonder characteristic. She couldn't help but raise her hand to her forehead, feeling an inexplicable lack of confidence. Although she believed that she could suppress Frank Lee, even if he was a druid, thanks to her strength, mysticism knowledge, and mystical items, just the thought of his strange ideas, as well as terrifying ability to put them into action, made her feel that the problem wasn't that simple. She didn't wish for a watermelon to grow on her head or participate in the tarot gathering above the gray fog while covered with ears of wheat. Thankfully, he still doesn't have the druid potion formula. For now, I don't have to worry about him advancing to sequence 5. Catlia nudged her glasses as she comforted herself. At this moment, an illusory fog emanated in front of her as Gairman Sparrow's voice sounded in her ears. That angel agreed. Catlia's expression softened as she couldn't help smiling. Once she obtained that drop of mythical creature blood, it meant that she was very close to the realm of a demigod. She already had the mysticologist potion formula. She has also completed the necessary conditions to exchange for a main ingredient from the Moses ascetic order. She also knew of the channel to obtain the other main ingredient, as well as the method to obtain it. I just need to wait until July. July? Katlia pursed her lips as her gaze penetrated the thick glasses while she surveyed her captain's cabin. Thursday afternoon. Just as Klein finished a class on ancient literature, he heard the illusory, stacked please. After heading above the gray fog, he discovered that the supplicant was the hermit Katlia. Admiral of Stars had requested Mr. Fool to inform the world that Queen Mystic had agreed to his request. If he was in Backlund, they could meet near the entrance of the bridge on the south bank of the Tussock River at 11 in the evening. Bernadette is still in Backlund. Klein conjured Gehrman's sparrow and gave a confirmatory answer. At 10:58 p.m., he entered his bathroom and took out a paper figurine from his pocket. Pa. Klein shook it and made the paper figurine turn into a Dwayne Dantes who sat in the toilet with a book in hand as though he was daydreaming. Then he shortened himself by about 4 centimeters. His face turned thin as his facial contours became more pronounced. He had transformed into Gehrman's sparrow. Right on the heels of that, the glove on his left hand turned transparent as countless illusory figures appeared within. Following that, Klein saw the surrounding colors saturate before turning well-separated and stacked. His body then phased away from the real world. He quickly traversed the spirit world, and based on his location, kept adjusting his trajectory. In just a few seconds, he appeared at the south bank of the Tussock River, where the Backlund Bridge entrance was. At that moment, it was already late at night. There was no one on the bridge, and it was extremely silent. The only thing that could be seen was a platoon of soldiers guarding the bridge a short distance away. Klein was just about to find Queen Mystic Bernadette's traces when he suddenly saw green pea vines droop down from the sky, interweaving to form a lush forest. This forest didn't have a peak as the veins formed different paths that either intersected or spiraled before extending high into the sky. Klein was taken aback for a second as he casually found a pea vine and hung over a tiny trail in midair before taking steps forward. After an unknown period of time, he saw that the green plants were connected to a seat that resembled a hammock. It was gently shaking above him. Queen Mystic was sitting there, wearing a white inta-styled shirt and a dark black jacket. By her waist was a thin rapier. Other than not wearing a triangular hat, she was dressed like a standard pirate captain. She didn't only reveal her black leather boots like she did back when she interacted with Sherlock Moriarty in Backlund. At that moment, her chestnut hair cascaded down as her blue and deep eyes looked over. She gently said without any emotion, "Thank that existence behind you on my behalf. So you are still quite respectful towards the fool." The few answers I previously gave her had likely resolved some of her confusion. With the mask of Gehrman's sparrow on, Klein politely replied, "All right." Bernadette's eyes didn't shift as she continued looking at him. "Is there something this time?" Klein paused for a second as he said the words he had already prepared. "I wish to receive your help in reproducing the prolonged state of being contaminated by the core seal's power behind Cheney's gate of the Church of Evernight." As he spoke, Klein made Wraith Senior appear beside him. Bernadette looked deeply at the upright Admiral of Blood. Without asking Gehrman Sparrow how he knew that she had the means, she calmly said, "The core seals in the different cathedrals of the Church of Evernight are different. The state of contamination will also be different. Is it the Evernight pathway, the death pathway, or something else? Is it a main diocese cathedral, or a typical central cathedral in a city?" She had directly eliminated the option of the Church of Evernight's headquarters, the Cathedral of Serenity. This was because even a king of angels wouldn't cast their sights on it. Klein thought for a moment before saying, "Diocese Cathedral. Evernight pathway." Bernadette nodded gently and said, "Then I can allow him to suffer the corresponding contamination, but doing so will basically destroy this marionette of yours. It can still be used normally in the beginning, but with the passage of time, the contamination will worsen. He will slowly fall asleep, never to awaken. Can the time it takes for the complete contamination be pushed back?" Klein asked, holding back the pain of potentially losing a marionette. Senor was one of the most valuable assets he had. Bernadette said with a calm expression, 2 months is the limit." Klein struggled inwardly for 2 seconds before replying in a deadpan manner, "All right." He then pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. "Thank you for your help." Bernadette didn't say a word as she retracted her gaze. She extended her right hand as words that were written in Jotun, Dragonese, Elvish, and ancient Hermes appeared in midair. These words interwove into strange symbols with a star-like radiance, as though they were opening a secret door that led deep into the spirit world. With the secret door opened, a gust of wind blew, conjuring the upper body of a man that was covered in white cloth. "Sleep, bugle," Bernadette said gently but sternly. The man, who had a torso and wind for his bottom, replied reverently, pulling out a human skull from the white cloth. The skull's eye sockets were deeply recessed and dark. It was impossible to see the bottom. The rest of the skull was covered with holes of different shapes and cracks. It was white like a piece of jade. Bernadette took the sleep bugle and glanced at Gehrman Sparrow. "Go back at least 50 meters. Klein didn't ask why as he left Signor in his original spot, and he quickly distanced himself along the pea-vine path. After exceeding 50 meters, he suddenly heard a distant and serene melody that was filled with sorrow and gloom. Subconsciously, Klein looked up at the area covered by the pea vines. Bernadette was sitting with her back slightly hunched. Her chestnut hair was fluttering as her head was bowed. She had placed the human skull to her mouth, letting the orifices produce an air stream that appeared like the orchestrated movement of the night. The movement brought with it the power of calmness and faint melancholy. Bit by bit, it spread out without alarming the soldiers guarding the bridge beyond the pea-vine forest. Klein stood there and listened seriously when he suddenly had a pining for home. That was home, something that a traveler who had been drifting for a long period of time yearned for the most but was unable to touch. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 829, Arrival of June. In the dark night, and within the green vine forest, Klein closed his eyes as he listened to that musical movement that was emitted from the sky. He felt calm in both body and mind, but he felt a faint sense of depression and sadness grow, emanate, and resonate. After an unknown period of time, the soothing melody finally disappeared as the hanging pea vines gently swayed in the night wind. Klein sighed silently as he opened his eyes and looked up. He saw that Queen Mystic Bernadette had handed over the orifice-filled human skull back to the servant that was half-man, half-wind. "It's done," Bernadette's gentle and calm voice sounded. "Thank you for your help." Klein bowed once again as he controlled Wraith Signor to return to his side. At this moment, the pea vines retracted upwards and slowly turned faint. Soon, the green forest vanished. Klein and Signor simultaneously landed at the entrance to the bridge. There was no one around this silent area, apart from a platoon of soldiers whose backs were facing him. There was nothing different from before. The fairy tale-like scene from before was like an illusion. Only then did Klein have the time to observe his marionette. He discovered that his marionette appeared more like a dead man than before. His face was pale and his aura cold. He gave off an obvious sense of gloom. This is likely the result of a single high dosage of contamination. If it's just guarding Cheney's gate for 1 to 2 times a week, with each duty happening during the day, it wouldn't be this serious. It's impossible that 2 months is the limit. If that's the case, even if it's the church of an orthodox deity, it won't be able to afford such losses. I expect a normal keeper to live for several years, or even more than 10 years. However, it's easy to mutate midway and lose control. They likely already know of the outcome when they chose to become keepers. Klein felt poignant as he made Signor project himself onto the gold coin inside the iron cigar case. Following that, he used traveling to head out to sea. After selecting food for creeping hunger, he returned to his master bedroom's bathroom in 160 Bucklund Street. June 5th, Sunday. Inside the Hall family castle, Audrey was sitting in front of a study desk as she admired the sight of the mystical item she had just acquired. Its outer appearance was that of a black fishnet glove that reached the elbow. It appeared to be a product of the royal family that came with a sense of magnificence and elegance. This was the item the artisan had made after some time, using the mentor of disorder beyond her characteristic she had obtained from the world Gehrman Sparrow. Audrey had previously asked her father, Earl Hall, and obtained the answer, "You can buy it and use it for yourself." Having such filial thoughts is already good enough. Hence, she specially instructed Mr. Hangman to get the artisan to make it into an item that could be carried around by a lady. This also made her suspect if her father had better mystical items, or if the Church of the Goddess provided him rather high-level protection. Based on the Hangman's description, this fishnet glove gave the wearer several beyond her powers. One of them was the enhancement of one's dignity and body, making surrounding beings lower their own standing to submit themselves without realizing it. Another was distort, the ability to distort a target's words, actions, and intent. It allowed one to formulate a certain order that provided them with an advantage. The third was bribe, which bribed them via symbolic gesture. It allowed the target to feel a great sense of fondness, making it difficult to have any thoughts of animosity or even wish to fight the wearer. If the conditions were suitable, the person who received the bribe had an extremely small chance of attacking their companions. Audrey heard from Mr. World that this was one type of bribe beyond her powers that was known as bribe charm. The last was to produce a disorder effect on a target or surrounding area, making it difficult for attacks to land on the wearer and making the enemy easily choose to make the wrong judgment. Audrey was very satisfied with these effects. However, what vexed her was that the artisan's level was lacking. The sequence 5 mystical item he created had relatively serious negative side effects. First, it would make the wearer's psyche slowly grow dark, making them often wish to take shortcuts, use schemes, or dishonorable methods to complete matters. Second, the wearer would enter a state of disorder after wearing it for more than 3 minutes. Audrey had tried it previously, and she had made a mistake without realizing it when she was bathing. The normal procedure was to let her maidservant fill the bathtub with water and adjust the temperature before she took off her clothes into the bathtub and then finish washing up. However, Audrey had first entered the bathtub, filled it with cold water, and waited until her clothes were wet before she remembered to take them off. The only thing she was thankful about was that she had eventually controlled herself and hadn't called her lady's maid in to witness such an embarrassing matter. This makes me feel like a curly-haired baboon. Audrey thought in embarrassment and anger. She found the first negative effect acceptable because she was a psychiatrist. She could often check on herself and eliminate her dark thoughts. Furthermore, she had Susie to provide her with help as an onlooker. However, the second negative effect was completely unacceptable. The second negative effect is just too problematic. All I can do is bring it with me. I'll wear it at critical moments. All right, I still have lie. It will amplify my emotions, so combined with a glove, it will only worsen the darkness in my heart. The current me might not be able to withstand it. Audrey's green eyes darted around as she tried thinking of a solution. At this moment, she heard knocking at the door. Her maidservant, Annie, said from the outside, "Miss Audrey, the Lord wishes to talk to you about something." Audrey left the black fishnet glove on the door as she stood up and came to the door to open it. Earl Hall, who didn't wear a coat at home except for shirt and matching vest, touched his beautiful beard and said with a chuckle, "Are you not ready? We'll be returning to back London a while. Tomorrow night will be your 18th birthday party." As he spoke, Earl Hall looked at Annie and company, indicating that they should retreat. "Sigh, it's the annual socializing season again." Audrey nodded, feigning her maturity. Earl Hall glanced at his daughter and asked with a laugh, "Have you thought of how you can make use of that item yet?" Audrey pursed her lips into a smile. "Of course. I plan on folding it up and putting it into a bag. Susie will carry it. This way, as she didn't wear it or use it, Susie wouldn't find herself in any situation of disorder and confusion, and its dark psychological problems could be treated by Audrey with placate. More importantly, without lies amplification, Susie, who was also a psychiatrist, could also check on herself inwardly and regulate her mental state from time to time. Earl Hall was taken aback as he praised with a surprised smile, "That's a smart solution." Audrey felt smug, but she said in a reserved manner, "I plan on calling it the Hand of Horror. Dear Earl, thank you for the birthday present. In a few more days, I can concoct the potion and attempt an advancement." Audrey added inwardly in joy. Sunday night, 160 Buckland Street. Klein stood on his balcony as he peeped at the street through the gap in the curtains. He couldn't help but feel somewhat nervous. If nothing unexpected happened, he planned on beginning his plan of stealing the Antigonus family's notebook in a while. With Queen Mystic Bernadette's help, he had made his marionette enter a contaminated state. From his frequent visits to the cathedral for praying, Bible studies, and donations, he had figured out the keeper's duty roster. There was only one thing left that was necessary for the preparations of Klein's theft. That was to secretly replace his target without anyone noticing it. Based on Klein's understanding of the situation, the keepers would head underground at daybreak, and it was during such times when the cathedral remained close. To directly infiltrate inside ran the risk of being discovered by a demigod like the diocese's archbishop. It could be said that there was no chance of success. Therefore, Klein's plan was to infiltrate the cathedral one day earlier and patiently wait for an opportunity. This undoubtedly needed a sufficient disguise, but this didn't stump a faceless. After observing for some time, Klein discovered that the church held a major mass on Sunday night. This was because Sunday and the night were symbols for the goddess. And after the mass ended, the servants would be busy clearing the trash and throwing them outside. Klein's plan was to seize this opportunity to knock a servant unconscious and enter the cathedral while disguised as a servant before sleeping in the servants' quarters. For this, he had even purchased a dosage that was able to let a person fall into a deep sleep for 10 hours without causing any physical harm. He bought it from Emlyn for £5. Phew. After a few minutes, Klein slowly exhaled as he drew the curtains. He walked back to his bedroom, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. Sitting in the fool's chair, he thought in silence for a minute before conjuring a pen and paper. He wrote the divination statement, "This theft of the Antigonus family's notebook will be dangerous." After putting down the dark red fountain pen, Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist. Using his left hand to hold a chain, he let the topaz hang down over the paper in close proximity with it. He entered cogitation, closed his eyes, and silently chanted the divination statement. After repeating it 7 times, he slowly opened his eyes and saw the spirit pendulum spinning clockwise with an ordinary amplitude and frequency. There's danger, but it's within an acceptable range. Klein quickly made an interpretation. In fact, he was a little worried if his divination was being interfered with, just like how the Mother Tree of Desire had done so. However, he had no way of verifying it, much less falsify the possibility. Therefore, when the divination outcome, plans, and preparations satisfied the required conditions, Klein had made up his mind. He looked at the hanging topaz that slowly came to a halt. In Chinese, he said in a heavy voice, "A strung bow is poised to strike." Before he finished his sentence, Klein let his spirituality envelop himself as he simulated the feeling of falling, and he returned to the real world. This time, he planned on only bringing 3 items with him: Creeping Hunger, Signor's gold coin, and Azek's copper whistle. The characteristic they had in common was that they could be stored inside an iron cigar case. He could use Paper Angel and a wall of spirituality to provide a double layer of screening. As for the other items, there was a high chance that they couldn't pass through Cheney's gate, as they could easily trigger an anomaly at the core seal. Therefore, Klein had left the rest of his items, as well as his money, above the gray fog, prepared to immediately flee if anything went wrong. It's just that the 3% coin company shares worth £12,800 is tied to Dwayne Dantes' identity. Klein quickly reined in his thoughts, picked up a mirror, and placed it on the pillow. Following that, he drew the mysterious symbol used for summoning Erodes. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 830, Infiltration. The mirror on Klein's pillow glowed with an aqueous luster as silver points of light gathered to form Loanese words. "Exalted Great Master, your loyal and humble servant, Erodes, is constantly at your service." Klein stood beside the bed and looked at the mirror before calmly asking, "Where is the Antigonus family's notebook located behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Cheney's gate?" He wanted to confirm the location so that he could directly head for his target and complete his plan in the shortest time possible. Through this, he could avoid all kinds of accidents. Silver text distorted and changed on the mirror's surface, forming a new line of text. "It's a grade 1 sealed artifact. It will be on the right in basement 2. I can't see anything more specific." Klein tersely acknowledged as he said, "It's your turn to ask." Erodes immediately dispersed the silver words and presented a new question. "What other instructions do you have?" If this were any other time, Klein definitely would have secretly sked, but his high-strung mind made him nod. "Just watch over my illusion like before to deal with any accidents." "All right, master." Erodes didn't hesitate to give an answer as it hurriedly added, "I will hold back my instincts. I swear to you, the great ruler above the spirit world." Klein nodded gently, took 2 steps forward, and made the mirror look like Dwayne Dantes. The image became clearer and bigger until it looked real. After some slight adjustments, Klein made it lie in bed as though it was already sleeping. At this moment, he saw Dwayne Dantes turn his head over and smile at him with a toady look. At the same time, he reached out his hands and pulled the blanket towards his head. Without a word, Klein transformed into the cold and crazy adventurer Gehrman Sparrow, his creeping hunger on his left hand turned transparent. His body rapidly phased away as he traveled to the other end of Phelps Street where St. Samuel Cathedral was. Following that, he walked to the square filled with pigeons in the day, and he hid himself in a corner under the guise of the shadows. A short while later, a batch of believers who had attended Mass came out of the cathedral. Before long, servants began leaving the cathedral with all sorts of miscellaneous items, walking to the trash bins in an alley. A number of people were dealing with the feces that was found at the spot where the carriages parked at. At this moment, the servant's body suddenly trembled before he bowed his head. He seriously began cleaning the area, and he even proactively walked towards the square as though he wanted to clean the trash there. He slowly opened up a distance from the others until he came to a shadowy area. When the other servants stopped placing their attention on him, a hand suddenly outlined itself and reached out of the void, grabbing him by the shoulder and causing his body to phase away into nothingness. Klein had directly traveled to a cheap two-bedroom condominium in East Borough. He had teleported over a few days ago with another identity to rent it. A traveler's ability is really convenient. The only problem is that I need to have a pirate sacrifice his life every time. Klein lampooned to relieve his anxiety as he made the servant lie in bed. Then he took out a long metal vial and threw it at him. The servant caught it and pulled out the stopper before gulping down the soporific medicine in it. In a few seconds, he fell into a deep slumber as Senor surfaced to the side. Klein observed the servant on the bed as his body suddenly softened like he had transformed into a slime monster. However, he didn't collapse into a pool. After some swaying, he instantly shortened his height by 15 centimeters as his skin darkened in color. His facial features moved, and soon he had transformed into the servant. And at this moment, Senor had already taken off the servant's clothes. Without wasting any time, Klein quickly changed into those clothes and moved the items from the iron cigar case over. Picking up the broom and surveying the area before confirming that there weren't any problems, he made Senor return to the gold coin before Klein lowered his left arm and spread his fingers. He watched as creeping hunger produced an indescribable transparency effect. After teleporting back to the shadowy corner, Klein bent his back and began cleaning the area seriously. Step by step, he approached the busy servants but maintained a distance from them to prevent anyone from chatting with him, which would increase his chances of being exposed. After about 30 minutes, the servants gathered together and entered St. Samuel Cathedral and turned into a side door. At a distance away from the priests, a servant stretched his arms and said, "How tiring." Klein pretended to look uninterested in the conversation due to his fatigue as he tersely nodded without participating in the conversation. Soon, they returned to the servants' quarters. It comprised of 2 rather big rooms with many bunk beds inside. Beside each bed was a wardrobe and chest. Klein was immediately at a loss. He didn't know whether to head left or right. Thankfully, he was a seer. He could solely rely on his spiritual intuition on matters that didn't involve beyonders or mysterious domains. Furthermore, he was still holding onto a broom. Hence, he pretended to have his hand slip and secretly did a dowsing rod seeking. He received a revelation that he should head right. When he entered the room on the right, Klein deliberately slowed down a little, observing the actions of the other servants. Then he mimicked them by placing the broom in the region behind the door. Then he went outside to the common bathroom to wash his face, rinse his mouth, and wash his feet. After he completed all of this in a slow manner, the bed that belonged to him revealed itself, the bed that wasn't occupied. Lying in bed, Klein finally felt relieved as he secretly signed relief. The servants were all exhausted, and before long, they fell asleep, producing a symphony of snores. Klein maintained his consciousness and very slowly removed creeping hunger. Folding it up into a tiny shape, he stuffed it inside the iron cigar case, putting it together with Azek's copper whistle and Senor's gold coin. Seconds turned to minutes as he found it impossible to sleep due to anxiety. All he could do was rely on cogitation to force himself to sleep for a few hours. He woke up at a specific time and released Senor. This marionette's cold aura rapidly melded with the surroundings as the spirit body threads collapsed inwardly, gradually turning black without any origins. It can still be controlled. Klein nodded indiscernibly and made the wraith use the stained glass windows high above and the bright stone floor tiles to arrive at the staircase that led to the keepers above. He believed that if Senor hadn't been contaminated ahead of time, making Cheney Skate's core seal think of it as one of its own, it definitely would have reacted and cleansed it. How could a wraith have the ability to move freely in an Orthodox church's cathedral? And due to the tacit approval from the core seal and the disruption from the paper angel, the demigod-level archbishop that lived somewhere in the cathedral wasn't alerted. Under Klein's control, and using the sensations from the contamination, the invisible seigneur slowly walked to the second floor before turning left and finding the residence of the keepers. It's Monday tomorrow. This week's Monday shift is likely done by the keeper I met first. Klein had long figured out the roster, so he made the dark red-coated wraith stealthily pass through the wooden door and float into different rooms to identify the target. As there were only a few people inside, he quickly found the pale elder with loose facial skin, sparse hair, and a big nose. Seigneur immediately took out a sedative vial and placed it to the side. Then, before the keeper sensed anything, it possessed him. The keeper, who was in deep sleep, lost control over his body before he could even wake up to resist. All he could do was open his grayish-blue eyes and watch himself slowly pick up the vial and pull off the stopper. Then, he downed the liquid inside. His body convulsed abnormally, as his organs seemed to be engaged in a violent struggle. After a full minute, he slowly went limp and closed his eyes again, entering a dreamless sleep. After doing all of this, Seigneur left the body of the keeper and used all kinds of mirror surfaces to leap back to the servants' quarters before entering Klein's body. Klein immediately emitted a cold, dead, and distant aura. Even showing an expression appeared to be difficult. He slowly got out of bed and silently left the servants' quarters. In the shadows and murals that weren't illuminated by the moonlight, he walked to the second floor and entered the target's room. Standing by the bedside, Klein, whilst in the appearance of a servant, slowly grew taller as his hair turned gray and sparse while his nose enlarged significantly. In just a few seconds, he looked identical to the keeper who just drank the sedative. Even his aura was identical. Changing into the black clergyman's coat that was placed to the side, Klein moved the keeper's and servants' clothes underneath the bed and lay down as he kept note of the time. At 5:30, he woke up ahead of time, finishing the white bread he had prepared the night before, and drank a cup of water. He then looked quietly out the window. Just as day broke, Klein maintained his deadpan state and walked out the door. He went to the first floor, and following the path he had previously verified, he took a left turn. After walking for a moment, he wasn't surprised to see a priest. This was his experience as a former Nighthawk. Therefore, Klein wasn't too worried that he couldn't find the path. The priest stood outside a secret door that led underground. As he raised his right hand, he tapped 4 times clockwise on his chest and said, "May the goddess bless you." "Praise the lady," Klein replied hoarsely and similarly drew a crimson moon. He didn't stay any longer and walked past the priest. Under the lamps that lined the walls, he walked down the staircase and arrived at the crossroads. Based on his understanding of his environment, Klein believed that turning right would leave the cathedral. It would likely lead to the disguised security company or other organization belonging to the Nighthawks. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to turn left. At that moment, he saw a man wearing a red glove walk over. The casually dressed man had black hair and green eyes with handsome looks. He was none other than Leonard Mitchell. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 831, just inches away. Upon seeing Leonard, Klein's back muscles instantly stiffened. His nerves tensed up like a fully drawn bow that could snap at any moment. He remembered very clearly that Leonard had a Marauder Pathway Angel, Palazurost, parasitizing him. He could sense the uniqueness about his body and from that, see through his disguise. If that grandpa were to inform Leonard of the problem with the keeper in front of him, that would be troublesome. I'll just have to hope that my dear poet is afraid that his secret will be exposed and that he would feign ignorance. Back in Tingen, although he often said that everyone has their secrets and that there's no need to worry about it, that's all regarding matters pertaining to the church. Who knows if he suddenly feels the need to uphold justice and decides to be loyal and take the risk to expose me. After all, this matter is very similar with Nsangwal's. At that moment, Klein's forehead nearly broke out into a sweat. To be frank, he never expected to encounter Leonard while heading to Cheney's Gate because he was a red glove and not an ordinary Nighthawk. There was no need for him to be on duty, so there wasn't a need for him to be here at that moment in time. However, Klein immediately thought of a crucial point. The one who could detect his uniqueness was Palazurost, and not Leonard Mitchell. The former's attitude was more important. The grandpa knows that I know of his existence. Once he exposes my disguise and pushes me into a corner, he has to be prepared to be exposed by me. When the time comes, we will definitely be trading blows with each other, benefiting no one. And for an angel from the Marauder pathway who doesn't believe in the goddess, there's no need for that. If I were him, I would pretend that nothing had happened. I wouldn't even remind Leonard Mitchell, leaving my safety to be decided by my host. As he quickly cleared his train of thought, Klein composed himself and walked over towards the red-gloved Leonard Mitchell. Leonard indifferently looked at the keeper with grizzled, sparse hair. He couldn't help but raise his right hand to cover his mouth and yawn. He has nothing better to do because he doesn't sleep at night, so he gone to the duty room to play cards with a person on duty. What a perfect sleepless! Klein roughly understood the reason for the red-gloved poet appearing. He recalled the reactions of the keepers when they met Nighthawks and Tingen. He silently nodded his head at Leonard and drew a moon with his right index and middle finger, tapping his chest 4 times in a clockwise manner. Leonard used the same action in response as he passed by the keeper, without noticing anything. Klein silently exhaled as he maintained his usual pace and gait until he reached his destination. The iron-black double door was heavy and cold. Engraved on it were 7 sacred emblems appearing as though nothing could stir it. Klein turned his body to the side and took 2 steps to the side. He knocked on the keeper's door, and under the gaze of the Nighthawk on duty, he opened Cheney's gate. The darkness deep inside immediately surged out. Even though there were silver candles with engraved patterns burning silently inside, they were unable to disperse such a feeling, and the ghostly blue flame accentuated the deathly silence. Meanwhile, Klein felt that something invisible in the darkness was grazing past his skin and entering deep into his body. It passed through the boundary of reality and illusions, connecting to Wraith Senior. Suddenly, without even activating his spear of vision, he saw black threads covering the area behind Cheney's gate. They were gently swaying, either bundled or extended out as though a lady was spreading out her hair, or some monster was flailing its tentacles. Klein walked forward with a deadpan expression. After entering the sealed land, he turned around and closed Cheney's gate. At that moment, all the sounds outside were completely cut off. The silence inside was like a kingdom of the dead. It made him imagine and feel fear. Klein was reminded of himself occasionally watching the darkness in bed with his eyes open. He didn't dare to sleep, even though he hadn't heard any ghost stories. It's no wonder the goddess has the title of Empress of Horror. Klein cast his gaze to the side and raised the lantern in the corner, lighting it with great familiarity. Dim yellow light immediately poured out before being tainted with a ghostly blue. Klein, who was wearing a black clergyman's robe, wasn't in a rush to head for Basement 2 to search for the Antigonus family's notebook. Instead, he stayed behind a gate and patiently waited. He was doing so in the event that the Nighthawks were in urgent need of something, but could only wait until daybreak since they were unable to retrieve them at night. Based on his experience, keepers were most easily disturbed in the first 5 minutes of them entering Cheney's gate. As long as he survived that period, and as long as there weren't any additional accidents, the normal retrieval process of materials would happen after 8. That was the standard working hours of the Nighthawks and civilian staff. In other words, once Klein lasted the first 5 minutes, he wouldn't be disturbed by the Nighthawks for the next 2 hours. Of course, he didn't have that much time for his operation. The Church of Evernight opened at 8, and the servants would wake up an hour or an hour and a half ahead of time to get down to work. After 6:30, the other servants could realize that one of them was missing. Time ticked by as Klein's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. He found the 5 minutes excruciating. Finally, his countdown finally ended as he cast his gaze towards the stone stairs in the darkness. It was the passage that led to the 2nd floor. At that moment in time, there was no one in here that could restrict him. At this stage, Klein believed that he had overcome 70% of the difficulties. The remaining 30% consisted of how he would leave after obtaining the notebook. Of course, there was always a certain chance for all kinds of accidents to happen. Klein didn't wish to be careless as he raised a lantern and walked to the stone staircase. To other Beyonders, the first level behind Cheney's gate was actually a lot more attractive than the sealed artifacts. There were all kinds of Beyonder ingredients, potion formulas, and secret knowledge here. There were even captured heretics that had been apprehended, as well as unaffiliated Beyonders. Be it trying to be rich, to advance, or to rescue their companions, an infiltrator just needed to search around this level. However, Klein needed to head deeper inside where the dangerous items were sealed. Passing through a few tightly locked stone chambers, he clearly sensed people inside. However, they weren't making a fuss or roaring, nor were they pleading for mercy or shouting for help. They were silently lying there or sitting there. Their auras had already turned cold. The lantern's light flickered as it illuminated the staircase that led down. Klein focused again and steadily walked deeper underground. He didn't run, afraid that he would trigger a negative reaction from the core seal. As it became darker, the ghostly blue flames from the elegant candle stands on the two ends had weakened. They appeared as though they were about to be extinguished at any moment. And at that moment, the pure darkness might bring about unimaginable, horrific changes. Klein repressed his instinctive fear as he finally walked down the stairs and came to basement 2. With a wraith's night vision, Klein discovered that there were strange walls made of steel, bricks, mud, and silver. They were sectioned off into different regions, with certain spots open and other rooms tightly shut. All of them had a sealed artifact. With a lantern in hand, he turned left as the scene before Klein's eyes lit up. He saw a burning flame and a glowing red and black anthracite and charcoal. The region was in a half-open state. Inside was a bathtub-like object made of steel. The area beneath it was dug open and was stuffed with anthracite, charcoal, and other flammable objects. They kept burning, making the steel bathtub produce bubbling sounds, letting the steam emanate out, condensing on the ceiling and dripping down like rain. An artifact that needs to be soaked in hot water for the seal. And the keepers need to periodically add anthracite and charcoal to prevent the fire from extinguishing. If there's a sealed artifact that can constantly emit high temperatures, they can be placed together, making the seal easy. Klein glanced at the steel bathtub. Hoping that no accident spoiled his plans, he approached it and used a tool to add some anthracite into the fire pit. When he looked up, he noticed something through the corner of his eye. Immersed under the hot water in the bathtub was a silver metallic object. Together, they seemed to form a heavy full-body armor. And a part of it had unremovable dark red blood stains and splattered red spots. 1-42. An ancient god's blood, so now it's permanently stored in the Backlund Diocese. Klein had seen this sealed artifact before as the corresponding information surfaced in his mind. Just as he was about to retract his gaze, he saw the Spartan silver helmet. The helmet's visor had been pulled down, making its interior appear dark. At that instant, Klein felt that a gaze was penetrating it and casting itself on him. He trembled as he hurriedly took 2 steps back, his heartbeat racing erratically. Not daring to observe it any further, Klein composed himself and cast his gaze forward as he steadily walked forward and left the area. After passing through a few sealed areas, his spiritual perception was triggered. He felt that something on the right was summoning him. Furthermore, it was producing the beating sounds of an expanding and contracting heart. Indeed, the Antigonus family's notebook has been waiting for me all this time. Klein silently confirmed his earlier theory, and following the illusory summoning, he changed direction and approached it. In just 2 or 3 minutes, he saw a room with an ajar stone door. It was dark inside without any source of light. With the lantern's illumination, an empty bookshelf formed from white bone appeared in Klein's eyes. On it was an ancient notebook in a black hardcover. It was the Antigonus family's notebook. Hornaces. Phlegria. Hornaces. Phlegria. Illusory voices drilled into Klein's ears as he confirmed his target. Things happened very smoothly, but Klein didn't dare to be careless or rash. He carefully entered the room as he slowly approached, afraid that the mechanism that sealed the Antigonus family's notebook would inflict harm to him. Hence, when he closed in, a hand in a dark red sleeve suddenly reached out from his abdomen. It was Wraith Seigneur's hand. One of the principles of a marionettist uses a marionette as much as possible in situations that a marionette could be used. If anything were to happen, the marionette would bear the brunt. At this moment, there was a slam from the direction of the door as though someone had walked in. Klein's pupils dilated as he lunged for the bone shelf without any thought, making the marionette's hand by his abdomen grab the Antigonus family's notebook. At the same time, his right hand reached into his clothes and opened the iron cigar case, and wore creeping hunger. He was attempting to teleport directly outside before the core seal reacted. During this process, the scene of the door naturally appeared in his mind. A figure wearing a hooded classical robe was standing there. The figure had a pretty face that wore a lifeless expression. The deep black eyes lacked any spirituality. That high-ranking member of the church that directly wiped Mr. A out of existence and into the great smog of Backlund? Why would she be hiding underground? That's not logical. Just as a sense of horror emerged in Klein's heart, he instinctively lowered his head to look at his body. His body was rapidly being wiped away like an eraser erasing a pencil drawing. Before he could touch the Antigonus family's notebook, he had completely vanished. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 832 Town. Before his brain short-circuited, Klein only had time for two thoughts. How powerful. There's no way to resist. I wonder if I can be revived from such a death. As his thoughts resonated, Klein's vision turned pitch black. He lost all his senses as he entered a dreamless slumber. After an unknown period of time, the silent darkness suddenly stirred. He vaguely felt a sense of grogginess as he felt a cold wind blow at him. As his thoughts thawed bit by bit, Klein slowly opened his eyes and saw fog everywhere above him. The crimson moon was hidden in it, occasionally showing itself. Did I just resurrect again? Or have I entered the underworld? Even if it's the latter, that's not too problematic. I might even be able to get the skeleton messenger to contact Mr. Azek. However, I'll have to become an undead creature or spirit world creature. Klein's mind was still a little heavy, as though someone had injected glue into his brain, preventing him from expanding on his thoughts. Slowly, he sensed his body and heard his heart beating. His mind quickly turned lucid as he believed that the possibility of him resurrecting was higher. Perhaps he had been thrown out into the wilderness. Klein's joints produced a crack as he jumped to his feet. Without checking his physical condition, he first observed his surroundings and confirmed the type of environment he was in. The first thing he saw was a fog that permeated the area and the dark and stillness of the night. And close by was a tiny town. The most striking building in the town was an extremely ancient spired cathedral. It was completely black in color. There wasn't a bell tower, and at the top of it were pitch-black ravens spiraling around it. Around the cathedral were many buildings. They were normal two-story residences and simple wooden huts. There were bread shops with hanging signboards and grayish-white mills using water wheels for power. However, there wasn't a single pedestrian. They seemed to be asleep in the quietness of the night. As a seer, Klein instantly found the town very familiar, as though he had seen it somewhere in the past. After a brief recall, he remembered what it represented. This was the source of danger of the night time in the ruins of the Battle of Gods. After entering the easternmost region of the Sonia Sea, if one didn't sleep and enter a dream world when night fell, it would be discovered that the person would have gone missing once it was daytime. Klein had once been jolted awake in a dream with the Saint of Darkness, and he saw in the distance a place which was enshrouded in the tranquility of the night. There was a mysterious and bizarre foggy town. He even suspected that all the living beings that vanished at night in the ruins had entered the town. Now he was there himself. He was less than 100 meters from the foggy town. It's related to the night. The target vanishes like it was erased. The power of that high-ranking member of the church doesn't directly kill her enemies, and she instead sends them here? Do the living beings that vanish at night in the ruins also encounter such situations? But it's said that there's no way to obtain their whereabouts via divination. The only interpretation they can conclude is that they might still be alive, of course. It's also possible that I can be resurrected, thus appearing here. Amidst his thoughts, Klein retracted his gaze and used his ability as a clown to observe his physical condition. He had already changed back into Klein Moretti, but he was still wearing the keeper's black clergyman robe. He didn't have any signs of an injury on him. Filled with experience, Klein quickly calmed down. His right hand reached into his pocket and opened the iron cigar case. He took out the folded human skin glove and wore it on his left hand. After confirming that creeping hunger could still be used, Klein lifted Azek's copper whistle and blew into it. However, the skeleton messenger didn't appear in the spirit vision he quickly activated. Klein wasn't too surprised with such an outcome. Instead, he found it normal. After all, the people who had vanished on the eastern front of the Sonia Sea had yet to be found. After all, over the years, there was likely no lack of Beyonders here who could summon messengers, such as the members of the numinous episcopate. This place is directly isolated from the spirit world. From the looks of it, traveling can't be used. As expected of a high-ranking member, the church sent a deal with the great smog of Backlund. She sends her targets here as a form of eternal exile or imprisonment. It's impossible to use ordinary or simple means to contact the outside world. To escape from this place, even saints will find it difficult. Klein didn't lose himself to anxiety as he still felt confident. He placed Isaac's copper whistle back into the iron cigar case and prepared to take 4 steps counterclockwise. He wanted to head above the gray fog to escape the imprisonment of the fog town. The immortal Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. The Sky Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. The exalted the arch of heaven and earth for blessings. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. With 1 sentence per step, Klein rapidly completed the ritual. However, he didn't hear the familiar, frenzied ravings, nor did he see the endless emanating grayish-white fog. Klein's pupils constricted as he fell into a momentarily daze. This place was isolated from the mysterious space above the gray fog. This made his greatest trump card unusable. Klein had relied on the area above the gray fog to escape danger many times in the past. But this time, this solution was ineffective. This was the first time he was encountering such a situation. Man, it feels as though my cheat has been blocked. Klein lampooned to relax his tense emotions. Based on his knowledge of mysticism, he suspected that the foggy town was likely related to a true deity because this was the only explanation as to why he couldn't head above the gray fog. This place has close ties to the night. I was sent here after encountering a high-ranking member. Could it be a prison that the goddess created herself? But she is the mother of concealment. Perhaps she can directly make people or items enter a concealed state, making people in the real world never able to find them again. Klein seriously contemplated and decisively decided to explore the foggy town. This was because the method to leave this place was most likely to be there. At this point, he was no longer worried about not being able to convene the Tarot Club. Of course, there was no need for him to worry about it for now. He had canceled the coming tarot gathering ahead of time because the operation of stealing the Antigonus family's notebook was fraught with danger and variables. Klein suspected that he might end up dead and be able to resurrect in time. Therefore, he used a reasonable excuse to get everyone to make additional preparations for a week. After making up his mind, Klein immediately got the wraith inside him to float beside him. The marionette's condition was already in a terrible state. The dead and cold aura was something substantial, making his control of the spirit body thread somewhat rough. Thankfully, I can still use him for a few more days. Also, Mr. A was erased by that high-ranking church member. He might be living nearby. I have to be careful about this person who's equivalent to a lunatic. Klein transformed into Gehrman Sparrow as he made Senor walk ahead and enter the foggy town. Following the marionettist principle he had concluded, he stood in the back with a distance of at least 110 meters between them. Over time, his digestion had increased his control over his marionette to 120 meters. There was also a reduction in the time needed to gain initial control of spirit body threads and completely change someone into a marionette. Faced with an enemy whose spirit body was equally strong, the former took 16 seconds and the latter took 4 minutes. In the silent foggy world, Senor, in his dark red coat and old triangular hat, didn't take long to enter the bizarre and mysterious town. Many of the building doors were still open as though they were welcoming guests from afar. With his marionette's vision, Klein saw that there was a half-chewed loaf of white bread on the table. There were wine glasses for red wine and messy silver cutlery. It looked like someone had been enjoying dinner, but there was no one present. The owners of these different houses seemed to have suddenly vanished into thin air. Vanished. This term suddenly surfaced in Klein's mind as he hurriedly made Senor cast his gaze towards the grayish-white mill. Inside the mill, the wind-powered mill was rotating silently, but other than the floor that was scattered with flour, no flour came out again. This scene feels familiar. I seem to have heard of it before. Klein frowned bit by bit. As he relied on his marionette, he continued surveying his environment while carefully recalling the similar situation. Just as he was considering using dream divination to question his spirituality, he found a corresponding answer. A similar scene had appeared in the ancient ruins that appeared at the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. Based on the literature, the buildings there had every arrangement and decoration well preserved. Even the wall murals didn't have any signs of damage. The table was arranged with cutlery, and there were dried stains of rot on the dining plates. In some rooms, there were half-filled bottles of alcohol that had almost turned into plain water. The discoverer mentioned that when he first discovered the remains, he even had the belief that the people residing there had just vanished all of a sudden. There's some relation between this foggy town and the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range? No way. After trying to avoid it, I ended up coming to it. Klein's facial features twitched involuntarily. For a moment, he couldn't believe what was on his mind. Of course, the scene was just similar and wasn't enough to make him come up with such a conclusion. After taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, Klein forced himself to calm down. He controlled Wraith Senior and made him venture deeper into the foggy town. At that moment, he heard light footsteps. Klein's heart tensed up as he hurriedly hid inside the mill and made his marionette stop. In just a few seconds, Wraith Senior saw a woman walk out from a nearby alley. She wore a pure white robe, and her hair was pulled back, revealing her long white neck. She looked extremely beautiful. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 833, Things to Take Note of. Inside the dark, foggy town, the woman who walked out of the alley seemed to be out of place with her surroundings. She was pure, stately, and untainted. She was so gorgeous that it lit up the eyes of anyone whose gaze landed on her. As for her pure, simple robe and her loosely pulled back hair, they added to her bearing and languidness. That gorgeous woman also noticed Senor. Her expression froze for a moment before she smiled. Using a sweet voice, she said, "Senor, when did you become a marionette? If not for the powers of Evernight contaminating you this badly, I wouldn't have recognized you." Although she looked like she was talking to Senor, she was actually conversing with the controller through the marionette. "Sigh, this kind of dead and cold aura can't be hidden at all. I can't fool Beyonders of higher sequences. I was still hoping that I could hide somewhere inconspicuous and use Admiral of Blood Senior to make contact with her so as to maximize my own safety. This place screens away the power of the gray fog, so if I were to die, I likely won't be able to resurrect." Klein hid inside the grayish-white mill and made his marionette speak hoarsely. "If you could leave, you'd easily find out that I've been serving my master more than a month ago." He used Admiral of Blood's tone and experiences to answer as though he was still alive. This was the acting principle of a marionettist, to let each marionette have their unique identity and setting. Meanwhile, Klein also buried a keyword "leave" in preparation to broach the topic of leaving. In this bizarre and mysterious town, he didn't have thoughts of instantly killing any demoness that he saw. Ignoring the question of there being any good demonesses and whether he was equipped with the strength to do so, just the fact that they were trapped in here had made it imperative that he communicated with her for intelligence to seek a way to get out. This was enough to make him choose peaceful coexistence for the time being. The woman in a simple white robe chuckled and said, not forgetting to constantly act. "From the looks of it, you will quickly digest the marionettist potion. A member of the secret order. She's very familiar with the seer pathway." The Demonist sect was a secret organization that was active in the Fourth Epoch. Even if they didn't have close ties with the Zeradol or Antigonus families, they should be quite familiar with each other. It's very normal to understand the seer pathway. Of course, the premise to that is that this lady is a demoness. Klein's heart stirred as he deliberately asked, "Are there other possibilities?" He tried to sound her out to see if other organizations might wield control over the seer pathway. The beautiful and pure lady walked forward and leaned towards Admiral of Blood Senior as she said with a smile, "It doesn't matter which organization you belong to. We have been exiled here, and it's practically eternal imprisonment. The past no longer matters. What matters is the future, whether we can cooperate to find a way of leaving." I failed to sound her out. Klein made the Wraith reply, "That's exactly what I was thinking. How may I address you?" As the lady approached Senor, Klein caught a whiff of a refreshing fragrance with his marionette sense of smell. Due to her words, he suddenly had a baffling thought to help each other in such a perilous situation while abandoning all morals, to help warm up each other's souls with their bodies. "She's like a demoness. Her voice sounds more familiar the more I listen to her. But why can't I put my thumb on it? What a pity, there's no way to use dream divination in such a situation. She will be able to seize the opportunity while I'm unconscious, and it's hard to predict what will happen." Klein frowned slightly. This beautiful woman with a tinge of languidness raised her hand to stroke her hair, accentuating her petite ear. "Panatia, what about you?" Klein had originally planned on randomly choosing a disguise, such as the Aurora Order's Mr. X or Death Announcer's second mate, Curtius. After all, he could use creeping hunger to simulate their powers, but he ultimately gave up the disguise and directly said, Gehrman's Sparrow. He didn't know when this suspected demoness had entered the foggy town, so he was unable to eliminate the possibility that she knew about Admiral of Blood's disappearance. Panatia nodded and asked, How did you get in? Klein didn't keep the truth from her as he said with a marionette's mouth, I encountered an unknown lady. She wore a hood, and her eyes were like the night, but it lacked any spirituality. Panatia fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, So it's her. Eh. She didn't continue in detail as she said with a smile, What did you actually do? You actually managed to get the Church of Evernight to send her to deal with you. Panatia had changed the pronoun she used. Her. That lady is an angel. An ascetic from the church. Panatia seems to know much about her. Klein's thoughts whirred as he said vaguely, I infiltrated St. Samuel Cathedral and attempted to steal a sealed artifact, but in the end, he didn't go into the details because he had no idea how he encountered the lady. Klein believed that as an angel, it was impossible for the lady to keep living behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Cheney's gate. There was nothing in there that required an important figure like her to keep watch on the entire time. Is that so? So she is indeed in the basement of Samuel Cathedral. Panatia seemed to confirm something. In secret organizations, the word saint is not used when talking about St. Samuel Cathedral. I should take note of this detail in the future. Klein ruminated over her choice of words. Panatia didn't continue on the topic as she said with a smile, All right, let's not bother with the past. Just as I said, what's important is the future and how we can escape. Klein used this opportunity to make Senior ask, What do you know about this place? Panatia glanced at the spired cathedral in the middle of the town and said, This place isn't the real or spirit world, nor is it the astral world. It's in some kind of secret, hidden state. I've explored most of this area, including the area outside the town. I didn't manage to find any clues. All that's left is that cathedral. Perhaps all the secrets are hidden inside. Why don't you explore the cathedral? Klein asked with his marionette's mouth. Panatia yanked her pure white robe. On it were signs of wear and tear. My intuition tells me that there's extreme danger inside. Upon saying that, she switched topics. And now there's a solution. Your marionette can help us scout. Even if it's lost, it wouldn't deal you any harm. Don't worry. As long as we gain an understanding of the situation inside, I'll find a chance to give you a better marionette. After all, it doesn't look like it can last long. There's nothing unreasonable about that, but I don't trust you. After all, you are most likely a demoness. Klein didn't agree or object to it as he took the opportunity to get Signor to ask, Are there any things to take note of while in here? Panatia pursed her lips and said, Due to various reasons, a sizable number of people end up here, but they have all vanished. All vanished? Klein's heart palpitated as he asked, What happened? Panatia sighed and said, There are things I'm not sure about. Some entered those buildings and ate some of the food inside. Then they vanished instantly. And this time, the results of divination indicate that they've lost their lives and are undergoing eternal sleep. There will be erasure and vanishing events in this foggy town. Furthermore, they will no longer exist. Klein was horrified before he thought of another matter. He nearly blurted it out. Won't you feel hungry? Afraid that it would result in an anomaly, he forcefully held his tongue and made Signor ask her indirectly, How long have you been in here? As though sighing and laughing, Panatia said, Perhaps it's been half a year. I've witnessed many people cannibalize others for sustenance. Thankfully, I don't need much and can live very long with a bit of food. And on a human's body, there is food that won't damage the body too significantly. As she spoke, she raised her hand and pointed at the crimson moon hanging behind the fog. Another thing to take note of is that once the crimson moon turns clear, there will be changes here. It will become extremely dangerous. I've been severely injured as a result. As she said that, she turned to point at a tear in her pure white robe. Klein subconsciously made Signor cast his gaze over, and he saw that at her collarbone underneath the tear, there was a deep wound that exposed her bone amidst fair, supple skin. At this moment, the skin transformed, producing dense patterns of mystery and colors of darkness and evil. Klein's mind seemed to explode as ravings and cries resounded in it. Meanwhile, his breathing became difficult as his body rapidly weakened. He couldn't help but collapse backward as he broke into a coughing fit. Then he saw the pure white robe and the two long female legs, Panatia. This lady had already entered the grayish-white mill, and as she watched the struggling Gammon sparrow, she cracked the corners of her lips and revealed blood-colored tendrils in the gaps between her neat white teeth. She softly said, "Got you." Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 834, Good Luck. Got you. Invisible threads emanated over as Panatia said that. They quickly wrapped around Gammon Sparrow as though she was binding him into a cocoon. At this moment, the figure in a black clergyman robe suddenly turned thin, transforming into a paper figurine covered in metal rust. Klein's figure appeared outside the grayish-white mill as he ran frantically towards the depths of the town. He was a person who had seen the eternal blazing sun's true body and lived. He had a certain level of resistance toward a spirit-body impact, and the inclination of a loss of control brought about by a mythical creature form. Furthermore, Panatia wasn't a complete mythical creature. Therefore, even without the gray fog's help, Klein was able to recover from the racking headache. As he suppressed his body's mutation, he sensed that he had been inflicted with ailments. While collapsing, he used his violent coughing as a cover for him to use paper figurine substitutes. Paper figurines weren't mystical items, nor did they have any spirituality. Hence, Klein wasn't afraid that it would trigger a reaction from the core seal behind Cheney's gate. Hence, he had brought quite a number with him. As Klein ran forward, he rubbed his right thumb and middle finger and lit up the flour piled inside the mill. Boom. The flour burst into flames as the mill was sent flying. The windmill outside collapsed to the ground as Panatia's figure crumbled bit by bit in the intense blast and scarlet flames as though she was a mirror. Almost at the same moment, her white-robed figure appeared behind Klein. Her loose, pulled-back hair instantly flared up and wildly extended in Klein's direction. Bah. As Klein snapped his fingers to ignite a tree leaf beside him, he controlled Senor to use Mirror Leap to appear in a window on a two-storied residence beside Panatia. Then he attempted to make the terrifying woman's eyes reflect Senor's figure to complete the wraith possession. Scarlet flames suddenly leaped up and enveloped Klein's body, making him vanish from where he was as he appeared in a flame tens of meters away. As for Panatia's gem-like eyes, they seemed to hide mirrors that reflected figures wearing an old triangular hat and dark red coat. They overlapped one another and descended into chaos. Klein didn't hesitate to let Senor leave the window, transforming into a werewolf state to charge the demoness. Yes, Klein had already determined that Panatia was a demoness, and she was a demoness at the demigod level. The strands of black hair, as well as the invisible transparent threads, flared up, forming a ludicrous spiderweb that enveloped Senor, whose body was covered with thick, short hair. However, just as they made contact, Admiral of Blood's figure instantly phased away, causing the black hair and illusory demoness threads to pass through it. Without being able to touch him, it was obviously unable to bind him. He had taken his wraith form. Panatia's expression didn't change at all. All she did was produce a harumph. Suddenly, the thick hair strands and illusory threads that made contact with Senor burst into dark and silent black flames. They used spirituality as fuel, turning the wraith into a torch. Pa, pa, pa. Senor turned back into a werewolf from the burning, as his limbs fell to the ground from the flame injuries. With that, a sequence 5 wraith perished completely. And at this moment, Klein had repeatedly snapped his fingers, jumping into different columns of fire and using his marionette sacrifice to escape deeper into the town. With a few flashes, he had pulled open a gap of hundreds of meters from Panatia. Suddenly, Klein felt his forehead burning hot. His lungs began to heave as he panted loudly and emitted heated air. As he had been hit by the impact of seeing an incomplete mythical creature's form, he had been a little too slow at using paper figurine substitutes. He had failed to swap out his ailment, and he had suffered some of the damage. Klein had originally imagined that he just needed to persist until he escaped Panatia's range of influence, but to his surprise, his condition was worsening faster than he expected. Furthermore, despite having opened up a gap of hundreds of meters, he didn't escape the signs of being infected. Thud. Just as he was about to continue using Flaming Jump, Klein's knees buckled as he collapsed to the ground without successfully snapping his fingers. Immediately, he heard Panatia's pleasant laughter in his ears. Even if you were to escape to the other side of town, there's no way to escape my ailments. You ought to know that back in Backlund, the entirety of East Borough was immersed in the plague fog I created. Apart from the most distant Empress Borough and West Borough, All the other areas were significantly affected as well. She's that Lady Despair who cooperated with Mr. A. She's one of the true murderers behind the great smog of Backlund. Klein felt his mind go adrift as he found himself become very sick while reeling in pain and despair. Although it still wasn't lethal, the irresistible coughs prevented him from using most of his Beyonder powers. Panatia walked over as her beautiful eyes were stained with an indescribable color of bloodthirst. It was like a tramp finally seeing a sizzling steak after starving for days. In her hands were what was left of Signor's torso and 2 broken limbs. This was apparently meant to be her stockpile of food. Your finger snaps sounded good. I believe the taste of those 2 fingers should be pretty good. Panatia looked at Gehrman Sparrow as he coughed in the distance, speaking with the tone of a raving lunatic. Just as she finished her sentence, she raised her hand and stuffed Signor's index finger into her mouth. She bit down on each segment, producing crushing sounds. Klein watched this scene with a blurred vision. In his grogginess, he felt his fingers also suffering such excruciating pain. At this moment, he knew that Lady Despair Panatia was already partially mad because she had eaten too much flesh from other Beyonders. Although with her knowledge of mysticism, she would have definitely waited for the Beyonder characteristics to seep out before partaking in her meal. The deceased had been trapped in here without any food, making them each other's targets. It was inevitable that they slowly lost their minds as they approached insanity. How could she remain fine eating such meat? Just as Klein was reeling in despair and wondering what method he could use to save himself, he saw the crimson moonlight suddenly turn bright. He saw Panatia's face, colored with a look of horror. Without hesitation, she turned around and charged into a nearby building and slammed the door. As Klein felt his illness alleviate significantly, he hurriedly looked up into the sky. He saw that the crimson moonlight was already penetrating the fog, appearing clear as it illuminated the town. His heart stirred as he recalled what Panatia had previously said. He immediately struggled and hobbled into another building beside him, without forgetting to lock the door. Once the crimson moon turns clear, there will be changes here. It will become extremely dangerous. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 835, The Figures Coming and Going. After rushing into the building and closing the door, Klein realized that the curtains behind the windows were constantly in a drawn state. Only some faint crimson moonlight seeped in, lighting up the room slightly. He didn't bother making any additional observations as he found a wooden chair and sat down. He attempted to enter cogitation to calm his inclinations towards mutating. Since he had witnessed a saint-level Beyonders in complete mythical creature form, how could he survive it that easily? This wasn't the mysterious space above the gray fog that came with recovery effects. As Klein was able to withstand mental blows relatively well, he was able to straighten his thoughts out early and prevent himself from losing control, thus allowing him to successfully escape. However, this didn't mean that the problem had been resolved. He sat there, relying on cogitation and his control over his emotions to resist the waves of insane thoughts. During this process, he heard his cheekbones produce crunching sounds. He saw his black hair turn long and thick in an uncontrollable manner, as his chest bulged through his clothes while his skin produced granules in the form of meat tendrils. After nearly 30 seconds, Klein finally exhaled and relaxed significantly. He had completely recovered from the effects that Panatia's incomplete mythical creature form brought. He even gained some new knowledge. The level she was at had despair at its core, making her good at creating and spreading plagues. The insanity and mutation from witnessing a mythical creature not only produced the symptoms of losing control of one's pathway, but also comes with the traits of the other party's sequence. Back then, I was nearly baked by the eternal blazing sun, and this time, I nearly became a demoness. Klein looked down at himself, restoring his skin, chest, and hair to normal. If he wasn't a faceless, aside from letting those meat tendrils sink into his body, he would have to rely on external forces to resolve the problem. Without the time to poignantly sigh or analyze the situation, Klein slowly stood up and cast his gaze towards the tightly drawn, dark-colored curtains as he attempted to figure out his current situation. His expression suddenly changed because he heard rowdy murmurs outside the street. At that instant, he felt that, apart from him and Lady Despair Panatia, the uninhabited town suddenly had many residents. They were loitering across the streets and alleys, greeting one another as they discussed whether to only buy bread or be extravagant and buy a pound of beef. The foggy town suddenly seemed to come to life. However, none of the figures entered the buildings that lined the streets. They seemed to keep coming and going across the street, producing voices that one would find difficult to believe to be conversations, as they sounded more like the deep growling of savage beasts. Klein couldn't imagine the scene outside. All he knew was that even a demigod-level demoness had to hide from the danger. He retracted his gaze and thought deeply for a few seconds, silently muttering, "I can't head out, but I can't stay in here either." Who knows when that crimson moon will be covered by fog again, allowing Panatia to regain her freedom of movement. When the time comes, with us being so close, there's no way for me to escape. But how do I move without heading out? In his silence, Klein slowly turned his body and faced the pitch-black spired cathedral. According to Lady Despair Panatia, that cathedral was the only place she didn't dare explore. It was as though entering the cathedral was the only way to escape her hunt. Of course, a demoness like Panatia wasn't necessarily speaking the truth, but Klein believed that she wasn't likely to lie regarding such matters. After all, to her, he was her prey, her delicacy. Besides, Panatia back then was using her speech and charm to entice him bit by bit, designing a trap for him so as to capture her prey. With a demigod's confidence, it was unlikely she would reveal information as a bluff. In addition, at such times, speaking the truth was the safest and most reassuring option. There was no need to worry about the prey escaping ahead of time due to the detection of a lie. Unless her half-mad state causes her to habitually lie. Otherwise, it shouldn't be a problem. Klein, who was out of options, quickly made up his mind. He lowered his left hand and made creeping hunger turn transparent. Although he knew that traveling was useless, he still held out hope because this was the point when the crimson moon was at its clearest. There was no obstruction, and it was round like a silver plate. During such times, Mr. Dorr could transmit his shouts into the ears of his descendants from where he was lost. Traveling was enhanced, and anomalies happened, so it wasn't something impossible. Klein's figure rapidly phased away, but seconds later, his body outline appeared again where he stood. I can't enter the spirit world, to the point of not even sensing it. As a beyond her power, traveling only has a third of its uses. It can barely be used as invisibility. Klein muttered silently as he concluded his experiences and lessons. However, he was puzzled about one point. Traveling's phasing away and turning transparent is due to the unique traits of the spirit world, so why would it be effective? Klein pondered for about 10 seconds before he came to a rough idea. Every person must be connected to the spirit world because one's astral projection is located there. It can obtain all kinds of abstract information, which is the reason why revelations can be obtained for divination. Therefore, when we are converted into a hidden and secret state, our connection with the spirit world becomes part of it. This can explain why I can still use the unique traits of the spirit world, but I'm unable to enter it. This is because the former had a portion of it hidden away. I didn't have the time to consider it before and had attempted flaming jump. I was met with success, and this also requires the unique traits of the spirit world. After confirming this point, Klein raised his right hand and snapped his fingers, attempting to ignite a half-melted candle in the neighboring building. He wanted to use flaming jump to pass through the neighboring buildings and slowly approach the spired cathedral. Once the crimson moon was hidden by the fog, he would reassess the situation to decide if he would take the risk and hide inside. A scarlet flame was set ablaze in the neighboring building as it slowly expanded and illuminated the surroundings. At that moment, the streets outside suddenly turned abnormally silent. All of the beast-like growls disappeared. The figures that loitered on the streets seemed to turn to face the building, using their gazes in an attempt to penetrate the windows. Klein instantly broke out into a cold sweat. He didn't dare to leap over as he instinctively snapped his fingers and extinguished the flame. After a brief silence, the rowdy murmurings sounded again. The indistinct figures continued walking here and there. Only then did Klein heave a sigh of relief. He raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. He discovered that he had unknowingly made several mistakes after entering the foggy town. In such a dangerous and bizarre environment, he hadn't divined if he should light the candle in a neighboring building. My spiritual intuition should have warned me, but it didn't. From the looks of it, after the gray fog was screened away, my spiritual intuition and sense for danger are no longer enhanced. Now, I'm just a little stronger than a marionettist of the same level. I'm far from being crazy powerful. It's because of this that I was incited by Panatia's instigator powers to look at her wound. I didn't receive any premonition for danger and subconsciously believed that it wouldn't be a problem with a marionette in between us. Klein temporarily didn't have time to have an after-action review of his previous battle. He placed his attention back onto approaching the cathedral without heading out. He began scrutinizing himself and his mystical items beyond her powers. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he found a solution. This solution stemmed from a traveler's door opening, which he thought was useless. This beyond her power was completely overshadowed by teleportation under normal circumstances, but in this mysterious and bizarre foggy town, just its usage of the unique traits of the spirit world became more useful. Klein wasn't in a rush to take action as he took out the gold coin, which Signor used to reside in. Using divination to question his spirituality, he obtained the answer that he should penetrate the wall. And without any way to obtain a revelation from the spirit world, he could only choose to trust himself. He then walked to the wall that was shared with a neighboring building and pressed his hands on it. Silently, Klein passed through the stone wall and entered the next building. He followed the terrace houses until he arrived at the final one. According to his initial impressions of the town, he was already very close to the spired cathedral. He didn't need more than 2 flaming jumps to reach it. At that moment, the crimson moonlight that penetrated the dark-colored curtains didn't weaken. He could vaguely see figures coming and going like they were leading a normal life. Without being capable of moving further away, all Klein could do was sit down on a wooden chair that was a distance away from the windows. It was almost completely dark here with deep, dark shadows. Only at this point did he have the time to recall the details of his encounter with Demoness Panatia. She's actually the murderer that caused the great smog of Backlund. Tens of thousands of people died because of her. Even more people suffered the pain of losing their loved ones. Old Kohler, who worked hard to live, Mam Liz, who worked hard to raise her 2 daughters. Klein closed his eyes as he lifted his head and took deep breaths. He forced himself to extricate himself from the anger and hatred that suddenly surged in him as he calmly observed the turn of events. Unfortunately, I didn't let Signor wear that flower of blood. Otherwise, he should still be able to put up a struggle. However, there wasn't a choice. While possessing me, wearing a ring corresponding to a rose bishop while entering Cheney's gate would be equivalent to blasting myself apart. Now, the only mystical item I can use is creeping hunger. There's zombie, Baron of Corruption, Desire Apostle, and Traveler inside. Yes, I should try to see if I can contact the gray fog by praying while the crimson moon is clear. It doesn't work. I can now confirm that even with a marionette between us, I'll still be affected by a demoness charm and incitement. Since Panatia can release a plague on a large scale, why didn't she attack me in secret in such a concealed manner? Instead, she waited until I nearly lost control from witnessing her incomplete mythical creature form, exposed my location before spreading the ailments? She can definitely do it. The great smog of Backlund is the best proof. There are 2 explanations. First, it's because I was personally sent here by the angel. This made her place a great deal of attention on me, worried that spreading the plague in advance would be detected by my spirituality. Second, she's afraid of something, so she doesn't dare to blanket the area with her plague. If it's the latter, there are other dangers here. As Klein thought over the matter, he felt his spiritual perception trigger as a chill ran down his back. Almost at the same time, he saw that a deep shadow that blanketed him and the surroundings suddenly shrank, drilling towards his nostrils, mouth, and ears. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 836, Tossing Food. At that moment, the shadow seemed to turn corporeal. It was ice cold and moist, and it instantly bound Klein within it like he was a mosquito in amber. Klein's figure was squashed and compressed as he regressed into a piece of paper, rapidly turning into mush. Paper figurine substitutes. Having sensed the danger ahead of time, he had made timely use of paper figurine substitutes. His black-robed figure appeared on the other end of the dining table as he opened his mouth, producing a bang sound. At this moment, Klein's mind suddenly turned adrift as he found his surroundings blurry and unclear. He instantly understood what was happening. He had been forcefully pulled into a dream. And with this, he determined one point. His abnormal ability of maintaining his lucidity and rationality in dreams had already solidified and become one with him. There was no need to use the gray fog to do so. After a brief struggle, Klein suddenly snapped awake and saw the shadows in the building slowly surging at him like a tidal wave. Bang! He opened his mouth and produced an extremely mighty air bullet. This bullet struck the shadow, producing a huge swath of white. The shadows around the whiteness immediately receded and filled it to the brim, returning everything to normal once again. Klein took this opportunity to roll to the side and turn his left glove pale, with a tinge of dark green. With a clap, the spot he stood at was smashed by a lump of flesh and blood that flew out from the shadow, covering the dark red carpet that was covered with strange mold. In an obvious manner, Klein had a feeling that he was being weakened. Without any time to think deeper into the matter, he immediately made his feet produce an icy layer that emanated cold air. White frost crept up and rapidly froze the shadow. Underneath the crystalline frost was a squirming and warping pitch blackness, like oil that had its own life. Zombie's eye stun. Klein did another flip and changed his position while making his glove produce black granules that were profound and dark. Right on the heels of that, he straightened his body, and facing the shadow beneath the layer of ice, he said a word filled with foulness, a word that came from the devil language. Slow. Suddenly, Klein saw the shadows squirming slow down. Clearly, it was in an extremely sluggish state. However, his thoughts had also turned sluggish, preventing him from dealing any follow-up attacks. His language of foulness had been distorted, and although it was clearly directed at the shadow, it had been distorted to target the entire living room, hence affecting himself. In just seconds, Klein extricated himself from the slowed state, and without any thought, he lunged for the dining table, picking up a plate with half a piece of steak and throwing it at the shadow. During this process, his left glove remained dark black, but it had a sinister and noble vibe. Bribe? He had used the steak to bribe the enemy, weakening the other party's offensive, defensive, and controlling abilities. At this moment, the figure suddenly shrank back into the corner of the wall, allowing the dining plate to smash and shatter into the melting ice. Then the figure surged upwards, taking the form of a pitch-black figure with a hooded robe. In the palm of the figure, a transparent and blurry book appeared in front of him. It was accompanied by a distant and indistinct chant. I came, I saw, I recorded. Just as the chanting sounded, the book rapidly flipped through the pages and produced a burning white spear. Mr. A? Has he gone completely mad? He dares to use fire-related beyond her powers in such an environment? Klein's heart tightened as his thoughts raced. He hurriedly rushed towards his opponent and held his left hand behind him. Creeping hunger was quickly tainted with the dark colors of corruption before condensing a ridiculous great sword that seemed to be combined from scarlet magma and blue-hot flames. Klein's footsteps were heavy as he bent his back, pulling his shoulder back as he forcefully delivered a strike with his left arm. The muscles on his arm bulged as he swung the sword of lava. The resplendent great sword cleaved down on the fiery spear, sending sparks of white, blue, and red scattering in every direction as they ignited the chairs and curtains. The murmurs outside the street had long vanished. All the indistinct figures had turned over, and there was extreme silence. After shattering the fiery spear with a cleave, Klein bent his knee and genuflected, snapping his fingers with his right hand. Bah. The flames in the entire room were extinguished. Klein didn't move any further. He had a nagging feeling that a dense array of gazes were trying to see through the curtains to seek out any abnormalities. The hooded man formed of shadows didn't take any action as well. Although he was acting crazy just moments ago, he seemed to have sensed the inexplicable horror that was slowly approaching. In the dark room with tiny hints of crimson moonlight, Klein was genuflecting while the other was standing close to the wall. It was as though the two of them had turned into stone statues. In the unbearable silence, time passed by abnormally slowly. All Klein did was count 10 seconds, and it felt like an hour had passed. Finally, the beast-like growls sounded once again in a staccato, disjointed manner, and the indistinct figures outside began walking again, returning back to the streets. Almost at the same time, Klein obtained initial control of his target's spirit body threads. The hooded man's actions of pouncing forward instantly turned sluggish. Without any hesitation, Klein bent his body and circled the area, preparing to take advantage of his opponent's delay to disrupt any of his subsequent counterattacks and slowly turn him into a marionette. At this moment, his nose suddenly felt an itch as he couldn't help but open his mouth. Achoo. Klein sneezed and lost his control over the spirit body threads. Furthermore, his throat began to hurt as mucus began to take form. He had caught a cold. He actually caught a cold in the intense battle. After suspecting that his opponent was Mr. A, Klein had actually been wary against a demon assailant based on his past experience when fighting Mr. A. He had been placed at a significant disadvantage back then, but in a battle that didn't give him time to think, he had made a mistake. His constitution had long weakened due to the plague from the actual demoness Panatia. He had no way to wait until the marionette conversion was completed. He didn't even have a chance of obtaining a deeper level of initial control and using air bullets to deal a lethal strike. Achoo. As Klein sneezed, he rolled away. Meanwhile, he switched creeping hunger to the Baron of Corruption state and attempted to use his distortion powers to reduce the effects of his cold. Of course, thanks to his bribe from before, his condition wasn't too serious. All it did was affect his control over the spirit body threads and not make him incapable of fighting. While rolling away, Klein noticed from the corner of his eye that his opponent was leaving his shadowy state. The hood slipped backward, revealing a face that looked beautiful like a female. It was none other than Mr. A. This Aurora Order Oracle had actually managed to survive this long despite the harsh environment. However, his eyes were already bloodshot. He looked at Klein as though he was looking at a delightful delicacy. The hunger that was innate and instinctive wasn't concealed at all. At that moment, Klein's mood didn't wane because he still had sufficient strength to do battle. What he was most worried about wasn't Mr. A, but that their escalating battle would produce flames and attract the danger outside. When that happens, there was no way the two of them could escape death. Hunger. The immense hunger has made Mr. A lose his rationality and no longer care about the loitering figures. If I can slightly alleviate his hunger, he should stop attacking and patiently wait until the crimson moon is once again hidden by the fog. Give him some food. As his thoughts raced, Klein nearly sliced off a piece of his flesh to throw at Mr. A. Thankfully, he thought of something in the nick of time. He had food on him. They were the dried mushrooms that Frank Lee had produced. It was said to be a crossbreed between beef and the flesh of a rose bishop. As long as there was fish and water, it could keep reproducing. As this was a new species in a subtle sense, making it not directly related to a rose bishop, Klein had placed it with herbal powders he often used like slumber flowers without removing them. He wasn't afraid that it would trigger any anomalies within the core seal behind Cheney's gate. Achoo. With another sneeze and another roll, Klein had taken out the dried mushroom and thrown it at Mr. A. Perhaps the smell of beef had attracted him, or perhaps it was the mutual sense shared between rose bishops. Mr. A immediately stopped attempting to flip through his illusory book. As he caught the mushroom, he stuffed it into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed it. The hunger pangs that were written in his eyes gradually lessened, but the way he looked at Klein remained the same. Klein threw the remaining dried mushrooms at Mr. A, who caught them. Without any hesitation, he cleanly ate them. His vision finally turned for the better. Glancing at the indistinct figures loitering outside the windows, he stepped back into a corner, fusing into the shadows. Phew. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and retreated to another corner of the wall. Mr. A actually isn't dead. I have to say that in such an environment, a rose bishop's abilities can provide immense help. Just using the stored flesh and eating himself can make him last quite long. Of course, the fact that Mr. A hasn't been killed by Lady Despair Panatia implies his strength. However, the demigod-level powers he recorded must have been used up. As Klein thought, he deliberated over his words, wishing to sound out Mr. A for more information. Had you found any clues on how to lead? There was silence as Mr. A didn't give an answer. His insanity has made it impossible to talk to him? Klein pondered for 2 seconds and said the name, Lil Master. This was the name of the Aurora Order's Saint of Darkness who had dissociated personalities. After a brief silence, Mr. A's slightly hoarse voice sounded again. He has been sent in here as well? Indeed, only matters regarding the Aurora Order elicits a response. Klein frankly said, No, he is trapped inside the ruins of the Battle of Gods. Without waiting for Mr. A to say a word, he continued, Why don't you enter the cathedral? Mr. A said in a muddled manner, It's very dangerous, very, very dangerous. It's also dangerous outside. All the dangers stem from there. All the people who vanished would reappear during the crimson moon. Before he could finish his sentence, the tiny bit of crimson moonlight that passed through the curtain suddenly turned extremely dim. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 837, The Hangers. As the crimson moonlight dimmed, a thought surfaced in Klein's mind. The crimson moon is about to be covered by fog again. Just as this thought appeared, the indistinct, loitering figures outside vanished as though they had evaporated into thin air. The beast-like growls also came to a halt. The environment has been restored to its previous state. Demoness of Despair Panatia can move about freely again. Mr. A will no longer have any qualms about the danger outside. He can unleash a barrage of attacks to capture his prey. Klein instantly came to a conclusion as he raised his right index finger and snapped, igniting the leaves of a tree tens of meters away. He wanted to open up a gap with Mr. A to prevent himself from getting sicker. At the same time, he wanted to determine if he should take the risk of entering the ancient cathedral. With respect to his present situation, Klein already had a plan in mind. It was to use Mr. A's potent and multifarious abilities to draw Panatia's attention. After all, to her, a shepherd and a marionettist weren't any different when it came to meat quality. They could both fill her stomach, so her priority was definitely on who was easier to deal with. When the time comes, both parties would definitely engage in a battle, and Klein needed to find an opportunity to strike down Panatia. Just as the scarlet flame soared and engulfed Klein, he saw Mr. A turn into a shadow and meld into the surroundings once again. It was unknown where he hid himself. He ran. Aren't you the crazy Mr. A? Shouldn't you continue pursuing your prey? Why did you run? Klein's gaze froze as he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. His figure vanished amidst the flames before appearing in flames tens of meters away. Just as Klein leaped out of the fire, he felt his forehead burning once again. His lungs felt heavy as his breathing became rapid and difficult. Plague. Demoness of Despair Panatia had spread her plague once again. To Klein, this beautiful lady in a pure white robe had already floated somewhere in midair at some point in time, walking towards him. Beneath her feet were countless transparent and thin lines that formed a spider's web. They were connected to the surrounding buildings and trees, fully covering half the street. In the eyes of this demigod-level demoness, the intense hunger pangs were gone. The obvious bloodshot look in her eyes wasn't there, and the way she looked at Gehrman Sparrow was one of insanity and teasing. It was as though she wanted to drain his ability to resist, bit by bit, making him feel the deepest, most heavy, and most painful despair. Klein held back his urge to cough as he snapped his fingers again, causing the tree beside the cathedral to burst into flames. His figure was immediately engulfed by the fire as he rapidly faded away and appeared above the tree. He had appeared amidst the gorgeous flames. Right on the heels of that, Klein hurriedly jumped to the ground, somersaulting to the side of the ancient cathedral. At this moment, his body suddenly turned cold as he found that his feet, thighs, and waist were covered in thick layers of ice. And surrounding him was an accumulation of frost as the temperature declined rapidly. Klein clenched his teeth, holding back the horror within him. He followed his plan, and he reached out his arms in an abnormally rigid fashion, pressing it straight onto the wall. The creeping hunger on his left hand turned transparent. In silence, Klein passed through the thick, pitch-black wall and entered the spired cathedral. The spot where he was standing had a black fireball smash into the wall, just a little too slow. It splashed out like water, burning away the nearby frost and weeds. At this moment, at the top of the ancient cathedral's spire, swirling ravens opened their beaks. Wah! 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 Panatia halted as she looked at the dark cathedral. Bit by bit, her face was dyed with a look of fear. Inside the cathedral, Klein found himself unable to see anything, as it was darker than the outside. As the frost melted, and with him getting accustomed to the dim lights, he finally saw the scene before him. As far as he could see, there were figures being hung up in midair. They were all humans. Some of them were dressed in black classical robes, others in brown jackets. Some were wearing very fluffy skirts, while others had tattered clothes, making them resemble beggars. Some of them had boorish looks, others handsome with cut facial features. Some of them were beautiful, others tender, adorable, and looking youthful. None of them looked the same. No, there was something that they had in common. They were like meat that was undergoing a curing process. They hung from above, swaying gently as their heads were bowed and their eyes rolled back. Klein felt his scalp tingle as he no longer doubted that this place was extremely dangerous as described by Panatia and Mr. A. He held his back to the wall, planning on using door opening to leave to avoid danger the moment anything happened. He would then pass through the wall if he was discovered by the demoness of despair to avoid her attacks. By repeatedly doing so, he could ensure his safety. Whoosh! A cold air blew through the cathedral as the figures and corpses turned around, facing Klein. Their collars were like ropes that left their heads drooping. Klein nearly drew a gasp as he pressed his left palm onto the wall. At this moment, the figures began to sway like wind chimes. They opened their eyes and produced raving-like voices. Hornaces, Phlegria, Hornaces, Phlegria, Hornaces, Phlegria. The voices resounded into one, drilling into Klein's ears as he found it abnormally familiar. This was the raving that he had heard during his advancements in the past. It actually originated from here, from the foggy town. It came from the corpses that hung high in this ancient cathedral. At that instant, not only was Klein's scalp tingling, he even felt his body trembling. Could it be that this foggy town actually originates from the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range? That nation of the Evernight which vanished? Don't tell me that I really am on the mountain. However, why would it be inside this cathedral? These same ravings don't bring about a headache or push me towards losing control. Klein hissed as he spread his hands and clenched it again repeatedly, resisting the urge to pass through the wall. Since he was already inside and had seen the source of the ravings, he believed that escaping probably didn't resolve any problems. Regardless, it's necessary to do a simple search. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know the reason when something abnormal happens to me. After using a gold coin to quickly do a divination, Klein tapped his molars gently and activated his spirit vision. He looked up at the hanging figures and found their spirituality converged. The aura colors looked normal, but they exuded a stiff appearance. There are aura colors. They aren't dead yet. Klein frowned slightly and deactivated his spirit vision. Right on the heels of that, he tapped his left thumb on the first segment of his index finger, planning to observe the spirit body threads. Upon sweeping his gaze across, Klein's pupils dilated because the spirit body threads of the swaying figures looked extremely special. The illusory black threads that corresponded to their bodies were extended in the same direction, the peak of the ancient cathedral. There wasn't a single exception. In Klein's vision, they were like corpses being hung up by their spirit body threads. Before Klein could figure out what all of this meant, he caught a scene from the corner of his eye. His spirit body threads were automatically reaching upwards to the peak of the cathedral, to the source that hung up those figures. This was the first time Klein saw spirit body threads moving autonomously. It was as though they were metals that had come into contact with magnets. They floated upwards uncontrollably, and the fastest thread had already reached its destination. Klein didn't dare imagine the outcome if all his spirit body threads gathered up above. He suspected that he too would become a piece of cured meat that would be hung up to be dehydrated, producing the ravings of Hornaces, Phlegria along with the wind. For most Beyonders, they could only consider leaving the cathedral in a bid to sever the process of having their spirit body threads attracted, but Klein was different. He was a marionettist. Quickly, he controlled his spirit body threads and pulled them thread by thread. After nearly 30 seconds, Klein finally completed this task. However, his spirit body threads continued floating upwards. He had to constantly pay attention and resist this upward drift. This is one of the dangers lurking inside the cathedral? Klein slowly drew a breath as he no longer leaned close to the walls. Step by step, he ventured deep into the cathedral. Above him, the figures swayed as though they were watching him. After proceeding nearly 30 meters, Klein finally saw something different. It was the pitch-black altar of the cathedral. On the altar was a stone statue. Klein identified the statue when he took a few more steps. It was in the shape of a female human. However, her hips and ribs had two beast legs growing out from each one of them. These limbs were covered in short, thick, and firm black fur. In addition, the statue was surrounded with black bands that seemed to reach out like tentacles. At the statue's feet, there were souls sleeping as though they were holding her up on a pedestal. Klein shifted his gaze and looked at the statue's head and saw a beautiful face. Klein's gaze froze. That face wasn't unfamiliar to him because he had been sent in here by that entity. This stone statue's appearance was identical to the Eraser Angel under St. Samuel Cathedral. She is actually related to this place. That's right. The people she erased are sent here, so it would be odd if she's not connected to this place. What's the connection between her and the fourth epic's nation of the Evernight on the Hornaces mountain range? That mother of the sky. But if that's the case, why would she be working for the church? Furthermore, such an image does have its resemblance to the demonic wolf that little son mentioned. Many thoughts instantly surfaced in Klein's mind. During this process, he slowly shifted his gaze away in another direction, in the hopes of finding any possible clues. A few seconds later, Klein discovered a figure. It wasn't hung in midair, but was seated diagonally behind a statue. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 838, scene from the historical void. The figure sitting diagonally behind a statue was an elder in a black robe. He wore a hood and his head was bowed with his eyes closed. By his mouth was a thick, long, and white beard. It was as though he hadn't had it trimmed for years, preventing anyone from telling what he originally looked like. And in Klein's eyes, this hoary elder was even more bizarre than the figures hanging in midair. After his spirit body threads extended out from his body, it didn't drift up to the spot which seemed to hide magnets. Instead, they coiled around his body and back on themselves, making the source and destination one and the same. Ordinary spirit body threads stemmed from inside a spirit body, extended outwards in different directions into infinity. As for the figures that hung from above, the sources of their spirit body threads was no different. The destination which they extended out to was gathered at the top of the cathedral. Thus, it was obvious that there was something wrong about it. This is the reason why he hasn't been hung up. Or should I say, this is how he avoids the danger inside the cathedral. As Klein controlled his spirit body threads to resist the continuous upward drift, he silently muttered and guessed at the reason. Suddenly, he saw a pair of eyes, a pair of pitch-black eyes that looked like an unlit water surface. The elder sitting behind the statue opened his eyes. He was still alive. Klein subconsciously took a step back as he bent his back slightly, holding out his left palm in front of him. Amidst indescribable silence and anxiety, he saw the hoary elder's eyes move slightly, open his mouth slightly, and speak in a muffled manner. Finally, another seer has come here. Another. Beyonders from the seer pathway have entered this cathedral? That's right. Apart from eraser angels erasing of people, sending them to this foggy town, and those who vanished in the night at the Battle of God ruins would also appear here. Amongst them, there might be a few seer pathway beyonders who attempted to seek out mermaids in those waters, or had successfully advanced and were looking to leave. Seeing that the other party had no intention of immediately attacking him and had the intention to converse with him, he forcefully composed himself and said after some thought, "Why do you say that?" The hooded elder with black eyes and white beard didn't immediately reply as he asked with a muffled voice, "Do you wish to escape?" "I can tell you how." Klein wasn't moved as he immediately asked, "Then why are you still here? Since the method to escaping this foggy town was known, why would one stay inside such a dangerous cathedral?" The elder drooped his head and chuckled in a throaty manner. "It's because I've died long ago." The hair on Klein's back stood on end as he broke out into a cold sweat. He was speechless. He could tell that the elder wasn't in existence in the form of a soul. Seeing no response, the elder slowly lifted his head and swept his glance at Klein in his Gehrman Sparrow appearance. "I've used special Beyonder powers to seek out the void in this world's history and fate. I sliced off a portion of my projection and left it here. It has been maintained to this day. As for my body and my spirit, they have long died and dissipated. This is such a fascinating power." Klein was unable to verify the claim, so all he could do was ask, "Then why are you giving guidance on how to escape to seers who enter?" The elder's voice remained muffled. "After you open the door, the history and fate in here will experience a change. The projection I sliced will also vanish, and when the time comes, you will see an urn of ashes. I only wish that they could be scattered in the Srenzo River near Intis's capital, Trier. That is my hometown, the place where I was born. Do you know the place I'm referring to? I've no idea how much time has passed in the real world. He's been imprisoned for at least a century?" Klein frankly replied, "They still exist." "Excellent," the elder said with a nod, his throat apparently filled with phlegm. Although Klein didn't fully trust the person before him, he believed that knowing more made it beneficial for him to make a judgment. Hence, he decided not to waste any time for fear of being interrupted again. "Then, how should I escape?" The elder remained sitting in his spot and said without any obvious movement, "See that wall behind the statue? Do you see an inset?" Klein actually didn't wish to follow his instructions. After all, he had been led by Panatia to do so, resulting in him seeing her incomplete mythical creature form and hence suffered from shock and damage. However, he had previously planned on surveying the surroundings in search of clues. Therefore, he ultimately carefully shifted his gaze to look at the wall behind the statue. Engraved on it were short and ancient symbols, but there was an empty spot in the middle, preventing it from being connected as one. The blank area was the size of 2 palms and was obviously indented. It was as though someone had dug away a brick on its surface. As long as you find the corresponding obsidian rock and insert it, this wall will tentatively be released from a concealed and secret state. It will showcase illusory colors. When the time comes, I'll tell you of a complicated special symbol. It will be the key to opening the door on the wall, allowing you to escape. The elder didn't turn his head as he looked straight ahead and spoke in detail. A complicated special symbol. A key to opening the door. Klein listened to the ravings of Hornacius. Phlegria resound with the wind behind him as a symbol suddenly came to mind. It was the vertical I formed from many secret symbols. It was the information that the Antigonus family's notebook had passed to him by corrupting the misfortune cloth puppet. And the Antigonus family appear to have a deep connection with the nation of the Evernight on the main peak of the Hornacius mountain range. Could this be the so-called key? Klein retracted his gaze in a calm manner as he asked, "Why did all the seers from before fail?" The elder chuckled and said, "Some of them are as naggy as you are, failing to leave this cathedral before the crimson moon turned clear. They ended up being hung up. It's the case for that fellow who gave himself a handsome face. Likewise for the lady with flawless features." Klein was nearly rendered speechless by the elder's jibe. However, he also learned something. The danger inside the cathedral would greatly increase once the crimson moon turned clear. Even marionettists were unable to control their spirit body threads. I'll have to constantly take note of the changes in light. Once the crimson moon turns clear, I'll pass through the wall. Klein looked around him and confirmed that the wall closest to the pitch-black altar was 6 to 7 meters away. Then he quickly came up with an emergency plan. The hooded elder didn't look at him as he continued. The rest weren't very lucky. They encountered enemies that had lost their reasoning and only wanted them for food. They were then devoured. You have to know that there aren't many beyonders from the seer pathway to begin with. The ones that can become marionettists are even fewer. The number that can come in here due to various reasons are only a handful. Of course, there are a lot more that were attracted and enticed in here, but it was difficult for them to come all the way here as they. He didn't finish his sentence as he slowly looked up and glanced at the top of the ancient cathedral. He then said with a muffled voice, "Their outcomes were equally tragic." "What do you mean?" "If I didn't attempt to steal the notebook, I would have to rely on the ravings from these hanging corpses inside this cathedral and climb up the main peak of the Hornacius mountain range to seek out the Antigonus family's treasure. Will I be considered as one of those that got attracted or enticed? It's difficult to come in here, and the outcome would be equally tragic." Klein's mind stirred as he began suspecting that the so-called treasure of the Antigonus family was nothing but a trap based on the dilapidated palace and translucent worms he had previously seen from his divinations. He didn't bother asking in more detail, as he tried to sound out more important information. "Do you know where that obsidian rock is?" The elder chuckled. "It's in the hands of that demoness of despair." Demoness of despair. So, Panatia really is a demoness of despair. Klein had previously addressed Panatia inwardly as such, but that was because he knew that she was called Lady Despair, as well as him being certain that she was a demoness. Hence, he had simplified the 2 tidbits of information and given her such a nickname. He never expected that the sequence for the demoness pathway was demoness of despair. That will be very difficult for me to obtain that obsidian rock. She's a true demigod. Klein didn't conceal the difficult position he was placed in as he waited to see if the elder had any suggestions. The elder shook his head and said, "I'm a person who is long dead. There's very little help I can provide." "Didn't you have a marionette when you came in?" "Yes, but it has already been eaten by the demoness of despair," Klein replied in a seemingly calm manner. The elder sighed and chuckled. "I can help you summon him from the history of this world." Just as he said that, Klein saw lines quickly outline themselves beside him, drawing out Admiral of Bloodsignor in his triangular hat and dark red coat. Furthermore, the spirit body threads were still under his control. Klein's pupils immediately constricted as he heard the hooded elder add, "It can only be maintained for 30 minutes. Make good use of the time. I'll help you strengthen some of the connections, enhancing your control of the marionette. This way, you can let the marionette use your beyonder powers, and also allow you to swap locations with him instantaneously. Hehe, the controllable distance and traits of him looking alive will also be boosted. Allow my marionette to use my Beyonder powers? Doesn't this mean that I can use the powers of a faceless to make my marionette turn into another me? A perfect body double. This is a demigod of the seer pathway? This is one of the powers of a Bizarro sorcerer? The enemy never knows if the one killed is the real Bizarro sorcerer. Also, summoning a marionette from history. This is completely inconceivable. Thoughts surfaced in Klein's mind as he could hardly compose himself. The elder looked up and glanced at him before continuing, "Give me a paper figurine." Klein frowned slightly and hesitated for a few seconds before taking out a paper figurine and handing it over. The elder reached out his wrinkled hand and took the paper figurine before swiping across it casually. Klein's headache, fever, and enlarged tonsils suddenly disappeared. The paper figurine was tainted with spots of red rust as it quickly cracked after becoming brittle. Using my paper figurine to transfer my ailment? Klein thought and finally asked, "Sorry for my breach of etiquette. How may I address you?" The elder didn't immediately reply as he said with a sigh, "I can only provide you a little help." He paused as he gave a muffled laugh. "You can call me Zeradol, Lord of the Mysteries." Chapter 839, Descendant of an Ancient God. F***CK. At that instant, Klein, who heard the elder's reply, had vulgarities resound in his mind. Apart from that, no other thoughts appeared. Zeradol, the leader of the Secret Order, a descendant of the Fourth Epic Solomon Empire aristocracy, the former owner of the Antigonus family's notebook, and the Beyonder Guide for Emperor Roselle. He was a true high-sequence Beyonder of the Seer Pathway, a miracle invoker who was a secret existence about 2 centuries ago. He was believed by Rhodes to have lost control, turning from an angel into a monster during his attempt to advance to Sequence 1, Attendant of Mysteries. No matter which description was used, he was a heavyweight that the present Klein was unable to resist. He had the feeling of shock that a figure from history textbooks had jumped out of it and walked in front of him, alive. He also felt the air around him appear to congeal as they piled on top of him, crushing his body and stifling his breathing. Klein had once imagined that perhaps all his encounters, including his transmigration, had stemmed from Zeradol's setup, and he suspected that he would be akin to the final boss he would encounter in games. And now he had met him ahead of time. "I'm only a Sequence 5. Klein couldn't help but shout out inwardly as he suspected if the person opposite him was the real Zeradol. Zeradol is a last name. It represents an aristocratic family in the Fourth Epic Solomon Empire. In theory, there should be many Zeradols over 2,000 years of history. Perhaps the one in Roselle's diary is the grandfather, father, brother, or son of that Secret Order's leader. Also, he mentioned that he has been dead for years, while Rhodes and Willas Septon have testified that the Secret Order's leader, Zeradol, is still alive. He has just lost control and turned into a monster, turning extremely crazy. Klein tried to convince himself that the situation might not be as terrible as he imagined. This quickly calmed him down as he began to carefully contemplate. The Beyonder powers that this Zeradol showcase doesn't seem like much, but all of them exceed the realm of normalcy. It's even more so for those that's related to history and fate. He's definitely not only a Bizarro sorcerer. He might even be a Sequence 3 or Sequence 2. And this pathway's angels are few to begin with. This place is intricately tied with the nation of the Evernight, which disappeared from the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range, and it produces the ravings that reach the ears of low and mid-sequence Beyonders of the Seer pathway. Back then, the Secret Order's leader, Zeradol, had fewer appearances after he obtained the Antigonus family's notebook via Emperor Roselle. It's unknown what he was plotting. Does this mean that I can believe he had come to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range to seek out the treasure left behind by the Antigonus family based on the notebook, and obtain the corresponding potion formula and ingredients of Sequence 1 Attendant of Mysteries? In the world of mysticism, repeated coincidences usually imply problems and a confirmation. If it is that Zeradol, could it be that splitting himself to store himself inside the foggy town is the reason that caused his ultimate loss of control? As for being long dead, there's an even more reasonable explanation. The Secret Order leader, Zeradol, had said so himself. What is a miracle? A miracle is to be resurrected from the dead. And he was already a miracle invoker. As Klein's mind churned, the hoary elder who claimed to be Zeradol chuckled. From your reaction, you seem to know me? Klein quickly probed. I've heard of this last name. I once met Queen Mystic and learned of the secret order from her, and also know of its leader. The elder nodded gently without giving any confirmation or denial. He smiled and vaguely asked, "What other help do you need?" "Help." Klein recalled the Beyonder powers he had showcased and said after some hesitation, "Are you able to summon a fish from the outside world from this concealed world's history? It's okay if it has already been turned into food." From his point of view, it wasn't an impossibility. After all, most people that entered the town had come from Sonia Sea's easternmost front, the ruins of the Battle of Gods. Perhaps some fish that had been reared there had been brought in. They could be used to be stored as food and also used to observe the changes in the environment. There could also be explorers who vanished from not being able to sleep in time when night came after eating their fill of fish. It wasn't unreasonable that fish meat could be found in the history of the foggy town. Zeradal raised his head and looked at Klein. He didn't immediately give him an answer. After a few seconds, he leveled his gaze and said indistinctly, "Yes." Just as he said that, a blob made up of ground fish meat appeared in Admiral of Bloodseigneur's hands. It can only be maintained for 45 minutes. Once it's over, it's as though one has never eaten it before, Zeradal added. That actually worked. Klein increasingly found the high-sequence Beyonder powers of the seer pathway to really be bizarre and terrifying. He had planned on saying that he didn't need any help, but considering how Zeradal was well known to be deceitful, with everything he said and did being questionable, he felt that he needed to make some preparations. Amidst his thoughts, Klein decided to appear a little greedy to lower Zeradal's appraisal of him and believe that he could easily lead him to do his bidding. After letting his marionette put away the fish meat, his eyes rolled a little as he indiscernibly drew a breath and said, "I still need the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula." Zeradal didn't change his posture as he fell silent for a few seconds. He then said with a chuckle, "No problem. As long as you trust that I'll give you a real formula. After you return with the obsidian rock, I'll hand over both the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula and the symbol needed for opening the door to you. Sai, that isn't something that I need to care about. All that matters is that you scatter my ashes back into the river in my hometown." After Klein listened in silence, he couldn't help but ask, "You have a very high level. The ashes you leave behind will contaminate the river and create countless monsters." Zeradal laughed upon hearing that. "Very meticulous. However, there's nothing special about my ashes. I've lost them long ago." As he spoke, he looked up again and glanced at the peak of the ancient cathedral. He's hinting that his Beyonder characteristics and body's specialness had been absorbed by the magnet above? Klein pondered over Zeradal's meaning as he pressed on matters regarding his Beyonder pathway. What's the Sequence 3 potion name after Bizarro Sorcerer? Zeradal's beard moved slightly as he said, "Scholar of Yore." Scholar of Yore. Although it sounds like a relic that's already dead and dug out from a tome, Zeradal has repeatedly mentioned history. The corresponding Beyonder powers are fascinating. Klein thought in glee as he asked again, "Then what's the corresponding Sequence 0? Zeradal lifted his head again and glanced at him. Finally, he chuckled and said, "You will likely know when you open the door to escape. I hate people like you, saying things midway, often just smiling without giving an answer." Klein immediately understood the feeling Emperor Roselle once had as he turned his gaze to the statue beside him and asked, "Who is this?" Zeradal's head didn't turn as he said in a muffled manner, "She is a descendant of an ancient god." A descendant of an ancient god. A descendant of annihilation, demonic wolf Flegria? This ancient god seems to wield the authority of Evernight. His descendant established the nation of the Evernight? Before Klein could ask a question, he heard Zeradal chuckle and say, "She also has a brother that you wouldn't be unfamiliar with." "Who is it?" Klein tried hard to recall who, but he couldn't find an answer. Zeradal chuckled. He gave himself a new last name. Antigonus. Antigonus. Nation of the Evernight. Hornacis. Flegria. Klein's eyes lit up slightly as he pieced together the fragmented pieces of information. It's very easy to understand the Church of Evernight destroying the nation of the Evernight, as it's a battle of authorities. However, to completely eradicate the Antigonus family for having inherited the seer Beyonder paths of the divine doesn't make sense. There's no need to go that far. After all, the pathways that can be interchanged with a sleepless pathway are the death and giant pathways. Furthermore, Klein was still puzzled to this day. Why would the Antigonus family place their treasure on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range? Why did they trust the people of the nation of the Evernight that much? Now he finally understood something. Just as Klein was about to ask more questions, he suddenly saw the crimson moonlight shining in from the cathedral's windows brighten. It drew out shadows of the corpses hanging in midair. The crimson moon has turned clear. Klein's heart tightened. Without any additional thoughts, he followed his emergency plans by raising his right hand. Snapping his fingers, he lit a candle by the wall that was a distance away from him. At the same time, he got Senor to possess him as he leaped out, somersaulting in the process before arriving at the wall closest to the outside. And this time, the entire cathedral had turned abnormally silent. There were no longer any resounding ravings. Klein's spiritual intuition didn't give him any indication of danger, but he could tell from the shadows on the ground that the corpses hanging in midair had turned towards the flame. Without any hesitation, Klein pressed his left palm down, passing through a wall and arriving outside the cathedral. Then, without even daring to raise his head, he borrowed the driving force of a wraith to tumble and run towards the nearest building. The distance from wall to wall was only about 10 meters. During this process, he didn't hear the beast-like growls nor detect the loitering figures. However, his back felt like it was being pierced by a sea of glares. In just a second, Klein had appeared outside the building. Pressing down with his palms, he passed through the wall. Then he snapped his fingers and remotely used flame controlling to extinguish a candle inside the cathedral. After a brief moment of silence and anxiety, the feeling of being stared had vanished. Beyond the tightly drawn curtains, figures began to appear as they began loitering. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 840. Using his advantage. With all the abnormalities vanishing, Klein heaved a slight sigh of relief. He began to observe his surroundings. Then he selected a shadowy spot that wasn't too dark due to the faint moonlight. This was to prevent himself from suffering any sudden attacks. And a few seconds from before had made him come up with a theory about the faint figures and beast-like growls. They were previously corpses that were hung inside the cathedral, producing the ravings of Hornacis. Phlegria. When Klein passed through the wall and left the cathedral, the corpses that hung from above had turned to face the lit candle, and there weren't any figures on the street until Klein remotely used flame controlling and extinguished the flame. Everything was the same as before. When the crimson moon is clear and one's spirituality is enhanced, the magnet at the top of the cathedral will have a stronger influence on the foggy town. It will be able to control those corpses to loiter around and pretend that everything is normal. If that really is the case, the light might actually be attracting the controller's attention. Under such circumstances, if the flame isn't extinguished and the source is locked on, it might result in an extremely terrifying outcome. I can't rely on flame controlling to repeatedly divert the attention of those figures, Klein reminded himself. Then he turned to use his spirit body thread's vision that he didn't deactivate to size up the bread, stewed beef potatoes, and red wine on the dining table. He suspected that the food here was part of the magnet at the top of the cathedral. If it was consumed, one's spirit body threads would be corrupted, and it would cause them to be unable to resist floating towards the cathedral. This also explained why eating the food caused them to vanish. They ended up being hung up to dry in the cathedral and be let out to walk when the crimson moon turned clear. This matched Mr. A's description of the vanished people's reappearance under the bright moonlight. At a glance, Klein discovered that the food was like living beings. They had spirit body threads extending out, reaching towards the ancient cathedral. The most special point about them was that they had only one spirit body thread, obviously being different from the dense, countless spirit body threads of a normal living creature. Indeed, it's close to my theory. After obtaining some validation regarding his theory, Klein retracted his gaze and considered how to deal with Demoness of Despair Panatia. Beside him, Wraith Senor in his ancient triangular hat and dark red robe appeared. This marionette's bones cracked as his face squirmed. Soon, he turned into Gehrman's Sparrow. This was a marionette using the powers of a faceless. Klein observed his double for a moment and realized that there were some flaws. The clothes couldn't be changed, and if he concealed them with an illusion, it wasn't possible for him to fool a demigod-level Demoness of Despair. Even Mr. M might not fall for it. After some thought, he made Wraith Senior take off his clothes. As for himself, he took off the black clergyman robe, and they switched clothes with one another. While wearing the clothes and hat, Klein's expression turned odd. Over the past 2 months, the marionette had been wearing the same outfit. It had been down the sewers and experienced an explosion, so there were all sorts of smells mixed into the clothes. It wasn't a pleasant smell. My present suffering is all a result of my laziness prior to this. Klein sighed silently as he completed changing his appearance. He had turned into Gehrman Sparrow dressed as a pirate captain. At this moment, Senor had also changed into the black clergyman robe. His aura was spirited and no longer cold. He looked no different from a living person. Klein deliberated for a moment and took off Creeping Hunger, allowing Admiral of Blood to wear it on his left hand. This way, the marionette was the perfect copy of Gehrman Sparrow. One must go all the way when putting on an act. Besides, if Creeping Hunger were to revolt at this moment, then it will be eating the marionette. Once the marionette lapses, will it feel cheated? It's like it ate a placebo. As Klein got Senor to get used to his state and take away the fish meat, he seriously began formulating plans. Relying on a marionette that can use my beyonder powers wouldn't be able to defeat a demoness of despair. Even stealing the obsidian rock from her is nearly impossible. She's a genuine demigod after all. Even though this extremely convincing marionette gives me a chance of achieving success in battle, such as letting it draw her attention while I complete a sudden sneak attack and constantly swap positions, thus confusing Panatia so that she can't make an accurate judgment, I can't make up for the disadvantage that stems from the difference in our levels and strength to achieve my goals. I can consider using the marionette to engage in close combat and attempt to control Panatia's spirit body threats. He's already a corpse, so he wouldn't be affected by the plague. I can catch her by surprise using this method. But there are too many problems. First, the mysticism, viruses, and germs that a demoness of despair creates will grow in strength. At its peak, will it be able to affect a zombie? Second, does she still have other beyonder powers I'm not aware of? There's a high chance that it's the case. I'll first make a list and write down my advantages or things that are on par with the demoness of despair. Let's see if I can get any ideas. I can disguise myself. A marionette using its beyonder powers can be considered at the level of a demigod. Instantaneous swapping is also one. Apart from them, there isn't anything else. Yes, considering demoness of despair's current state, I seem to have something that I'm better at than her. She's in a half-crazed state. Her reason comes and goes at random, and she does extreme things. She's easily led around by her instincts. Although she's still good at incitement and allurement, that's an innate quality for catching prey. As for me, I'm in a normal state, and I haven't had any problems with my rationality yet. I'm still able to think and analyze. Don't tell me I need to come out on top using my wit. An idea came to Klein as he gradually formulated a new train of thought and plans. Why must I fight demoness of despair Panatia to the death at this moment? She definitely yearns to escape this foggy town. Deep down in her heart, this will be something that beats her instinctive need. Furthermore, she's still full at the moment. I can try to cooperate with her. She can provide that obsidian rock, and I'll draw the special and secret symbol, putting together the conditions for opening the door. Besides, I'm not too sure about Zeradal. Who knows what schemes he might be up to? He might be secretly plotting something. By pulling a demoness of despair into this, it can effectively make the situation chaotic and restrain him in some way. Cooperation is a diplomatic choice, not a militaristic choice. The effects of an intact stand-in at the demigod level will definitely be better than directly engaging in battle. This is equivalent to me obtaining benefits from both sides. Klein rapidly made a decision. As he pondered on the details of him negotiating to cooperate, he patiently waited for the crimson moon to return behind the fog. After a while, the crimson moonlight that seeped through the dark-colored curtains dimmed. Klein immediately made his marionette pass through the wall and leave where he was hiding. Then Senor walked onto the streets with the appearance of Gehrman Sparrow, walking straight towards the pitch-black cathedral. In about 10 seconds, Klein discovered that Senor was being affected by an ailment. To the dead, this was completely ineffective, but Klein could foresee that, with the passage of time, the ailment would worsen and turn stranger. It might even affect one's nerves and spirituality. This would make the zombie's actions turn stiff. In the end, even its knees would be unable to bend, making movement only being possible by hopping. Thankfully, I didn't choose to use the plan of letting my marionette control the spirit body threads. Klein immediately made Senor say out loud, I was inside the cathedral for a while, and I'm not dead. I found a way to escape from this place. After saying that, Gehrman Sparrow sniffed as though his resistance to the ailment had weakened due to the declining state of his body. And at this moment, the white-robed Panatia suddenly appeared at the door of the cathedral. Her hair had been tied up once again, looking neat and tidy. Her slightly crazy-looking but beautiful eyes looked at Gehrman Sparrow as she took out a strangely profound obsidian rock. The contours of the obsidian rock was identical to the inset on the wall behind the cathedral statue. You need it, Panatia asked calmly. Klein discovered that the demoness of despair had dispelled her plague and ailment as he hurriedly made Senor nod. Yes, as long as you place it in the correct location in the cathedral and match it with a special symbol, we will be able to open a door that allows us to escape. I know that the cathedral's interior is very dangerous to you, but this is mainly a result of spirit body threads. And as a marionettist, I can't control spirit body threads to prevent you from suffering the fate of being hung up. Panatia fell silent for a few seconds as she curled her lips. With a bright smile, she returned with a question. Then I'll become your marionette? Or you can stop helping me at the critical moment, making me turn into a loitering figure under the moon? Klein was long prepared. He immediately made his marionette reply earnestly. What should I do to make you feel at ease? Panatia didn't immediately reply. After some careful thought, she said, Give me your hair and flesh. Curses that demonesses are good at? Using Senor's hair and flesh to curse Gehrman Sparrow? Count me as the loser if that works. As Klein felt grounded, he made the marionette appear in a difficult position. Then wouldn't you be able to kill me at any moment? Panatia replied with a smile. You can hand me the hair and flesh only when entering the cathedral. When inside, if there are any signs of me cursing you, you can give up controlling my spirit body threads. It will be the same the other way round, too. If anything abnormal happens to me, I'll immediately curse you. Once the door is open, I'll leave first. And at the same time, I'll return the flesh and hair to you. Gehrman Sparrow hesitated for a long time as he discussed the details with the demoness of despair. Finally, he nodded and said, All right, let's do it. Just as Panatia wanted to say something, her eyes suddenly narrowed as she slowly said, For some reason, I'm still a little worried. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 841, Keeping Each Other in Check. What terrifying intuition. Despite not realizing that the Gehrman Sparrow in front of you is a double, you still feel that something is amiss. Hidden in a faraway building, Klein inwardly drew a gasp. His mind raced as he quickly came up with a corresponding strategy. He controlled Senor and made the marionette reply in a deep voice. I'm also a little worried. After opening the door, if you leave first, you can ambush me from the outside once I'm out. You don't even need to ambush me. You can just wait outside. I believe that I should be the first to leave. And before that, you need to return to me my flesh and hair. When the time comes, you can be closer to the door. This way, you will have enough time to pass through the door before your spirit body threads drift to the top of the cathedral. Panatia listened in silence and returned with a question. Then how do I prevent you from destroying the door after you leave? This is also a problem for me. The marionette answered without giving any signs of weakness. When I obtain that special symbol, I'll show it to you. That way, even if I close the door, you will still be able to open it again. Panatia closed her mouth as though she was thinking through the details, but she appeared somewhat irascible and could hardly compose herself. It was as though her inclination for insanity had filled her mind. After about 10 seconds, she said again, I think a pure curse might not be able to harm you. Seers do not lack the means to avoid harm, just like the paper figurine substitutes you used before. She really isn't leaving behind any loopholes. Thankfully, the person in front of you is a fake from top to bottom. As Klein lampooned, he made Senor take out one paper figurine after another. Then he burned them all in front of the demoness of despair. I can't be sure that you haven't hidden one, Panatia said in suspicion, still somewhat neurotic. Gehrman Sparrow twitched the corners of his mouth in a deadpan manner and said, You can try divination. Aren't witches good at that? Panatia smiled impatiently and said, The spirit world cannot be communicated with in here, and my spirituality. She didn't finish her sentence as the look in her eyes turned somewhat dangerous. Klein knew what the demoness of despair was getting at. Her spirituality had been corrupted due to half a year of eating. It was somewhat chaotic and crazy, making it give unreliable answers, especially against a beyonder that was best at divination. The two reached a stalemate, momentarily unable to resolve the problem of trusting one another. At this moment, on the roof to the left, a hoarse and muffled voice sounded. "I can be your witness." Gairman Sparrow and Panatia turned their heads at the same time and looked over. Mr. A's figure grew out from the shadows as he wore a blood-red, hooded robe. "How will you bear witness?" Klein made Senior ask. Mr. A pulled down his hood and said with a deep chuckle, "I'll use flesh and blood magic to drill into your body and control your condition. Once you stop controlling the spirit body threads, or if you try to use paper figurine substitutes, I'll immediately give a warning or attempt to stop you. Once that door you speak of opens, I'll leave your body and pass through the door before my spirit body threads are affected." "Do you think Gairman Sparrow is an idiot?" Klein made his marionette curl his lips. "Based on what I know, rose bishops can hide in the bodies of others, but the host will immediately die once they leave. No, using that method is to evade investigations. Therefore, there's a need to fuse with the host's flesh and blood. But there's no need to do so in this situation. I'll silently wait inside your stomach," Mr. A explained in detail. "No, it's not my stomach. It's in yours stomach." Klein made Gairman Sparrow take out a gold coin and pretend to attempt a divination. This crazy adventurer muttered under his breath as the gold coin in between his fingers was flipped. With a ping, the gold coin flew into the air and landed in his palm. Gairman Sparrow carefully glanced at it. "From the looks of it, you aren't lying. However, you will have to leave my body before I show the special symbol to Lady Despair. If this wasn't done, Gairman Sparrow might end up being murdered by their collusion. After all, if Panatia obtained the door-opening symbol while wielding the obsidian rock, given enough time, she didn't need to worry about any anomalies with her spirit body threads. Then she wouldn't need help from Gairman Sparrow at all. Mr. A's existence was only to prevent the use of paper figurine substitutes. However, Gairman Sparrow didn't need to be too worried if Mr. A came out ahead of time. He wasn't even afraid that Panatia would lose decorum after knowing the door-opening symbol, because if that happened, he could rely on paper figurine substitutes to avoid certain death. On the other hand, Panatia wouldn't carry out a pursuit in the cathedral. This was because she would end up being hung up with the passage of time, hence she needed to seize the opportunity to escape immediately. Besides, there was no way to take the obsidian rock. Gairman Sparrow would then have no chance of any subsequent escape attempts. Although the details of this plan were still flawed, it fully considered the situation of all three parties. Panatia raised her hand and grabbed at the hair that was sliding down her sideburns when she suddenly asked, "If I were to escape first, aren't you afraid that I'll ambush you?" This was also a problem that Gairman Sparrow was previously worried about. Klein immediately made his marionette curl his lips and say, "I'm afraid, but I still have other means of escape. I'll take the risk." Panatia took 2 steps in an irritated manner before finally saying, "We shall do it as agreed then." After making up her mind, her smile became extremely relaxed. "You really are a special man, a man that made me see hope. After we leave, I don't mind letting you experience what extreme pleasure is if you aren't afraid." Gairman Sparrow shifted his gaze away with great effort before looking at Mr. A. "I have no more questions." With the sound of howling wind, Mr. A flew down and landed not far from Gairman Sparrow. His figure, along with his clothes, rapidly melted away, turning into a sticky glob of flesh and blood. Right on the heels of that, the flesh and blood piled onto one another and kept compressing into a tiny stream that had the thickness of an arm. Then it flowed towards Gairman Sparrow. Far away in a building, Klein felt somewhat disgusted as he retched. Then he made Gairman Sparrow open his mouth. The flesh and blood stream climbed up the marionette's body and drilled into its mouth. The slightly warm but slippery feeling passed through the gullet and entered the stomach. It's heavy. However, Mr. A's flesh and blood is helping to hold up the stomach, preventing it from sagging too much. Klein inspected the marionette and made him look up at the shrouded crimson moon and say to Panatia, "Let's begin." "All right." Panatia, who could hardly withstand her urges, impatiently walked towards the cathedral's entrance. Klein made Gairman Sparrow follow by her side and first plucked off his hair before making 2 meat tendrils grow out from his arm before ripping it out. It made blood gush out. If someone very familiar with me were here, they would definitely notice a problem because I can't deal harm to my own body so decisively. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the crazy adventurer Gehrman Sparrow can probably do such a deed easily. As Klein noticed a problem and gained experience from his conclusion, he made the marionette pass through the ajar main door of the ancient cathedral. He then handed the hair and flesh to Panatia. Panatia slowed down her pace as she took out an ugly, palm-sized puppet and wiped the flesh over it and tied the hair around its thin neck. She held the cursed puppet in one hand and finally stepped through the cathedral's door. Klein immediately got Gehrman Sparrow to control their spirit body threads. As for Mr. A, as he had overlapped with the marionette, it wasn't too much of a hassle. Even I can do it. With the powers showcased by Zeradal, he totally has the capability to help Beyonders that are not from the seer pathway to resolve the loss of control over spirit body threads in the cathedral. This way, as long as he wants the Demoness of Despair to enter, he could have opened the door a long time ago. Why didn't he do it? He is unable to communicate with others beyond the cathedral? That's why seer pathway Beyonders who aren't marionettists or higher can't walk to him. Klein used his marionette senses to analyze the situation remotely. And inside the cathedral, the corpses remained dangling in midair. Their heads were bowed and their eyes were rolled back. From time to time, they would sway with the wind, producing the ravings hornaces. Fleegria. When Panatia saw this scene, her body instantly stiffened, but she quickly composed herself. Together with Gehrman Sparrow, they walked under the gazes of the hanged. Before long, they saw the pitch-black altar and the statue of the ancient god's descendant. Zeradal remained sitting diagonally behind the statue, wearing a hood and sporting a white beard. When Gehrman Sparrow and Panatia approached, he slowly lifted his head and chuckled. Very good. Beyonders from the seer pathway need to know how to use their brain and not always think of fighting. He seemed to have foreseen that all of the paper figurines of Gehrman Sparrow would be destroyed. He directly reached out his wrinkled palm and grasped at something. His grab pulled out a yellowish-brown goat skin and a quill filled with ink and a bottle of ink. This made Panatia involuntarily twitch her brows. Zeradal picked up the quill and scribbled words and symbols before rolling it up and handing it to Gehrman Sparrow. That's the door-opening symbol, as well as the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula you want. They can only last for 45 minutes and cannot be taken out. Klein avoided the Demoness of Despair and unfolded the goat skin, allowing the potion formula and the door-opening symbol to appear before his eyes. Suddenly, his pupils constricted and nearly froze. The door-opening symbol and the symbol provided by the Antigonus family's notebook via the misfortune cloth puppet were mostly the same. It was a vertical line made up of many mysterious patterns and labels representing concealment. However, there were tiny differences in the details. A crescent pattern had switched spots with a dotted line label. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 842. Behind the Door. At that instant, the first thought that surfaced in Klein's mind was, as expected, Zeradal has a ploy. Right on the heels of that, he was thankful that he had obtained the correct door-opening symbol from the Antigonus family's notebook ahead of time. With this newfound confidence, he didn't panic and become at a loss. Zeradal returned the quill and ink bottle to the past, and he lifted his head. Scanning Gehrman Sparrow and Panatia, he said with a sigh, all the conditions are in place. You can now open the door. Upon saying that, he fixed his gaze on Gehrman Sparrow and chuckled. Don't forget to take my urn with you. Just as he said that, his entire body suddenly crumbled into countless points of light and scattered into the surroundings, fusing into the void. It was as though he had long rotted and turned to dust. Left in the spot where he was sitting, there was a tin urn. Its surface had ancient patterns that didn't look anything special. Klein made Gehrman Sparrow take 2 steps forward, bend down, and pick up the tin urn. He found it heavy, nothing like something that was fake. He used the hand holding the goat skin to open the lid and saw that it was filled with grayish-white powder and particles. It didn't have a lustrous glow. It really is just ordinary ashes. Then who helped cremate Zeradal? He cremated himself? After Gehrman Sparrow closed the lid, he casually used this goatskin-wielding hand to take out a piece of flesh from a pocket and swallowed it. Panatia noticed this action as she squinted her eyes at him, as though she was asking what he was doing. Klein stuffed the fish into the marionette's mouth as he deliberately adjusted his breathing and said, I'm a little nervous. I'm not sure if this door-opening symbol works. Panatia had already confirmed that he was eating ordinary fish meat. Although it looked somewhat disgusting, the half-crazy her had lacked the patience to make a further distinction. She moved her gaze away and looked at the urn and smiled. If it's useless, we can share it. I'll have one scoop a day, and it will last a very long time. This demoness mental state is really abnormal. Klein silently sighed. Passing by the eraser angel statue suspected to be the mother of the sky, Gehrman's sparrow came in front of the wall. Then he turned his body to the side and pointed to the inset and said to Panatia, "Place that obsidian rock inside." Panatia smiled gorgeously as she said with dull eyes, "Let me see the door-opening symbol first. There's no need to be so wary of me. If I really wanted to harm you, I can immediately give up my marionette, and you wouldn't have the time to escape this cathedral. You'll definitely be hung up. When the time comes, I'll saunter in, pick up the obsidian rock, and open the door to leave. However, the symbol given by Zeradol is really problematic. It's best I find a person to bear the brunt of it." Klein's mind whirred as he made Gehrman's sparrow lift his palm and pat his abdomen while opening his mouth. A blob of indistinct flesh and blood surged out, piling up ahead and turning into the beautiful feminine Mr. A. Upon seeing this scene, Gehrman's sparrow flicked the goat skin and unrolled it. The special symbol was with the Bizarro sorcerer potion formula, as they were reflected in the eyes of Panatia and Mr. A. Panatia's eyes darted about before she smiled coquettishly and said, "Open the door. You leave first." She had confirmed that Gehrman's sparrow was still helping her control her spirit-body threads, so there was plenty of time for her to wait. As she spoke, she threw the ugly puppet stained with blood and tied-up hair at him. She's also afraid of an accident. As Klein got Gehrman's sparrow to catch the puppet, he watched the demoness of despair take a few steps forward and insert the obsidian rock into the recess. The two fused together perfectly, not leaving any protrusions. The wall rapidly emitted light and gradually turned transparent. It could be seen that the outside was paved in stone slabs. There were walls with holes and clouds floating in midair. As Panatia took a step to the side, Gehrman's sparrow held the puppet, goatskin, and urn in his left hand and reached out his right palm. He then used his finger as a pen and drew the vertical line made up of several concealment symbols on the transparent wall. During this process, Klein was in a dilemma. He wasn't sure if he should draw Zeradol's symbol or the Antigonus family's one. Although he believed that Zeradol was problematic and had a scheme, he felt that he had belittled this powerful figure after calming down. If Zeradol's sole purpose was to harm him and everyone else with him, there was no need for him to mention the opening of the door. All he needed to do was wait patiently to achieve his goals. Furthermore, with the gray fog's aura completely severed and screened from Klein by the foggy town, he couldn't figure out why Zeradol would target him. Therefore, his final judgment was that Zeradol's goal was to coax someone into opening the door to allow him to obtain something or escape something. As for whether there was danger after the door opening, that wasn't within his considerations. If scattering the ashes was genuine and rather important, it was likely to be relatively safe after heading out. In short, danger was at every turn. That also meant that Zeradol's door-opening symbol was real, and the probability that it didn't carry any danger was 50%. And on the other hand, the Antigonus family's notebook wasn't necessarily kind-hearted. The scene that Klein had seen from the divinations he did above the gray fog, and the information he obtained from Zeradol, and the fact that Zeradol had lost control and gone mad, he could basically determine that the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range's Antigonus family's treasure might very well be an enticing trap. Then, whether there was any latent risks in the complex picture provided by the notebook, that was something that needed consideration. On the one hand, it's a tiger, and on the other hand, it's a wolf. It's the ultimate choice of the lesser evil. Also, the Antigonus family symbol is for entering the treasure trove. It doesn't mean that it can be used to leave. As Klein contemplated, he didn't stop drawing while he quickly approached the part which was different. At this moment, he stole a glance at Panatia and discovered that her eyes had a glint in them as she wore a smile. It felt like she had the urge to try. If she's normal, as a senior instigator, she should be able to control her expressions. Besides, she just saw the door-opening symbol as well. Klein's heart stirred as he let the marionette draw the symbol provided by Zeradol. Soon, the complicated vertical eye was drawn. Pure light enveloped the area as they traversed the patterns and finally gathered together. Amidst a spectacular blast of light, an illusory, double door filled with secrecy appeared on the wall. Due to the push from Gehrman's sparrow, it slowly opened. Behind the door was the ancient stone tiles and hole-ridden walls they had previously seen. Everything was very silent, and there were zero abnormalities. At this moment, Panatia's figure suddenly shattered, turning into mirror fragments. At the same time, the lady in a pure white robe appeared in front of Gehrman Sparrow and passed through the door. And in her hand, there was an additional ugly puppet stained with blood, its neck coiled with a strand of hair. As for the one in Gehrman Sparrow's hand, it had degenerated into a piece of glass. In terms of magical illusions, a Demoness of Despair was several times superior to Klein. After Panatia passed through the door first, she half turned around and faced Gehrman Sparrow, revealing a crazy and teasing smile. Black flames soared from her palm as she ignited the puppet. At that moment, it was as though she was saying, "Despair. Plunge into the deepest pit of despair just as hope arrives." Only then did Klein realize that the curse couldn't be diverted or weathered by paper figurine substitutes. Panatia immediately turned around, preparing to depart from the foggy town and the ancient cathedral, afraid that an accident would happen. At that moment, her eyes suddenly froze. Her body crumbled, transforming into one mirror after another. However, she wasn't able to put a distance further than 10 meters between her and the door. In just a second or two, Panatia let out a sharp cry as invisible threads and thick black hair curled around her, binding her within. Her exterior was covered in black flames as she froze into layers of ice. Suddenly, all of this disintegrated. Demoness of Despair Panatia's eyes effused clear, deep despair and regret. Her expression rapidly turned stiff as her neck seemed to be held up by an invisible hand. Her entire body rose into the air and hung there, her eyes rolling back bit by bit, but her looks remained immaculate. On the side of the door, Gehrman Sparrow's body had been enveloped in black flames and began melting like wax. As for Mr. A, who had planned on flying through the door, he began retching, vomiting one fresh mushroom after another. His body began to sprout mushrooms as if a drizzle had just passed. Before Gehrman Sparrow lost his vision, the scene behind the door pulled close, presenting an empty foyer. No, it wasn't empty. Hanging in midair were even more corpses. They were of all ages and sexes. Some were dressed exquisitely, others gorgeously, ancient, or casually. These corpses were like the ones hanging in the cathedral. They all floated up as they came, and went as though they were acting in a grand musical, accurately reflecting a musical of the daily lives and details a town should have. Klein saw that behind these hanged corpses, there was a transparent and slimy tentacle. It was covered in complex patterns with secrecy hidden within. It was as though it could drive anyone crazy. Countless tentacles extended deep into the foyer, and there sat an ancient, huge stone chair. Its surface was inlaid with dull gold and gems. Klein tensed up as he didn't hesitate to close his eyes and cut his connection with a marionette. In his mind, the scene that he had seen from his previous divination surfaced. Seated on the huge chair were countless translucent maggots that clustered together. They squirmed slowly as they grew freely, extending out nearly invisible tentacles. And the final scene that was embedded in the marionette's vision was at the bottom of the ancient chair. A tarot card sat there silently. Its surface was also that of Roselle. The Emperor was wearing a gorgeous head accessory and colorful clothes. It held a stick with luggage hanging from it as though he was on a long trip. He had a visionary look, and beside him was a puppy. At the corner were shiny words, Sequence 0, the Fool, Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 843, Magical Mushroom. Sequence 0, the Fool. After discerning the words on the tarot card, Klein once again felt the same feeling he had when he heard Zeradol say his name. At that moment, he felt the strong call of destiny. He felt that everything had been arranged from the beginning, just like 0-08. He began to suspect that his original judgment, believing that the female beast tamer from the traveling circus that had visited Tingen and performed a tarot divination for him wasn't an ordinary person. As his thoughts raced, Klein viewed it from another angle and came up with a new idea. Gradually, he stopped being that horrified, fearful, and depressed. Perhaps it wasn't a machination, but the changes that I brought about myself. This is because of the ritual that resulted in my transmigration. I had a connection with a mysterious space above the gray fog. Fate would naturally be affected as a result. More precisely, as a visitor from another world, I never had my fate here. The current trajectory I've taken is a result of my character, the encounters of the original Klein, the influence of the gray fog, and the surrounding environment. The mysterious space above the gray fog is clearly strongly tied to the seer pathway. And this pathway's sequence 0 is the Fool. When projected into reality, and in front of a divination, I'll definitely get the Fool as my card. Similarly, this resulted in me later using the Fool as my name. Klein's mood calmed down bit by bit, believing that this was the most plausible explanation. Using Occam's razor to eliminate all presently unknown factors, I can still obtain a reasonable explanation. That means that it's quite likely to be the case. Klein forced himself to stop thinking about questions he couldn't provide certain answers to. He then turned his attention to what had just happened. That huge chair and that cluster of translucent maggots were what I saw when I made a divination above the gray fog. From carefully considering and inferring things from this harrowing scene, it might very well be an angel from the seer pathway, an angel that had lost control and turned into a monster. Zeradol himself? Or the powerful entity from the Antigonus family from the fourth epoch? If it's the former, that corroborates with Rhodes and Willow Septon. Zeradol is already sequence 1 and has lost control and gone mad. He broke down into a monster. This matches. This can also explain why Zeradol only wishes for the door to be opened. It's because once the door of secrets is opened, the two sides will have a connection, allowing him to recover from his present state bit by bit. His repeated emphasis on his ashes was just a pretense. But herein lies the problem. The environment Zeradol is located in, as presented by Rhodes, doesn't resemble the ancient palace at the mountain peak. Otherwise, I would have recognized it back then. What if that's the angel from the Antigonus family who's living as an abject existence, one that made Zeradol suffer after he came to the Hornacis mountain range after obtaining the notebook from Roselle? He had a part of him separated from him without realizing it, thus causing him to go mad during the advancement. Regardless, he is a sequence 1 attendant of mysteries. After all, Zeradol was already a miracle invoker back then. From this angle, Zeradol's goal might very well be the opening of the door, allowing the foggy town's history and fate to become mixed with the outside world, preventing him from being dissociated again. Regardless, that cluster of translucent maggots is probably a sequence 1 that lost control. No wonder the demoness of despair faced a breakdown the moment she saw him. She only managed to struggle a little before being hung up, turning into a marionette that's being hung up to dry. Thankfully, I was lacking in clues back then, and the scenes I saw through divination wasn't clear enough. Otherwise, I would have suffered a terrible blow from witnessing a complete and crazy mythical creature. I would have lost control and mutated. Wait, no matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than the eternal blazing sun and the true creator? Even if a seer pathway beyonder has a certain resistance against the mysterious space above the gray fog, it would at best make them be at the same level. In other words, as long as I endured the pain with the prerequisites met, I have one chance of prying on its secrets, and a complete mythical creature state is mixed in with the relevant knowledge. Who knows, I might be able to get 1 or 2 high-sequence formulas, just like how I obtained the unshadowed from the eternal blazing sun back then. At this thought, Klein couldn't help but have a scene surface in his mind. The fool above the gray fog was silently reaching out his thieving hands once again. While reeling in joy, Klein also found it a great pity because, with his present level, strength, and items, he had no way to head to the ancient chair with the translucent maggots and pick up the Fool card. To see an item that one desired the most but not being able to obtain, it was often painful. Phew. At least I've already obtained the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula. In the future, I still have one's chance of prying on its secrets. The risk I took this time wasn't in vain. All the gold pounds I spent and the marionette I lost wasn't in vain either. Zeradol likely wouldn't give a fake formula. To him, there's no need for him to lie to a sequence 5 beyonder who might not walk out alive. Besides, if he was lying, he had to be wary of me already knowing the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula. The reason why I asked might only be to determine if he was worth trusting. I'll divine this later when I'm back above the gray fog. Klein heaved a sigh of relief, and seeing that there hadn't been any anomalies outside for quite a while, he decided to immediately approach the pitch-black cathedral and observe the changes inside. To him, all the problems that he thought about weren't pressing issues. The pressing issue was to leave the secret world, to leave this foggy town. When he came out of the building he was in, Klein, who was wearing an ancient triangular hat and dark red coat, carefully came to the entrance of the ancient cathedral. He carefully passed through the ajar door and walked in. The corpses that looked and dressed differently were no different from before. They remained hanging in midair, swaying with the wind and producing the ravings of Hornaces. Fleegria. Klein walked under them as his eyes got accustomed to the dim environment, allowing him to see more. The half-demonic wolf and half-human statue was still standing there without any signs of damage. The obsidian rock and the tin urn were behind the statue without any signs of cracking. Klein first heaved a sigh of relief as he began to observe his surroundings when his gaze froze. In a dark corner stood a gigantic mushroom taller than he was. The mushroom's cap had scarlet red like blood with interspersed white patterns. Its body was formed out of similar tiny mushrooms. Their patterns drew out a face, Mr. A's face. However, Mr. A's eyes were blank. It didn't have the glint that one would call human. There were mushrooms growing from both sides of the stem, forming into long arms, and on the left palm was a thin, human-skinned glove. Both parties had seemed to fuse as one. What kind of abomination is that? Klein involuntarily took a step back. He found his knowledge and mysticism completely lacking at that moment in time. He began taking actions to protect himself. While doing so, having not deactivated his corresponding visions, he discovered that the terrifying mushroom didn't have any spirit body threads. It appeared to have long been dead, and its only movements were the results of spasming nerves. Suddenly, Klein had a theory. Mr. A, who had been infested with mushrooms, didn't manage to escape in time and had seen a cluster of translucent maggots. He had seen a complete mythical creature, causing his mind to instantly die as his body collapsed completely. This also resulted in a terrifying mutation. It then merged with Senor, who had disintegrated from the curse, becoming a never-seen-before mushroom monster. Also, creeping hunger has been swallowed. This mushroom is really disgusting. I'll throw Frank into the sea if he ever mentions mushrooms again. Klein's eyes darted around slightly as he subconsciously headed for the obsidian rock. He planned on ignoring the mushroom and first escape. At this moment, he found his mind turning adrift. Everything around him seemed to turn into a blur. Suddenly, Klein realized that he was being forcefully pulled into a dream. He immediately escaped the dream and saw the nearly 2-meter-tall mushroom sliding over slowly. In its hand was a great sword that was a combination of scarlet magma and blue-hot flames. It can use sort of lava. Klein didn't hesitate as he opened his mouth and let out a sound. Bang! The extremely penetrative air bullet hit the mushroom, who had slowed down due to it being engaged in controlling dreams. The bullet drilled through its cap, tearing open a huge wound. Underneath the wound was human flesh and tiny spores. They quickly squirmed and restored the body. To think that's possible. Klein felt a strong sense of danger as he hurriedly lunged to the side, rolling several times in the process. The mushroom sped up suddenly as the sword of lava in its hand dragged scarlet and blue flames, cleaving down at the spot Klein had been standing at. It caused the floor tiles to rupture as flames scattered. At this moment, Klein snapped his fingers, igniting the tiny mushrooms that formed the monster. Then he ran towards the back of the statue in an attempt to obtain the obsidian rock. But finding his thoughts go adrift for a moment, Klein realized that he was going in the wrong direction. He was rushing towards the entrance. It can't distort my will. Klein's heart tightened as he noticed through the corner of his eye that the surface of the gigantic mushroom was covered in a layer of frost. The frost had extinguished the soaring scarlet flames. As his thoughts raced, Klein ran towards the door and snapped his fingers, igniting the tree leaves outside. In situations with zero understanding about his enemy, and him having not made any preparations, he believed that a magician had to choose to retreat and avoid dangers for the time being. More importantly, his strongest marionettist powers were useless because the gigantic mushroom didn't have any spirit body threads. Scarlet flames soared up like water, enveloping Klein's body. He quickly appeared in the flames outside as he jumped towards the ground. He was just about to distance himself when he heard a howling wind. The red-capped mushroom had come out of the cathedral with the auspices of a strong gust of wind. It can even fly. Klein snapped his fingers, using Flaming Jump to open up a gap. Meanwhile, he discovered his nose was itching as he wanted to sneeze. I'm also sick. How am I supposed to fight? I don't have any mystical items, and I haven't been able to fully express my strengths as a marionettist. It really is a magical mushroom. Klein was at a loss on whether to laugh or cry when he hid inside a building. Suddenly, he felt his body become somewhat cold as his mind naturally reflected his present appearance. His ancient triangular hat, dark red coat, white pants, and black boots had vanished. All he had on him was a pair of briefs to uphold his last bit of dignity. 30 minutes are up. The spell for summoning Senor from the past has ended. Klein instantly understood the reason as he began thinking. That mushroom which fused with parts of Admiral of Blood has likely disappeared as well. Also, in another 15 minutes, the effects of the fish will disappear. It will lack the main element that forms it. Klein couldn't help but curl his lips. He immediately used flames and leaped out. Indeed, as he expected, the gigantic mushroom had a ridiculous hole in part of its stem. Furthermore, it couldn't fix it, causing its speed to slow and become impeded. "Come on, let's play hide and seek," Klein silently said as he began circling the town streets, using the flames and buildings to engage in a merry chase with the gigantic mushroom. During this process, the crimson moon didn't turn clear at all. After more than 10 minutes, the terrifying mushroom finally lost its ability to move as it collapsed on the street. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he slowly and carefully approached. He saw that the flesh and blood of the mushroom was gathering together as points of light converged. Soon, all that was left was a thin, human-skinned glove. This because of the mutation brought about by the Sequence 1 Angel, Creeping Hunger fused with Mr. A. It's an upgraded version of Creeping Hunger. Klein bent his back as he carefully picked up the human-skinned glove. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 844, Witch Symbol. The thin human-skinned glove didn't look any different from the past, but Klein didn't dare to be too careless. He used divination to make a crude inspection. Apart from the 5 fingers, the palm and the back of the palm can each graze one more soul. Currently, all 7 spots are filled. It has signs of similar Beyonder characteristics fusing together. It also seems to have the powers of flesh and blood magic. The speed of switching souls has sped up significantly. It has to eat a person a day, or else it will eat its owner. Creeping Hunger, you are swelling in self-importance again. You need to reflect on yourself above the gray fog later. I'm temporarily unable to obtain any revelations for the rest. After I leave this place, I'll head above the gray fog to make a more accurate divination. Yes, I'm still not sure if there are any other side effects. All I know is that it wouldn't cause me any harm for the time being. Also, Mr. X, who was grazed, wasn't affected. Travelers traveling and door opening still work. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he wore the upgraded Creeping Hunger. Then he rushed for the cathedral, hoping to leave as soon as possible. During his merry chase with the gigantic mushroom, he hadn't forgotten to cast an illusion on himself to make him wear a trench coat and a top hat. As for the Beyonder characteristic that Senior left behind, Klein suspected that it was likely in the hands of Demoness of Despair Panatia. And this demigod was being hung inside the ancient palace, under the watch of the cluster of maggots. Psi flesh can be slowly eaten to be stored for the future, but Beyonder characteristics will definitely have appeared and taken form after this much time. Even if Demoness of Despair didn't care too much about it and threw it somewhere, in this place that isn't connected to the spirit world and highly restrict divination, I'm unable to quickly locate it. And in this sort of environment, who knows what sorts of anomalies will happen next? Who knows if that obsidian rock will automatically teleport and disappear? Thus, I need to make every second count and escape as quickly as possible. Klein returned to the cathedral with a clear line of thought. Although he had promised Miss Sharon to sell Senor's Beyonder characteristic to Merrick, the ingredient itself was corrupted to begin with, making it difficult to use for the concocting of a potion. Secondly, his safety was a lot more important. It's not like it cannot be resolved. I can just hunt another wraith or find Will Septon's help to shatter the Beyonder characteristic in Merrick's hands and allow it to be purified. This will have to wait until a particular infant is born. Klein mumbled silently as he passed through the swaying corpses and came to the side of the stone statue. Along the way, he found the iron cigar case which he had used to put the marionette in. It hadn't been devoured by the mushroom. Azek's copper whistle and the lone gold coin inside weren't damaged either. Putting these items away, Klein controlled his spirit body threads to prevent himself from floating to the top of the cathedral as he bent down to pick up the obsidian rock. After confirming that the important item wasn't damaged, he felt a lot calmer. He then inspected Zeradol's tin urn. When he opened the lid and took a careful look, Klein's pupils constricted as his gaze instantly froze. All the ashes inside were gone. There wasn't any left inside. Zeradal achieved his goal. Should I say as expected? Klein threw away the thin urn while feeling doubtful. He stood up straight and inserted the obsidian rock into the wall at the back. The wall emitted light again as it turned transparent, allowing people to see the ancient stone slabs outside, the hold walls, and the floating clouds. At the thought of the cluster of terrifying maggots, Klein wasn't in a rush to draw the symbol provided by the Antigonus family's notebook. He first raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. He had ignited a tree outside the cathedral, in preparation to escape with flaming jump the moment something wasn't right. After making his preparations, Klein used his finger and quickly outlined a vertical eye formed of many concealment symbols. Compared to the previous one, a crescent and dotted line had swapped places. With his final stroke, the pure beams of light bloomed as they followed the vertical eye's patterns before blasting into a radiant light. The entire cathedral turned ethereal as it shook. Klein felt as though he had instantly arrived at the top where the corpses were being hung. In front of him was a pair of illusory double doors. Behind the door was a familiar ancient palace. It was where Panatia and the other corpses were gently swaying. Translucent tentacles with strange and mysterious patterns swarmed over and slammed on the door, but were unable to open it. All it could do was use some of its strength to grab Klein's spirit body threads. Klein didn't hesitate to snap his fingers. While pulling at his spirit body threads, he leaped to the flames outside the cathedral. Right on the heels of that, he snapped his fingers repeatedly and flashed away, escaping to the farthest point of the foggy town. After the ethereal feeling of the pitch-black cathedral vanished, Klein paused and frowned. That also leads to the palace with the rampaging angel. The symbol provided by the Antigonus family's notebook is as much of a trap as Zeradal's was. However, this symbol only seems capable of triggering the door to escape, but it's unable to open it. Otherwise, I might not have been able to escape. It's the symbol for entry, while Zeradal's one was for exiting. What should I do? How do I leave? Klein subconsciously surveyed the ghastly silent town, which was shrouded in fog, and he forced himself to calm down. He began to think about how he could escape. Perhaps that's not the only wall that allows me to leave, but it's unlikely. All these years, there have been batches of people coming to the foggy town. If there are any clues outside the cathedral, they should have long found it. Try another symbol? What should I try? Klein fell into deep thought as he analyzed the intricacies to see if he could be inspired. This place is related to the nation of the Evernight and the Antigonus family. As for the monster on the huge throne in the ancient palace, it's definitely a rampaging angel from the seer pathway, regardless of his identity. Zeradal, who's also involved in this matter, is similarly an angel of the seer pathway. The Antigonus family's notebook, which provided the symbol, is also directly tied to this pathway. Therefore, the correct door opening symbol is likely related to the seer pathway. Sequence 0 of the seer pathway is likely called the Fool. This can be initially confirmed. Otherwise, that owner of the card of blasphemy wouldn't have been lured to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range and become a hanger. The Fool. The Fool. As he ruminated over the word, Klein suddenly thought of himself. He thought of the mysterious symbol behind his high-back chair that represented himself above the gray fog. Perhaps I can give it a try. Klein pondered for a few seconds before deciding to make a bold attempt. After all, he was temporarily out of ideas. He returned to the spired cathedral, and under the gaze of the hanged corpses, he walked to the wall behind the statue and picked up the obsidian rock that had fallen once again. After the obsidian rock was inserted, the door rapidly turned transparent. As Klein snapped his fingers to light another tree, he took a deep breath. He drew the Fool's symbol that was made up of the pupilless eye and the partially contorted lines. Soon, he completed the symbol as he found himself feeling anxious. But this time, nothing happened to the transparent door. It doesn't work. Klein's expression turned wry as he suspected that he would be trapped in there, engaging in murderous battles with Beyonders who later entered, doing so until he starved to death or was eaten. He shook his head to dispel his emotions of despair. He began running through ideas in search of other clues. This place is related to the nation of the Evernight and is related to the Antigonus family, and they were obliterated by the Church of Evernight. The one who sent me here is the eraser angel who's suspected to be the mother of the sky. She was active in the basement of the Church of Evernight St. Samuel Cathedral. The reason why people vanish if they don't sleep at night in the ruins of the Battle of Gods is said to be a result of the remnant aura and strength of a deity from the Evernight domain. Therefore, this is clearly related to the Evernight's authority, or even the Evernight goddess, areas related to the goddess. The more Klein thought about it, the more he lacked confidence. He was originally analyzing the problem from an objective angle, but he had unknowingly changed the way he addressed the Evernight goddess. And this led him to a new idea. Perhaps I can try the label corresponding to the dark sacred emblem, or the symbol that represents the goddess in mysticism. Out of options, Klein exhaled and raised his right hand again, drawing the simplified picture of the dark sacred emblem. Suddenly, the watery seam behind the transparent door shook as a change occurred. Although he could still see the ancient palace and the hole-ridden wall, they were very far away and could only be faintly made out. Behind the door was a bottomless cliff with jagged rocks. It was amidst the clouds and the sky with stars and the crimson moon that hadn't been concealed by the sunlight. It was like some part of a mountaintop. It really works. Klein stared at this scene with a dumbfounded expression as he subconsciously reached out with his palms and pushed the door open. There was a cold breeze outside that produced a howl. Klein was just about to take a step out when he fell into thought and paused. Then he flipped a gold coin and did a divination. He received a revelation that there was no danger outside. Following that, he drew a crimson moon on his chest in a feigned manner. After doing this, Klein stepped out with his right foot and passed through the illusory door. His vision went dark as he saw an endless night and resplendent stars. Following that, he found himself on a mountaintop. Apart from the unmelted snow, jagged rocks, and morning sunlight, there was nothing. I'm out. I'm safe. Klein didn't observe his surroundings as he directly used creeping hunger to turn transparent as he attempted using traveling. If this succeeded, it would mean that he had escaped the foggy town and returned to the real world. He could then leave the location he was at to avoid any danger. If he were to fail, he would quickly take note of the situation and be wary of any sudden attacks. After a moment, Klein's body turned faint as he vanished from the spot. The colors in front of him saturated as countless, indescribable shadows appeared. He had succeeded in entering the spirit world. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 845, Return. It really is the spirit world. Klein was delighted as he inwardly muttered to himself. Without needing further confirmation, his spirituality and spiritual perception had told him that this was the real spirit world. And this meant that he had returned to the real world, the place with all kinds of delicacies. I nearly cried tears of joy. Klein inwardly made a self-deprecating comment as he considered where he was supposed to head to next. From the position of the stars, moon, and sun, it's still morning. If there's no time difference between the real world and the foggy town, it's at most 7:30 a.m. or maybe earlier. At this point, the servants must have discovered the disappearance of their mate, and they would definitely inform the priests and bishops. Even if they have received the corresponding training and would report to their superiors according to the protocol, they will have to first eliminate the possibility that someone was skiving away or having a stomachache. They would need more than 10 minutes before confirming this and begin taking the necessary actions. And after the report to their superiors, the priests and bishops wouldn't be able to instantly tell the severity of the matter. They would only believe that the servant had escaped, and they wouldn't quickly connect this matter to the keepers. After they do a divination or investigation to figure out the truth, it would be 20 to 30 minutes later. That also means that they likely haven't begun their search in the surrounding area to find the intruder. The identity of Dwayne Dantes hasn't been exposed yet. If the Bizarro sorcerer potion formula given by Zeradol is real, then the identity of Dwayne Dantes still has many uses. If I can still keep the identity going, I should try harder to not abandon it. Besides, the only things that I'm wearing which are real are my glove and underwear. If I head elsewhere, I'll be a pervert. Klein already had a choice he was leaning towards. He took out the iron cigar case, which appeared to be inside his pocket, but was actually lodged under a rubber band. He opened it and took out the gold coin inside. Returning to 160 Baclun Street is dangerous, Klein muttered 7 times, and with a flick, he saw it slowly spin in the spirit world, wobbling up and down, left and right, before landing on his palm. This time it was tails, indicating a negative response. Klein nodded indiscernibly and immediately traveled towards Backlund. After 3 stops, his figure finally appeared in his room at 160 Backlund Street. The curtains were drawn tightly, and it was dim. It was very suitable for sleeping. And on the bed, Dwayne Dantes was lying on the bed facing up. His hands were grabbing the ends of the blanket near his neck. From the looks of it, the investigation hasn't reached me. This appearance is ridiculous. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief and saw Dwayne Dantes dissipate and turn into a palm-sized mirror. Water ripples appeared on the mirror's surface as silver light bloomed and turned into Loanese text. Exalted Great Master, did you encounter something? Your loyal and humble servant, Erodes, failed to sense you before. It wasn't anything important, Klein answered perfunctorily. This made him confirm that Erodes was unable to pry into the secrets that happened in the foggy town. After all, this fellow was able to present the environment where the rampaging Zeradal was. It really is related to the authorities of a deity? Klein's mind stirred as he asked, Did anyone look for me? No, no one came to disturb you. The silver on the mirror's surface changed and produced new words. Klein felt truly relieved as he said to Erodes, You may leave. I'll summon you again if needed. All right, Master. Goodbye, Master. Like before, Erodes produced a drawing of a hand waving on the mirror. After the aqueous light vanished, the mirror was restored to normal. Klein walked to the bedside and pulled out the pajamas underneath and wore it. Then he took out candles and other items before entering the bathroom. He set up a sacrificial ritual, preparing to send Creeping Hunger, Azek's copper whistle, the iron cigar case, and the various mysticism materials above the gray fog to avoid any investigations he might face. After doing all of this, Klein didn't delay and sat at the fool's seat. He conjured the Bizarro Sorcerer's potion formula in front of him. Sequence 4, Bizarro Sorcerer. Main ingredient, Bizarro Bane's main eye, the true soul body of a spirit world plunderer. Supplementary ingredients, 200 milliliters of a Bizarro Bane's blood, 30 grams of a spirit world plunderer, 10 grams of red hair birch bark, 1 segment of golden grapevines, fingernail-sized self-made rubber mask. Advancement ritual, relying on one's strength and strategy, orchestrate a grand performance before many spectators to kill a Beyonder creature at the level of a demigod. Then, at the end of the performance, consume the potion. Klein didn't consider what this ritual actually meant. Beneath the potion formula, he wrote a corresponding statement. Following that, he summoned a spirit pendulum from the junk pile. Holding it in his left hand, he began a divination. Before long, Klein opened his eyes and saw the dangling topaz rotating clockwise. This meant that the Bizarro Sorcerer potion formula he had was genuine. Phew. Klein exhaled as he took the opportunity to determine what kind of changes Creeping Hunger had experienced, as well as what the various negative side effects were. After a dream divination and several direct attempts, he figured out the exact situation in less than 2 minutes. Creeping Hunger could now graze 7 souls. During each grazing process, it could obtain 2 or 3 Beyonder powers. One of them can be chosen by the wearer. There are currently 8 souls inside Creeping Hunger. The others completely dissipated from mutation brought about by the Attendant of Mysteries. And due to the excessive number of souls, it caused a congestion, making some of the powers unusable. 1 soul needs to be released to restore it back to normal. At present, the first of the 8 souls is Baron of Corruption, which is Wormtongue Mither. He fused with the Beyonder characteristics of the same pathway that Mr. A had grazed. Apart from distortion and bribe, weaken, there's another area of effect Beyonder power called corrosion. It can turn the hearts of people within 10 meters dark and greedy, making them make irrational choices. The second is Desire Apostle Curtius. He fused with Mr. A's Devil and replaced Danger Premonition, which requires advanced activation before being useful, with Sulfur Fireball. And Language of Foulness, Slow, and Sword of Lava have been enhanced. Third is Traveler Mr. X Lewis Veen. He fused with Mr. A's Scribe. While keeping traveling and door opening, it has obtained the Beyonder power of record. However, there's a change. It's unable to record ordinary Beyonder powers, and it can only be used against targets at the demigod level. The chance of success has been increased. Although it's still very troublesome, 8 times or so will be needed as long as I'm not too unlucky. In addition, it cannot record more than 2 demigod-level Beyonder powers, and cannot exceed Sequence 3. Fourth is Zombie Mavedi. There hasn't been any change. It's still the original zombie strength, ice control, and zombie manipulation. Fifth is an unknown demoness of affliction. She can give the user a rather powerful sense of charm. In addition, one's appearance would receive an adjustment to a certain degree. In addition, she can provide an ailment that covers 50 meters. Creatures within that range will slowly be infected, and the effect slowly becomes severe. In the beginning, it might be oversensitive skin, a cold, or a fever. But 20 to 30 seconds later, it might very well turn into serious illnesses like pneumonia. After 2 or 3 minutes, one can suddenly suffer cardiac arrest or a brain aneurysm. Sixth is an unknown wind blast. There are 3 beyond her powers: short-distance flight, dive, and water control. Seventh is an unknown soul assurer with the 2 beyond her powers of forcefully pulling one into a dream and causing a spirit body to sleep. Eighth is an unknown doctor with the 3 beyond her powers of distinguishing the time, treatment of serious ailments, and stitching souls. At the same time, creeping hunger itself has shadow lurking and flesh bomb. Furthermore, it has the chance and strength to barely graze a sequence 4 saint. It has instantly become so much stronger. As Klein was secretly delighted, he also frowned at the negative side effects. Now, creeping hunger had to eat a living person every day. Otherwise, it would devour the wearer. At the same time, it would praise the true creator from time to time in the wearer's mind. It would bring about chaotic thoughts and a headache. Apart from those 2, it was also still afraid of mushrooms. No powers could be used if mushrooms appeared within 5 meters of it. To randomly praise the true creator is really troublesome. Same for eating a living person every day. I'll first throw it above the gray fog and let it calm down for a few days. Perhaps there might be some changes. If that really doesn't work, I can only write to Mr. Azek. Klein quickly made up his mind and didn't hesitate to release the Soul Assurer's soul. He also planned on swapping the Wind Blessed and Doctor later. The demoness of affliction depended on the circumstances. To the side of the bronze table, the Soul Assurer's spirit surfaced. But due to the mutation, it couldn't be maintained once it lost its host. It rapidly dissipated. His Beyonder characteristic was produced. It was entirely black in color. At its core was pure shimmering light that looked like a night sky with embedded stars. After doing this, Klein didn't hesitate to throw creeping hunger and the other items into the junk pile. He then quickly returned to the real world, ended the ceremony, and cleared up any traces. Following that, he washed his face and brushed his teeth to make Dwayne Dantes look sharp. After leaving the bathroom, Klein, in his pajamas, walked to the door with his usual expression. He pulled open the door and said to his valet outside, "Prepare a set of clothes that's suitable for home wear." "Yes, sir." Richardson didn't ask why as he immediately walked to the wardrobe. Only at this point, with him seeing his servants back, did Klein confirm that he was out of harm's way and had returned back to his normal life. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 846. Find the Target. St. Samuel Cathedral, behind Cheney's Gate. Backlund Archbishop, St. Anthony, stood at the staircase connecting the 2 different stories and watched as the Nighthawk deacons rushed about. Many of them wore red gloves. As a spokesperson for the Church of Evernight in the kingdom's capital, St. Anthony had a clean-shaven face. His face didn't betray his mood, and his deep black eyes similarly hid any upheavals he had. But everyone who passed by him would feel their souls tremble as an indescribable sense of horror arose in their hearts. "Your Grace, an inventory count has been made. None of the mysticism ingredients are missing, including the potion main ingredients and Beyonder characteristics. Your Grace, all the potion formulas are in their original locations. It can be preliminarily determined that no one had gone through them in the last 8 hours. Your Grace, all the prisoners imprisoned on the first level are accounted for. None of them escaped, nor did anyone pass away. Your Grace, none of the information or books suffered any damage or were moved. Your Grace, the Grade 2 and Grade 3 sealed artifacts are all present. None of them have been taken away. Your Grace, the 3 Grade 1 sealed artifacts remain in their sealed states. None of them show signs of having left their confines. Your Grace, the core seal remains intact and didn't suffer any damage. Your Grace, it has been confirmed that there are no new items in here. There are no remnant setups that bring about danger. Your Grace, we didn't find the enemy who disguised himself as a keeper. He seems to have evaporated into thin air. One deacon after another came over to make a report as the matter gradually turned somewhat odd. They found it unimaginable that a scheming and powerful Beyonder would take such an immense risk and set up such a tight plan and use all kinds of means to pass through Cheney's Gate. Yet, nothing was taken, and the perpetrator had left after circling the area once. This made it seem like the person was only trying to prove themselves, or it was someone who had specially come to find flaws in the surveillance of Cheney's Gate for the church. The deacon who led a Red Gloves team surveyed the area and deliberated as he came up with a theory. Your Grace, could it be the requirements of an advancement ritual of some sequence? Having been on a mission to capture devils, he was accustomed to making such guesses. And from sequence 5, different pathways and different sequences had different advancement rituals. The ones that the Church of Evernight was aware of wasn't a large number. If that were the case, Soas could already see the infiltrator's mockery grin that said, I'm free to go anywhere, even if it's the Church of Evernight's Cheney's Gate. It's no different from a department store. Those Nighthawks will only become raged after the matter, feeling useless. He has to be caught. Soas silently clenched his red-gloved hand. St. Anthony was just about to say something when Nighthawk Deacon, Daly Simone, raised a second possibility. Perhaps the infiltrator had attempted to take some sealed artifact away and suffered the negative effects. He died on the spot and was cleanly devoured. St. Anthony nodded in thought and said, I'll head to basement 3 to take a look. With that said, he steadily walked to basement 2, and in a secret location activated the path to basement 3. The other deacons were lacking in rank or clearance, so all they could do was wait in their spots. St. Anthony quickly arrived at basement 3, which didn't span too big an area. He basically confirmed that sealed artifacts 1 to 29 and 1 to 80 hadn't undergone any abnormal changes. Following the strict protocols, he observed 1 to 80 with 1 to 29 and found 0 to 17 lying inside with eyes half open, just like always. During this process, St. Anthony approached thrice and opened a distance from it thrice. Sometimes he changed where he stood, and at other times he cloaked himself in the darkness of the night. He didn't dare skip the necessary steps. Even as a saint, he didn't dare belittle any of the items in here. Ignoring the powers that would break out of its vessel, temporarily causing the seal on 0 to 17, even 1 to 29 and 1 to 80, which were rather dangerous items, to become ineffective. St. Anthony didn't wish to degenerate into an amnesiac who had to relearn how to eat and drink, much less become part of a dream that existed between reality and illusions. There's nothing wrong. Anthony heaved a silent sigh of relief. He began restoring the 2 sealed artifacts to their original states. A few minutes later, the Nighthawk deacons saw the Archbishop return. The infiltrator might have died from touching a sealed artifact, St. Anthony said, his pronunciation of died being somewhat muffled. He didn't give any additional explanations as he instructed. Regardless, this matter needs to be investigated. The infiltrator might have a partner. To be able to infiltrate St. Samuel Cathedral without causing a stir, it means that the target is very familiar with this place and is familiar with the recent duty shifts of the keepers. He's very familiar with how Nighthawks handle and take over matters, and has the ability or an item to change his appearance. In addition, he had obtained help from a Beyonder with a sacred Evernight pathway item, or has one himself. Putting all these conditions together, investigate the servants and priests to see if they have encountered any indistinct spirit channeling or enticement. Check if the bishops have betrayed the goddess, as well as the believers who have recently come to the cathedral on a regular basis. At the same time, check on all the believers and the surroundings of their residences. Perhaps they had unexpectedly divulged something and had something stolen. I'll carry out the investigations pertaining to you. Also, find the missing servant and see if there are any clues. Yes, Your Grace, Soast and the other Nighthawk deacons answered in unison. In the office, with a tense mood, Leonard Mitchell wasn't having his feet up on the table like usual. He sat very properly and wore a rather solemn expression. This was the second time he had encountered a matter that targeted items behind Cheney's Gate. It invoked the memories that he buried deep inside his heart. And more importantly, he encountered the fake keeper before without realizing the problem. If I were a little stronger and had better observation skills, perhaps it might not have. Leonard Mitchell's lips pursed tightly as he looked at the documents in front of him, but he wasn't reading a single word. This continued until his teammates entered. That keeper has awoken. He didn't see the infiltrator and only knew that he encountered the possession ability of a wraith, The red glove that entered said to everyone in the room, "How can a wraith move about inside the cathedral?" Many red gloves raised the question, but no one had an answer. Perhaps that wraith believes in the goddess. Leonard mumbled inwardly. While no one was paying attention to him in the corner, he suppressed his voice and seemed to mutter, "Old man, didn't you discover anything abnormal back then?" The slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. "It's not like I'll observe the outside world all the time, especially when I'm near Cheney's gate." Leonard didn't dare ask further as he joined in the discussion with his teammates. Before long, the Red Gloves team captain, Soest, entered the room and threw a stack of dossiers on the desk. "These are the targets we need to investigate. The bishops have provided the names of the believers who have frequently come to the cathedral recently." Leonard glanced at it, and towards the back was a dossier with a familiar name, Dwayne Dantes. This old fellow that survived from the Fourth Epoch came to a nearby street for less than 2 months, and Cheney's gate was infiltrated? Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Besides, he has been frequently coming to St. Samuel Cathedral. He might be observing the situation and figuring out the patterns. Old man's excuse wasn't too convincing, but if the infiltrator was Dwayne Dantes, then everything makes sense. He's afraid that he would expose himself and pretended not to discover anything abnormal. Leonard's mind instantly filled with many ideas as he asked in deliberation, "Captain Soest, what did the infiltrator take? What clues did he leave behind?" Soest surveyed the room and said, "Nothing was taken or left behind. It was like no one stepped inside. His Grace suspects that he died or was vaporized from contact with some sealed artifact. Our priority is to find his partner. No, Dwayne Dantes wouldn't die that easily. He's a monster who has lived since the Fourth Epoch. However, why did he carry out the infiltration?" Leonard frowned slightly as he hesitated for a moment. Then he proactively included Dwayne Dantes into the investigation targets for himself and 2 other teammates. After the Red Gloves and local Nighthawks began taking action, Leonard found an excuse to head to the washroom first. He suppressed his voice and asked, "What are your thoughts about Dwayne Dantes? He didn't expose his parasites lie." The elderly voice chuckled and said, "Didn't I tell you? I don't know much about him. I only know that there's something special about him. His aura has something ancient about it. However, the case you previously investigated gave me some inspiration. I suspect that Dwayne Dantes might be related to that matter. He might be a proxy of some existence." "What matter? Which existence?" Leonard muttered softly in surprise. In his mind, the ancient voice replied with an odd tone, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." 160 Buckland Street. Klein had his breakfast and returned to the balcony's half-open room. He sat in his reclining chair and raised his hand to rub his temples. After his tense mood subsided, Klein discovered that his mind had turned somewhat adrift. He would often see the hanging corpses in the ancient cathedral, as well as the cluster of translucent maggots that remained unclear in his deepest memories. Illusory voices would seem to constantly echo in his ears. Hornaces. Fleagria. Although I had quickly cut the connection with my marionette, I had suffered some of the effects. My soul has been slightly corrupted, as expected of a real mythical creature. After the preliminary investigations are done, I'll have to find a way to resolve the remnant problems. Klein slowly heaved a sigh of relief and used cogitation to calm himself. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 847, the name hidden in the dossiers. A carriage passed by Buckland Street as Leonard Mitchell and 2 Red Gloves teammates discussed the target they were investigating this time, Dwayne Dantes. "I still haven't had any direct contact with this gentleman. I've only investigated his servants and neighbors." Cindy, who had long wine-red hair, introduced her findings. "For now, it has been confirmed that Dwayne Dantes has acted the same since last night to this morning. He went to his bedroom to sleep at 11 and finished washing up at 7:30 in the morning. At times, he would have some supper and end the day after midnight. At times, he would wake up before 7 and head out for a stroll, but that's not the norm." Another Red Glove, Bob, nodded and said, "From this point of view, there's nothing wrong with Dwayne Dantes." Leonard Mitchell, who sat in a seemingly casual manner, immediately said with a smile, "But the reverse can also be true. According to what we've currently gathered, the missing servant was likely replaced between 11:20 and 11:35 last night. The infiltrator entered Cheney's gate at 6 in the morning, and we discovered the problem at 7:20 a.m. without finding the target. It can thus be said that during the infiltration, Dwayne Dantes was sleeping and lacked an alibi. What you say makes sense. Cindy glanced at Leonard in surprise. Her impression of this teammate of hers was one who often had a judgment or question that pointed at the core of the problem. However, he seldom described his logic in great detail. He was more like a desultory poet who occasionally had epiphanies. Bob, who had a sharp chin, frowned as he shook his head. If that's the case, everyone on this name list cannot be cleared of suspicion. They were sleeping with no one watching them. Even if they have wives or husbands, they would similarly be sleeping at such times. Also, I don't believe an infiltrator would be so bold. He had already entered Cheney's gate and managed to successfully escape, completing an unimaginable feat. Yet he stays nearby and hasn't abandoned his identity or gone far away. How is this possible? The risk involved cannot be predicted unless he's also planning something else. Or he can't bear to part with certain things. But what can compare with infiltrating Cheney's gate? What can compare with those sealed artifacts, ingredients, and formulas? If I didn't know that Dwayne Dantes was problematic in the first place, I would have come to the same conclusion. Leonard had already thought of an explanation as he crossed his right leg. I'm just saying why we can't so easily strike off Dwayne Dantes from the suspects. Besides, Captain Soest has said it. The infiltrator might have already died behind Cheney's gate. Even if Dwayne Dantes isn't involved, he might very well be an accomplice. Don't you find it too much of a coincidence? He moved in for less than 2 months, and the church encountered something that might never happen in centuries. Besides, he has been visiting St. Samuel Cathedral too frequently. He had ample opportunities to figure out the corresponding situation. Also, during this period of time, there was a strange sewer explosion along Buckland Street. Cindy bunched up her long wine-red hair and said, "You've convinced me. This should be a target that we put our focus on." Bob pulled at the ends of his left palm's red glove and said, "There are indeed many coincidences. However, coincidences might not be equivalent to problems. Even if Dwayne Dantes goes to the cathedral daily and listens to the bishop's preachings, all he could do is understand the layout and not obtain deeper information, such as when the keepers will head to Cheney's gate, how the handover is done with the Nighthawks. Therefore, he's more likely to be one of the accomplices," Leonard said with a shrug. He similarly didn't understand how Dwayne Dantes would understand the internal protocols of the Nighthawks so well. Cindy echoed, "Regardless, we have to do a deeper investigation. Shall we wait till noon and directly enter Dwayne Dantes' dream to question him? He has the habit of taking afternoon naps." Leonard raised his right hand and waved it gently. "There's no need to be in such a hurry. It's not like we've never done any routine inspections in the past or entered his dreams, but we didn't discover anything wrong. If there really is nothing wrong with him, we wouldn't gain anything from entering his dream again. If there's a problem with him, the fact that he didn't expose himself back then means he has the means to resist an inquiry during the dream. We will still be fooled by him if we enter his dream again. Therefore, we should monitor him and see what kind of people he interacts with, so as to prevent him from escaping while waiting for Desi's response about this tycoon's true identity. Once we discover any clues, we will request to use a higher-level investigation method than questioning him in dreams." Cindy was once again surprised as she couldn't help but joke, "It's rare to see you analyze the situation so seriously." Furthermore, his thought processes were extremely clear. Leonard fell silent and gave a self-deprecating comment. "Perhaps it's because I've encountered something similar." Instantly, Cindy felt that Leonard's green eyes had turned darker. She didn't speak further. "Let's take turns to monitor Dwayne Dantes. I'll go first." "All right." Leonard nodded and turned to Bob. "Get the case files on the sewer explosion. Let's see if we can discover any problems. I'll head back to read through the corresponding dossiers and see if there are any other abnormalities on the street." After splitting the work, the 3 red gloves began their work. Leonard returned to St. Samuel Cathedral's basement and obtained the information involving Buckland Street and the cases that the Aurora Order had actively or passively involved themselves in for the past 3 years. The latter was something that sparked off the clue provided by the parasite in him. It gave him an idea. Since the Fool's existence and the corresponding honorific name initially came from the Aurora Order, it means that the Aurora Order was involved in something or had suffered some setbacks. It might be related to the organization that believes in the Fool. After returning to the office, Leonard held back his desultory attitude as he very seriously read through the thick dossiers. In the dossiers related to the Aurora Order, there was the Lenivus case he was most familiar with. This true creator's descent had failed terribly because of some baffling report. A mysterious person had appeared to kill the main criminal. He was suspected to be related to hero bandit Black Emperor. As he targeted evil criminals, he would scatter tarot cards over the target's corpse. That person wasn't able to do it for Desire Apostle Jason Beria, only because Leonard had rushed over too quickly. Similarly, Leonard once again saw the name Sherlock Moriarty appear in the periphery of the case. Aurora Order's Mr. X was assassinated at the gathering he convened. There were traces of powers at the demigod level left at the scene. At this point in time, Dwayne Dantes had already arrived in Backland. It matches perfectly. Aurora Order's Mr. A and the Demonist sect cooperated to create the Great Smog of Backland. This person vanished as a result. Aurora Order's Mr. A had assassinated the Intis ambassador. Leonard read case after case, but he didn't find anything of use. He rubbed his temples and decided to attack it from a different angle. He began from the cases related to hero bandit Black Emperor. Lenivus case. First murder scene with the tarot cards thrown as a ritual. And the Fool is the beginning of the tarot cards. Capham's case. From the strength and level showcased by hero bandit Black Emperor, he won't and wouldn't mimic others. He similarly scattered tarot cards on the corpse. Desire Apostle Jason Beria. I saw hero bandit Black Emperor with my own eyes, preventing him from scattering the cards in time. Apart from major events and evil criminals, what other connection do these three cases have? Leonard had previously considered the relevant questions and was certain that Detective Sherlock Moriarty had been partially involved in the Lenivus and Capham cases. Then what about the Desire Apostle case? Leonard found the addendum and began leafing through them. Finally, he spotted a line in an inconspicuous spot. People attacked involved Isengard Stanton, Sherlock Moriarty. Leonard's expression slowly turned excited as though he had discovered a breakthrough. He flipped through the Aurora Order dossier and didn't miss out any of the names involved. He kept expanding his search and requested for all the dossiers that involved every name. Aurora Order's Mr. A assassinated the Intis ambassador. The Intis ambassador was in charge of the conflict over the Difference Engine manuscripts. The clues to the manuscripts came from a spy who usually acted as a private detective. It is reported that another private detective was embroiled in this matter and had nearly been killed by a gang member under the command of the Intis ambassador. Another private detective. Leonard suddenly stood up as he left St. Samuel Cathedral, headed for the police station that handled the case back then. Although most of the dossiers had been taken away by MI9, Leonard still found the name of the person who had made the police report, Sherlock Moriarty. I now have reason to believe that this great detective was also involved in the Great Smog of Backland. Among the various people who are involved, his name appears, right at the periphery of the matter. He and Dwayne Dantes all belong to a secret organization that believes in the Fool? Leonard thought as the corners of his lips curled up. He decided to immediately search for more information to verify his conjecture. 160 Baclund Street, inside the master bedroom. Klein didn't have any Nighthawks enter his dream during his afternoon nap, but he once again returned to the foggy town. He saw Demoness of Despair Panatia with her smile showcasing blood-colored flesh in between the gaps of her teeth. He saw her slowly being hung up as her eyes rolled back in despair before her head drooped down. The hung corpses, the horrifying gigantic mushroom, the cluster of countless translucent maggots kept appearing one after another, waking Klein up from his dream. As he rubbed his temples, Klein found that his mind was in a terrible condition. And this wasn't a problem that could be resolved by the gray fog. He fell into deep thought and entered his bathroom and arrived above the gray fog. He conjured Gehrman and made him pray. Please pass on my question to Miss Justice about when she will be free. I wish to receive some psychotherapy. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 848, Getting Caught in the Crossfire. Backlund, Empress Borough, inside the Hall family's luxurious mansion. Audrey had just tried on 3 selections of evening gowns today, and she was sitting on a cushioned chair, wondering how they could be matched with her accessories and which one she was more inclined towards. She also pondered over her mother's opinion. At this moment, she suddenly saw an endless grayish-white and a blurry figure watching down at everything from high above appear before her eyes. Immediately after that, she saw another figure. It was a praying figure that had been shrouded by the gray fog. Her ears resounded with the corresponding words. Instead of being alarmed, Audrey was delighted. Her unease and worry that there wasn't a tarot gathering today was instantly quelled. As expected, there was nothing. Oh, Mr. World really has a psychological problem. He must have been under immense stress recently. It's no wonder he booked an appointment in advance. Audrey sighed as she began to consider when she was free. As she pondered, she scanned the maids who were busy in her room and the golden retriever, Susie, who was sitting by the door. Audrey's lips curled up slightly in an irresistible manner as she bowed her head and secretly prayed in response. Please tell Mr. World that I'm currently free. He can determine the time and location. As long as it's not nighttime and doesn't exceed the boroughs west of Backlund. In regards to this, the golden retriever who was observing the maid's work seemed to sense someone looking at her. She suspiciously turned her head and looked in Audrey's direction. However, it failed to discover any problems. Above the gray fog, inside the palace that looked like a giant's residence. She's free at any time. Periods when it's convenient to head out. Won't leave places she's familiar with. Klein rubbed his temples as he interpreted Miss Justice's reply. His first reaction was that it was best done today or tomorrow, and to have her determine the location. Then he could use creeping hunger to teleport there, but he soon thought of a problem. Dwayne Dantes was part of the Nighthawk's investigations. It was very possible that he was being monitored, therefore, rashly traveling could easily expose him. Wait a few days or... Klein seriously thought about it as he conjured the World Gehrman Sparrow and prayed once again. Please inform Miss Justice that let's do it today. Above the gray fog. Audrey's eyes widened. She found that the answer provided by Mr. World exceeded her expectations. How was she supposed to get Susie to be her stand-in? Besides, there are many details that I'm unable to see or clearly sense while inside Mr. Fool's palace. It will seriously hamper any psychotherapy. Audrey calmed her sense of alarm as she posed her doubts from a position of viability and requested Mr. Fool to pass it on to Mr. World. Before long, she received a reply again. I will request Mr. Fool to remove those restrictions. We'll use other means to conceal our true appearances. That can be done. This is the special treatment one gets from being Mr. Fool's blessed. Our continuous communication is almost like a conversation. I've really troubled Mr. Fool, and he seems to almost allow us to indulge in it. Audrey's thoughts raced as she stopped finding excuses. All right, let's do it between 11:30 to 12:30 tonight. She didn't believe that she would have anywhere to be alone before the end of her birthday ball. At the same time, in a building at 39 Backlund Street, Hazel was looking at the selected evening gown in boredom as she listened to her mother's repeated exhortations. She was to accompany her parents to attend Miss Audrey Hall's birthday ball. Just as Hazel's thoughts were wandering and her mind gradually turning blank, she saw a grayish-white rat appear by the door. It was frantically waving its paws. Hazel patiently listened to her mother repeat herself one more time before finding an excuse to return to her bedroom. After she closed and locked her door, the grayish-white rat appeared from somewhere and arrived by her feet. It sat there in a rather comical manner. I've discovered something wrong with the surroundings. The rat had sent vibrations in the air to speak with human words. Hazel wasn't surprised at that as she asked in puzzlement, "What's wrong?" The grayish-white rat raised its right forepaw and pointed out the window. There are beyonders from the Church of Evernight investigating this street. It's at a rather large scale. What are they looking for? Hazel asked with a slight frown. The grayish-white rat slowly inhaled and said, "How would I know? But it's definitely something very serious. This way, they might very well discover something wrong with you." Hazel asked, feeling somewhat worried and confused. How do they make the discovery? Weren't the clues in the sewers blasted away? Weren't the corresponding problems dealt with? The grayish-white was momentarily unsure about what to say. A few seconds later, it vaguely replied, "Official Beyonders have plenty of strange but effective investigation methods. In short, I'll have to deal with your dream. This is where it's easiest to divulge things." Hazel looked down at the rat as her knitted brows relaxed. "All right, then. Don't look so unwilling. It wasn't easy for me to accumulate this bit of strength, and now it's going to waste once again. Is this street cursed? First, it was that demoness with a strange condition. Following that hero bandit Black Emperor appeared. Now, there's some baffling and unknown situation that made the Nighthawks pay serious attention to the street. The grayish-white rat squeaked in frustration. At 7:30 in the evening, Hazel accompanied her parents, Member of Parliament Mocked and Lady Rihanna, to Empress Borough and entered the Hall family's residence. As it was a birthday ball today, she didn't manage to directly meet Miss Audrey Hall. All she did was quietly stay by her parents' side as they exchanged pleasantries with Earl Hall, Lady Caitlin, and Lord Hibber Hall. To her, these respected aristocrats were, in essence, the same as commoners. Therefore, she didn't appear notably reserved. Her actions and tone were rather liberal. If it wasn't because of her mother's repeated exhortations, Hazel even believed that the beautiful dance floor, the murals with high artistic value, and the elegant and outstanding statues were more worthy of respect. As she smiled at the people she knew and didn't know, Hazel finally waited until the ball began. She saw the star of tonight's show. Miss Audrey Hall held the arms of the Earl and Earl's wife as she walked out of the room on the second floor before arriving at the railings that faced the dance floor. Hazel scanned her and habitually ignored her appearance as she observed the matching of her gown and accessories. However, her gaze wasn't able to move away. On the chandelier hanging high above, whale oil candles produced light that came with dreamy colors. When shining on the 18-year-old Audrey, it made her emerald-like eyes, pure and indescribable face, and lustrous gold hair seem to glow. It made her gown and accessories lose their luster. Hazel was momentarily caught in a daze. She failed to hear what Earl Hall had said until the melody filled the floor as she snapped out of her daze when Audrey Hall began the opening dance with the Earl. The always proud her had suddenly felt a little inferior. She felt that even if this striking lady didn't possess any beyond her powers, there was no way Audrey was inferior to her. Hazel pursed her lips and looked around. She realized that everyone's gaze had been grabbed. The only difference was that they all had different feelings about the situation. Phew. Hazel heaved a sigh of relief. That night, she didn't act that arrogantly again. However, she yearned to leave at every minute of the night. She wanted to head home to busy herself with her matters to obtain more magical and powerful abilities. Finally, the ball came to an end as Hazel's family bade farewell to the family and walked to the door. On the way out, Hazel couldn't help but look back. She saw Miss Audrey standing along the sides of the dance floor with a faint and beautiful smile as she expressed her gratitude to each and every guest that was about to leave. She seemed to remain under the spotlight. After the end of the birthday ball, Audrey took off her accessories and changed into her sleeping gown before entering her bathroom. As she looked at the white steam emanate with her bathrobe beside her, Audrey wasn't in a rush to soak herself inside. She first sat in the corner and prayed to Mr. Fool to indicate that she was ready. In about 10 seconds, she saw crimson lights surge at her like a tidal wave, drowning her. Above the gray fog, Audrey appeared by the side of the long bronze table. This time, she didn't see Mr. Fool, who was enshrouded in gray fog. She discovered an ancient confessional. It was a brown crate that was 1.5 times the height of a person. There were doors on both sides, and a wooden plank separated the area in between them. I thought Mr. World would request Mr. Fool to conjure a wall, which we will use to communicate across. Although it's essentially the same, a confessional is cramped and dark. He really doesn't know how to consider a lady's feelings. Yes, I would find it odd if Mr. World did that. As Audrey suffused a smile, she walked to the ajar door of the confessional. She bent her back and entered before sitting down with her legs bent sideways. After closing the wooden door, Audrey, who was treating a patient in the true sense of the word for the first time, suddenly felt a little excited. Immersed in darkness, the environment and her mood made her loosen up from the many rules she had to abide by. She curled her lips and reached out her fingers and gently tapped on the wooden partition. "Hello, Mr. World. Are you there?" Sitting cross-legged opposite her, Klein was infected by Miss Justice's cheerful tone. His emotions relaxed as he said, "You may begin." This time, he didn't use the gray fog to enshroud himself, but had turned himself into Gehrman Sparrow. Indeed, Mr. World's mental state isn't too good. He's too tense and worried. Audrey sensed him first, and then used the psychiatrist's placate. A gentle, invisible wave emanated over as Klein instantly felt a cool, refreshing morning breeze blow at him during a hot summer day. The frustrations and feverish feelings within him suddenly vanished. Seeing Mr. World having made an obvious recovery, She secretly heaved a sigh of relief and asked softly, "Have you had any nightmares lately?" Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 849, Consultation Fees. Nightmare. Klein deliberated for 2 seconds and said, "Yes. I dream of a town that's enshrouded in fog. The crimson moon in the sky would be clear and blurred at random. In the middle of the town is a black cathedral. Corpses are hung up inside. They wear clothes from different eras as they sway in the wind and produce strange sounds. Apart from that, there's a beautiful lady whose gaps in her teeth were filled with blood-colored human flesh, a mushroom man formed of countless tiny mushrooms." To treat his psychological problems, Klein reconstructed his dream in a rather complete manner. However, he didn't say that he had encountered those things in reality, nor divulged that he knew the beautiful lady's identity and the strange mushroom's origins. At the same time, he hid the existence of the cluster of translucent maggots in Zeradol. Audrey listened intently and seriously. Based on her beyonder intuition and knowledge from mysticism and psychological, she said as she contemplated, "Mr. World, I can imagine such a terrifying and sinister dream. I can also experience the immense horror that it brings you." Seeing that there wasn't any rebuttal from the other side of the wooden partition, Audrey grew in confidence. She silently did another round of placate and began guiding. The horror that appears in dreams will often stem from feelings hidden deep in one's heart. And there are only two sources of horror in one's heart. One is the unknown, and the second is what cannot be resisted. The terrifying things you see in your dream are only superficial. What you are really afraid of is what they represent and symbolize, the truth hidden behind them. As she spoke, Audrey suddenly asked, "What is it?" Klein was gradually relaxing and scrutinizing himself as he took in Miss Justice's gentle and sweet voice. When he suddenly heard this question, he subconsciously answered, "The existence that created all of that." He paused and hesitantly added, "They are both an unknown and also cannot be resisted." At this point, Klein knew why he was having nightmares, as well as the true reason for his terrible mental state. He instinctively felt horrified over certain matters and instinctively had latent negative emotions. The former included the cluster of translucent maggots and Zeradol's terrifying performance. There was also the Eraser Angel's baffling actions and the fact that using the Dark Sacred Emblem was the key to opening the door. They separately created a mood of despair that seemed impossible to resist, as well as the feeling of not knowing who was friend or foe and their ploys. Yes, I'm fearful that the cluster of translucent maggots that's suspected to be a sequence one attendant of mysteries of the seer pathway. I'm fearful of Zeradol, who has accomplished an unknown objective by opening the door. I'm fearful of the goddess whose thoughts are an unknown, as well as the Eraser Angel. Klein slowly exhaled as he admitted his fears. Audrey used placate once again and discovered that Mr. World's tense mind had essentially relaxed. She was delighted as she boldly said, "One of the biggest sources of fear is a lack of confidence. Try recalling if you had any oversight or had committed any mistakes in the related matter. This results in your spirit repeatedly warning you and hinting to you." It eventually transformed into part of the nightmare. Oversight and mistakes. Warning from my spirit. Klein pondered over Miss Justice's words and seriously began organizing the details of the matters that resulted in his horror. Soon, his expression turned heavy, bit by bit, as he discovered a problem. "I swore an oath with the goddess bearing witness via the holy sword. Although I hadn't become a clown, with the Grey Fog's powers yet to have entered the real world, preventing me from being noticed by special deities, demigods, and spirit world creatures. However, I couldn't fool fate, which would also be beyonders of the monster pathway. And the goddess has another title. She is the Empress of Misfortune and Horror. She wields control over misfortune and is one of the deities in the domain of fate. Therefore, I was noticed from back then." Klein's heart sank bit by bit as the horror that stemmed from the unknown was greatly alleviated. He didn't reply, nor did he wait for Miss Justice to speak again. He switched to asking, "If you will face one or even many difficult-to-challenge enemies, what would you do?" Audrey wasn't annoyed by her patient's question. Instead, she felt that it was a good sign. After some deliberation, she said, "First avoid them and hide. Try harder to improve yourself. What if the time won from avoiding and hiding isn't enough to make you grow to a level that is sufficient enough to face your enemies?" Klein pressed, "What if the gap between the two is difficult to bridge?" Audrey answered him seriously while also consoling him. "Find enough helpers." "Helpers?" Names suddenly flashed across Klein's mind as his heart felt a lot more settled. He then continued asking, what if the enemies cannot be resisted even with helpers? What if there are helpers who are plotting something that might be beneficial to you, but they might also bring you harm? Audrey drew a blank, and after a few seconds of thought, she replied, you can pray to a deity. She nearly said to the world, you can seek Mr. Fool's help. And from the question and answer session, Audrey was able to confirm a matter. The mental problems that Mr. World was suffering stemmed from powerful and terrifying enemies, but there was a worry that, at a deeper level, the helpers had unknown stances. Pray to a deity. Klein didn't dare to directly say, what if deities couldn't resolve it because the thoughts of deities are even harder to fathom? After all, this was the fool's kingdom, and he was a blessed. He organized his words and said, deities can only provide help in certain areas. And what if that isn't enough? Audrey originally wanted to say that there was always a way, and that good was bound to defeat evil, but she couldn't convince herself of it. She couldn't provide any relevant case studies, so eventually she pursed her lips and said, I don't know. In the confessional, it was a still darkness. The two temporarily stopped speaking as they fell into their respective inner struggles. Finally, Audrey broke the silence and looked at the wooden partition. Regardless, something needs to be done. Work hard at it. You can't just give up like that and not put up a fight. That's right. At the very least, I still have many secrets and things to rely on. Klein closed his eyes as he leaned on the wooden plank. His thoughts slowly rewound from the most recent events, as he was no longer constantly tense and often frustrated. Audrey sensed his change and immediately added a placate. With that, Klein's mental condition was completely restored back to normal. I feel much better. Thank you for your treatment. What kind of consultation fee do you want? Klein offered. Actually, I should be the one thanking you for providing me an opportunity to handle a case. Audrey didn't really wish to collect any fees as she looked at the wooden partition in the darkness. She couldn't help but recall Mr. World's usual gloominess and coldness, as well as his experienced and ruthless demeanor. His mental problems likely also have to do with his personality. Audrey suddenly had an idea as she smiled. The consultation fee that I charge isn't much at all. Yeah, wish me happiness. What's going on? Klein was momentarily stunned. He nearly forgot he was wearing the facade of Gehrman Sparrow. This was a request he had never heard of before. Klein hesitated for a moment. Finally, he pretended to coldly say with the world's identity, since you requested, I wish you happiness. Audrey's smile turned into a beaming smile. I wish you happiness too. Mr. World, don't always keep everything inside. Smile more and be happier. It can eliminate most of the latent problems. All right, your mental problems have been resolved, but you will need a follow-up appointment in a few days or by next week. Klein was at a loss for an answer as he tersely acknowledged an affirmation. Then he heard the door on the other side creak open. With the fool's angle, he saw Miss Justice retreat from the confessional and straighten her body. After sending her to the real world, Klein didn't dare stay above the gray fog for too long. He quickly left and got into bed. At that moment, his mental condition had been restored. With his body and mind at ease, he realized something. He had digested quite a bit of his marionnettist potion. The progress had surpassed his expectations. This is because I relied on my marionette to fool a demigod, Panatia, and orchestrated her and Mr. A to complete my planned-out performance at the Foggy Town. Therefore, apart from trying to hide behind the shadows and let every marionette have their own persona to make it more realistic, the marionettist principles include use one's marionette as a guide to control the enemy to play the role of a puppet. Klein thought as he muttered inwardly in thought. He believed that he could digest the potion before the end of the year. He exhaled with mixed feelings as he turned his head and looked at the crimson moonlight that penetrated the curtains as he silently said, that missing servant should have been found. The clues I left behind should have been discovered as well. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard, Cindy, Bob, and company looked at Captain Soest, who had returned from a meeting as they patiently waited for him to introduce new clues. Soest drank a mouthful of aromatic coffee and said, the missing servant has been found. And in the room he was left in, there were some clothes left behind by the infiltrator. It has been confirmed that it belongs to the crazy adventurer Gehrman Sparrow, who had previously been active at sea. Why did it involve another crazy adventurer? Leonard was somewhat puzzled as he directly asked, When did he come to Backlund? No one knows. The only thing that can be confirmed is that this crazy adventurer had appeared at sea in the recent few weeks and had hunted a few pirates, so was said in an unhurried tone. The Church of Storms knows more. Line 9 also seems to know quite a bit. The higher-ups will send people to liaise with them. Just as Soest finished his briefing, a telegram was sent over. It came from the Nighthawks in Desi. The content, which was decoded, read, Dwayne Dantes' present identity is fake. In the past 10 years he spent in the southern continent, he had relied on adventuring to amass a significant amount of wealth. Further confirmation will require some time. As this place is very chaotic, and there are often wars, the jurisdiction of zones are frequently changed. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 850, The Devil is in the Details. Sounds like a contrived story. Ever since the new sea route was discovered, there has been no end to stories of people becoming rich from taking risks. Soest casually commented on the content of the telegram. As he thought, he looked towards a particular red glove. I recall that we had investigated Dwayne Dantes before and had an exchange with him in his dream. Yes, the red glove who was responsible for the task nodded and replied. I didn't directly ask him about such matters, but I could tell that Dwayne Dantes was very familiar with the southern continent. He had plenty of experience there. That might be information that Dwayne Dantes deliberately revealed to you. Leonard had his doubts regarding the contents of the telegram, believing that this was another layer of disguise from an undying monster who had lived since the fourth epoch. However, he didn't inform his teammates about his conjectures, because he had no basis for them. Soest didn't pay great attention to the matter as he said, Do you have any problems with the clues related to Gehrman Sparrow? Since this crazy adventurer was still at sea in recent weeks, when did he come to Backlund? As a nightmare, Cindy repeated her doubts. What I'm concerned about isn't the exact time, but whether he has the time to travel to Backlund. After all, we're rather far from the sea. Soest nodded gently and said, In the meeting, a deacon raised this question. According to the time and venue of Gehrman Sparrow's last sighting, he normally has no way to arrive in Backlund last night and complete an infiltration. Of course, I'm referring to normal circumstances. The missing servant told us that when he was sweeping the square, he suddenly lost control of his body. He froze on the spot and was unable to cry for help. Then he saw bright colors like an abstract oil painting, and he felt that his body was floating upwards. Later, he lost consciousness, and after awakening, he found himself in a room in East Borough. The former matches with the keeper's description of being possessed by a wraith. The latter is suspected to be a traveler's teleport. If it really is teleport, then Gehrman Sparrow can appear in Backlund at any moment. As elites of the Nighthawks, the Red Gloves knew about the various Beyonder pathways far better than their colleagues which were at the same level. They were no strangers to wraiths and travelers. After listening to the captain's explanation, another Red Glove added in thought, It's rumored that Admiral of Blood, who was hunted by Gehrman Sparrow, is a wraith. The details matched. And as for Gehrman Sparrow being able to obtain the powers to become a wraith, it wasn't unacceptable. The easiest method was to find an artisan to make one's prey into a mystical item. Cindy recalled even more information with this stimulus. It said that Gehrman Sparrow has the ability to change his appearance, and the infiltrator had disguised himself as the keeper. Another detail matched. Excellent thinking. Soest raised his hand to rub his temples. According to these details, we can come to a preliminary consensus that the infiltrator is Gehrman Sparrow. In this way, the name list we came up with might be erroneous. Gehrman Sparrow doesn't need a companion to frequently come to the cathedral to pray to gather information. He can change his appearance every day and enter to figure out the situation. This will be more indiscreet than using a companion. As the largest and most holy church of Evernight Cathedral in Backlund, the number of believers that came to St. Samuel Cathedral on a daily basis was too numerous to count. No bishop could remember every unfamiliar face that they once met. That also means that the names we have here are meaningless. Leonard raised his hand to rub his brows, sounding rather desultory. That's somewhat obvious. Our focus now should be on Gehrman Sparrow. The other targets can be placed aside as we perform the most basic level of surveillance. Having said that, Soest clapped and said, All right, get busy. Leonard didn't have any objections. He happened to hope to find the machinery hive mind, mandated punishers, and MI9 to gather some information. On Tuesday morning, Klein woke up naturally, feeling relaxed and calm. He had the feeling of joyful emotion slowly coming to life. A psychiatrist beyond her powers are quite useful after all. It really matches the extremely infectious optimism that Miss Justice brings with her. Klein got out of bed and drew the curtains. He leisurely took in the scenery outside and the scattering golden sunlight. He regained his drive and began formulating his plans for the next couple months and even the year. First, get a new marionette. Second, use the identity of Dwayne Dantes and the control over a marionette to orchestrate scripts to expedite the digestion of the potion. Third, during this process, slowly gather the ingredients needed for the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion. In that regard, I can ask Little Son about the Bizarro Bane to see if he has any clues. I'll seek Mr. Azek's help regarding the Spirit World Plunderer. After all, the Underworld is part of the Spirit World. Fourth, I'll continue investigating the Great Smog of Backlund and find the true culprit. This includes Nzangwil, as well as the demigod that killed Crazy Captain. There aren't any targets more suitable than them for my advancement ritual. However, I have to be careful of 0-08. I have to constantly keep watch of any intentional coincidences. I'll just dabble in the matter in an ordinary manner and mainly provide support. The dangerous investigations can be handed to Demonis Trissy. Klein's thought processes slowly became clear. Although he still felt worried and fearful, this no longer affected his mental state and capacity to take action. Retracting his gaze from outside the balcony, Klein walked into the bathroom and washed up. Soon, he opened the door while feeling highly spirited, and he saw his valet Richardson and butler Walter waiting outside. The gentleman was wearing white gloves as he politely bowed and said, "Good morning, sir. There's only one item on your schedule today. It's to join an event at the East Balham Military Veterans Mess with Member of Parliament marked at 3 in the afternoon. He's a new Member of Parliament, so by accepting his invitation, it will also indicate your political inclinations. You still have the opportunity to be hesitant about it." Klein thought for a moment before saying, "There's no need. It's my choice." He paused and asked in an inquiring tone, "It will be my first time visiting the East Balham Military Veterans Mess. What should I take note of?" "Praise their work that they have established in East Balham. Use this opportunity to make some donations. There's no need to give too much or little. £500 is a rather suitable sum." Walter provided his opinion. £500? Seriously, no matter which circle I enter, I'll have to spend large sums of money. Sigh, this is because Dwayne Dantes doesn't have any birthright or background. He can only open a path with cash. Klein nodded gently and agreed with his butler's suggestion. At the same time, he quickly did a count of his present assets. The artisan hasn't completed the work regarding the ocean songster, but the money for Mentor of Disorder and Druid has been obtained. That's a total of £16,000. With the cash I originally had on hand, subtracting the £13,000 I used to purchase 3% of the coin company's shares, as well as the daily expenses of a tycoon's household and the donations at the cathedral, there's still £23,985 and 5 gold coins left. In addition, I still owe Miss Messenger 3,413 gold coins. £500 has already exceeded 2% of the cash I have on hand. Klein didn't speak further as he walked out of his bedroom, going to the second floor where the dining room was in order to have his breakfast. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard Mitchell returned to his office earlier than his teammates. He had already obtained the relevant information and had learned of an inconspicuous matter. Prince Edisac, who passed away in the Great Smog of Backlund, had once hired a private detective to investigate the death of equestrian teacher Talon Dumont. And that private detective's name was Sherlock Moriarty. As expected, there are hints of him being involved with the Great Smog of Backlund. Leonard was delighted as he excitedly ruffled his hair. Following that, he pounded down at the documents on his desk with his fist, planning to seek out even more clues. However, he suddenly fell silent for about 8 seconds before raising his cup in embarrassment and drank a mouthful of coffee. He mumbled inwardly, "What did I want to do? I forgot about it after the pounding." After some careful recall, Leonard finally recalled what it was. He pulled out his drawer and took out a deck of tarot cards. Then he found the Fool card and placed it on a piece of paper. On it, he wrote 3 names: Sherlock Moriarty, Gairman Sparrow, Dwayne Dantes. After some hesitation, Leonard drew a line linking the 3 names to the Fool card indicating that they might very well be members of a secret organization that believed in the Fool. Among them, he was most unsure of Gehrman Sparrow's identity as he wrote a question mark. Later, Leonard took out the Emperor card and stuck it beside the name Sherlock Moriarty. He labeled it suspected to be. Gehrman Sparrow and Dwayne Dantes each correspond to a card. Leonard muttered silently. He took out the crazy adventurer's records and began reading them seriously. Suddenly, he found a date very familiar. Early January. Gehrman Sparrow's first appearance was in early January. No way. Leonard drew a gasp as he flipped through another set of documents. At the end of it were the words. At the end of December, Sherlock Moriarty left Backlund and headed south for a vacation. He has yet to return. End of December. Early January. Backlund. Pritz Harbor. Gehrman Sparrow can change his appearance. No way. Leonard mumbled inwardly as he drew a dotted equality sign between Sherlock Moriarty and Gehrman Sparrow. This great detective is the key. Leonard found Sherlock Moriarty's portrait that he had drawn via ritual as he carefully looked at it. After considering the point that looks could be changed, he began imagining the detective in different disguises. As he did it, Leonard's gaze froze bit by bit as he couldn't help but frown.